Jinchi vomited onto the floor of the R&D building. The moment he had reached out to open up his Quinqua's new case, he lurched and spewed violently, trying his best to contain it by bringing his hands to his mouth, a futile endeavor. Quinqua sickness, not a completely uncommon thing within the CCG. The act of using one, particularly one from a ghoul personally hunted, could prove to be too much to some young investigators. The macabre nature of the weapons could not completely go ignored, if one had looked into the eyes of the person their weapon had once been. He hurried out of the building soon after, squatting up against the side of the building and taking in fresh air. The exhaustion on his face wasn't new, he had looked somewhat tired ever since the last operation, but now he looked tired. Pale, drained and ready to clock out for the foreseeable future. He gazed off at nothing in particular, eyes vacant. Footsteps on the pavement signaled Zhuyo's slow approach. He hadn't gotten in the way of Jinchi's swift exit, knowing perfectly well the desire to eject oneself from a situation like that. He walked up to Jinchi alone and without calling out to his student. The half-ghoul eventually reached Jinchi. Wordlessly, he offered a water bottle to the young man, jiggling it a little to call attention to the object. Jinchi blinked up at Zhuyo, his eyes refocusing. He took the water bottle with an appreciative grunt, and then went about cracking it open. He took a careful sip, and went back to gazing forward at nothingness. "Dunno what that was about," he said, voice hoarse. "I think I do," Zhuyo replied, squatting down to sit beside Jinchi on the pavement. One knee was propped up, allowing his arm to rest atop it. "Quinqua sickness tends to happen after your first personal case. Considering that talk we had right after the auction, I'm honestly not surprised you had that strong of a reaction." "You reckon?" he asked quietly, eyes drifting downwards. "Was it personal? She Nutcracker killed our pals. It shouldn't be a problem, right? It's rarely that simple, Jinchi. I used to think it was. I used to take pride in it. Monster slaying, I called it," Zhuyo noted with a bitter tone, shaking his head. He didn't like thinking about his hateful days in the immediate aftermath of Yumurai, but denying they happened would have been foolish. "But with pain, I realized that leads to just becoming a monster yourself." He leaned his head back, resting it against the cement wall. "Nutcracker did do terrible things, but you still saw something in her, right? You heard her say something that bothers you even now." Jinchi let out another affirmative noise, nodding. "Suppose I did." "Yet." He went quiet for a few minutes, not having anything else to add to that statement. The bounty on Nutcracker was 1.7 million yen. "Is that a lot, Zhuyo?" he asked. Yeah, that's a lot," Zhuyo answered simply. "Guess life does have a price," Jinchi uttered quietly, setting his water bottle down and folding his arms across his legs. "Should keep Haru in a good condition for a while. Can relax a bit, mh." Zhuyo regarded Jinchi, his expression soft and concerned. He pressed his lips into a line, taking a breath as he lowered his knee. "This is the world we're in, Jinchi. A world of killers trying to keep someone else from being killed. Humans and ghouls just trying to do the same thing. I won't tell you to just get over it, but that is the truth of things. For now. I know you can keep going, if for Haru's sake more than anything else." Slowly, he reached over and rested a hand on Jinchi's shoulder, giving it a squeeze. "You'll be okay, Jinchi. I wonder about that, sometimes," he said, smiling up at Zhuyo in a manner that lacked joy. "But you're right. Gotta keep going for Haru. It's the only way forward for me." He took Zhuyo's hand in his own, guiding it off his shoulder with a reassuring squeeze. "I'll be all right, Chief. I just need to think, is all." Zhuyo nodded, pushing himself up off the ground. "Then leave the details back there to me. Come find us whenever you're back on your feet. I won't say take it easy, but," he huffed a little, smiling down at Jinchi, "think what you gotta think, bud. You got it, Chief. I'll be back home before night. Tell Seiko she can do whatever without me, don't wanna hold her up," he said, picking the water bottle back up and tossing it up into the air a few times, catching it by the cap each time. "Ghoul kinetic vision. Before you go. Do you believe in love at first sight, Zhuyo?" The white-haired man blinked at the apparent non-sequitur. He tilted his head to the side. "Can't say I've experienced it myself, but I'm open to the idea." "Why do you ask?" "Just wondering, is all. Dunno how else to explain what happened with Nutcracker. Felt like something could have been done there, if we'd met earlier. Know what I mean?" he asked, continuing to huck the water bottle up in the air, spinning it higher each time. Zhuyo's expression sobered. He nodded once, exhaling. Yeah, I think I do." There wasn't any judgment from him at the notion of Jinchi falling for Nutcracker. Zhuyo felt it would have been hypocritical of him of all people to do so. After all, Irimi had been a cruel, violent person in her past. But take it from an old veteran, when it comes to regrets, the more you think about what could have been when you can't do anything about it, the worse it gets. Just don't get too lost in that, alright? "I'll try, Chief." Jinchi gave Zhuyo a grin, the usual sort wrought with dangerous-looking teeth. "Just a silly thought, anyway. My luck with girls is piss-poor as it is." His mentor chuckled, shaking his head. "You're still young, you know. Plenty of time for it all to even out." He moved to leave, waving back at Jinchi. "If a dweeb like me can figure it out, you can too. Cuz sense a dweeb too." He called back to Zhuyo as he left, leaving it on a generally positive note. Well, he wasn't wrong. Zhuyo knew Jinshi would be able to pick himself up soon enough. He was making his own realizations, about their work, about their world, what it did to every side of the conflict. It was a painful lesson to learn, but he had to learn it eventually, and he wouldn't be alone in doing so. Until then, Zhuyo had a quinqua to collect. Apparently, it was on par with IXA in terms of capability, if Chijio was to be believed. Nutcracker would carry Jinshi far, should he decide to use her. Whether he did or didn't, only Jinshi could make that call. As the investigation into rose ghouls continued, Zhuyo moved forward on his reignited resolve to work more doggedly toward his end goals. There were different goals, each with different ways to go about them, but there was one he knew he needed to work on post-haste, the upcoming fight with Ito. He didn't know where or when it would ultimately take place, but he doubted she would show the sometimes baffling levels of consideration she'd given him in the past. Zhuyo didn't want to kill Ito. He just needed to defeat her. Unfortunately, the strength necessary to kill or defeat her was roughly the same amount, just so happening to be vastly beyond him in his current state. He'd need to be well fed, not relying on those cochlea lunchables for sustenance, but having enough to enter Kakuja swing for longer than a minute. But the matter of food had to wait. For now, there was another way to act. He once more attempted yokaku mimicry, but not like an absolute gorilla like he had been initially. Instead, he did so through meditation. While seated in the dojo in a lotus position, his rinkaku molded itself into the varying shapes of different yokaku he'd seen over his near 5 years in Tokyo. Kai's spikes, Toka's electric, angelic wing, Ayato's spindly, butterfly wings, and others from ghouls he'd fought as an investigator. Zhuyo built his way up, eventually experimenting with Takaizawa's blade-like yokaku. The former investigator's Kagun was the closest thing he had to experience with the Yashimura brand of Kagun, and so the closest thing he had to Ito as a baseline. He still had no idea what her default Kagun looked like, only the insane, enormous beast of a Kakuja she was infamous for. It'd have to be enough. He wasn't exactly going to ask Sen to call up Ito for a sparring session. She'd probably find the audacity amusing, at least. The shape came easy enough. Swords were a fundamentally simple shape for a Kagun to replicate, only requiring minimal amounts of training and focus to narrow an edge out somewhere on the Kagun. The difficult part came from everything else about Takaizawa's Kagun, doubling both as a ranged weapon and as a blade. Similar to Ayato, Takaizawa had taken the natural strength of the yokaku and disregarded it to learn how to kill someone up close. Given that not many of those kinds of yokaku existed, it could be a surprising tactic to use on any investigator. Toka was a lot more typical, using her reinforced arm for defense while allowing her wings to pelt her enemies, mixing in the occasional swift cut where allowed. But what made an yokaku blade any different from the other Kagun? Why did it seem so rare for them? The answer dawned upon Zhuyo through his meditation. It wasn't the yokaku itself that was turned into a blade, but the ammunition itself. A projectile had to be created, but then locked in place to be utilized as a melee weapon. The difficulty came from the projectile retaining the same qualities as something meant to be shot, either too fragile for dedicated close-quarters combat or outright explosive. Takaizawa had made it work for him, as did Ayato, turning them both into beasts of all combat ranges. It was something Zhuyo would need to keep in mind, while using his Kakuja and while dealing with the more powerful yokaku wielders out there. If he had more food, his experimentation would likely be able to push further and further along, allowing for some real nasty business. Had food for thought. In the meanwhile, the exact mysteries of the yokaku remained out of reach, despite coming to what may very well be an understanding of how Ayato and Takaizawa operated. The jump from modifying the projectile to becoming a sort of high-speed power generator like Takaizawa had become was a big one, and in order to recreate whatever he had done while fighting him would require Zhuyo to clear that jump. To learn what came naturally to other ghouls. For the third time of his life and the second time in 6 months, Zhuyo entered the High Sea Art Mask Studio. On the surface, it was a tattoo appointment, taking Yuta up on his offer from Christmas Day. Due to being a half-ghoul, the idea of a tattoo was no longer such a permanent, life-changing thing after all. However, there was a secondary reason for Zhuyo's arrival. Yuta had said some frankly crazy shit during his last visit, things that had been pushed to the wayside due to the more pressing matter of Ri, and his work. But now, Zhuyo wanted to learn a bit more, and see if he could gain any new insight that'd help further his own end goals. And if anyone knew anything, it'd be the old lady that Yuta had casually mentioned, who apparently remembered the previous one-eyed king from probably 100 years ago. Ghouls rarely got past 40 years, so, unless Yuta was taking the piss, that woman had to be an ultimate survivalist. And probably strong. Very, very strong. Yuta blinked, holding his chin as he considered Zhuyo's request. So. Great wave off Kanagawa by Master Hokusai, but the waves are Gojira. He asked, looking up at the ceiling and humming. I think I can pull it off. Whereabouts do you want it? Zhuyo jerked a thumb back, twisting his spine a little to get the placement right. About here, behind the right shoulder. Hesitant to put it any lower cuz, you know, Kagun. Yuta nodded along with Zhuyo's line of thought, spinning around on his stool to check something on his laptop. Reference images. Yeah, smart. And how big? More of a desktop icon kind of thing, or do you want it to be more of a painting? Go the middle way. Just a bit bigger than a desktop icon. Any more runs into a similar issue as placement. Life's a bit violent these days, Zhuyo decided after some consideration. There's a reapplication discount for Ghoul clients. Don't worry too much about it, he said in his usual monotone, drawing out his own version of Zhuyo's idea on a scrap piece of paper. Yeah, this is doable. Might need a lot of color, though, thinking red background, to make it pop. There's also some messaging about blood there, given the subject, and the connection to the modern cultural exports of Japan itself. Sound good? Juyo bobbed his head. Gucci to me. I'll trust the artist's take on this one. As you should. Give me 10, then we'll get started. Can take your shirt off when we get to it. Yuta rolled across the tattoo studio side of his store, heading over to a secure cabinet and unlocking it. You have any ideas before you settled on this one? Considered some kind of scorpion pattern, but that'd feel a bit much in the current state of things, Juyo admitted. Otherwise, mostly symbols from old favorites of mine. An old design of Smog from one of the Hobbit's earliest releases, or two black and white koi fish circling each other. He shrugged. But Godzilla was my childhood hero, so it only feels right for him to get first dibs. He is the protector of children, after all. Yuta paused, looking back at Juyo. Or was that the turtle? That was Gamera, Juyo corrected with a small laugh. Not that I've seen any of his movies though. I've not watched anything like that. Never really had the time, when I was younger. Too busy hanging out on the streets and being a troublemaker. I'm reformed now though. Honest businessman, just trying to make my way and pay my taxes. He slid back on over, patting the chair. Lay down, and I'll put the line print on. Cool, cool. Juyo unbuttoned his shirt, tossing it atop another chair before sitting down as instructed. So when's your friend coming along? Oh, it's a bit more complex than that. The old lady's a bit touchy about who gets to see her. Only got out of Cochlea recently, so she's still keeping an ear to the ground. The director put her there years ago, so she's still getting back into the swing of things, he said, carefully drawing out the design again onto a different piece of paper. He idly tossed something over to Juyo KY Jelly. Put this on the spot, please. Use your Kagun, he instructed. But yet, she knows about you already. Has been watching what you've been getting up to for a while, apparently. Juyo quirked a white brow as he passed the jelly off to a crimson Kagun hand, which steadily applied the substance. Hey, really? Odd. Is this someone I've met already and just don't know it? Nah. She's just nosy and old. Eavesdropping is normal, for spinsters. But you can meet her, just not out in the open or anything. We can probably head on over to her haunt when we're done here, if you'd like. Sure, why not? This is one of my very few days off anyway, Juyo replied, scratching his cheek. Is there anything I should keep in mind when I meet her? I already feel like I'm at a disadvantage here if she's been keeping tabs on me. Don't worry too much about it. She's old, but she's not like, ridiculously powerful or anything. If you wanted you could escape. She's pretty easy to get along with, though, so I don't think she's going to try and steal your bones or anything. Maybe, he finished quietly, nodding to himself. Don't be deceived by appearances, either. I don't know how she looks that young, and I don't want to find out how. I guess when you're that old, you pick up some tricks along the way, Juyo murmured thoughtfully, thinking back on a conversation with Sen during their first date. Honestly, I could buy ghouls being straight up shapeshifters if they figured it out. Heal a certain way, something like that. Yuta let out an affirmative noise. I mean, you're basically correct. When I was active, my thing was changing my face up. Could look like other people and slip away, with a lot of practice. Kagun can do a lot of stuff, if you're an artist about it. Changing other parts of your body isn't too much of a stretch, I'd imagine. Juyo hummed, tilting his head to the side. The comment about faces made him wonder, especially considering that there just so happened to be a ghoul associated with the clowns designated faceless by the CCG. Coincidence? Maybe, maybe not. I'll have to keep that in mind, Juyo mused, opening and closing his hand as he mulled the thought over. How are Tuka and Yamo doing? Haven't seen them since, you know, that one time. They're ticking over like good biological beings, getting through each day. Tuka's really come into her own. Reminds me a lot of the old guy, you know? But without the whole owl thing sticking to her. Kind of sad she didn't go to university, though, Yuta said, a hint of genuine regret in his voice. I'd have liked to read whatever she wrote. Wait, she didn't? Juyo asked, turning his head to look back at Yuta with surprise and actually upset. She had her heart set on that too, was it because of what happened in Nerima? Yep, Yuta said, popping the P sound. That and, re-needed her around. Couldn't afford to do both. It was kinda her idea, after all. They're doing good work, a lot more than what you can see on the surface. And I can't tell you any more than that, because, you know. Dove stuff. Juyo exhaled, closing his eyes and turning to face forward. Yeah. Dove stuff. He opened his eyes, staring at the wall. As long as they're safe, I suppose. They're safe. So are a few others, he said, rolling over to Juyo with the stencil in hand. It only crossed my mind after last time, but other people survived that night. Who exactly, I can't say because I'm not even sure exactly who. They're very busy, and even Yamo won't tell me the details. Secret stuff. Yuta smiled at that, glad even. Ari's a lot wiser than Antioku, in some ways. Tuka's learned from the old man's mistakes. More than anything, Juyo wanted to demand for more in that moment. Who else survived? Who had escaped death on that horrible night? He wanted to go see them, to talk to them, to hear from their own lips that they were alive and well, to simply be with them. But it wasn't time yet. Leaving the CCG was no easy thing. It would have been a different story if it had been earlier, before he met the Quinks, but now, he was too entangled to simply walk out. Like a second or third family, depending on how you viewed it. Also, leaving the CCG would drastically shorten Hinamai's life and put him at a disadvantageous position to free her to boot. Good. Good, Juyo sighed, nodding slowly. That'll have to be enough for me to go on. If I hear any more, I might do something a bit too counterproductive for the way things are now. Miss them enough as is. Figured. But all you really need to know is that they're fine. They've got their own battles to fight. The CCG aren't the only ones with a bone to pick with Aojirai, after all, Yuta said, laying the stencil against Juyo's back. But with how they're running that ship, we'll never know what they're doing. That's how Toka likes it, I think. Remember all the times Aojirai or the CCG got the jump on Antioku? I got white hair because of those times. Hard for me to forget, Juyo huffed. Safe to say they're not letting that kind of thing happen again, then. Seems it. Good times, all things considered. Yuta pressed the stencil down on the spot, some of his ghoulish strength coming into play as he left the impression in the outline where it was meant to be. He appraised the outline with a quirked brow, tilting his head from side to side. Perfect. Now, this shouldn't take too long. The coloring will be the long bit. Hope you've got a book memorized. Juyo smiled in a devious manner. I got a little something if you want to hear it. Yuta dragged the needle apparatus into place, testing the thing a few times. Might as well mix it up, right? Start us from the beginning. Juyo cleared his throat. When Mr. Bilbo Baggins of Bag End announced that he would shortly be celebrating his 11th birthday. Probably the last place Trevor expected to end up that night was a nightclub. True to his word, Yuta had guided Juyo to the supposed haunt of this old ghoul, located smack bang in the 4th Ward Shinjuku. For someone who did not want to be found, she certainly played a dangerous game by setting up in an area so heavily monitored by the CCG, but there could have been some underlying reason to it. Right beneath their noses, or some such. The last time Juyo had been in such a place, he had been dolled up and spying on an out-deceased ghoul. He'd also met Nico again that night too. Between that and his experience with the demon, clubs were turning into a sort of odd liminal space where reunions, violence, and information all melded together. Yuta blended right in, barring the tattoos. An attractive young man with some eccentricities wouldn't draw a single eye among the crowds, and he knew that all too well from how he moved, making no effort to hide his eyes, constantly black and red as they were. His lie of eye tattoos fit well with the cover he presented. A weird youth who danced on the threshold of counterculture while running his own business. I used to try and drag Yamo to places like this, Yuta said to Trevor as they entered, passing the bouncers without as much as a glance in their direction. Yuta the regular patron, apparently. But he'd always mope around and bring down the mood. Eventually it just became better to let him lurk on rooftops. Made him happy. Admirable that you even attempted that. He never struck me as part of the clubbing crowd, Trevor noted. His eyes flitted along the dancing crowds, all cast in shadows and neon purples, pinks, and blues. A dizzying world that he'd used to partake in almost constantly back home. Now it only meant work, in one form or another. The brooding vigilante aesthetic suits him better anyway. A good friend always tries, feudal or no, Yuta said, in full agreement with Trevor. He led Juyo to the spiral staircase leading up to the second floor of the establishment, foregoing any attempt to indulge in the night. Yuta didn't even seem the sort to party hard, really. More of the stay-at-home and dose sort. Once this all blows over, we should hit the streets though. Toka's old enough now, and maybe Hinamai will be too. At the pace things are currently going, she will be, Trevor replied, nodding along with Yuta's words. By that point, I think we'll all be long due some real R&R anyway. It'd be a hell of a way to celebrate a full reunion. We'll need to drain Itari dry, for everyone's sake. The second floor of the club looked typical, more of a private affair than the noise of the first floor. Booths for groups to huddle away and mix their drinks with talk. Flashbacks to the night with the demon came to mind, and how he hid himself away in the quiet recesses of a nightclub, all the while directing violence outside of it. Yuta led Trevor through the area, and as each step was taken, something became clearer. There was no small number of ghouls present, mixed in with the humans, all right beneath the watchful gaze of the CCG, in an area where plainclothes bureau investigators and ghoul investigators alike regularly patrolled just in case. Naturally, they liked Trevor's senses and Trevor's own distinctly inhuman scent to fellow ghouls, meaning that they wouldn't get the looks he got. Brief tells, sudden snaps of the head to stare at him before relaxing. The ghoul Trevor was meeting did no such thing. A girl or maybe even a woman sat on a crescent-shaped, cushioned bench overlooking the ground floor, dressed in a fashion halfway between Freddie Mercury and Prince, a glitzy white jacket vest on top with a puffy-sleeved magenta shirt beneath, her pants shiny in the lights of the club. She went without shoes, strangely enough, resting them up on the table. Brown-haired, canny playful eyes, and a caddish grin. If Sen had a more primal, dangerous air to her, rather than danger born from her apparent intelligence, then this woman would be that. Trevor had suspected that the supposed old lady would be a dangerous sort, between all of the context he had picked up on from Yuta, but seeing her in the flesh confirmed it all in an instant. She was a big fish in the ocean that was Tokyo, Trevor knew. Someone to tread lightly around, not unlike Ito. Here's the dude, old lady, Yuta called out, offering a wave to her in a most casual way, disregarding her playfully dangerous presence entirely. Upon his greeting, that presence broke entirely as she hopped to her feet, offering an exaggerated and goofy wave to the both of them, leaning forward with legs straight. Yuta. And my new performer. Finally. Come on. Sit. She beckoned them both eagerly and then slapped the benches, indicating the spots for them to sit at either side of her. I've been dying to meet you, Truyo, you have no idea. Do you have any idea how hard it is to find a good clown around these parts? Hard. She zipped over to Trevor with a Suzuki-like hopping run, leaning over to stage whisper into his ear, thumbing towards Yuta. The Japanese don't have that sense of humor to them, most of them don't, at the very least. He's a good one, but he has some real Nihongo moments. Well, if that wasn't a positive deluge of information just being hurled at him from the mouth of the old lady. Almost disorienting. Almost. The mention of clowns twigged him, already allowing him to put several pieces into place in rapid succession. The unidentified brown-haired young woman at the auction, fighting alongside double S-rate Faceless. Both clowns. Meaning that Yuta is heavily involved with the clown gang, do they know Suda? One thing at a time, however. I'll have to take your word for it, Trevor replied, regarding the woman with a quirked, bushy white brow. Also, new performer. Good clown. Looks like you already know so much about me and I don't even know your name. He walked over to the seat she'd allotted him, plopping down there. All I got to go on is your good fashion sense. She let out a gasp, and then swayed with her hands to her chest, quickly getting out Yuta to catch him, before falling against the other ghoul. She slumped her way onto the spot beside Trevor, Yuta sitting beside her. He didn't actually catch her. You know exactly what to say. My intuition is proven correct, you're a natural at this. Working the people, getting the reaction you want. It's a talent a lot of people lack. I'm Gypsy. By your parlance, in that guise I am rated double S. A pleasure, my boy. She offered a sleeve-covered hand to him, smiling. Interesting. Just how much had she been looking into him? Had Yuta been underplaying things? Likewise, Trevor responded, taking the hand and giving it a shake with a smile of his own. I'd introduce myself, but that'd be wasted air at this point. Saving your breath, as it were. I understand. But alas, you wanted to meet me, and I am more than happy to oblige you this time. She brought her feet back up onto the table, crossing her legs. And given how the inky one here called me old lady as he walked up, I can only assume he has told you that I'm apparently pretty old, to which I say yes, but I've not aged a day. She beamed up at him to prove her point, face soft with youth and faux innocence. A real fox, this one. Trevor might even consider her a kitsune. The disconnect between her appearance and her history was enough to keep his head on straight. You're only as old as you feel. I think that's how the idiom goes, or maybe I bastardized it, Trevor pondered with a shrug. But between what he's told me and your looks, it makes a guy curious. Kings and clowns, the secret to eternal good looks, etc., etc., he went on with a rolling hand gesture. You pick up a few tricks as you go along. Every one of us past a certain age, past a certain threshold of will, does. RC cells, or whatever you call it Kagun, it's like, gum. Muscle gum. Sure, with 1 wad of it you can chew and that'll do, but with several? Then you can start making some interesting shapes. It takes a creative sort to walk, chew bubblegum, and turn that bubblegum into art. Most just have to settle with chewing. She declared, reaching her arms around to hug both Trevor and Yuta. And that's why I only like creative people. Real entrepreneurs of violence. Chew a single piece too long and it gets boring, you know, this is really getting away from me. Do you get the point? Entrepreneurs of violence. Deep down, buried beneath the veneer of going with the flow and laughing at her antics, Trevor found the label unsettling. The gum thing felt like a metaphor for the Kakuja, more than anything else. After all, consuming another ghoul's Kakuha only added to your own. It was why, even now, with the reduced diet, Trevor had more freedom with his Kagun at the end of the day. I think I'm picking up what you're putting down, Trevor observed with hints of amusement in his tone. And all this gum chewing of mine makes me your new performer. No. It doesn't. She steadily grinned, the sort that belonged on a hyena. It doesn't at all. It just makes you a star, baby. You were a performer the moment Sudaboy picked you. You're part of his show, a clown of his making. I don't know what your role is, I don't even know what Suda's doing, but I like what I'm watching. Suda, picked him? That day he didn't remember, with both him and Riz dying in the shadow of a partially built skyscraper, atop which stood a sneering clown. If Gypsy was right, Trevor had been dancing to Suda's tune all along, all while others laughed. He's an ambitious kid, you see. A real director if there ever was one. He wants to have the ultimate last laugh, see. I think that's admirable, that's what we do here with the clowns. Yuta doesn't laugh at anything, but you know, the point remains, she continued, a stream of words. Hey, I laugh sometimes. I didn't even know Suda was up to all that. Kind of messed up, Yuta said with absolute sincerity, squinting. MMH. He's playing his cards close to his chest for the sake of the show. I appreciate it, I truly do. He's a maestro in the making, but I've got to get my own laughs too, you know. With dear leader behind bars, I've got nobody to tell me to be a good little sideshow. So I'm telling you all of this, for your own purposes. I don't care what you do with it. But I think you'll do something great with it. Well, I was already trying to hunt down Suda to figure out why the hell he dropped construction equipment on me and Riz, but it's good to know he wants me to be some kinda court jester, Trevor admitted, scratching his cheek. He could see later, rage later. Right now, he was in the presence of a true villain, someone who was interested in messing up the board and most certainly not someone he could fight right now. I'd rather do my own thing at the end of the day instead of playing second fiddle to a guy who won't even look me in the eye. She brought her arms back around to clap them together, beaming once again. Exactly. There's certainly something funny about watching a piano drop on someone from a distance, but being there is probably far better. But we all have our approaches towards getting that last laugh. I can't judge too much, she supposed, sighing and drooping. Principled in her chaotic manner, if nothing else. But yes. Welcome to the family, Truyo. Whether you agree or not, you're one of us. Food, hunger, CCG, Aojirai, justice, freedom, it's all part of the play. Themes and elements to utilize and mess with. But make sure, at the end of it. She brought a finger up to prod him in the chest, giving him a meaningful grin. You get the last laugh. The audience be damned. Him, a clown? What criteria on God's earth was she using? As if reading his mind, Yuta leaned across to catch Trevor's eyes, circling his index finger around his temple, mouthing cuckoo, cuckoo. Thankfully, Trevor had developed a mean poker face by virtue of years of investigator work. It was also admittedly comforting that Yuta, despite his association with Gypsy, didn't seem to buy into a lot of what she was spouting. It wouldn't have made sense after how much he talked about caring for Antioco and, I didn't dump all this time and effort into where I am now for anything less, Miss Gypsy, Trevor assured her, leaning forward a little. Gotta admit, I wasn't expecting to hear all that from you on this little sojourn. The hints of big schemes was figured, but not the unknown and unasked inclusion to this party of yours. You sure you got enough room in the clown car? Didn't have clown cars back in my day. We had clown wagons, she said, humor lacing her voice. But you didn't need an invitation. Like I said, whether you knew it or not, you're a clown. We're a loose sort of group. More of a community of artists than a gang or some such, despite what the CCG says. But that's boring stuff. I'm a mostly open book, boy what did you want to know? Well, go big or go home. He figured she liked audacity, anyway. Got any meat on the connection between V and the Washo? He asked, lowering his tone more so that only she and Yuta could hear. Her eyes widened somewhat, lips forming an O at his question. After a moment, her grin returned, positively maniacal. Good lad. Now, my answer may be confusing, but think on it. What connection? There isn't one. Trevor tilted his head. The time it took for him to complete the gesture was all the time he needed for the answer to make sense. Because they are V. Ah. There it is. The great secret. The great shame. The great evil of the Washoyu family. She let out, flopping about with each exclamation, striking dramatic poses. But, that only makes sense, right? Given that you are sitting across from a Washoyu. Distant, but a Washoyu nonetheless. Yuta raised his hand. Hey, that's me. Yes it is, dear. Admittedly, the byplay was a bit funny. Family like that doesn't get as far as it does without getting dirty along the way, Trevor observed, leaning back into his seat and resting his elbows on the back of the bench. So they're all the way up in that ivory tower, tightening a stranglehold on both humans and ghouls alike. All for, what, trying to keep the status quo going on forever? Maybe. Maybe not. Understand, that the Washoyu family of today is an institution, not a family. What it desires may be different from what the Washoyu themselves desire. They may not even know. Or maybe they do, but are not privy to the entire extent. Or maybe there are those who know, and act according to their heart. She spread her arms out wide. The day they killed Nagaraj was the day the Washoyu became what they are today. Lacking a foe, they simply faded into the background of the world, nebulous and vague, an ideology unbound. Control. Through suffering, symbiosis. A world where the hunters hunted, but are hunted in turn. A spinning wheel, where all are guaranteed to return. Eternal samsara of predation. She declared, finishing in a hearty cackle, cutting it off suddenly. Is what I think it is. In truth, I've not seen a Washoyu in years. Last time I did, they put my little butt in the slammer. Did you know that Cochlea had pink walls when it was first built? God awful. That would have definitely made my own time there far more torturous, Trevor couldn't help but agree with her, regarding Gypsy with brows shot upward. God, did this one love to talk. She threw ideas and concepts around like they were going out of style and clearly had a certain ideal of how she wanted things to be. I'd ask them myself, but I think they'd do more than just toss me back in a cell. He tugged, shaking his head. What about you, then? You jazzed about the eternal samsara or would you rather throw the board in their face? When the time is right. For now, I see no route to that eventuality. Not immediately, at the very least. When the time comes, I'll put on my dancing shoes. But until then, I'll dance for myself, she said sweetly, pulling Yuta down into a headlock. The taller ghoul didn't resist, and endured the nudgy that followed. And this one ain't much different. We just do things. You were at that whole auction mess, right? We took that job because the money was good, but boy was it trouble. Lost one of my boys, too. Sorry to hear it. We missed each other, it seems. I was a bit busy getting chunked at by one of Ito's new dogs, yet another one Trevor replied with a sigh. Can't say I'm the biggest fan of having her attention in that particular manner, but at the very least it was a learning experience. Lil rascal, she is. I like the cut of her gib. A bit too ideological, for my likings, but she certainly gets things done. I can respect that. Girl boss power. Girl boss, public enemy number one, same difference. Trevor glanced at his watch. Hate to cut it here, but I still have my day job. I get little enough beauty sleep as is, he told them, moving to stand. Of course. We probably won't be meeting again anytime soon, but I do hope I made a good impression upon you. Us performers, while we don't have to stick together, should not think ill of each other. Backstage drama. Eck. She waved Trevor off, releasing Yuta from his Nuji prison. He rose back up and sorted out his hair, nonplussed. This is what I put up with, he said to Trevor, blinking. Fills me with envy, it does, Trevor responded in a dull tone of his own, before smirking slightly and looking back down at the deceptively young-looking woman. You make for good and entertaining company, Gypsy, so don't you fret about impressions. Hopefully I lived up to all this apparent watching of my work you've been doing. Plenty. A bit on the meek side, but that's what I expected. I won't say work on it, because I like it. Get going, boys. The future belongs to Yowu. She all but yelled, blowing kisses to them from atop the bench. Trevor waved goodbye, walking off with Yuta and making their way back through the club. So, Yuta said as they left the club. How are we feeling? We're feeling like if I met her during my Antioco days, that would have gone much worse, Trevor answered with total honesty, hands in his pockets. Not a good enough poker face? He asked, looking over at Trevor with curious eyes. Yes. And a lack of experience with. Trevor trailed off, brows knitting. Well. Her particular flavor of person. Yet, she's pretty intense. I think she would've gone easier on you, if this were fresh you. She can be pretty cute, when she wants to be. I think she just trusted you to be able to take it, Yuta said. They stepped out onto the street, still fairly busy despite the darkness. So. V is Washayu. What are you gonna do with that? Yuta asked, sniffing. I'd have probably gone to ask the manager, but, you know. Bit difficult. Reuniting with him is still on the list, but yet, can't exactly ask him 20 questions at the moment, Trevor sighed, shaking his head. Immediate answer? Verify. I don't think the old lady was lying about that, but I need more evidence. Avenues of inquiry to pursue. But long term. Trevor's gaze went upward, into the smog-choked night sky of Tokyo. His expression was sober. The same thing I've always wanted. The cycle broken. They're ultimately an obstacle to that goal. Yuta let out a little huff, smiling across at Trevor in a subtle manner. I never thought this would happen when Toka first picked you up. First it was Nishiki, and somehow you've put the Washayu in your sights. Blinked and I missed it. Trevor snorted, lowering his head and letting the intense air fade from him. I had to work my way up, you know? Been a hell of half-decade for me. He regarded Yuta plainly, tilting his head slightly. I know you got your own thing going, but wanna help me? Way things are going, even a faceless man won't be able to avoid the trouble. MMMH. Maybe. I've not really got any beef with anyone, but showing up at the Washayu front door might be funny. Hey, it's me. Hi cousins, Yuta reasoned, nodding along to his own thought process. Yet. Sounds pretty good. What would you need help with? The white-haired man smiled. Gathering dirt on them, and the groups that are directly tied to them. Later on. The smile lessened somewhat. Eventually, Hinamai needs to get busted out. When that happens, I can't do it alone. I'll need all the help I can get, frankly. MMH. Got it. Can probably do that. Things'll get real messy when that happens, though. Might need a big distraction to stop you from getting swarmed, Yuta offered. You know, that thing Aojirai has done like 3 times now. Really making Kaguya look like dirt. The veneer of invincibility is cracking more and more these days, and the CCG knows it. Makes M desperate, doing things that only makes ghouls more desperate, Trevor sighed. Such a mess. I almost miss the days when I thought Nishiki was my biggest problem. Me too. I miss Antioku. You and me both, man. Sen laid herself out across Juyo's lap, staring up at her phone with narrowed eyes. She had been fairly quiet since inviting him over, which made for a change of pace. While she worked she went quiet, entering what she called a flow state of interpreting trauma, but the rest of the time she almost seemed to hate leaving silence for too long. She could of course enjoy the quiet times with him, but left to her she'd constantly be talking about some nonsense or another. It was a content state of affairs. Juyo sat on the floor-level couch, one arm resting on the back of the furniture while a hand idly stroked her long, moss-green hair, running his fingers through it and occasionally grazing her scalp. He half watched the TV, half zoned out, allowing his mind to cool down after long days of work and ruminating. The Rose case was non-stop, taking up all of the Quinks' workload and putting every single of them on the grind. Not only were they conducting their own investigations and inquiries, but they also were in constant communication with the other squads involved in the operation. The flow of information and data was ceaseless, with Matsuri and Kori clearly intending to make good on their promise of 1 month until completion. Add in everything else that was on Juyo's mind, in particular his illuminating, if concerning, conversation with Gaispi, and he found his head blowing out steam more often than not. It always felt like the previous month had been the busiest of his life, up until the next month hit and brought yet more exciting challenges with it. At the very least, he had his moments of refuge and respite. He was all too eager to accept Sen's summons after all. His girlfriend was an intense sort, but she wasn't work in the same sense as everything else. Thank God for that. And then Sen spoke. You able to swap into work mode? Got something for you, she said, sounding a bit concerned herself. A rare tone for her to take, given her usual forward bombast. I know this is supposed to be a safe spot, but I think it's better if you see this here rather than around the kids. Jiyo blew out a breath, shoulders sagging a touch. Ominous, he commented, looking down at Sen on his lap. What is it? She put her phone down and rose from Jiyo's lap, sort of crawling over to her computer setup. Due to how low everything was, crawling actually turned out to be an effective way of getting about. See mirror, she beckoned as she opened up a browser. It's pretty bad, as a heads up. He did as bid, going on his hands and knees to crawl over to her before plopping down. She took them both to the CCG website of all things, and under the usual governmental near corporate signing, among the relevant newsfeed from the CCG to the public, was a video. Posted not long ago, no more than an hour or so. Someone in the thumbnail looked familiar or rather, incredibly distinct. Shiki Kojima was a hard man to mistake for anyone else, even with a bit of an odd camera angle. The video came with a warning beside it. Shocking video content. Take precautions before viewing. Sen looked at Jiyo, double-checking with him. He pressed his lips into a thin line, feeling dread form a pit in his stomach at the warning. Not because he had an aversion to shocking content, but because of who was involved. Shiki was a premier interrogator for the CCG, at the end of the day, and so had done his fair share of dirty deeds in his day. Whatever they were about to see, it would be unpleasant, and would involve seeing Shiki in an unpleasant light. He blew out a breath and adjusted his glasses, nodding once to Sen. With his confirmation, she clicked on the video. It opened up into a larger view, and from the first frame, Jiyo could see Shiki and his victim, both being presented from an upward angle as Shiki held the camera himself. His eyes obscured by his black hat, the perpetual grin of Shiki remained visible. His victim, on their knees and held in place by the seemingly gentle touch of Shiki's hand on their head of black hair, looked down. Blood flecked the front of their Ghoul prison uniform. Hello, Rose. The exact same familiar tone, only with an edge to it. It could often seem as if Shiki was a playful man, but any hint of game had vanished. This was for keeps. For convenience sake, we are going to be calling you that. Given that you are likely aware of what occurred earlier today, I figured I should report on the treatment of your compatriot. Alive and well, as you can see. Shiki took the camera and panned it over the Ghoul he had apparently captured, presenting the majority of their form and presenting no actual injuries. Shiki's hand entered the frame and pat the Ghoul on the back. We've tried several approaches, but you can take comfort in the fact that he did not talk. Not a peep. In fact, you could say. The camera shifted slowly over a metallic table with a tray on it, needles and scissors beside it. In the tray, a severed tongue. Something got his tongue. I figured it'd be appropriate for it to become literal. Jiyo's face twitched at the sight of the torture tools, only growing worse upon seeing the tongue. His lips quivered, turning into a sneer as his eyes narrowed dangerously. The video paused. Sen regarded Jiyo carefully, reaching out to touch his arm. You all right? He took a breath, and looked down. His thumb had placed itself over his index finger without him realizing, ready to crack it. Slowly, he moved his thumb away. I've been in that Ghoul's position before, Jiyo slowly said, voice low. Tortured. So. I can't help but get furious, seeing someone there. It's evil. A word he never used lightly, not anymore. The world was, generally, too complicated for him to easily call most things evil, but torture would always earn that descriptor, as far as he was concerned. Want to continue? Or should we leave it? She asked, squeezing his bicep in a reassuring manner. Jiyo breathed once more. He reached over and rested his hand atop hers. Thank you, but I need to see the rest. Can't just look away because I don't like what I see, he told her, giving her hand a squeeze. Please, keep playing it. Though uncertain, she did as he asked. The video resumed, and it did not seem as if it had much left to actually show. The shot moved back to the Ghoul, now at a bit of a distance. I think that's enough implication for all of us, and I won't bore you with the dramatics. I'll get to the point. He turned the camera to face him, to take in his entire face, distinct and unmistakable, scarred beyond what may have even been humanly possible. His grin didn't seem amused, or even predatory. It looked serious, however someone does that. Only I know of this location. If you find me, maybe you'll be able to get it out of me. The edges of Shiki's rounded eyes twitched, as if attempting to narrow but unable to. I am Shiki Kojima. Take a look at this face, and you'll never forget it. The shot panned back to the Ghoul, still and breathing, likely sedated. Please, come to kill me anytime, day or night, anything in between. I'll be waiting, Rose. The video ended. Jiyo took off his glasses to rub at his temples, exhaling again. Jesus. The CCG's never done anything like that before. Go so public with something that horrible. All just to set up some goddamned bait. Can't say I've ever seen it before either. Sen said, closing the browser. I'm fairly certain that's a breach of the countermeasures law. Fairly blatant too. How does it go? No more pain than necessary? She asked. Her desktop background of a lovely street in Kyoto took the place of the video. More or less, Giulio murmured, replacing his glasses and hunching forward on his knees. The fact that it was even allowed up there in the first place just shows how much of a madhouse it's all becoming. Public broadcast of a torture victim, to the people. He shook his head. I knew things were getting worse, but this is just. The half-ghoul lost his words, letting out a rumbling, angry groan. MMH. This doesn't feel right. I've done my fair share of research around the CCG for my own work, interviewed a few investigators, and this doesn't line up with their usual model of PR. She said, ending in a bit of a mutter. She chewed on the nail of her thumb, a thing she did whenever she was thinking things over hard enough. This might just be one man. I don't think they'd willingly break their own law just for, whatever this is. I don't know anymore, Giulio confessed. I know there are people in the CCG that won't be happy with this at all, but, there will be those who are going to be okay with it. Happy, even, if it gets results, he sneered out that word, and all this will do is terrify more ghouls, galvanize them, and not just this Rose. They see this, they don't want it to happen to them, or their kids, or their friends, so they'll run to the only chance they think they have, Aojirai tree. And so the cycle keeps going and going, until the only refuge everyone, human and ghoul, has left is fanaticism. Sen remained quiet for a few moments, letting the words settle as they were. Hiluva time we're in, Giulio, she finally said softly, reaching an arm around to pull him down to her level, the other wrapping around the other side. You remember our first proper talk? He leaned into the gesture, their proximity intimate. Of course, he answered quietly. It's impossible to forget. Being crazy in this world can take you far. I think that still stands. And we're not the only ones who are like that. I think we're surrounded by them, when you pull back and look at the state of Tokyo. That means that crazy things will keep happening. Inmates running the asylum. We're all in the same fight, but it's all been going on for so long that so many just lose sight of it. Of themselves. All everyone can think of is just pain. Violence, misery, Giulio uttered, expression downcast. The closed fist always gets quicker results than the open hand. His fingers curled and uncurled, eventually settling on presenting an open hand. But that doesn't make it right. It's a difficult hand to open. One side could easily bite that hand off, remember, she pointed out, nudging Giulio. Not that it's their fault, but the reality of the situation makes it tough. Yet. I know. But I gotta keep trying, otherwise, what was the point of me coming to Tokyo? He wondered, looking up at her. I don't remember how I even came here, I just went to bed one day, then woke up in Kano's hospital with a kokuhau in my back. Ever since then, I've been just fumbling around, trying to understand everything and do what I think is right. End result, want both sides to achieve peace, but with no idea how to find it. I've got friends and family on both sides now, some of which with very personal grudges against each other, and it's killing me looking for a way to save them. Some would say that they'd need a bigger enemy to unite them. Ghoul plus, Sen said lightly, her tone not lacking in humor. But until then, it's the same as it has ever been, not just between ghouls and humans, but everyone. People want peace, but what peace looks like can be very different depending on who you ask. I don't think I'll hold on to hope for something like a sudden alien invasion or anything so convenient, Giulio huffed, wiping his face. After a moment, he smiled a little bit. Not all hopeless, though. The good crazies are out there, and I'm sitting next to one right now. So long as they exist, there's no point in tapping out early. Good. Good. Sen's arms locked around his head, pulling him into her collar, squeezing him against her. It's too early to give up yet, Giulio. You've still got gas in the tank. MHM. Thanks for the refill, he replied, giving her a kiss on the cheek. Would have had to resort to brooding on rooftops otherwise. Good for a comic book cover, but pretty sad in reality. She let out a chuckle, releasing him from her hold, her smile uncharacteristically warm. Well, those coats the CCG hands out would look pretty good, billowing in the wind. I'm sure you'll end up brooding on a rooftop at some point, you won't be able to help yourself. Her smile shifted into a grin as she did an imitation of his voice. Wow, I bet I look super cool right now. I can't wait for one of the kids to see me. I'll have to pick a rainy day and a nice neon backdrop, purple light on wet black looks sick. You men do love your bisexual lighting. It's a healthy outlet. What, and I'm not good enough? She said, tutting at him and putting on her best grimace. I see how it is, mister. Oh no, the guilt. How it drives me to drastic action. Giulio cried, scooping her up in his arms and standing up. He gave her an impish smile. Guess I'll have to prove to you that you're more than good enough for me now. Her grin returned, splitting her face with glee. She reached up to pinch his nose. You read my mind, mister. Put in the work, and I'll overlook this slight. Honey, I'm gonna make you forget it even happened. Dash. Yui held out his hand to Giulio as he entered, the pretty young man looking as immaculate as usual. Thank you for coming today, Jenna. You've met Fura, though briefly. Taishi Fura cut a fairly normal disposition, matching Giulio in height and with the signs of age starting to catch on despite only being in his 30s. The man gladly smoked away by the window, offering a wave to Giulio as he entered. He let out a puff. Hey, kid. Welcome to the Nerima support group. Giulio chuckled, giving Yui's hand a shake before entering. Glad to be here. Do we get any benefits besides learning how to fight good? If we do, I ain't noticed them, Fura said, turning back to look out the window. Your daughter wouldn't be too happy to see you smoking still, Fura, Ui noted, shaking his head. Why I smoke at work. What she doesn't know won't hurt her. We'll see how long that works for you, Ui said, looking back to Jiyo. I've called you here to observe, for today. I'll be talking with Kojima about the incident the other day, Ui said, making an effort to restrain his apparent disgust with the actions. Forever positioning himself as a man of justice, such a thing wouldn't fly with him. It was a sentiment Jiyo shared in full, his expression quickly sobering at the mention of it. I see. How did it even happen in the first place, Ui? PR couldn't have just let that thing slide onto the front page. Ui scrunched up his expression, letting out a discontented noise. Your guess is as good as mine, Jana. Fortunately and unfortunately, Kojima is a well-rounded individual when it comes to skill and ability. I don't doubt either he or someone he knows could have pulled it off. That, or he called in a favor from one of the site administrators. We're still trying to track down which access it was that allowed it, but it seems as if the trail was covered up. How, I don't know, he sighed, resting a hand on the back of one of the chairs surrounding the hexagonal table. It's a disaster for image, as you can guess. We've done well to avoid any bungles in public perception, in large part due to the nature of our work, but for the first time in my life I heard people talking about us on the train. We're public talk now, not just some government agency that deals with the nasty things. About time, really. If the people knew half the things some of us got up to. Fura said. The people barely like the politicians they vote for. They'd hate us. Yeah, the wholesale slaughter of people, even those with monstrous appendages coming out of their backs, was never what anyone would call a good look. Especially if the deeds are being done by men and women that the public had no clue about, with methods they could scarcely imagine. It could feel like its own reality, the world of investigators and ghouls, compared to that of the mundane civilian. It'll be a rude awakening no matter how you slice it, Jiyo agreed, taking a seat at the table. I imagine we'll be getting more press attention sooner rather than later, reporters trying to investigate our goings-on more doggedly than usual. Not sure how that'll go. Dangerously, for them, Fura said candidly. Even ignoring some of the personalities we've got, I don't doubt the Washayu will pull the weight they've got in the diet to conjure up some more laws in their favor. He turned and moved back over to the table, stubbing out the cigarette in the tray used exclusively by himself. But let's hear what Shiki has to say about it before we go on. I've got some thoughts I want to share, but I'd rather we get his side of it first. Then we can talk. Sound good? The first class, often characterized as a bit of an underperformer for a partner of Nerima, nonetheless had a sort of air about him that spoke of his experiences with the man. Not just any experiences either, but the first ones. Jiyo nodded. I'd like that. Until then. I'll observe. Such is our lot, Fura said, choosing to stand rather than sit, hand in a pocket. After a few minutes, the subject of their meeting arrived in his usual fashion, hobbling in a black coat and hat, grin in place. Shiki Kojima dipped his head to the gathered. Good afternoon, everyone. At least I hope it is good, he said, tittering to himself. Thank you for coming, Kojima. I understand you have a busy day ahead of you, so I'll cut to the chase, Ui said, hands behind his back. Special class Kojima, what are you trying to do? Even though you knew the public would see such a video, you still undertook action that has damaged both the image of the CCG and potentially our investigation, seeking approval from no one. Shiki nodded along with Ui's words, moving around the table to stand with the younger man. He looked at the board at the end of the room, filled with a web of connections between various potential suspects and maybe involveds. It received a lot of views, wouldn't you say? Though access was restricted soon after. I can only assume that the message has already reached Rose, and with that in mind, I imagine if they have any degree of camaraderie between them that their next move will be sloppy. Tormenting Rose is a lies to make yourself the bait, Ui exhaled, joining Shiki in staring at their ongoing investigation. Did you spare no thought to the risk? Never mind the image of the CCG, but what about yourself? This is unnecessary. I know the risk. However, I do not think my life is a valuable thing, Ui. It is an asset in whatever I am doing, one to be utilized. The value it yields purely depends on what I am doing, Shiki said, the jovial tone gone and replaced with utter seriousness, his rasp sounding weak. When you're someone like me, when you look like this, you stop considering the treatment of your own body. If I am harmed due to my own actions in the pursuit of success, then so be it. Ui paused, having no proper response to that in mind. Even Fura, usually collected and normal, raised his brows at Shiki's statement. They'd never quite pictured him as being quite so dismal when it came to himself, given his jovial moods. Nonetheless, Ui said. You've violated the countermeasures law. Doing it so publicly will also require some form of punishment to appease the diet. Yes. I have a hearing later about it. But I am fine with this too. The public have been kept in darkness about our work for far too long anyway. Right beneath their noses, we fight a war. They think they're safe, but they don't know about Aojirai. They don't know about how many ghouls there actually are. The CCG has many secrets, far too many to be demanding such quick investigations of us. The Washayu wanted 1 month. I am giving them that month in the most efficient way possible, he replied. Let them punish me. They've always wanted to. But they need me. I know too much, and I do my job too well for them to get rid of me. My only apology goes to the ghoul I caught, and nobody else. He dipped his hat a little. If you'll excuse me, I must prepare for my hearing. I will see you all later, if I am not removed from this investigation, he finished, the jovial nature returning to his voice. Enjoy the rest of your day, you three. Shiki dismissed himself, hobbling back outside. As he left, a glimpse of his partner could be seen, holding the special class investigator's paperwork for him. Yui sighed as the door shut, moving over to the chair at the head of the table and slumping into it. Crazy bastard. Yet. Zhuyo murmured, looking at the door. He bit his lip, weighing something in his mind. Eventually, it came to a resounding conclusion. He and Shiki needed to have a long, honest conversation. Perhaps with Iba in the room. I've spent a lot of time with him since I joined the CCG, but I've never heard him talk like that before, he continued, looking away from the door and to Yui and Fura. First for me, and I've known him since he had a nose, Fura said, still standing. He crossed his arms, looking at the door Shiki left through. I mean, I guess it's expected he'd be a tormented sort. He just doesn't let it show. Zhuyo was quiet, brows furrowed in consideration. We've heard his side of it. Between that and the hearing. I think if he gets pulled from the investigation, it won't be because of the law breach. At least, not at the heart of it. Unfortunately, yes, Yui said, frowning. The politics of the institution are petty, but nonetheless incredibly relevant in matters like this. They'll use the legitimate reason for the hearing to support their own personal gripes. Fura shook his head. They won't toss him. The problem is that he's right. Twisted in his presentation, but correct overall. Yes, Zhuyo agreed. He is. But then what comes after? Secrets, they can be kept for a long time, but they have a habit of reaching the right ears. And with how messy everything is getting lately, the people will all figure out sooner rather than later that the world isn't as neat and tidy as we pretend it is. Too true, Junior. Fura moved over to the table, planting his hand on it. We move forward with the investigation. What Shiki did was horrible, no doubt, but the only reason we think it's that horrible is because it became a public ordeal. If we look at it in a purely strategic manner, it's a boon for us. Bad for our reputation, but he's the one taking the hit. It's all on him, he said his name and showed his face. On our level, there's nothing to be concerned about. Yui's face did an impression of a battlefield, battling against his nature to nod with Fura as he spoke. You're not wrong. Maybe I am being overly concerned about this, but I worry about what it means for our juniors. How will they feel about this? We've all been in enough to know the nature of the beast, but the recruits. One of two ways, I figure, Zhuyo chimed in, looking none too pleased about what his mind conjured. The first way is becoming disheartened. Disenfranchised. There's an ideal about being an investigator, fighting the good fight, but how can anyone honestly say that with a tortured man in front of you? As for the second. His frown deepened. The worst of the two, in my opinion. They see the results and go along with it. Think it's the right way to conduct our work. They learn the wrong lesson from this and carry that lesson with them for the rest of their lives. Yui exhaled as Zhuyo voiced his exact fears in better words, his arms crossing. This is going in a history book, and I hate that I'll be somewhere on that page, Yui muttered to himself. No, no. It's not all doom and gloom. Zhuyo's got the right of it, even if you don't realize you said it. There is an ideal, one that came from the actions of a few good men doing their job exceptionally well. If we're going to maintain that, then we just have to keep doing our job well. With a bit of help from the media, of course, Fura suggested, smiling in a wry manner. We all know this is ending in an operation. It's a feeling in the guts at this point. When the time comes, we do our part. Show the country what goes into this, and the risks we all take. Simple as. Less secrets, more honesty. Zhuyo ran a hand through his white hair, leaning back into his seat. I like the sound of that, myself. If Shiki presents a bad example, then we'll just have to provide a better one. Be the change you want to see, and all that. He gave Yui a pat on the shoulder. If we want a world where people don't even consider such methods, then we gotta show them it's possible. Yes. You're right. We'll proceed as usual, then. Make the best of what Kojima has bought us with his actions. I do not think Rose are stupid enough to fall for it wholesale, but their movements will change to reflect the situation. In that scramble, we can find advantage, Yui said, smiling across at Zhuyo. Thank you both. I did not know who else to call for this, but I figured fellow disciples will have wisdom in them. I was proven correct. You're welcome, Yui. The Nerima support groups gotta look out for each other, after all, Zhuyo replied, returning the smile. Let's all keep our heads on straight, if this operation is going to be anything like the last one, we're gonna have to. Amen to that, Fura said, raising a cigarette to them. Hopefully with less screaming on the intercom this time. Eeyog, Zhuyo grumbled. Not how I wanted to debut my scream metal band. It sucked. Stick to babysitting, Taishi said, brutally honest in his humor. Whatever you say, old man. You wanna bring Kojima in on this? Iba asked, legs crossed and his remaining hand slapping down on his knee. That's not a name I was expecting. The older fellow let out a deep laugh, throwing his head back. Iba did seem to take things easy in his retirement. The two of them were in their usual meeting spot, Iba's home in Nerima Ward. They'd kept to semi-regular visits over the years, Nothing overly frequent but enough to share information and make sure Iba didn't get too bored tending to his house or playing one-armed golf. I guess so, Julio admitted, chuckling a little and scratching his cheek. You have any experience with the man himself? Enough, Iba replied, nodding with a thoughtful expression, lips puckered. He graduated with good grades, excelled in the old school way of things. Over the years, new laws and increased scrutiny from higher up meant we had to clean up our acts a bit. But back when we could do whatever? Kojima was a beast. Eventually they took him off investigations and put him exclusively on interrogations, and, well, he did well there too. Changed him, though. Always a bit of a weird kid, but he came out weirder. Julio hummed. That isn't terribly surprising, he commented before taking a sip of his coffee. After that was he done, he continued. He and I've gotten along well enough since the sword operation, though I admit I put a bit more effort into maintaining a friendship with him. What first got my attention was while looking into Sphinx, he'd asked too many questions about them in the past, evidently. Whatever he found out, it led to political backlash on him. MMH. Sphinx, hey. Iba mused aloud, leaning back a little. I suppose if there was going to be something off, it'd be there. On paper a private company, but firmly under the thumb of the CCG. Interesting. Explains why he didn't go as far as he was supposed to, kind of like Kurio, in that respect. Though. I'd say Kurio was a good man. Kojima seems to be a bad man who wishes for good things. Especially if that video is anything to go by. Yet. Julio sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. Which is part of my hesitance to bring him in. After he posted it, we had a small questioning with him, me, Fura, and UI. After a bit of pressing, Shiki explained himself, that the people know dangerously little about the world they live in, and that CCG has too many secrets. He refused to make any apologies to anyone, save for the ghoul he'd tortured. He leaned back slightly. It feels like his goals may be similar to ours, but the method is something I'd frankly never entertain. It has people talking, if nothing else. My golfing partners never ask about what I used to do, but suddenly it's all the rage. Damn annoying. Just wanna golf, he muttered, slapping his knee. But I agree. Never was fond of the more brute force methods. Tried to teach my partners the same thing, but it only really took with Shin Ohara, I think. Kurio could have turned out much worse, after Kashoka died. He ruminated with a grumble, eyes briefly shutting. We should talk to Kojima. If he has an inkling of what's happening, then it's best to set him down a better path than the one he's on now. Bad or not, he can do good. We all can. Julio smiled, nodding at Iba's words. I agree. If he can be a real ally, then we can't ignore the help he'd bring. I'll ask to meet with him, make it clear it's meant to be a private thing with just us three. We can probably trust his word more easily than the clown's, at any rate. Still not sure about that one, by the way. Gypsy, of all people. Iba said, letting out an exasperated sigh, running his hand down his face. On the one hand, the clowns are troublesome, always have been, but on the other, Gypsy is one of the truest enemies of the CCG outside of Aojirai. If she thinks she can bring the whole place down with this information, then I doubt she'd give us a complete lie. We'd need some truth to do anything with it. She's never someone I'd trust blindly, but if there's any truth to what she said, she's old. Older than probably anyone around here, Julio groaned, rubbing his face. I'm hoping Shiki can at least verify anything she said, can't rely on her going forward. If we want any credibility in the future, she's someone we can't be associated with. True enough. We don't know her exact age, but low estimates put her in her late 50s, and that's assuming a childhood of ghoul activity. We don't know the exacts. If any ghoul out there was going to know anything, it was going to be her. That or the pacifist owl, Iba pointed out, taking a sip from his tea. Second up would be Shachi. Older active ghouls are rare. Both of which are with Aojirai Tree, one way or another. Julio blew out a breath. Shachi and I didn't exactly hit it off when we met, and the manager won't be able to do anything until he's rescued. Unfortunately, getting to him means having to track down Kano's latest lair, which probably entails having to go through Ito, so. He huffed. Absolutely frustrating. I still have a few ghoul side connections to pull on, but that's far beyond me at the moment. Say, you've got Kishao as your teacher, right? Iba asked, eyebrow raised. Yeah, Julio asked. An apparent non sequitur, but he figured Iba was building to a point. The man robbed a Kakuhao off the owl. Ask him how he did it. I don't doubt the owl's changed in the time since, but even back then I lost my damn limb to the thing, and I was second to Yoshitoki before Kishao showed up. Julio blinked. Then he palmed his face. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? Julio grumbled. Iba chuckled good-naturedly, grinning at Julio. Simple solutions can go unnoticed. If it were easy, I don't doubt he'd have shown Fura or Take, but from what I hear you're a cut above. Being a half-ghoul helps, I imagine. Well, I can't say it doesn't help my survivability. I'm more of a goddamn roach than anything else, Julio sighed, laughing a little and shaking his head. Looks like I got a couple things to do before we meet next. Once I hear from Shiki, we'll get together again. Hopefully it'll be an illuminating conversation. So it seems. Got your investigation too. Busy man, you are. But speaking of our little meetings, anyone on your team you'd think to include? Iba asked, tilting his head. Juyo hummed, not responding right away. Akira. It doesn't feel right to hide this much from her of all people, especially. I know I don't need to vouch for her to you, and she's, well, she's family, and this has a connection to old business of her father's. Iba raised his hand. You'd need a good sales pitch. She's not a conspiracy theorist like we are. Grounded, and above all, fairly sold on the mission, if you understand what I mean. Love the girl like a granddaughter, but she has her biases. Especially after Kurio. I know. It's why I haven't talked to her about any of this before, Juyo admitted. You and I've been operating more on our guts for the most part, and that's not nearly enough for her. I've been waiting for us to get actual, solid facts before bringing her in. We're on the cusp of it, but not yet. He let out a breath. I want her at our side at the end of the day, but it won't happen in the immediate future. If I'm going to convince her, I want to do it right. It's a tough one, for sure. If only she were less critical and good at her damn job, Iba muttered, returning to his tea briefly. She found a man yet? Nope. Mentioned Amin, how he was the only she'd entertained the notion with, but, Juyo shook his head. Otherwise, the only guy she spends her free time with is me, and we ain't dating. Wouldn't trust you with her anyway. Needs someone who can put up a fight. Yeesh. Even though I never wanted to date her in the first place, I feel incredibly offended, Juyo observed, taking another sip of his coffee. You know it's true. She'd walk all over you. It's just how she is, Iba said lightheartedly. She corrected my grammar when she was 7. Love her, but she really needs to chill out. Juyo tutted, setting down his mug. Don't see that happening anytime soon though. As for bringing any of the quinks in. He hesitated, sucking in a breath. I'm not sure. They're all good people, and growing up a fair bit now. But it's one thing to follow along the rails set for you, just keep climbing that ladder, and another thing entirely for the leap that it'd take to this side of things. True enough. Maybe they need to be a bit longer in the tooth, see how miserable it really can be. In the meanwhile, we've got Kijima to work with. Weird man, but effective. Iba shrugged, seemingly content with that. Hopefully this rose operation of yours goes off well. Then we can focus our efforts in the downtime. My definition of well is me and mine surviving when it comes to big operations, so we'll see, Juyo snorted. To say that Juyo had stopped being blindingly optimistic about everything going well a long time was a bit of an understatement. The team had all handled the video in their own ways, Seiko had been grossed out, but in a fleeting sort of manner she'd be fine given a day or two, and the same went for Toru, who seemed to handle it pretty well compared to how they used to handle fairly horrific things. A bit queasy, but no vomit. Progress. Yuri, being Yuri, didn't seem to give a damn. He'd worked with Shiki, and probably knew the man about as well as Juyo at this point, and even if he hadn't, the young man had never shied away from violence as an option in an investigation. No, it was Jinchi who seemed to take it the hardest. The second instance of illness from the young man came about as a result of seeing the video, and became struck by the same despondency that Juyo had seen after getting his quinqua. Something was up. It wasn't a physical thing, but mental. Ever since getting Nutcracker, Jinchi had become quieter, less boisterous, and worst of all he didn't smile anymore. It was like someone the complete opposite of Jinchi had taken his place, and despite everyone noticing, there was nothing to be done. When they were working, Jinchi's mood improved. So long as they were all busy together, he returned to being the young man Juyo knew. But between those moments, when the energy of their combined presence couldn't hold him up, he often found himself locked away in his room, staring at the ceiling. Seiko tried her best for Jinchi, rarely leaving him alone when she was able, but not even she could annoy him all the time. But this was only one of the problems of being a team leader for a group of young people in this kind of work. There would always be bumps on the road, and they'd have to find ways to get over them. Nobody could deny the poor timing of this particular bump, given that it ran alongside the Rose investigation. Their daily meetings often took place outside of the house, and with plenty of time for the kids to do their own thing before showing up. Coffee, food, games, whatever. Rather than start the workday hard, the Quinks all liked to do something with their early mornings before working into the evening. For Juyo that meant he had time to himself. Either to prepare or to occupy himself. Near their home, there was no shortage of parks to enjoy, and Juyo took advantage of that in full, using the distance from the road and the lack of foot traffic as a means to escape the city while remaining firmly within it. All of the relevant notes and files to the investigation were tucked away in his satchel, well memorized and not needing to be out yet. Instead, Juyo wrote. It was more a gathering of memories and experiences at that point, but he'd made a promise to Sen that he would actually write down everything that had happened to him over the years. That included before Tokyo, and involved memories he'd left buried for a long, long time. He never thought himself one to write an autobiography before. But he couldn't deny that the particular twists and turns his life had taken were a bit unique, and so were at least worth being put to paper. What people did with that was up to them. Working title, Liminal. Both a private joke and incredibly relevant to his circumstances. At the very least, in the peace of the park and without any sort of distractions, he could sink himself in the writing and get lost in his own little world. An increasingly rare occurrence, these days. The sound of approaching footsteps. A different pace to that of any of the Quinks, speaking of a longer stride and newly cobbled shoes. Easily ignored, were it not for the fact that said person sat down on the other side of Juyo's bench. We need to talk. I know that voice. Juyo looked up. Then turned his head. In an instant, his worst suspicions were confirmed. Shiyu Jukiyama. A man he hadn't seen in years. It was like staring at a piece of his life from ancient times, when he was a bumbling idiot and Jukiyama had been his predator, then turned partner in crime. Juyo had never once let slip the truth of the Jukiyama group to the CCG, a particular level of betrayal he was unwilling to cross. For how horrible a start they might have had, they did end up becoming friends of a sort before the end. Juyo didn't know what to say. Instead, he took in the sight of the young man, and noticed something. Are you okay? He asked, concerned. You look tired. I've had a rough go of it lately. Illness, you could say. An irony, considering my name no food seemed to take, among other issues, Jukiyama said, allowing a small smile. But I am better now. But I cannot say the same for my friends. My family. You understand, we. Juyo frowned, head dipping slightly. The timing of it all, it wasn't coincidental. What he'd thought as coincidence, the similarities between Rose and Jukiyama in appearance, was turning out to be more than that. If Shiyu was approaching him now, that could only mean one thing. The Rose group and the Jukiyama group were either deeply connected, or one and the same. Shit. I do, Juyo uttered quietly with a nod, slowly closing his notebook and resting his hand on the top. I'm sorry, Shiyu. I didn't know. Jukiyama shut his eyes, taking a calm breath. I did not expect you to. The blood relation is distant. I apologize for simply dropping in like this, but I could see no better time. I'd have approached earlier, but I was not myself, for some time. Nor did I know about your circumstances. Not until recently. Know that what my family has been doing was for my sake. All of it. Now that I am here and well, I can only apologize on their behalf. The mass abductions, the auction, for his sake? There were a lot of moving pieces, but there was one that Juyo fixated on, their apparent focus on Toru. Back then, they were trying to capture Toru to bring to you, Juyo murmured, looking him over. Did they think a half-ghoul would fix whatever it was that was happening to you? That was the line of thought, yes. An absolute farce, but one that has unfortunately put us under scrutiny. Shiyu opened his eyes, hands collapsing together across his knees. Trevor Juyo, whichever. I know I have no place to ask this, as I know what my people have done from your perspective, but I need help. To protect them. What do you need? The words came without even thinking. Juyo, Trevor, blinked at himself. Was it really that easy for him to ask that? And yet he did. Why? Jukiyama reeled, taken back with the apparent ease Trevor replied with. He blinked a few times, and his smile grew a fond thing. Nothing that would compromise you, of course. I'd not put you in trouble, knowing your current position in life. Something that likely makes for a good story, I bet. Mama Aeon. Yuri didn't pay for his coffee. The Quinks had arrived, Seiko thumping Yuri's arm as he walked along with them, unfazed by the assault. I'll pay you back later. You never do. Jukiyama looked over at them, and then back to Juyo. He cleared his throat, moving to stand. Anyway. It was lovely talking to you, Juyo. I only hope to see the end product when it's on shelves, he said, nodding to Juyo's notebook. You're too kind, Juyo replied with a smile, patting the notebook. And likewise. If you ever feel like another behind-the-scenes look, this park's become something of a haunt for me. Until then. Yes. Until then. Have a good morning. With a simple dip of the head to himself and the Quinks, Jukiyama left Juyo as easily as he had shown up again. One more old face, added into the mix. And this time, he was in the middle of Juyo's work. Who was that, sir? Toru asked, blinking after Jukiyama. A new acquaintance, looks like. Caught me writing and was curious, Juyo answered, turning his gaze away from Jukiyama to look up at the Quinks. A bit forward, but a nice guy. He shrugged, putting away his notebook. Just walking up and talking to people? Whoa. That's crazy. That's the kinda thing you'd do, ma man, Seiko pointed out. His pants are crazy cool. Jinchi said, picturing himself wearing the brightly colored checkered pants that Jukiyama wore with absolutely no shame or hesitation. A peacock till the day he died. You meet the strangest people, Yuri pointed out, holding Juyo's order in hand. Here. Birds of a feather, or something like that, Juyo tutted good-naturedly, smiling as he took the coffee. And thanks. But enough about my habits, we ready to go, team? Stupid question. We're always ready to go, Yuri said with the utmost seriousness. However, having hung around him long enough, Juyo knew that was as close to a good-natured joke as Yuri would ever get. Seiko pumped her fist into the air. More. Boring. Investigations. Let's go. Woo, Toru added quietly. While they outwardly cheered, Juyo internally screamed. How the fuck am I going to handle this now? It was late in the evening. After dinner, all of the Quinks had dispersed to their rooms and get some rest after yet another day of investigation. Juyo had done much the same, although his private time could be considered anything but restful. Gah! He groaned, wiping his face. He was sat on his bed, slightly hunched over, a bone-deep weariness almost like a physical presence weighing him down. He was facing his desk, atop which sat several items. The first, his increasingly packed notebook filled with anything and everything he could come up with for his book. The second, a framed picture of the Quinks, from one day of many that they had spent together. The third. The scorpion mask stared back at him. He could see his face reflect in the compound eye visors. Meeting Tsukiyama that day had messed with him. He'd been able to keep going for a while now, running the many threads his life demanded, going with the flow and trying not to worry too hard about the rapidly compounding complications in his life. But now it was truly sinking in. He was more than neck deep in so many things at once that he was starting to lose track of who he was supposed to be at any given moment. Lying was as easy as breathing now, faking whatever emotion he felt like, talking with people he cared about that would be hurt and betrayed by his actions as though it wasn't some big deal. It had hit him over the course of the day, like a car crash in slow motion. Juyo was truly beginning to feel utterly overwhelmed by everything. He let out another groan, pinching the bridge of his nose. I have no fucking clue what I'm doing, he muttered under his breath. He looked at the scorpion mask, frowning. Could he put it on again? Could he walk away from everything he'd made in the CCG? Why couldn't he just try to make it better from within? Surely if he rose high enough, they would listen to him. Likely not. Hinamai would still be executed. Tsukiyama would still be hunted down. Toka and Yamo, Nishiki, whoever else was with Ri, these days, they'd all eventually be cut down. An insidious thought crawled in his head. If it's too much, you could just run away. Cut all ties, escape from this black hole of a city. Juyo shook his head. It'd be pointless and utter cowardice. He couldn't leave. He couldn't abandon any of them. But what was he supposed to do for any of them? Beat up the strongest ones and tell them he's in charge now? Preach peace while everyone else killed each other? Juyo didn't know. But he did know he was beginning to fray at the seams. And he knew what happened the last time he fell apart. Something he had to avoid at all costs. This was his life now. The road had to end at some point, right? Until that point, though, he was just tired, and rest was not an option. Not yet. A meek knock at Juyo's door. Hey, Yuh, Chief? We got a problem. Or had. Might be both had and have. Back to work. Just a sec, Juyo called, stepping over to his desk. He disassembled the mask and tucked it away into the recesses of his closet before opening the door. Jinchi was there waiting for him. What's going on? Before anything could be said, the gathering of his wards and their varying states of embattlement spoke more than enough words. Yuri, holding his arm literally, a detached arm, Seiko with her kagune a tail of size that Juyo had not seen since his fight with Tatara supporting Toru from it as if it were a hammock, the young man still holding his bloodied knives with a twisted-looking leg, and Jinchi. Jinchi seemed mostly okay. It wasn't our fault, he started, taking the lead. At the sight of them, his kids, in such a state, the air around Juyo changed. His posture didn't shift, but a rolling aura of anger emanated from him. His Kokyugen activated. What happened? Rose, Yuri said, seemingly unconcerned by the fact he had been maimed. He slapped his arm back onto its shoulder, and tried to hold it in place. Easier said than done, as it slipped a few times. And Aojirai, Toru added, sounding a bit worse for wear. White suits. 6 of them. Plus Rose, and another one. We've never seen or heard of them before. Jinchi nodded, rubbing the back of his neck. We were just coming home after hanging out. They got to us when we were going for the car. Was a close call, Chief. Tried to call for help, but we couldn't find the right time to. Juyo took a breath, reining his anger in. I'm just glad you all came back, he replied, after a moment. He closed his eyes, and when they reopened, his Kokyugen was gone. He walked over to Toru, held by Seiko's new Kagun. The enormous, chitinous thing that barely fit in the damn hallway, like an insectoid spinal cord with flowing tendrils at the end. For now, he was more concerned with Toru's injured state. Jesus. Rose and Aojirai working together. Were you able to get a good look at the unknown? 2 unknowns. Actually, Seiko finally said, showing a surprising amount of control over such an unwieldy-looking Kagun as she steadily drew some of the mass back into herself, enough that only the tendrils remained. She gently handed Toru over to lean on Juyo. One looked weird. Spoke weird too. Tall, long-looking. The other helped me out, but I didn't see anything about them. Had a cloak on, she said briefly, exhaling as her Kagun finally returned to its home, coiling and folding up inside of her back. And I think someone related to the Bin brothers was there, Jinchi added, brows raised. Thought they were dead, but guess they could have relatives. Bin brothers? Talk about a name he hadn't heard in a long time. Last time Juyo ever paid them any thought, it was when he noticed Amon's quinqua had been made from them. Juyo carefully adjusted his position, giving Toru the support he needed without irritating his wounds. Weird and long-looking, reminds me of Noro, he murmured, frowning slightly. Odd that someone helped you out but didn't want to be seen. Must have been a ghoul opposed to Aojirai. Unusual that they'd help us, even if they're no friend of Aojirai, Yuri said, looking at his shoulder. I'm going to go find something to bind this to my body. Before I start growing a third arm. Please do. Would rather not have that extra one lying around, Juyo sighed, before looking over Toru. Let's get you on something actually comfortable, too. I could twist your leg better in place so it'll heal more quickly, though it'd probably hurt like a bitch at first. Long as it's quick, Toru said, not sounding at all excited at the prospect. Couldn't be worse than having it done to me. Why get used to it? I started doing that to myself to build up spin on my kicks, Jinchi said, nodding sagely. It's kinda fucked up, actually. I should probably stop doing that. Seiko visibly cringed at the idea, her face becoming a raisin. Zhuyo cleared his throat. He'd broken his spine intentionally just to get a good hit several times, so he was the last one to criticize Jinishi over something like that. He moved on to guide Toru over to the living room. We can talk about that, as well as your breakthrough, he inclined his head to Seiko, later. For now, just take a minute. I'll get Toru set right, then I need to make a call. If Rose and Aojirai are coordinating and jumping you now, this entire investigation is going to blow up even more than it already has. Tsukiyama's apology came to mind, as well as the details he'd clarified about the auction. Rose had been specifically targeting Toru because of his half-ghoul nature. Were they still trying to do that even though Tsukiyama was better now, or was there some other goal? It could have just been a simple opportunistic attack on an enemy, as well. He had to believe Tsukiyama didn't play a role in the attack. The gourmet had appeared utterly regretful of what was going on, and he had to have known that attacking the Quinks would have only hurt Trevor's willingness to help his family. Toru stumbled onto a seat, eyes shutting tightly as he did. It's not too bad. The joints gave way pretty quickly, so it shouldn't be too much to heal. It just needs to be put back so it can mend correctly, Toru said through gritted teeth. The white suits are pretty good. At least these ones were. They can be real tough bastards. They didn't happen to be big, blocky fellows, did they? Zhuyo asked, getting to a knee and gripping Toru's leg. 3, 2. And he twisted. No. No. 2 in charge, one was sort of bulky, but the other was smaller, slimmer. Both were pretty well spoken. Toru inhaled sharply, eyes snapping open and then quickly shutting, stomping on the floor with his good leg a few times until the immediate pain of the twist subsided. He exhaled, slumping into the chair. Jinshi? Toru asked, peeking at the young man in question from a cracked open eye. Yet. You're insane if you can get used to that. Zhuyo suddenly felt incredibly self-conscious. Jinshi went to reply, raising a finger with his lips parted. He held the pose for a few seconds before shutting his mouth, and then crossing his arms. No reply. Again at the mention of weaponized bodily harm, Zhuyo cleared his throat and stood up. Any other important details that can't wait for the report? He asked the gathered Quinks. Jinshi was awesome, Seiko insisted. I didn't see all of it, but he took on a lot of them by himself. It's not important, Jinshi said in return, shooting Seiko a look. Besides, someone had to do something. We were outnumbered. Not easy, being able to handle an ambush while outnumbered, Zhuyo said, regarding Jinshi with a relieved smile. It wasn't excitement on his face, but a more subdued thing. More thankful than anything else. You've come a long way. You all have. I'm just glad you all came back, if not exactly in one piece. I wouldn't worry about Yuri. He did that to himself to get out of a sticky situation, Seiko said, waving off Yuri's maiming. So he says, anyway. If someone did cut his arm off, he wouldn't admit it. Jinshi nodded. I didn't see what happened. That bin person did have a sword, though. Zhuyo hummed, then made a noise upon recalling something. The bin one. Did they happen to have tats? Like Yakuza style? Jinshi looked to the ceiling, a finger on his lip as he considered. Eventually, he shook his head. Nah, not that I could see. Had that Aojirai cape thing on. You know the one. Yet. Oh well. Zhuyo shrugged. In that case, I'm gonna need to call Cory now. For now, just, chill. As best you can. I'll make some food, Jinshi resolved to himself, wandering over to the kitchen space in a sort of half-daze. Burn through a lot of energy shooting off all those rockets. Toru looked over at Jinshi, peering over the back of the chair with the weariness of ages, trapped in a young body. I think we could all go for something. Especially Seiko. The first time can be stressful, speaking from personal and recent experience. Yet. I remember it too, don't you worry. What did you want, Seiko? Jinshi asked, already looking through cupboards. Carbs. I just want carbs. Jinshi grunted, all too happy to comply. Brioche coming up. And a lot of noodles. Cory hadn't much appreciated the call, given that it was the equivalent of dropping a neutron bomb onto his workload, but he managed to remain polite. For all his professionalism, he did have a fairly limited patience, and when it broke. Well, the word bitch often came out. Usually in strings. Still a young man, at the end of the day. Rather than take in all the details over the phone, Cory instead called for, you guessed it, a meeting, the lifeblood of the CCG. Despite having a busy evening, the Quinks had to be pulled out of bed not a few hours after they had been tucked in. The gang looked to be in low spirits because of that, bar Yuri, who had his hand in a particularly tight-looking sling. At least he wasn't holding his arm with his other hand anymore. By the time they had arrived at the S1 meeting room, the other squads had already convened around the hexagonal table, with a few additional rectangular desks set up for the other members of the squads, allowing 2 representatives per group to sit at the main table. Jinshi went up with Zhuyo to take their seats, and the meeting began without any pleasantries. Aojirai and Rose, Cory began, hands folded on the table before him. We should not be too surprised, I suppose. Aojirai makes every ghoul's business their own, now. It is, however, concerning that you were attacked in the manner you were. It makes me question the intent of the assault, he said, looking to Jinshi in particular. Shirazu. Please elaborate on the events for everyone present. Jinji, appearing more haggard than the others, glanced to Jiyo before speaking. Started at 20:08 hours. The Quinks were returning home after some recreational activity, and as we approached the car within the Sugimoto car park, Yuri and I saw the Ghoul rose. They seemed alone at first, so Yuri moved to engage. I went to back up, but the Aojirai faction, the white suits, emerged from hiding. Counted 6 in total, 2 leaders. An unidentified Ghoul served as backup, which Toru engaged directly before Rose and the unidentified Ghoul swapped their opponents. The Ghoul in question used a sword, and had a mask similar to the Bin brothers. Grave robber, Fura interjected, wincing. Quinqua using Ghoul. What she does is on the tin, takes Quinqua from any investigators she kills or incapacitates. A+ provisionally, but she'd beat most investigators in a straight-up fight, Quinqua to Quinqua. So she does to investigators what investigators do to ghouls, Jiyo figured. And yet, that only makes her somewhat of an odd duck these days. Not my T-human. Haru said, struck with an uncharacteristic dread. Really, why she was worrying was anyone's guess, given that she could easily be considered one of the freaks of the CCG. And there was one more, Jinshi continued. Engaged Yanibayashi. Going by what she told me, and the fact it required a half-ghoul and what we suspect to be another full ghoul to ward M off, I'm thinking it's a provisional A rate. High regenerative ability. Spoke in a weird way, kind of like, if a dog could speak, I'm told. Simple statements, clipped, off-tone. Tall, long dark hair, eyes that didn't focus on the same thing. Kojima leaned forward. His grin vanished. What type of Kagun? He asked, looking at Seiko. It was hard to tell, she admitted from one of the desks at the back, swallowing under his scrutiny. It didn't seem like any one type. The other lead stared at Kojima as the man put his head down, rubbing the bald and scarred top of it. You know this one, Kojima? Fura asked, eyebrow raised. Jail. Double S rate. Oh yes. Now I am feeling motivated, he said, looking up with a renewed vigor, grin splitting his face once again. They escaped Cochlea the last time, along with several other ghouls of note. A complete chimera, a perfect Kokuhao, and the one who made me into this. He gestured down to his body, nodding. Fate, dare I say. Leave jail to me, should they reappear. Hell of a bomb to drop. Jiyo didn't even know there was such a thing as a complete chimera, one with all 4 Kagun types packed into one. In fact, if Kojima was right, jail had to have been the only instance of it. Not even the likes of Ito or Tatara could boast of such a pedigree. Jinshi looked back to Seiko, giving her a baffled look. She raised her hands, innocent of having even been aware she had been up against such a thing. You mentioned another ghoul in that particular part of the fight. Kori pressed on. Unidentified. Wore a scraggly cloak, but seemed pretty competent from Yanibayashi's perspective. Enough to let her fight off a double S, at the very least. It didn't feel like a double S, just for the record. She called from the back, hand raised. Noted, Kori said. Nonetheless, concerning developments. Going forward, we should assume further interference from Aojirai. We'll likely be seeing cooperation from Josu too, but I don't imagine it'll change much in terms of what our goals are. There is no need to worry. It appears that the situation with the captive ghoul has already yielded fruit, if they were so bold as to attack our own while revealing their links with Aojirai. It makes for a bigger catch at the end of the day, no. Kojima said, hands splayed out in offering a more positive perspective. T was not all that happened last night. I was also attacked, though by no force. A single ghoul, now apprehended. T is why I am so tired this morning, I'm afraid, he chuckled, drawing his hand back to dab at his forehead with a handkerchief. It is good this meeting was called, as I have important information. Information which will grant us direction. Oh, Fura said aloud, giving Shiki a deadpan look. Did you torture another ghoul? He asked. Not terribly much. After the initial salvo, I realized this one was a civilian, of sorts. Not the hardened killers we are so used to, so I simply questioned them after, he admitted. But our target is not the Rosewald family. It is the Jukiyama family. She was a maid under their employ. Fuck. Jiyo's thoughts were more or less that one word. Fucking hell. Kori's expression hardened like a rock. The Jukiyama group. That's quite the accusation, Kojima. Given the size of the organization, and the number of subsidiary groups. Shiki raised a placating hand. I know. Though a hypothesis, I suspect the Jukiyama group has, for a very long time, been acting as a legitimate shield for a large number of ghouls. After all, the head of the family, Mirumo, was friends with the current prime minister's father, no? And the number of government contracts, this is big. Too big to ignore. If it is true, and our government has been knowingly employing the services of ghouls in our metals and chemical industries, likely overlapping with the CCG's own procurement methods, then the Diet would not be happy. If the news of Aojirai involvement had felt like a neutron bomb, then this was a far greater impact by several orders of magnitude. To Jiyo, the news in and of itself wasn't particularly shocking. He'd known the Jukiyama family were all ghouls for years now and, thanks to Iba, he knew there was a connection there to Sphinx. That didn't make it any less daunting of an idea, however. As ever, every day brought new complications. Jukiyama was now outed and the guillotine was being pointed their way. If his family and Aojirai tree were to properly align and became a united front, it could very well devolve into an all-out war. Not the back alley tussles and occasional sieges that had become commonplace, but widespread devastation battles in the streets, buildings, and wards devastated. Like the battle in Nerima ward over 4 years ago, but in greater numbers. On top of all that, there was no way in hell Juyo could meet with Tsukiyama openly like they had the other day. He was a prolific man, to put it mildly, and if they were seen together, it would risk everything Juyo had built up so far. If he was going to do anything, he needed to be smart about it. If he could do anything. For now, the Quinks had to take priority. For now, he had to be an investigator. Well. I suppose your methods have worked out, Kijima, Fura said, sniffing. It have taken a while for us to get to that particular conclusion. But now there's a question: what do we do? How do we approach this so that it doesn't spook the Tsukiyama family? Shimaguchi gently raised a hand, looking about as pressed as he ever did. Before we get too gung-ho over this, we should ascertain the level of connection between Aojirai and Rose Tsukiyama. For all we know, this could have been a hired job, given the apparent resources of the latter. Considering the mercenary background of Aojirai, I don't think this is an unreasonable reality to consider. And how would we do that? We don't exactly have the best finger on the pulse of Ghoul news, Fura said, folding his arms. No. We don't. But... Cory looked at Juyo. It clicked pretty much instantly. Ah, Juyo uttered, nodding at once. We can put on some masks and go undercover. Ask around. It'd be a bit risky, but certainly doable. Cory sighed, tapping his fingers together. It's generally not something I'd consider. Exploiting your natures as half-ghouls in such a manner feels unethical. I'd personally be against such a thing, but if your squad is up to the task, I shall not object. Me neither. Info's info, Fura said, shrugging. Anyone got any alternatives? He asked the table, getting either nothing at all or shakes of the head. Then that's that. 2 weeks' time, I say. You got 2 weeks to figure out the effective battle strength of our targets, whether we should be expecting Aojirai Tree to be giving Rose a hand or not. Sound good? We'll make it our top priority and figure it out, Juyo promised, inclining his head to Fura. Consider it taken care of. It's a wonderful plan. It's odd how we never considered such a thing sooner, given the unique gifts of the Quinks, Shiki said, giving Juyo an approving nod. "'Cause they're up to their gills in all the interesting work already," Ida said lightly, managing to appear the most youthful at the table despite Haru being present, still uncomfortable in his role as a team leader. "I'm kidding. They gotta do boring stuff too, sometimes. It's all part of the job at this point," Juyo sighed, leaning back and folding his arms across his chest. "I'll try to figure out why another full ghoul would help the Quinks out over Aojirai and Rose while I'm at it. A borderline unheard of occurrence, that." He was indeed curious, but he was also not going to let the instance be brushed aside among the CCG. They needed to be aware that there were those who truly did want to fight the good fight, such as it was. "Maybe things aren't as clean-cut as we thought they were, in Ghoul Land," Fura muttered, looking up at the ceiling. "Same as with the CCG. Different opinions, different groups. Even Aojirai probably has their own issues. Ghouls are about as likely to be a monolith as humans. That being, barely at the best of times," Juyo agreed, before turning to Cory. "Was there anything else in particular you wanted to cover while we're all here?" "No. No. If there's nothing else, then we'll call it here. We've all got days ahead of us, so it's best to get to it." He offered a smile to those gathered, rising out of his seat. "Dismissed, everyone. Stay safe." It was kinda messed up that Juyo almost laughed in Cory's face at the words. "That's an interesting mask, sir," Toru said, staring at the scorpion's visage with a wide eye. The first point of the day, before anything else, was to get the kids fitted for their own masks. Knowing Yuda's Q&A process, it'd probably take a while to get through all of them, so the sooner the better. "It's certainly convincing. I can see a ghoul wearing that." He politely extended a hand, as if asking to see it. "Kamen Rider." Jinchi muttered, getting a noise of agreement from Seiko. Juyo handed the mask to Toru, feeling a bit out of body as he did so. Perhaps he was overthinking it, but seeing his Quinks and the mask in the same room together was an experience that felt far too surreal. Like two things that weren't supposed to mix. However, it needed to be done eventually. Might as well be when they go to acquire Yuda's services for the upcoming work. Commissioning a second mask for himself would have been a bit much, so he might as well use what he had. His continued existence was more of an open secret on the ghoul side of things anyway, and if the CCG heard of the Scorpion returning, all they had to do was ask and he'd respond with, "It's for work, remember." Hopefully his newfound clout as an associate special class and Nerima's student would curb criticism. "I decided to give the studio a test run before bringing everyone, to see if it was legit," Juyo explained lied, setting a hand on his hip while Toru appraised the mask. "Pretty damn good craftsmanship, and durable to boot. Could be useful for more beyond this operation, you never know." Yuri snatched the helmet from Toru's hands, looking into the insect-like eyes of the helm, eyes narrowed. They flicked to Juyo, head still facing the helm. "A replica?" he asked. "Of the Scorpion case?" The others looked a tad confused at that. It only figured Yuri would know of it. Juyo shrugged. "Something like that. It's not an exact copy, but close enough. The Scorpion was a bit prolific, and using their reputation to get some information more quickly could be useful, if the ghouls we encounter recognize the mask, at least." He gave Yuri a nod. "Good eyes. Worth keeping an eye out on Kakuja cases. Even ones that are apparently closed. He tossed the helmet back to Juyo. Never know when a similar sort may show up, so it's worth knowing the strengths and weaknesses of them. Was this one a big deal? Seiko asked, lidded eyes looking over Yuri. Relatively. More of a flash in the pan, but bright enough that it warranted a response from Nerima, Yuri said, shrugging. Standard stuff, not counting the consumption of ghouls. Lead a gang, was tied up in the 20th Ward operation, similar to the Dobers and the monkeys. Yuri legitimately did not seem to remember, squinting at the air. Apes, Juyo clarified dully, gazing down at the helmet. He let out a breath, then placed it in the travel bag. Yuri more or less has it. The scorpion was only around for about half a year before Nerima killed them. They were a bit before my time, so I can't offer much more than what's on the official record. Spooky, for a dead ghoul to show up again, Seiko said, smiling over at Juyo. But it'll probably do some good. Or scare everyone off. I dunno. You never know until you know, you know. Juyo replied with a wink. Admittedly, me thinking the mask looks kinda cool influenced my decision a bit. But either way. We do have an appointment to keep. As a bit of heads up, this guy likes to ask questions while he's working. Some of them can be a bit personal, so don't feel like you have to answer if you don't want to. And, the eyes are tattoos. So don't attack him, please. The Quinks all looked between each other, a single unspoken statement going between them. That's concerning. He's a ghoul, ain't he? That has gotta be a ghoul, Jinchi whispered to Toru, their backs turned to the others. SHH. Toru replied, finger to his lips. Whether Yuta noticed or not remained up in the air. He greeted them into his shop as he always did with Juyo, and quickly dispensed of the small talk. He seemed happier than usual, upon seeing the Quinks, likely because of their relation to Juyo. They got started right away. Yuta picked out Jinchi for fitting, beckoning him over to the corner of the studio where he worked, and halfway closed the curtain enough that they could still see inside, but enough to let anyone else know that he was busy. That left the others to look around, something which Seiko took to gladly. Like a kid in a toy store, she seemed divided on what to look at first, drifting about the store and taking in the many odd visages Yuta had crafted over the years. The questions Yuta asked were typical of him. Have you teeth always been cool like that? Do you like girls? When did you last have a girlfriend? Anyone in mind? The sort of onslaught of questions that at first seemed pointless, but were apparently fairly important to the maker of masks, using them to figure out what exactly he'd be making for the subject. It had proven to be effective with Juyo, at the very least. The scorpion mask had stuck. Seiko's interview sounded much more like a typical conversation, outside of Yuta noting how she reminded him of a Korobokuru, a dwarf in Ainu mythology, to which she took as a compliment. Upon being counter-onslaught by Seiko listing the things she liked, Yuta went quiet for a few moments and simply said. That's a lot, to which she simply replied in the affirmative. Yuri's interview came down to being more of an interrogation, putting Yuri on the back foot as Yuta ripped what information he could out of the young man's hands, even going so far as to grip his face and move it around, getting a feel for it. Apparently Yuta wanted to make his mask in particular very weird, much to Yuri's chagrin. For Toru, Yuta had nothing but compliments. A cute eye patch, a wonderfully soft face, muscular yet slender, and something about how Toru could rock any look he liked. A pleasant exchange for once. All right, Yuta declared once all the kids had been through their fitting, rising from his stool and entering the studio actual. I've got a good idea of what we're going with. I should be able to knock off 2 by tonight. Got a few old projects with bits I can repurpose, and the other 2 should be done by tomorrow afternoon, if I get on it now. Time's important, right? He asked to Juyo. Yeah, the sooner the better, please, Juyo replied with a nod. Just ring me up when it's done and we'll come collect em. I appreciate you rushing this, Yuta. Fine. Group orders are usually time sensitive. Not like it's much of a burden on me, anyway. Want me to make you anything while I'm at it? Juyo hummed, bobbing his head from side to side. Depends. You got any ideas? Yuta hummed, looking to the masks along the walls for a few moments, as if seeking inspiration from them. Nothing off the top of my head. I think the scorpion mask is pretty good, personally. A bit derivative, but sometimes that's what you need. True enough. I'll work with what you already gave me, then, Juyo said, patting Yuta on the back. We'll leave you to it. Looking forward to what you pump out. Yuta gave Juyo a pleasant wave as he and the Quinks left, ending the odd crossover of Juyo's old life and his current one. No strange incidents, beyond what one should expect when interacting with Yuta. Weird dude, Jinchi said, hands in his pockets. I mean, he's a ghoul, right? And if he was? Juyo replied, glancing Jinchi's way. They kept on walking, stepping out into the streets of Tokyo. I have my suspicions as well, but it's ultimately unimportant for our current mission. If we're going to be completing the Rose operation in a timely manner, we need his services and can't afford to chase distractions that may end up being dead ends. I mean, fair enough. I was just wonderin'. Seemed nice enough, if he is a ghoul, so I ain't about to go and hunt him down. Not when we got other stuff going on, you know. Jinchi asked, shrugging. He seemed familiar. I can't quite place it, Toru said, rubbing his chin as he walked. Had they interacted at all during the auction? Yuta had apparently been there that night, as faceless, so it was certainly possible they bumped into each other while Toru was a hostage. He's pretty good at talking with people, so maybe that's why, Zhuyo offered. He then smirked in a teasing manner. Though he was practically tripping over himself to compliment you, bud. Toru shut his eyes, as if not seeing Zhuyo removed his existence. That's not relevant in the slightest. He complimented Seiko and Jinchi too. Ahoy. Whatever you say, man. Seiko's fist slammed into Zhuyo's side. It didn't hurt in the slightest. Stop picking on him. He's allowed to be complimented without being hit on. More punches. A flurry of taps, like wind against a boulder. Yes, you're right, sorry, Zhuyo replied with a chuckle, bearing the assault without flinching and resting a hand atop Seiko's head. I'm just messing. Yuri, how'd it feel to be on the other end of an interrogation? Screwing with me, Yuri seated, staring straight forward and for once mirroring Jinchi's posture and stance, hands in his pockets. Better be worth it. I'm sure it will. Come in, let's get some coffee in us. The day's young and we got plenty more work to do yet. Zhuyo said. Seiko threw her hands up, letting out an unenthused woo, getting it out of the others too. Who really liked work, at the end of the day? Not the kids, not even Yuri. This rose shit is boring, when we're not being attacked, Jinchi muttered. 2 weeks. 2 weeks of off-the-grid living. 2 weeks of living like a ghoul. Far less exciting than it sounded, and for Zhuyo in particular, a fruitless endeavor. Absolute terror, was about the response he got whenever he went up to ghouls. Evidently, the scorpion had built up a bit of a reputation in the years of his supposed death, that of a ghoul that hunted his own kind and devoured them ruthlessly. As it turned out, being killed by Nerima of all people only made it worse. To have a ghoul face death and live was nigh unheard of. A feat that none save the one-eyed owl could boast of. So when a ghoul on that level suddenly appeared in an alleyway, saying they just wanted to talk. Well. There was no talking to be had beyond screaming and running. Every single time it happened, Zhuyo watched them go, losing the energy to give chase without fail. He could have ran them all down, beating them within an inch of their lives, forcing any answers that he wanted out of them, but, he didn't have the will for it. It was something the Scorpio would have done years ago, when he was a far angrier and bitter man. Zhuyo actually felt a bit of him die inside after consistently provoking such a response in regular ghouls. That, of all things, was not how he wanted to be remembered, as a monster. An object of fear, a force of nature that could not be reasoned with, merely survived. After a few failed attempts, he wasn't even trying to interrogate anyone, simply trying to see if there was a single ghoul that would give him the time of day. He found himself disheartened, by the end of those 2 weeks. The very same people he wanted to save saw him as a monster, and not even because he was a dove. It was all simply because of his own actions as a ghoul. It was ultimately for the best that he went alone during his attempts. The Quinks had split into 3 groups based on sense capabilities, Jinchi and Seiko, Yuri and Toru, and Zhuyo solo. Seiko had a superior sense of smell when she applied herself and Yuri had only grown across the board since his frame-up surgery. He could only hope they had results. The others had gathered at their agreed meeting spot, a rooftop in the 20th ward, a place that had seen its share of peace since the Antioco incident. They stared out over the city, their masked forms cutting a very legitimate outline. Were Zhuyo not their mentor, he'd not be unjustified in thinking they were a gang of noteworthy ghouls in their own right. They had, naturally, been given their own code names, Toru, the Eye Patch Ghoul. Jinchi, the Sharnado Ghoul. Seiko, the Fairy Ghoul. Yuri, the Vulture Ghoul. Finally, the last to join them on the rooftop, Zhuyo the Scorpion Ghoul. They watched him approach, Yuri and Toru moving to pull their respective masks out of the way, exposing their faces, regarding him with something akin to caution though the reason did not seem clear. Toru enlightened him. You look fairly convincing, sir. Dare I say, it suits you. Right? Looking like you were about to kick our asses, Jinchi said, the toothy grin of his mask matching the one behind it. Zhuyo didn't answer right away, his expression unamused while the scorpion's visage covered it. Old habits died hard, it seemed. He hadn't even noticed how he was carrying himself, evidently sliding back into the old way of moving without even realizing it. It was as though it were natural, for him to act as though he were a ghoul. It didn't help that they were in the 20th ward of all places while he wore the mask. No matter how many times he went through it while visiting Iba, there was always a pang of regret and guilt to deal with. He really had been in Tokyo for a long time now, hadn't he? Zhuyo reached up, taking the mask off and shaking his head. His hair was getting a bit longer, a few curls beginning to form along the back, and a thin layer of white facial hair had set in. As for his eyes, they were tired. Fatigued, even. Too convincing. I've had zero luck, again. I miscalculated just how much of a reputation the Scorpion had. I hope you 4 were able to find something. Sucks to hear, Chief. Usually things turn up okay for you, Jinchi said, scratching his cheek as he removed his mask, squatting down beside Seiko. We picked up a few things. Staked out a few feeding grounds in the 8th ward thanks to Seiko's nose. Didn't manage to find a place to stay with any of the ghouls we ran into, but one group of them gave us a lot of information. Said they felt bad, but they couldn't trust outsiders right now. Leader of the 8th ward is a wary guy. Seiko reached into her dark cloak, drawing out a folded-up piece of paper. When unfolded, it looked to be a map of Tokyo, annotated with Seiko's handwriting. She laid it out on top of an air conditioning unit for the others to see, and Jinchi continued, pointing to parts of the map. They told us about what was happening in other wards as a parting gift. 21st and 22nd wards are going through leadership troubles, lots of conflict between ghouls. Not recommended that we go there if we want to be safe. 18th ward belongs to Three Blades Miza, making it Aojirai territory through and through. 7th ward they don't know much on, apparently the guys in the 8th had a dispute with them so it's mostly closed off. But they've also got some dove business going on there too, but apparently it might be a good place for ghouls to hide. 5th is calm. 6th ward changed hands a few times in recent years, so nobody's really sure what's going on there, Jinchi outlined. He paused as Toru stepped forward, hand raised. He nodded at him, and let the eye-patch half-ghoul speak. We investigated the 6th. The ghouls there are wary too, because of what happened on their territory. It's where Special Class Kajima captured the rose-related ghoul, Toru began, getting a nod from Jinchi. So, they're on guard cause their neighborhood was invaded, hey? Makes sense. Did you meet any ghouls? He asked, hands resting on his knees. A few around feeding grounds, but none of them stopped to talk to us. We let them go. Yuri grunted. Puny ghouls like that are of little importance compared to Aojirai and Rose. Of course, they will eat people, but they can also be useful in the future exactly for operations like this. But I can see why Special Class UI was initially reluctant. There's a lot of ethical problems that arise from us doing this kind of thing. Idealism versus results. Agreed. I'd rather this not become a regular tactic in the future. It's... Juyo trailed off, shaking his head and exhaling. Either way, ghouls would pick up on the pattern eventually when they keep getting ratted on. Best we curb further attempts doing things this way. He looked over at the Quinks, his expression still uncharacteristically dour. But now you've all interacted with ghouls not as doves, but as one of their own. How does it feel? The question went answered by silence. Only after looks were exchanged did Seiko speak, her expression uncertain. Doubtful, maybe. They all seemed like nice people, didn't they? She asked Jinchi and Juyo, but Yuri and Toru both looked evasive at her question. Remember your position, Yanibayashi, Yuri chided, eyes settling on Seiko. She let out a rumble, nodding slowly. And don't avert your gaze from the truth, Juyo chided in turn. For the most part, ghouls don't want to do what they do. They're people, they can and will feel anything you do. Even with everyone wearing masks, you could see that much. This business we do, this is something we do because there is no better option, he glanced at Jinchi, then back to the rest. For now, anyway. We're just not there yet. The source of Jinchi's current depression was blatantly obvious, he could no longer view the killing of ghouls as a wholly good deed. And he was right to feel that way, but such a realization for someone who'd lived their whole life a certain way would be painful. It was a pain he'd have to bear, until he figured out how to be happy with himself again. Juyo wasn't there yet, so he could only hope Jinchi's journey would take less time. I think we have enough information to work with, based on what Jinchi and Seiko found out, Toru said, seeming to neither agree nor disagree with Juyo's point. Provided it's presented to Special Class UI in report form, I imagine the others can take action and figure out the rest. Frustrating. Indeed. We're done here. Let's go home. After a pause, Juyo added, and keep the masks. You never know when you'll need them again. For the time being, Juyo had done his part in the Rose investigation. Much in the same way that Shiki had done his part, they both had less to do now that the rest of the members of S1 Ido and such were making headway on isolating members of Aojirai Tree, particularly those from within the Three Blades territory. If they were going to talk, now was the time. The special class investigator entered Iba's household without even so much as a knock, simply assuming the door to the front would be open, and entering with the exact same lack of concern. He at least cleaned off the end of his peg leg before stepping indoors, lacking a shoe to remove instead. Iba and Juyo had talked before his arrival, a brief little conversation about how it could go down. They had two conclusions, either the man would hop on board without any issue, or he would continue to go at it alone as he has for what must have been a decade now. Shiki removed his hat as he rounded into the living space, still dressed in his black coat, his grin in place. The half-blind man dipped his head to the two of them. I did not know the two of you were acquainted. Special Class Fujishige, it has been a few years, Shiki said, nodding to the older fellow. Retirement has been good. Still got the rest of my limbs. Can't overstate how much that means to the family, Iba said, half sarcastic. The man clearly missed his work, even if he tried to cover it up with his affection for golf and tea. You look about ready to retire yourself, kid. The hell happened to you? He asked bluntly, eyebrow raised. He gestured with his hand for Shiki to sit at the table with them. Oh, you know. We all have that one ghoul, I suppose. Jail was their name, complete chimera. Really did a number on my poor squishy body. He patted down his chest, as he sat, seeming almost proud of his old injuries. All the important bits are there. Brain and heart, and the other stuff that I can't live without. As long as I've got my hands, I can probably keep going for a few more years yet, but medical retirement isn't far away, I fear. MMH. More stubborn than me. I took the retirement the second I woke up in that hospital. Not worth risking it, with one hand. I hear that Suzuya kid's doing the same kind of thing you are. He's got those prosthetic legs of his, full of nasty tricks in their own right, Juyo chimed in, reaching down to take a sip from his coffee. I appreciate you taking up my unusual offer to stop by here, Shiki. We're being worked like dogs these days, but this felt like the closest thing to a lull we'll be getting before the upcoming operation. It's no problem at all, Zhuyo. Though, I do wonder what this could be about. Calling me out to the 20th ward, to Fujishai's residence of all places. Have you learned something? Shiki asked Zhuyo, setting his hat down beside him. I recall our first instance of working together involved some secretive business, alongside Mado. Zhuyo nodded. It's related to that. During that time, while we looked into Sphinx and the Asuasas, I dug into some closed cases. In particular, Oni Yamada's and how his case went down. It was intriguing stuff, and only gave me more questions. So, naturally, I went to the only man who could provide them. He inclined his head to Iba, which in turn got us both wondering what was really going on. Iba nodded, continuing. Man as inquisitive as you has probably heard or even seen the black hats about. Know what I'm on about? He asked, getting a grunt of affirmation from Shiki. Off-the-board investigators, doing our work. Nobody's ever recognized any of them, nobody knows who they even are. Long story short, Zhuyo and I have been keeping an eye out for them, and the kid here had a rather odd encounter with a ghoul of note. They told him some interesting stuff. I figure Gypsy doesn't need much introduction for you. Zhuyo asked. Owl before owl. Old nemesis of Tsunyoshi and Yoshi Toki, of course. Shiki paused, staring at Zhuyo blankly. You're kidding. Zhuyo shook his head. No, I'm not. I was able to meet with them under amicable circumstances, even if they're someone I'd frankly never want to meet with. But I had no choice but to make use of. He trailed off, letting out a breath. Well, my past to find all the angles. He leaned forward, staring at Shiki. Before we go any further, though. After what you said to me, Cory, and Fura during your questioning, I was convinced that you may truly be seeking the truth of this war we've been dedicating our lives to. Iba and I are doing the same, and we're both willing to cast aside old grudges, old hatreds, so that the people can fully appraise the world they live in and see justice done. So I need to know, Shiki, is that you want, to? Shiki listened, and then considered. He cast his gaze to the table for a few moments, a contemplative breath leaving his mouth. Zhuyo, I do not want much. I do not even want justice. I just want the truth. I want to live in an age that does not humiliate us as humans by having us act as beasts, an age that has earned our respect. Justice I couldn't care for, would not know it if I saw it. But I know when I see the truth, he answered looking back up. I am not a man beyond cruel methods in my search, Zhuyo. But if you can offer a reasonable alternative, I will accept them. At that, Zhuyo smiled. Then that's what I'll do. We're of similar minds after all, he replied with relief, leaning back again. In that case, I want to provide you with another truth, the truth behind my joining of the CCG. I'm not sure how much you've heard, but it's not so simple as just a half-ghoul recovered by Nerima. Zhuyo took a breath. I am the Kakuja one I formerly known as Scorpion. After trying and failing to stop Antiocho's destruction during the 20th Ward operation, Nerima gave me a choice, to either rot in a cell until it was time to die, or join the ranks of the CCG and offer my strength to the cause. This was a move condoned by the Washu, and something only a scant few within the organization fully grasp, among them, Akira and Jozu. And now you. You know, that adds up, Shiki said, about as plussed as if he had just been told about the weather. Timeline and such, and your own apparent prowess. Prolific cannibal, I recall. And formerly associated with Aojirai. He asked, head tilting. Under duress, Zhuyo replied, adjusting his glasses. He hadn't expected dramatics from Shiki, and he was glad to see he'd been on the money. It was before Kano joined them, and they wanted a sample of his work. Tatara sent his goons and abducted me, wanted to press gang me into working for them. It ended with me eating one of their executives on the way out. I was never truly one of their own. The owl herself tried to convince me to join properly, more than once, but I never did. I see, I see. The world of ghouls sure is interesting. A shame we only get rare glimpses into it, though. Have you maintained relations with old contacts? Shiki asked, not seeming to mind Zhuyo's true identity in the slightest. If anything, it seemed to interest him. Until the last few months, no, Zhuyo supplied. He grasped his coffee mug but didn't pick it up, instead having a thumb run along its handle. I didn't want the CCG looking in their direction, frankly. I wanted to, but I couldn't risk it. But now, that's changing. Things are getting worse, on all sides, and I've been too idle for too long. Which was why I sought out Gypsy, a friend of a friend, as it turned out. Oddly charming, though kinda. He grimaced. Absolutely insane. Clowns tend to be. Unlike Aojirai, their goal is more vague, chaotic. Shiki supposed, shrugging. It goes without saying that the founder would be crazy. This is all interesting, but you're clearly leading to something here. Indeed. The Black Hats, called V by those who know them, they're directing everything behind the scenes. They're prolonging this war beyond its natural conclusion, extending the suffering of both human and ghoul alike to do so. And while there's still some verification to be done, they're the Washu. They used the pacifist owl as a hitman, years ago. The one-eyed owl is a monster of their creation, Zhuyo continued, unable to hide a rumbling anger in his tone. And if we're right, they had Oni Yamada kill the Asuasas as well. If that is the truth, this entire thing has been a sham. It was, understandably, a lot to take in. Even for Shiki, it proved to be one piece of information too much, as the man went terribly quiet, his good eye flicking about every now and then as he simmered on the apparent truth of the matter. Iba glanced at Zhuyo, half concerned. That makes sense, Shiki finally said, his voice quiet, grin faded into a thin line. But in many ways, it doesn't. The Yasuisa, yes, I understand why that would have been orchestrated internally, but the Washuyo creating the owl? He asked, eye narrowing. I was told this by the pacifist owl, Kyuzan Yashimura, before I joined the CCG, Zhuyo explained. When he worked for them, he had a daughter with a human woman. A truly natural half-ghoul. But V found out, and wanted her dead immediately. I don't know why, but they did. Yashimura was forced to send his daughter to the underground for her protection, unable to take care of her. Some decade later, she came back as the one-eyed owl, conducting the rampages she became infamous for. While it was unintentional, it was still their actions that led to her becoming what she is now. I'm not putting all the blame on them for what she did, he was quick to assert, but they did give her the starting point. MMH. That would explain the single-mindedness of Aojirai, if the owl is their leader. Better reason than most to dislike us, I would say, Shiki admitted, rubbing his rounded chin. How involved is Yoshitoki? Do you know? Zhuyo shook his head. I don't. I figure he'd be aware at least, but degrees of involvement aren't something we've been able to pin down as of yet. Both a good and bad thing. I'd not expect such from him, not without a degree of reluctance at the very least. Iba spoke up for the first time in a few minutes. It's always possible that this is less the Washuyu family in the sense of it being the actual family, as much as it is the groups that surround them. Some of them could be left relatively in the dark, if it's convenient to do so. Zhuyo nodded. Yoshitoki may indeed not be the one we should worry about. But there's close connections to the Diet, to the many organizations heavily tied to the CCG, Sphinx being one of them, that we have to consider. I've also had concern for the Sunlit Garden, that conveniently private facility that produces investigators of a certain quality. Shiki snorted at that, a rare noise to hear from him. We've all had concerns over the garden for as long as I can remember. But, like you said, it produces good investigators woefully uneducated in many ways, but efficient in the ways we would care about the most. Good luck finding it, though. It's on the laundry list, Zhuyo sighed, shaking his head. We've been doing a good job assaulting you with information, with the obvious intent to ask for your help in this. Whether or not it really is Washuyu involvement, we can't deny the ways things are wrong, and only getting worse as times goes by. Is there anything you know of, that we could have missed? Iba and I have seen a lot, but we're only two men at the end of the day. A number of things, I suppose, but it's all in the same realm as Sphinx. Other entities potentially related, but with no solid evidence to bring it to light until the Jukiyama, that is. But ignorance can be played there, like cutting off a rotten limb, Shiki grumbled, exhaling. And cut it off we apparently shall. Iba sipped from his tea, a bit cold by this point. If this is a conspiracy that has been in place for, what, over a century? I doubt it's going to be easy to dig up every bit of evidence we'd need to make a compelling case. Your best bet is to just take it down. And that would result in the greatest change to the status quo in all that time, Zhuyo said, running a hand through his white hair. Though that may be what we need anyway. He looked to Shiki. You've been looking for the truth all this time, and it sounds like you've been doing it alone. That doesn't need to be the case any longer, and frankly, we all stand a far better chance together than alone. Humans and ghouls share the same struggle, and we're never going to be able to move forward until members of both work together. Would you be willing to do that and work with us, Shiki? Shiki smiled, a smaller, more genuine thing compared to his usual grin. It's not the same struggle. A reflected one, yes, but not the same. While I don't disagree with the idea of it, getting humans and ghouls to work together may be more difficult than you think even if you already think it insurmountable. Many issues to overcome, both historically and logistically, he said, looking about ready to list them off. He stopped himself from getting sidetracked, clearing his throat. I'll work with you, but it'll take more than 2 old men and 1 half-ghoul to resolve this all in an orderly fashion. If we're not careful, we could simply break everything. You're right, we could, Zhuyo smiled. We'll find allies, and I figure we already have a few more than just us 3. My old ghoul contacts, some of them at least, I know they would offer their support when the time is right. Finding it within the CCG may be more difficult, he admitted, at least until we show that we're a credible option to more than conspiracy theorists. His tone was light at the end there and a bit self-aware. I suppose that is what I am, at the end of the day. Shiki muttered, shaking his head. Very well. Not much to be done right now, though. We're quite preoccupied. Agreed. I just waited to clear the air and make the offer before things got too crazy, Zhuyo replied, shooting down the last of his coffee. Who knows what the fallout of the Rose operation will be, but we can only hope we'll get some reprieve for a little bit afterward. It would be convenient, yes. With the information at hand, I think I will need to revisit some of my own personal inquiries. It adds some much-needed context, I think. Shiki stood, using a hand to support himself against the table. I imagine you do not want Yuri being involved in this. Zhuyo blew out a breath. I'm not sure he's ready. Ideally, all of the Quinks should know, but it's slow work. Unless you have an observation I'm missing, the one who's closest to ready might be Jinchi. Shiki chuckled, reaching for his hat. No observation, not beyond what you've already noticed. Hypocritical young man, that Yuri as we all were, once upon a time. The rules matter to him, only insofar as they support him. I appreciate it on a certain level. Course you would, Zhuyo huffed. I'll find the right time to tell him. I've been lying to those four for 3 years now about my name, let alone all the other things, and I have to come clean eventually. I love him too much to hide forever. Just not yet. All parents hide things from the kids. Usually because we think it's best, Iba said, pushing his tea aside. Sometimes that's true, other times it isn't. Only the future'll tell, and we probably won't even be around to see it. I'd like to be there, all the same, Zhuyo chuckled, getting to his feet. But until that future comes, we've got work to do. He patted the squat special class on the shoulder. Welcome aboard, Shiki. Shiki grinned, adjusting his hat and returning the pat. Here's hoping something good can come from it all. It had been shortly after Iba reminded him of his options that Zhuyo reached out to Nerima about owl fighting. Zhuyo figured that, considering how busy both of them were, it would take a bit of time and effort to find out how to schedule a training session, and so hadn't expected a quick follow-up. Nerima, apparently, had time to help Zhuyo out. Nerima never actually managed to look tired in the way a normal person would. He had a consistent level of energy about him that never seemed to flag or raise beyond that point. In all the years Zhuyo had known the man, he only ever seemed placid even while training, and even in legitimately dangerous situations. So feeding mandarin ducks actually seemed to suit the man. Sat at a bench, he just calmly stared out at the water, occasionally dashing some feed towards it for the birds to eat. Pretty birds, Zhuyo noted as he walked over. The image was a calm one, serene even. Like a painting. Zhuyo almost didn't want to disturb the man. But disturb him, he did. They look pretty, Zhuyo said by way of greeting, electing to give voice to his thoughts. He sat down beside Nerima, exhaling as he did so. Never been a big fan of birds, but I can't deny it. I don't know much about birds myself, Nerima said, keeping his eyes on the pond. I just like the appreciation. These things have such a simple way of living, compared to us. I'm almost envious. Almost, Zhuyo noted. But not quite. Thanks for taking the time to meet me, Kishao. There's too much going on, these days. There is, but it's a good way to keep us busy. I'll gladly take this time to have a break, though. He rolled up the top of the feed pack, and set it down on his side of the bench. But I think there's more to this than a simple catch-up. Shrewd as ever. You're right. I've got a feeling that I'm going to inevitably end up fighting against the one-eyed owl, Zhuyo told Nerima. And as I am now, I'm not certain I'd find success with it. So I wanted to ask you, well, how you did it. A simple way of putting a not-so-simple question, he admitted with a huff, scratching the white bristles on his cheek. Nerima hummed in that distant way of his, like a man apart from the issues of the world. Zhuyo knew better, but it did at times seem like he was above it all, an impartial judge carrying an executioner's blade. It's more difficult than other ghouls, I'll say that much. When the owl was younger, their form was smaller. Closer to the pacifist owl. I'd say that was difficult because of their ferocity. It's the same with people. The willingness to be harmed, and the willingness to kill, can sometimes make up for skill. But the most recent encounter. I can safely say the owl is the most powerful ghoul on the face of the planet, right now. I did not defeat them. I just warded them off, for the time being. He paused, glancing up at the sky. Its tactics, reactions, and the ability to think clearly in the middle of chaos. What people assume about me is that I am skilled in combat. This is true, my skill is only just sufficient. I supplement my skill by honing the ability to understand my opponents at a glance. Empathy, I suppose. What would I do, if I were them, he asked the air. Followed by what would I hate to happen to me, if I were them. Zhuyo was quiet, taking in the words. They had been an underlying message in all of Nerima's teachings over the years, so it wasn't truly anything new in that sense. But he knew what Nerima was making a point, and let him do that. If it is empathy, Zhuyo began, looking up at the sky. What did your empathy tell you about them? They believe their cause is just. There is no turning back. Half measures are not an option. Half-hearted attacks are not an option. Every blow is to kill. Ideally, there is no fight. A fight suggests time wasted and suffering endured. Only the kill, and the next step to their goal, he said calmly, leveling his gaze back to the ducks. I almost want to say they're a zealot, but that is a disservice. They've created quite the kingdom for themselves, and they've moved in a very intelligent manner. My problem with fighting the owl, is that it feels like they are the same as me. They too understand who they are fighting, in the same way you or I understand a character in a book. So while I may come out on top, I am always dancing on the edge in a confrontation with them. Have you ever spoken with them before? Zhuyo asked, lowering his own gaze and expression pensive. He looked across at Zhuyo. In battle, I only talk to those I know are dead, should I wish it. Zhuyo's lips quirked. Like me. It may be a different case, these days. But you were quite half-cooked, back then. Can't deny that. It was a very, very bad day, Zhuyo managed, shaking his head. I've spoken with them before, back when Aojirai had taken me. It didn't feel like they were going for the kill while talking with me. Oddly, patient, he mused. Couldn't tell you why, though. I'd made it clear I wasn't going to join their cause. People project onto you, Zhuyo. Your circumstances make that easy to do. They see you, a half-ghoul, and think there is some sort of hope in their world, Nerima began, holding out the feed to Jiyo. I don't believe in such a thing. You live because I don't think you deserve to die. When I saw you that day, I understood how bad of a day you had been through. And I understood that you were not our enemy. You are a person, one trying to do good with the circumstances allowed you. Jiyo blinked a couple times, uncertain of how to respond to that. The idea that he was being projected upon made him feel uncomfortable, and he almost denied it, but the fact that Nerima had made the observation gave it credence. If anyone had experience with projection on both ends of the spectrum, it was Kishao Nerima. Jiyo had stopped projecting that some time ago. At his heart, Nerima didn't want to be death. He just wanted to feed ducks. The half-ghoul took a breath. I appreciate that. If I give someone hope, I'd prefer it be because of my deeds rather than some fact of biology. He shook his head. The owl is someone I always end up thinking about, you know. Not in the sense of how can I kill them or I'll get them for what they did, but just. Jiyo exhaled. Are you in love? Nerima asked, giving Jiyo a look. Jiyo spat, jerking in his seat. No. Kishao, I've never even seen their face. And I've talked to them all of twice. Also I'm with Sen still, you know. Matters of the heart are complex, was all he said. He shook the feed bag at Jiyo, fed up with holding it out. Yeah, Jiyo grumbled, taking the bag from Nerima. He opened it up and went about tossing feed out to the ducks. It's not love, I know that much. Things they've done aren't exactly wife material. Just some things they've said. Actually mentioned you, once. Said they were glad you were on the other side, interestingly enough. Not sure how to feel about that, Nerima said, bringing his hands together. I'll choose to ignore it. But for fighting the owl, I think you'd be best trying to avoid a straight-up fight. Utilize your environment, aim for the heart of the Kakuja. Striking the shell is just mitigating inevitable damage, and you can likely repair the worst of it. Jiyo nodded. Then I'll keep that in mind whenever the time comes. Hopefully not soon, but you never know. He tossed more feed out, the ducks quacking and shoving their beaks in the water to grab at the morsels. Do you think Isma would be able to damage them in a meaningful way? Difficult to say. Isma is a high-quality weapon, but even my Quinqua have difficulty striking beyond superficial damage. You could likely use it to pin down limbs, or defensively, but unless you have a shot on the owl's actual body, I'd advise against it. Otherwise may needlessly dull Isma. Got it. I won't rely on it then unless I need to, Jiyo replied. Smart application of the tools at my disposal, getting tricky, keeping calm. Boiling it down to those makes it sound so simple, he snorted. Nerima nodded. It always does. Combat, when broken down, is simple. But it always looks and feels different in practice. That's why experience is so necessary. It allows you to process the complexity, and turn your movements into something simple. The reason I push my students so hard is because that wall needs to be broken as soon as possible. They need to acquire the experience of pressure. Consider the wall well and truly broken. Not even considering everything else, Takaizawa was a rude awakening and then some, Jiyo sighed, rubbing at his temple. You must be this tall to fight the owl, was what it ended up feeling like. That may have been the intent of his presence, assuming the owl has a vested interest in yourself, Nerima said. I grew concerned when I saw you, that day. I did not know which Jiyo had emerged from that fight. I had to resort to some old methods to get out that alive, Jiyo admitted. But I won't say there were flashes of the old me that day, though. It's all still me, in the end. It was something Yamurai had said, ages ago. Just adapting to the circumstances. Fair enough. I am sure there's something about the ship paradox that could be said there. Jiyo chuckled. I've thought myself to death and back over my own little ship of Theseus issues, but it ended up getting a bit too circular to be productive. All these names and titles I've gotten over the years are just that. He tossed one last bit of feed to the ducks before closing the bag. Things other people gave me. And that's the secret to staying sane when you're like us. Accept that you are who you are, and take the next step forward. He took the bag back, smiling to himself. I don't know if I've helped, but if you do encounter the owl, I do not doubt you will succeed. While I can still defeat you in my own way, you have different skills available to you, more routes to success. Let's hope they're enough. You've helped in more ways than one, Kishao, Jiyo assured his mentor, giving him a gentle pat on the shoulder. I'm grateful, really. Nerima stashed what was left of the feed away in his pocket, and nodded up to Jiyo. That's all I ever ask, really. I do, the fox-faced leader of the once Hiriko squad, caught Jiyo in the halls of the CCG headquarters, offering the man a wave. Oi, Jenna. You heard the good news. Jiyo blinked, turning to face Ito and putting on a reflexive smile. Rare stuff these days. Can't say I have, though. What's going on? Well, not good. Kind of dire and the sort of stuff that makes you reflect on life, so you know an average Monday around here. We got our marching orders from Lil Washiyu, Ida breathed out, eyes shutting tighter. Me and my gang are on rear guard. Smooth sailing. No kidding, Jiyo commented, white brows shooting up. You didn't happen to catch the Quinx's position while you were at it. Following up the vanguard. Harold be getting first blood, from the looks of it, but I think they're expecting you guys to take on the big fish once the vanguard gets bogged down if they get bogged down. But we both know better than to expect good things, Ida said, snickering. It's a multi-floor deal, so they're planning an overlapping assault to clear the whole place out. One group goes in, then another which goes ahead of that group, and then they sort of just go by one another until all the floors are clear. Zhuyo hummed, scratching his cheek. He'd shaved that day, if only because he was going into the headquarters. On days where he didn't have to come in on meetings, he'd begun to forego shaving lately. Couldn't bring himself to do it, for one reason or another. Well, he knew exactly what the reason was. He was overworked. Sound enough of a plan, I suppose. Harry will be happy to get right in the action right away, he observed with a huff. Big fish duty is just business as usual. If it's a multi-floor deal, what are we rating? A skyscraper. Tsukiyama HQ. Corey'll be heading to the family estate with his own group, see if he can snag the boss if he's not in the office. Honestly, this sounds like it's one of the better planned operations. Lots of things accounted for, from the looks of it. I expect we'll be finding out when it's happening by the end of the day. Ida shrugged. Maybe Lil Washuyu's onto something. He's certainly a meticulous sort. I'm not too surprised he put a lot of thought into how we're going to be operating, Zhuyo said, shrugging as well. We're about to hit our deadline after all, and he's nothing if not punctual. Can't wait for this to be over either way. I've heard enough about roses to last a damn lifetime. Don't you have a girlfriend? Shouldn't you be buying her roses every now and then? How you gonna do that if you let a few ghouls ruin them for you? Idu asked, wagging his finger at Zhuyo. Come on man, think. Zhuyo snickered, rolling his eyes. I'll just have to be a big boy and grit my teeth when I do get her roses. I think she'd find it funny. He waved off the concern. What about you, Idu? Got someone to shake up the doldrums of investigations and violence in your life? Bachelor, eternally so. I like hanging out with people, but not that much. Maybe one day I'll adopt or something, but I'm not a romance kind of guy, Ida said honestly, smirking. Hell, I'd hate to be around myself for too long. Not going to inflict that on some unfortunate lady. Who knows, maybe there's a special someone that has what it takes to put up with you, Zhuyo snorted, shaking his head. But yeah, I get you. Thought the same way myself, for a long time. Was pretty content to be a single dad until I met Senior. He shrugged. I'm sure you'll find the whirlwind romance of your life soon enough, whippersnapper. Or not. You do you. That's all I ever do, old man. Give the others my best, hope they catch themselves a big fish. He gave Zhuyo a flick of a salute. Will do. Take it easy, man. Zhuyo returned the salute and went on his way. The smile faded and, after some distance had been made, he let out a breath. Tsukiyama, I hope you have some kind of plan to survive this shitshow, because I sure as hell don't have one for you. The best that Zhuyo could think of was to somehow guarantee a solo confrontation with Shiyu and cover for him, and whoever Shiyu truly wanted to save. It wouldn't be a big number, with the impending hammer of the CCG coming to smash them. God knew if it would go the way either of them wanted. Idu had been right, after all. Zhuyo knew better than to expect good things. The element of surprise had been maintained, even among the CCG. It'd been a simple text, sent through to every involved investigator's work phone. Tonight. 0930. Cancel all plans. No time for leaks. No time for inefficiency. Do or die. That had left the Quinks with a grand total of 3 hours to prepare themselves, both mentally and physically. Between warming themselves up, making sure all their equipment was ready, and last-minute dinner arrangements, the house had suddenly become much more active. And they didn't even need Zhuyo to do it, they directed themselves, and came up with a plan of action on their own. Toru on dinner prep, something light, Jinchi on gear checks, Seiko pulled out the Quinqua, and Yuri focused on trying to preempt whatever plan the younger Washiyu may have had. It was like watching a different team, compared to the kids he had taken on several years ago, the ones which had ignored orders and got themselves in trouble, backtalked and panicked under pressure. They'd come so far that Zhuyo couldn't really call them children anymore. They'd all gone through trials, both together and separate, that steadily forged them into stronger people all around. Each of the Quinks could now call upon their Kagun and use them effectively, their mentorships under the special classes had borne fruit, and their understanding of the world around them had matured. Watching them work, Zhuyo felt pride, and a bit sad. That strange mixture of emotions that came with watching the next generation you helped raise finally grow beyond the need for you. Was that how Mom and Dad felt, watching him and his siblings grow up? I wish you could see them, Zhuyo found himself thinking. See these 4 people I love like family. I can only hope I did half as good a job as you did with us. Zhuyo's phone rang. Jana. Matsuri Washiyu. Sir, Zhuyo greeted in turn. We're about to depart for HQ. You have distinct orders from the rest of the Quinks. I'll elaborate further when you're in position, but you'll not be with the rest of your squad. Inform them ahead of time, and allocate a leader in your place. Something dropped in Zhuyo's stomach. Understood. I'll let them know. Matsuri hung up. Zhuyo let out a breath, pocketing his phone, and went to address the Quinks once they were all gathered together. That was Washiyu. I have separate orders from you all, meaning that we won't be together during the operation, Zhuyo told them. Because the last time played out well, Yuri said, arms folded. Zhuyo snorted. So long as I'm not the designated owl-type food this time again, it should be okay. I'm not happy about it, but all 4 of you have come a long way, even since the auction. To that end, Toru will be taking over as squad leader in my absence. Understood. The others nodded, accepting the order without any problem. Do you know what you'll be doing, sir? Toru asked, his quinqua knives already strapped to him around his limbs. With the operational armor they'd be putting on once they were with the others, putting them around his arms and legs was the only viable option. Nope. I'll be getting them proper when we're in position, Julio replied. Considering my skill set, I imagine they'll have me beeline for a priority target to take them out before they become too much of a problem. I wouldn't be surprised if Aojirai executives showed up, considering the connection. Hopefully not that other owl guy, Jinchi said, the most ready of them all. I mean, if it was Kyoko, she'd probably put you on a retreat path. Catch any stragglers. Talk about a perfect position to help Tsukiyama. If that was really how things could, or should, go down. Makes sense, but we won't know until we know, Julio replied, setting a hand on his hip with the other holding Isma's briefcase. You've already experienced one operation, so I don't need to lecture you on how these things tend to go. Expect the worst, be adaptive and look out for each other above all else. Do that, and we'll all see each other again at the end of the night. It's fine. We'll just stick with another group. Seiko said, giving a double thumbs up. If they're not expecting us, then we should be able to just plow through with force. Optimistic, Yuri muttered. We will see. Let's get going, before we lose the chance to rack up some achievements. Toru nodded, looking to Julio and smiling. We'll be fine, sir. Julio returned the smile, giving Toru a pat on the shoulder. I know you will. Lead well, first class. The operation commenced, but in a manner unlike any Julio had seen. It seemed that half the force had already left by the time Julio and the Quinks had arrived, the most notable missing faces being Haru and Kijima. The only other groups Julio recognized were Shimaguchi's and Hayashimura's, the latter of which had apparently only been selected for the operation in the last minute. Nice of you to join us, Hayashimura said, nodding to Julio and then Jinchi. Back at it again. We're on standby for the time being, waiting for UI's small group to report back. The Vanguard have already made a move on the HQ building. Weirdest way of conducting an OP I've ever seen. It is a bit staggered, isn't it? Julio mused. You'd think they'd want us in position closer by so we can respond more quickly. If this was just a single group, sure, Shimaguchi said, speaking for once. We're dealing with a business conglomerate that operates on an international scale. I think we're the net, and they're waiting to cast us on anyone trying to escape. UI and hey, they're firecrackers in the water. Julio hummed, nodding along. That could be the case. So we're just in hurry up and wait position for the time being. Any reports on Aojirai involvement? Hell knows. We're in the dark right now. Not fond of it, but it is what it is, Shimaguchi groused. But I don't expect we'll be here for long. Armor up, for what good it'll do us. As Shimaguchi said, they did not need to wait long. A transport sped into the assembly ground near the CCG headquarters, and from it came UI, his face set stern. Move out. Rejoin the Vanguard. He barked in a surprisingly loud voice, a far cry from his well-spoken, gentle self. Jana, with me. Julio spared the Quinks one last look before bolting to join UI. From now on, whatever happened with them was out of his hands. Once they entered the back of the transport, it wasted no time hitting the road, not even giving Julio time to strap in. Apologies, Jana. This is all very last minute, even by my standards. Information blackout, to prevent any potential information leaks to the Tsukiyama family. It was successful enough, UI said as he sat across from Julio. Other investigators took up seats, but they were UI's hand-chosen professional, silent and grim-faced. Mirumo Tsukiyama has been apprehended, along with a large number of the Tsukiyama household. They surrendered with no fight. But... UI sighed, rubbing his temple. We think they're stalling with their lives. Trying to allow an element to escape. An element? Julio echoed, brows furrowed. Is our objective to catch whoever it is they're trying to save? That is your objective. There's a reason we didn't overly invest in either site. All information suggests that a helicopter is headed to the Tsukiyama HQ. We can't stop it without causing collateral, but we can stop whatever it's being sent to pick up, but getting to the top of the building in time will be difficult. Which is why you'll be scaling it. Julio let out an ah, nodding at that. Gotcha. Getting up there won't be a problem for me. Am I to terminate or capture whatever the target may be? Could it be Shiyu? He did seem to believe that everything that happened was because of him, after all. Though I doubt he'd willingly sacrifice his father and the rest of his family just to save his own hide. This is an extermination operation, but the Tsukiyama family have been largely compliant. Even if they're covering for one of their own, this should be taken into account with our treatment of them. Add on their value in terms of raw capital, and I can foresee an alternative arrangement being established for them. Ultimately, I leave it to you. If they resist, do what you must, UI said, hands clasped together in front of him. Understood. Capture, then, if I have to, and even if they resist. It'd either be Shiyu or Rose, Julio figured based on what he knew. But he'd only know for sure when he got there. The transports arrived, and the investigators poured out, backed by a not insignificant number of bureau staff. They arranged into their teams, and at the command of UI, charged towards the tower of a building which the Tsukiyama group called theirs. In truth, it wasn't one of their buildings, not directly. It belonged to a subsidiary organization called the Apollo Group, but it served as the HQ for the Tsukiyama group within Tokyo. The building itself was aptly called Lunatic Eclipse. The soldiers of the CCG moved past Julio, UI at his side. Among the number moving to support the vanguard were the Quinks, Toru at their head, if not outright at the head of the entire force. No Aojirai so far, Ui said. He looked up at the building, squinting. Hera has made progress, but it's still not fast enough. The plan remains the same. Can you do it, Juyo? Juyo looked up. 19 stories. Too tall for him to outright leap to the top, but scaling it would still be quick and easy work. You bet. Isma unfolded, clicking and snapping into its default bow staff form almost instantly. Ready to go on your mark, Cory. Get going. All things provided, I'll see you at the end of the night. The smaller man's weapon unfolded. A Guandeo type, taller than Ui himself, with a blade as fierce as a tiger's snarl, angrily emanating a bloody light along cracks in the forged metal, a lion-esque mane of red muscle fibers dangling beneath it, writhing and half alive. Ajite, the SS-rate Kaukaku type, one of the finest weapons in the arsenal of the CCG. Ui rested it on his shoulder as he moved forward. I have to go make sure Haru does not do anything stupid. A thankless job. See you on the other end. Juyo called. He once more looked up, eyes squinting. He then crouched, power surging into his legs. After a moment, he kicked off the ground, onward and upward with the night air screaming past him. At the apex of his ascent, the moment he began to lose momentum, two of his tails emerged from his spine and latched onto the building's walls. They carried him the rest of the way with great, loping sweeps, like the arms of an ape. There was little time to waste, the sooner he could appraise the full situation, the better. The operation was put on full display before Juyo as he moved by windows with each bound. The dead, the dying and the soon-to-be-dead, in that exact sequence. However many ghouls the Jukiyama group had at their disposal, many of them had undeniably been in the building, and most of them were going to be dead by the night's end. Closer to the upper end of the building, he briefly spied Haru, Shiki, and Nimura battling a pair of ghouls, one of which had the ability to create walls, if the shattered glass was anything to go by. Once at the top, though, there was nothing. No ghouls, no helicopter, nobody. Metal grids and stairs lead down to a service area below, where air conditioning units hummed into the night air, and a vacant helicopter pad took up space. The sound of filtered battle reports and the battles themselves were the only thing Juyo could hear. Below, Tokyo City. Above, a night sky with only the occasional cloud. It was a strange feeling, being so high above the chaos and yet doing nothing to affect it. Juyo felt as though he were currently in the eye of the storm, a brief island of calm while everything went to hell below him. Eventually, the chaos and violence would come for him, as it always did. So many had died before he even showed up. How many more were going to die before the night was over? Juyo let out a breath, looking up at the night sky. In that moment, he stopped thinking about the dead, and wanted to simply fly away. How many plans would that ruin, he wondered. The moment passed and he looked back down. Running away was never an option. Just a selfish dream that he'd never given voice to. And so, Juyo-Jana silently waited for his time to properly partake in the night. The sound of rotating blades joined the cacophony in Juyo's ears, along with a set of lights in the distance, steadily getting closer. Oi, oi. Juyo, you see that? Ida's voice, down on the ground. That I do, Juyo noted, watching the helicopter approach. He rolled his shoulders. Any movement downstairs in response? Nothing we can see. The area's been evacuated, so we're clear to take a shot when it's closer. We're not exactly experts, but I suppose that's the glory of having computers that can do the work for you. I suppose so. Try to minimize the collateral to only the HQ, if possible. I'm not seeing any movement up here either. Juyo looked around, so whoever they're picking up hasn't shown their face yet. Yes sir. Guess I'll just go back to thinking about what I'm gonna do with the rest of my night. Eventually, the helicopter came closer. Close enough for Juyo to see the person piloting it. The moment it did, the cockpit detonated. Down, came an unfamiliar voice, a member of the rear guard. An entirely clinical execution of their orders. The vehicle fell from the air, spiraling to the ground and out of Juyo's sight, its flame casting an orange over one side of the building. As simple as that. Ah, merde. Jukiyama stood in the doorway leading to the main set of stairs, staring at where the helicopter had been with a frown. Sweat rolled from his brow, breathing slowly and heavily. Juyo turned to look Jukiyama over, Isma falling down to his side in a non-aggressive manner. He let out a breath. Figures that you were the one they sent me to track down, he muttered. He could speak freely for the time being, seeing as his comms only worked when he pressed the button. You don't happen to have another way out of here, do you? Jukiyama exhaled, folding his arms. No. I didn't even know I'd be needing to escape tonight. Nor did I want to. But my father did not exactly give me a choice in the matter, he admitted, looking around them. So many have died, when they could have just given me up. I do not understand it. They must care for you a great deal, Juyo figured, scanning the area. You never knew when a surprise visit from either side of the conflict would burst through the metaphorical window. Your father is in custody, in case you didn't know already. Alive, along with many people from your household. So there is that much, at least. For how long, though? They can always sell the Jukiyama group, find new people to run it. And now, without an escape for myself. I must fight my way out. I cannot afford to die now, Trevor. Not when my family foolishly gave so much for my sake. I know. Trevor turned to face Jukiyama fully. I don't want to fight you. I'm tired of fighting friends. To be honest, I doubt I'll be in the CCG for much longer. They have Hinamai in Cochlea, and plan to execute her when they decide she's of no more use. I can't let that happen, but I also can't leave until I have the right opportunity to free her. I can let you go, but the ways I can help you are painfully limited, he remarked bitterly. The CCG ran a tight ship. The entire area was on lockdown, and it wouldn't be so simple as Jukiyama leaping off the building and landing on another nearby if he wanted to escape. Then what are we doing, Trevor? He asked, genuinely, as if looking to the leader of the gang once again. We fight, make it convincing. Trevor went quiet. He exhaled, shoulders set. Then, he nodded. As convincing as can be. Give it a few minutes, then you'll get an opening on me. Isma was raised once more. After that, the rest is up to you, Shiyu. I'm sorry I can't do more than that. Jukiyama shut his eyes. Very well. He shot his right arm out to the side. His Kagun emerged, a broad, curved blade that spiraled around his arm at the base, like a spring with an oversized dagger at one end. He stood in stance, legs together and his back straight, his other hand behind his back, his Kagun's edge raised in front of him, a duelist to the end. En garde, Trevor. The more things changed. En garde, Shiyu. Trevor charged. The difference between Trevor and Juyo had never been as stark as then. Where Trevor and Jukiyama had initially been unequal in standing, only eventually becoming equals after a series of fairly unfortunate events, Juyo clearly stood above the man. Even while physically weaker than Jukiyama, it became clear to Juyo that there was a gap between them. A small one, but a gap nonetheless. Isma proved to be enough to match Jukiyama's bladed Kagun. As strong as he was for a non-Kakuja, he simply didn't have that same unrepentant ferocity found in the likes of the Tial. A wall stood between most ghouls and that level of insane and inconsiderate might, generally some lingering sense of decency and the awareness that becoming a Kakuja was not a good thing. A younger Tuka, for all her eagerness, had herself come out against the idea of becoming a Kakuja, all too aware of what happened to them thanks to her father. The Arida armor served as a reminder of that, the constant suffering of a man pushed beyond the boundary of what was acceptable to both ghoul and human. But it was those things that Nerima had taught Juyo to fight taught him to kill. The average ghoul, no matter how exceptional, felt sluggish compared to the likes of the Tial, to the creatures found beneath Tokyo, mad from generations of cannibal behavior. For all the grace of Jukiyama's fighting style, it did not compare. By letting Jukiyama go, the man would be viewed as more dangerous than he already was. Besting a student of Nerima came with a price, even if the victory could be called minor. You're holding back. Shiyu said, pushing himself into the offensive, swinging his blade about with the same level of mastery that Yuri utilized on his own Kagun, disregarding the apparent weight that served as a downside for their shared Kagun types. Outstanding. What have they been teaching you? Isma sang through the air, twirling along Juyo's fingers as it easily and deftly parried each of Shiyu's strikes. The Quinqua had considerable reach that could be adjusted on a dime, just as Juyo preferred, an immensely adaptable weapon, Isma. It suited him perfectly. I've become a student of Nerima, Juyo told him, one end of Isma batting aside Shiyu's Kagun while the other twisted and spun to slam into the ghoul's exposed ribs. After seeing just how utterly lacking I was after that day, I had to realize I was half-baked. All brute force, no skill. So I learned from the man who could give me that, and more. Shiyu, despite the situation, smiled past the pain of the impact, bringing his blade back up after stumbling backwards. And to think I simply wasted away in a bed all the while. I have much catching up to do. In the meanwhile, he swung his blade to the side, the blood vessels around his eyes and forehead becoming much more pronounced, an indication of overactive RC flow, when ghouls trigger from emotion or when they're pushing themselves to the limit of what they're capable of producing. Shiyu's Kakuhao bloomed into a splay of royal purple, becoming a tide which covered his entire arm and the blade that hugged it, reforming the weapon into a new shape, converting his arm into a sleek, chitinous limb. The sword also became slimmer, less of a butcher's blade and more of an elegant needle of a sword hugging the top of his arm, a stem-like vine curling around the armored limb and leading back to his shoulder. I had intended to save this for a rainy day, but if I'm going to make this look genuine, I cannot afford to hold anything back, Shiyu said, leveling the needle towards Juyo. The blade then began to break into segments, connected together by thin tethers of glowing red musculature. A bladed whip. Shiyu waved his arm. Juyo would have whistled if he knew how to. Damn, he appraised, smiling at the display. He raised Isma once more, the click-click signaling the activation of its double spear mode. That suits you far more. Show me everything you got, Shiyu. Nothing more needed to be said. Shiyu's response came as a second wave of the arm. The whip vanished, becoming a crimson, swirling light in its absurd speeds, striking out at the area around Juyo rapidly, almost absent of Shiyu's own movements. Every bit of battle instinct within Juyo screamed that getting hit by such a thing would be a bad idea. Trusting that feeling, Juyo bent and contorted his body to avoid the curving light as though it were a laser that could carve through him like butter. What he couldn't avoid, Isma's blades sheared through the air, blocking what blows they could. For the first time, Shiyu had put Juyo on the defensive. If the gourmet could bring himself back to full strength and grow further, he had every potential to soar among the greater beasts of Tokyo. Every blow that wasn't stopped by Isma carved through their surroundings, cleanly slicing metal apart with delayed cuts, causing whole sets of stairs to collapse, signal towers to topple, air conditioning units to be turned into several different objects. It was you, Trevor. Shiyu suddenly said from a distance, swinging his arm about like a virtuoso conducting a deadly choir of swords. You, inadvertently, showed me that there was another way to live life. A bloody, but hopeful one where food was not the end all. Friends, family, hope. That's how I wish to live my life from now on. Even if I have to kill again, it will not be without meaning. He called out, putting more force into his voice than Zhuyo had ever heard from the man, his teeth gritting together as he continued his onslaught, the occasional lash reaching beyond Isma's guard, nicking at cloth and the skin beneath. The words struck harder than the Kagun. Trevor could only barely keep up with the attacks, reeling from Shiyu's sudden confession. His eyes were wide, seeing the man fully for perhaps the first time since, perhaps ever. Trevor had changed him? Was that what he had done? All he'd done was be who he was. But undoubtedly, it had been a change for the better. The gourmet that he had met was long gone. Through the strain, Trevor managed a smile. It would be a matter of moments before Shiyu would break through his guard, and rightfully so. I'm glad we met, Shiyu. Trevor told him genuinely. I'm glad that we became friends despite how we met. You're a good man. When the time for charades is over, I would be honored to stand alongside you again as we rightfully should. No response. The whip withdrew, and Shiyu dropped low, his arm pulled back like a loaded gun. The blade coiled in a spring-like fashion. He shot his fist out, and the blade extended into a lance of red light. Coup de grace. The blood on Zhuyo's fingers would serve as a good scapegoat. It made his grip on Isma slippery, preventing him from properly defending against the strike. An unforeseen cleverness from the gourmet, he decided he would call it. Besides, if Shiyu wished to escape, they were running out of time before Zhuyo could expect reinforcements. Shiyu's eyes widened in the split second it took for him to realize what was about to happen. The attack changed course by an inch, sending it through Zhuyo's collar rather than his heart, several segments of blades, shredding through bone and flesh before latching on with the hooked edges. Zhuyo felt it, but it didn't truly hurt in a way he'd been hurt in the past. It was a debilitating injury, though, enough that he had to raise a hand to stop blood from gushing out. Almost carefully, Shiyu drew the blade back, mindful not to cause any more damage. As he did so, it returned to its needle-like form, and then the Kagun as a whole began to recede, the stress of maintaining what was undeniably an excellent technique. The half-ghoul leaned against the shredded remains of the wall behind him. It was difficult to breathe properly, he was beginning to realize. One more good hit'll make it convincing, Zhuyo told him, coughing up a few droplets of blood. Isma was raised once more in defense, a faltering thing. Then run. They'll put you at double S for this, so be careful. All right. I understand. Thank you, Trevor, Shiyu said quietly. He allowed his regular Kagun to reform around his arm and approached Zhuyo, exhaling. What would be least inconvenient? An absence of weight came from Zhuyo's right arm. Zhuyo and Shiyu blinked in confusion. Indeed, his right arm was suddenly gone. Was about all Zhuyo had to say to that. Shiyu stumbled away from the spray of blood, falling back, and snapped his head upwards to look above the service area of the building, to where the helicopter pad was positioned. Up and on the edge of the building, a black-coated figure stood, the collar of their coat high. A familiar sort, but not exactly the same. A mask with many eyes and a joyless grin regarded them blankly. The mask, the cloak, it made one think of Noro. The grin was the exact same, but Noro's mask was absent of eyes while this one had many, wide, and appearing scribbled on haphazardly. The figure was smaller than Noro as well, not quite the looming black tower of a ghoul that inspired fear in so many. Zhuyo squinted at the newcomer. He hated unknowns. His grip on Isma with his remaining left hand tightened. And who might you be? He asked, standing up to his full height. The wound on his collar began to heal, now that he was actively directing energy to it again. Shut up, pig bastard. They threw the arm behind them, over the edge of the building. Well, there went a quick fix to that problem. Kane. Shiyu said, horror etched onto his face. Is that you? A tail emerged from under their cloak. The next instant, Zhuyo was hurtling through the air, through a wall. He'd lost complete control and sense of where he was, all lost to dizzying noise and actual pain. The half-ghoul collided with furniture, equipment, all sorts of metal and concrete things that only added to the disorientation. Eventually, his flight ended once he slid against the concrete floor, flopping there like a fish slapped against the ground. Zhuyo blinked, then hissed in pain. What the fuck? He groused, trying to use Isma to prop himself back up. Something curled around his ankle. Oh, that's not good. The tail dragged Zhuyo back out, slamming him against everything it could on the way. Repeated head trauma filled his vision with burning stars. Master Shiyu, please wait while I deal with some minor business. Kane. That's enough. We can go. Protestations in vain. Zhuyo came face to face with his attacker, gazing into the eyes of the mask. Their hand came out to grab Zhuyo by the throat, holding him over the edge of the building. You have brought Master Shiyu many good memories, Borg. But do you know why roses are beautiful? That voice. Somewhat familiar. Rose. Zhuyo managed, hanging by his throat. His eyes were partially open, damned hard to focus after getting your head bashed in multiple times. He coughed. Get out while you can. You two still, he coughed again, you two can still make it out of here. The grip tightened. What right do you have to say that? For years, Master Shiyu suffered, because of you. Rose said, the calm disposition breaking. His illness, was because of you. Because he could not foresee a future where he did not have his friend to guide him. What right have you, to continue that? Why do you, a pig, servant of the CCG, command such from Master Shiyu? What's so special about you, nameless one? Hey? Ill, because of me? That couldn't be right. Nameless one. Rose hissed behind their mask, head lowering. Roses are beautiful, because they are plucked before they can wilt. Die, and at least become a beautiful memory for Shiyu. Rose's grip faltered. Even a ghoul would be hard-pressed to survive such a fall. Shiyu's eyes narrowed. One thing at a time. Firstly, an old lesson from Yumo. His left leg shot outward, curling around Kane's and bringing them into a sudden, extremely tight proximity. An open palm shoved his enemy's elbow straight upward, breaking the grip, allowing Shiyu to twist his body around Kane and kick off from them just enough to return to the floor they stood on, not enough to push them over the edge. Ask him yourself. I don't have those answers for you, Shiyu, Trevor told them, rolling his shoulder. His missing right arm was starting to get annoying. The only reason he hadn't pumped his energy into regenerating it ASAP was because it was a good enough excuse to let them go. You best go, Kane. Any longer, and both you and Shiyu won't be able to escape. Rose Kane stood there, regarding Shiyu quietly. After a moment, they removed their mask. I have given everything for this. I will expel you. Holy. Who the fuck did that to you? Trevor exclaimed, eyes wide with shock and horror. For God's sake, get help. Eyes sewn near shut, their mouth too. The fact they could even talk half clearly was a miracle. Blood from still open wounds leaked from their face. This is help. Kane. Shiyu commanded from beneath them, eyes narrowed. Retreat. We don't need to fight anymore. I don't know what this is, but we can fix it. The sound of a helicopter in the distance. No news of a second escape vehicle on the way, and Ito hadn't chimed in. It likely belonged to the CCG, just to get eyes on whatever was happening from above. Kane actually hesitated, glancing down at Shiyu, frowning. But they made me so powerful, just for this. I don't care about that. After all this, you expect me to let my family continue to put themselves in harm's way, for my sake? Kane. Please, retreat. Kane looked between Shiyu and Shiyu, eyes wide and straining against the tethers, a conflict taking place behind them. Eventually, she brought her hands up to her face, letting out a pained noise. Finally, she dropped her hands, glaring at Shiyu. I hate you. But Master Shiyu comes first. Thank God. Shiyu nodded, stepping further away. Fair enough. Please, go with him. Kane hopped down to join Shiyu, the tail vanishing beneath their coat once again. We should be able to escape if we minimize any conflict. If we get bogged down, then we're in trouble. Yes. That sounds about right. But how? While they figured out their plan, Shiyu slowly hobbled to a nearby wall that hadn't been annihilated. He pressed against it, sliding down and letting out a few breaths. He'd lost Isma at some point. Finding it would be difficult, but it'd be something to do once they left. We jump. I can carry you. Shiyu shook his head, snorting. Excuse me, but no. I don't think you could survive such a fall. Maybe not. But I am quite resilient now, and even if I do not you will. Master Shiyu, your survival comes above all else. Your father would agree. Kane extended her hand to Shiyu, finally smiling. Respect the Jukiyama family's wishes, Master Shiyu. That's all we ask. Shiyu bit down on his lip, running a hand through his hair. No. We'll figure out something else. No more. I refuse to lose any more. We cannot be a family if you are all dead. Kane sighed, but relented. She looked up to Shiyu, and then towards the sound of the helicopter. Or rather, where it had been coming from. I have some rudimentary lessons. If I can launch myself into the cockpit. And then crash it, because it will already be spinning out of control the moment you slam into them. Excellent point, Master Shiyu. They continued their considerations for a few moments more, and the dynamic became apparent. Kane, the eternally loyal servant slightly more grounded than her master. Shiyu, the eccentric young master, whose dramatic ways rubbed off on the efficient Kane. It would have been a shame to break them apart. A shadow fell over all of them, like a pair of vast wings swooping down. Stone broke under its landing, metal screamed, and the wall Shiyu leaned on shattered as it crashed through, sending him tumbling down and across the floor to where Shiyu and Kane were. He'd only gotten a brief glimpse of the monster before Trevor fell. An immense thing, fully covered in a horrifyingly familiar purple cloak. All that had been visible was a gaping maw, two long tongue whipping through the air, and a black void above it, from which gleamed a single, balefully glowing crimson eye. There was only one person in the entire world that it could be. Trevor was not ready. Escapes. I can help with escapes, Ito said, perched above them like a bird, her monstrous Kakuja turning her voice wicked. Who can resist Lil Ol me? Who really cares about the Jukiyama, when in reality, it's all about me? Her long, clawed hand moved up beneath her elongated jaw, a dark titter coming from the depths of its hidden throat. You disappointed me, Kane. I had such high hopes for someone given my own abilities. But I do pity you. Go. Kane stared up at the owl, struck in place with an absolute terror, her body rigid and breathing quick. No, 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 no. Shiyu grabbed her shoulder, forcing him to look at her. We're going. Trevor, will you be? Trevor gazed up at Ito. He wasn't ready. He was missing an arm and Isma and his head had been bashed in many times. He had no idea how this was going to go. But at the very least, he could stop 2 more people from dying on this awful night. He tore away from her, looking over at Xiu. I'll live, he promised his friend. Please, go. Without needing any further prompting, the two left with fearful glances not just at the owl, but to Trevor as well. As mentioned before, Kane took Xiu and held him close, and flung herself from the ceiling. The protestations of Xiu did not return, all too aware of the fate that awaited someone who contested the owl. Leaving Trevor with Ito. She sighed. Finally. I had hoped that would go differently. Trevor grinned his teeth, glaring up at Ito. Did you do that to her? He asked. I did. Much stronger, wasn't she? That's the ultimate secret to this all. Harm. When we are harmed, we gain the potential to return it greater. I don't give a shit about how strong she was. Trevor snapped. She was in pain. What fucking good did any of that do her? We are all in pain, Trevor. She yelled back, her form lurching forward. Her family, exterminated her loved one, hunted her place, supplanted by you. She came to me. So, what, you tortured her? You used all that goddamn power and intelligence you have, and you tortured her, Trevor retorted, his blood rising. What a fucking waste. She needed a therapist, not, whatever the hell you did. Yes, a therapist. So common among ghouls, so easily provided. Would you have given it to her, CCG man? Would you have given her the services she needed, but our world sorely lacks? Tell me, where would you have sent her? Cochlea or Corniculum? I imagine Cochlea, because she is not a child. Trevor's nostrils flared. I know I'm a hypocrite. That doesn't make what you did better, Ito. All you did was spread more pain. What was the point of that, hey? What grand scheme involved sewing a girl's eyes and mouth? If I told you, you would not believe me. And I cannot tell you. The owl's mouth opened wide, and words continued to come from it. Every moment we spend on this planet, us ghouls, we spend it in pain. We struggle against everything, the environment, our own kind, humans, and it is not a struggle we can ever win. Not by simply avoiding the pain that comes with that struggle. What we have done for thousands upon thousands of years. A sound joined the voice, like something sliding out from the throat. A hand gripped the teeth, pulling the rest of the body out from the depths of the owl's body. Ito, covered in loose bandages, descended from her cockroach's tongue, dropping down to the spot in front of Trevor. Her monstrous body began to fall apart, breaking down into inert flesh without a cockroach to support it. The bandages around Ito's head did little to hide her hair, or her eyes. My father, inspired me. He said that from the moment we are born, we sin. If that is true, then why did he bring me into this world, just to leave me? Why did he let me see the worst of humanity and ghouls? Why did he let me sin? She asked, the bandages around her head falling away, mossy green hair free. Pain is all I have, Trevor. Not for a moment has my mind ever gone away from our plight. Not for a moment have I ever been free from this flower pot we're trapped inside. If pain is what it takes to break it, then so be it. Being with you, just made it all hurt that much more. Trevor couldn't breathe. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, what he was hearing. You should have listened to that first instinct, in that coffee shop, a dark voice reminded him in his mind. You shouldn't have let it go. You shouldn't have assumed it was a mistake on your part. For undeniably, the woman before him was Senta Katsuki. His jaw flapped uselessly. There were no pithy remarks, no clever words, no shouts of outrage. Every word he could think of died in his throat before they could escape his lips. She stared at him, her familiar smile long gone. The person who looked at him matched the words she spoke. Behind all the joy of Sen, there was the agony of Ito, a creature born to neither world, but trapped in the worst of both. The writing all made so much more sense. Will you fight me? She asked, breaking the silence. Trevor's jaw stopped moving. He was quiet for a few moments longer. He licked his dry lips. Figuring out how he was feeling, what he was feeling, was impossible for him to discern in that moment. For now, all he could muster was sorrow. Is that what you want? He eventually asked in kind, voice cracked. I don't know. I just know I couldn't lie to you any longer. Trevor gulped. Then, slowly, he pushed himself up off the ground with his one arm. I don't know what I want anymore. I barely know who I am anymore, he admitted, blinking rapidly. I didn't even know what a ghoul was until 5 years ago, and here we are. He took a ragged breath, his crimson and brown eyes staring at Ito. I'm sorry for hurting you. But you tortured that girl, and if you won't give me a good reason. Trevor raised his left arm, hand going flat, while his stance widened. I can't let you get away with such an awful thing. I'm tired of letting these things happen around me. Ito's eyes shut. Finally, she smiled at him. I respect that. The owl emerged with a burst of hot air, the creature struggling and crawling out from Ito's back, eventually subsuming her completely. The size of it went beyond every form of it Trevor had ever seen before, barely able to be contained by the space they were in, crushing and leveling the ground around them, the impossible weight threatening to bring the top of the building down. 8 limbs, a cyclopean eye, and a pair of blades protruding from the back like ineffective wings. It stared down at Trevor, lacking the same grin the beast usually wore. Her voice came from it once again. I do think I love you, Juliojana. Trevor blinked, staring up at the great monster looming over him like a dragon. He felt so tiny in comparison to her might, just a small man who now had to contend with a beast so vastly beyond him. But he was still standing there against her. There was warmth on his face, but it wasn't blood. With tears and a sad smile, he admitted something. I think I love you too, Sen Takatsuki. The city beneath the lunatic eclipse building was lava between the crevices of a volcano, lights stretching out into the horizon, to the base of mountains. The lights atop the building were similarly angry. Bright and with a bloody luminescence, the body of the owl contained within it a multitude dense with RC upon RC, expanded into a form closer to an actual monster of myth than anything any human or ghoul had ever seen before. For the first time, Trevor faced Ito Yashimura, all masks cast aside. That size, that form, had never once been documented by the CCG. What Ito was displaying now was something no one had reported, something far beyond what had been thought to be her true capabilities. Her previous Kakuja was tiny in comparison, an outright unnerving development if there ever was one. Respect, Ito had called it. Trevor had absolutely no idea how to live up to that feeling, another than to fight harder and more bitterly than he'd ever fought before. A clawed, three-digit hand raised into the air, hovering above Trevor for a split second before finally swinging down, the sound of the air breaking against the descending palm. With barely any room to maneuver, Trevor kicked off the ground and in between the fingers. At the same moment, his tails lanced outward and rapidly combined into one cohesive whole, swinging its scythe-like form into Ito's immense arm. The edge lodged into the tightly compounded pseudo-flesh, drawing bright blood, but not striking further than just the edge. One of Ito's many limbs lashed out, grabbing Trevor into a vice-like grip, squeezing down around his entire form, his head barely breaching the space allowed by her index finger. She stared down at him, the limbal ring of her singular eye glinting. Her mouth opened, as if she were about to say something, plank-like rows of teeth flashing, before shutting again. She threw him, a baseball flying through sheets of paper, down through the ceiling, into the lower floor, and then crashing through a window. In a moment, Trevor found himself staring down the fissures of Tokyo's streets, nothing to stop him from falling to his death. Kagun rapidly reshaped, splitting apart and spreading in between his arms and legs. Massive crimson flaps caught the air, turning his descent into a controlled glide. He pumped and shifted his body, gritting his teeth as he widely swung about, back in the direction of Ito. I can't even hurt her. There's no chance without the Kakuja. Investigator Jenna, are you there? Are you alive? I'm alive. Trevor shouted over the howling whines. Thankfully, his trick was working, bringing him closer to the most powerful being in Tokyo. Engaging the owl. Good. The only one currently available to support you is myself. I'll be delivering a quinqua to you. Your current position? What floor? Currently airborne. I'll try to land on the floor immediately beneath the ceiling, he reported. Good. ETA 30 seconds. 30 seconds against the owl. It'd only taken 5 seconds for her to toss him like a rag doll. He'll make it work. Trevor swung his arms and legs flat against himself, turning his glide into something more like a mortar shot, launching himself toward the floor immediately below Ito. It seemed to mostly be a hallway running the perimeter of the floor, with the central room within it exposed. A few moments of reprieve followed, but Trevor could hear her looking for him, as well as her voice calling out. Come out, come out. She said, somehow both simultaneously quiet yet distinctly loud, like a breeze had delivered the words to his ears. The sound of something dragging, and then a rapid clink 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 noise, then the shattering of glass. On a different face to the building, she crawled around the glass, breaking it with each rapid crawl of her many limbs, creating a sheer cacophony of broken panes. All Trevor could do was buy just that little more time before Matsuri could deliver that quinqua, whatever it was. He was still down an arm, and so far all he could do was scramble away from Ito while trying to come up with solutions. If the quinqua wasn't enough. Well. Trevor knew that his only chance against her was going all out. Especially when she saw fit to do the same for him. At the very least, he could make note of potential weak spots. The eye. The mouth. That was about it. It was only a matter of time before she spotted him. When she did, it was with several eyes, rapidly forming across the crest of the Kakuja's elongated skull, each containing a strange spiral-like pattern within them, the spaces between each layer growing and shrinking with the passing of seconds, like an oscillation. They snapped onto him, and the tongue of the Kakuja lulled out. Avoidance proved difficult, given the difference in the number of limbs being used for running. In some of the longest seconds of Trevor's life, Ito pursued him, her form shifting steadily throughout, becoming longer and almost insect-like, adapting to the surface her Kakuja found itself on, the limbs becoming sharp points to cling onto surfaces, and all the better to jab at Trevor with. Trevor cursed, his Kagun rapidly and desperately shifting to compensate for the assault of stabbing limbs. Tentacles, ad hoc legs, shooting chameleon tongues, everything he could think of to improve his ability to dodge. All the while, more of the Kagun creeped up his spine and then along his head, becoming a helmet of sorts, one which sprouted eyes of many sorts so that he could take in every detail of Ito without having to so much as turn his head. Bide your time. Bide your time. It'll come. Your chance will come. Keep moving. Patient. Very patient, Ito said in the midst of their chase, her elongated monstrous form weaving through broken glass, carving a gouge out of the wall as she dragged alongside it, pushing aside window panes. She sounded so calm, as if the burden of the Kakuja's madness had not even begun to touch her. How long can you keep it up, I wonder? 15 more seconds, hopefully. Can't exactly turn into a kaiju, Trevor retorted, swerving away from a bladed limb just before it could bisect him. This fight had rapidly turned into something unlike any other fight he'd been in before. Not yet, anyway. Looking forward to when you can. She said without reservation, the teeth of her form growing a bit too close for comfort. But for now. I'll just take a bite. A blink of light in the distance. A streak of black coated in a shimmering blue. It slammed into Ito, pinning her into the wall, straight through the center of her body. Several more follow, screaming through the air, shots taken from miles away, leaving huge rods of RC metal lodged into the Kakuja. She let out a noise that, finally, indicated some form of inconvenience, momentarily struggling against the 4 rods piercing her body. Jenna. I'm on support. Kyoko Ora. Thank you. Trevor called back, grateful for every little bit he could get. His tails changed yet again, splitting apart to become dozens of thin strands lined with serrated razors, shark teeth pushed to their nastiest limit. Each of them rushed forward, slashing and slicing at Ito's many eyes to take at least some advantage of her temporary stall. The eyes became splotches of red, gouged out and cut apart. Annoying. Ito muttered from within, stilling herself for a moment. The limbs of the Kakuja moved, grabbing the rods and pulling them out. As she reoriented herself, she held up the 4 rods like spears, ends curved and serrated as if they were harpoons made specifically to take her down. From her back, arcs of red energy began to accumulate, dancing between the short, bladed wings. Or move. Trevor shouted, realizing what was about to happen. Ito was blinded, but there was no way he'd assume she was weaker than she seemed. At this distance. Kyoko breathed, disbelieving. She and Trevor were made to believe. Crystalline shards launched from Ito's back at an angle, full of red anger, lighting up the night sky as they shot out like homing missiles, blind or no. From up so high, Trevor saw the little blinks for explosions pelt the building Kyoko had set up on, leveling floors worth in a moment. That should keep that one busy, Ito said, her voice closer. The mouth of the Kakuja opened wide, and she stared out from it, long hair obscuring her face, standing upon the back of the tongue, the flesh of the body still connecting to her back. Luckily, she had been kept busy long enough. The sounds of footsteps from around the corner behind Trevor caught her attention, her eyes flicking from Trevor to the source of the sound. Matsuri slid around the corner, his suit a bit worse for wear, but still entirely in one piece. In his hands, a metal suitcase. Printed along the front were the numbers 001. Without wasting a beat, he tossed it to Trevor. Don't lose this. Trevor caught it, already activating the weapon. A wing spread out from the case. A blade that was also a wing. A weight that felt pleasant to the fingers and arm, a length that didn't feel too long, covered in sharp feather-like edges, colored like crystal cartilage with the distinct red light of RC cells contained within the main body. A simple-looking thing, compared to Isma. Yet it stood as one of 2 SSS-rate Quinqua in existence. Dove, the first Quinqua. You were going to use that on the Jukiyama family? Ito asked, looking over to Matsuri. The man pushed his glasses up, huffing. I'm not so foolish as to think you people wouldn't show up at all, as unlikely as it was. Consider it reassurance. Trevor licked his lips, almost in disbelief. Dove was supposed to be exclusively used by Washiyu, not someone like him. Not like that was enough reason for him to turn it down, of course, it only showed how dire things were. He gave it an experimental swing through the air with his left arm. He was right-handed. He'd have to compensate, after all, he wasn't as married to the human form as the people who typically wielded it. Thank you, Washiyu, Trevor told him, staring directly at Ito. Matsuri had seen her true face now, there would be no more hiding for Sentakatsuki. His tails winded behind him, coiling and waiting. Unless you have something else for you to use. Washiyu stared at Ito, squinting. It almost appeared to be a look of recognition, with some disbelief. No. The objective of the mission is not termination. It's to do whatever we can. Good luck, Jenna. Thank you, sir. Re-engaging the owl. Matsuri retreated. Ito launched the harpoons at Trevor, one after the other. He sidestepped the repurposed weaponry, feet barely grazing the ground as he did so, then jumping to the wall. His legs strained against his own muscles before he kicked himself off, turning himself into a spinning top with Dove as his edge and bringing it down the neck of the Kakuja. For a moment, it appeared as if Ito were about to retreat back into her Kakuja, but the realization of where he was aiming sent her the other direction. She abandoned her Kakuja, rolling out, bandages clinging to her body. She huffed, standing upright as the pseudo-body lost its head, Dove searing through its flesh with ease. Too close, she muttered, starting to hop from foot to foot. Trevor landed on his feet, hefting Dove in his hand. Woof, he breathed, almost in disbelief that it actually worked. He swung the sword through the air, flicking off RC matter against the ground. Utilizing his Kakuja was still likely going to be a necessity, but it was a weapon with a timer to it. With Dove in hand, he could at least be a little more discerning about when to use that last resort. Never been a sword guy, but I'm not gonna be picky. He rounded on Ito, stepping closer. An instant later, he charged, Kagun spear tips shooting out ahead of him in an attempt to control her evasive movements. She didn't move, instead allowing her own Kagun to emerge and meet Trevor's head-on, spearing his tails down the middle with an eclectic, chaotic mix of hands, pincers and mouths, a Kagun that lacked any particular shape, drifting somewhere between all the known types. When she did move, it was straight towards Trevor, bare feet hitting the floor as she ran low, eyes wide as she watched him. He was about to swing Dove down at her. A memory flashed in his mind. It was Jiao and Sen, laughing as they drenched each other with buckets full of water. A bright, sunny day. And he missed, instead cutting straight through the floor just beside her. Ito slammed Trevor into the wall, her arm pressing across his collar, staring up at him. Despite being smaller, she clearly had the strength to break him in two. What are you doing? Trevor breathed, grinding his teeth and nostrils flaring. Get it together, you idiot. Remember why you are doing this. Remember what she's done. You really going to let her do whatever she wants just because you low? The thoughts stopped. I should ask you the same. You could have cut things off any time you wanted, he told her. His grip on Dove tightened. Would have made everything easier for both of us. Why didn't you? He demanded. Isn't a girl allowed her fun? She said, allowing a smirk to cross her face. Just another way to dance with death, Trevor. You don't come this far without enjoying the danger. Now. She pressed against him, arm up against his throat now. What are you doing? Don't hesitate. If I was anyone else, you'd be a dead man. Fun, huh? That just pissed him off. Trevor shoved Dove straight into her side, as near to the Kokuhao as he could manage, twisted and swung outward with all of his strength. A carve in, then out. A near effortless cut, going through bone and flesh, taking away her arm, shoulder and some of her side, the deceptively small thing called a Kokuhao visible as it fell away with her flesh, burning brightly but rapidly dimming, Dove seeming to glow with a greater intensity as if it drank away at the Kokuhao's life. Ito fell back, the damage proving to be too much at once even for her, blood pouring from her body, teeth bared in a grin. See? That's more like it, Trevor. She said through pain, flecks of blood pushing through her teeth. It's not that hard. A crimson hand grabbed the fallen Kokuhao, pulling it back to Trevor. The dimming organ was held in an almost dainty grip. It's about to become even less so. He popped it into his mouth, gulping it down in a single swallow. Ecstasy. A hit of the purest sort. A long desperate inhuman metabolism tore the Kokuhao apart, appropriating its strength for his own means, filling his body with a surge of strength he hadn't felt in years. Gates long locked in Trevor's head unlocked, and a familiar sensation filled his head. An old ally, who so rarely showed himself these days. Trevor pressed his thumb against a finger, Dove in hand, and popped his knuckle. Yamurai, though quiet, was there. A tail of Kagun shot out, but not at Ito. Instead, it latched itself to the empty stump at his right shoulder, disconnecting from the spine. The Kagun contorted and reformed, until his right arm had been completely replaced by a limb of pure, scaled crimson. His new digits flexed and unflexed. It'd do. Trevor attacked Ito, now able to bring Dove to bear fully. His tails lashed out, becoming bristling, hooked things with eyes popping into existence between the barbs, seeing anything and everything. A combination of Yamurai and the weapons of the scorpion. Several eyes stared back at Trevor. Where he had removed a whole part of her body, Kagun had already started to turn into something of a replacement. Ito exploded into tendrils and limbs. Vibrant in color, jarringly so, pinks and greens, yellow and blue. Short arms and hands reached out from the angular Kagun as they just continued to shoot out from her back and side. Mouths formed, letting out girlish titters and uttering odd things, the desire for food, the desire for comfort, the desire to harm. With each attack, two new jagged tendrils formed, mocking Trevor with an array of maws, each word delivered with an undeniable loving cadence. Give up. You are too weak. Only I can change this world. Every blow met some monstrosity of a limb, and with each passing moment, it were as if Ito became lost in a forest of her own making, protruding out of the shattered glass of the building, vines of flesh cracking through the stone floor. Hands stroked at Trevor's skin, but did not grab for him. Ito emerged from the trunk of the fleshy tree hanging sideways out of the building, her body half encased in her Kokuja, the first iteration of it, more body armor and closer resembling the manager. With one eye obscured by half a mask, her crimson eye regarded him, teeth still on full display. Did I upset you? That obvious? Trevor shouted, more and more of his Kagun lashing out at the many horrific things Ito conjured on a whim. Dove carved and carved through the worst of it, like a machete chopping at a jungle as he worked his way toward her main body. What answer did you want, Trevor? Trevor cut himself off, snarling and chopping. His red right hand cracked and exploded into a wing-like shape, a nastier imitation of Dove. Both blades went to work, driving him closer and closer. He glared up at Ito. Anything else but a goddamn smirk. You don't really care about that, she said, smiling still. Wind lashed at her, the ends of her bandages waving in the wind like little flags. You're looking for an outlet. I've betrayed you, and this is just the first thing you can find to justify that anger. You're allowed to just be angry, Trevor. That's reasonable. Something snapped in Trevor's mind. It all came to him at once, his resentment, his guilt, his frustration, his rage, taking the form of memories that flashed and shined like stars before his eyes. All of the bad, all of the good, it swallowed him whole at Ito's words. At that moment, Trevor saw his entire journey up until that point. And it well and truly made him mad. A great, powerful sweep of every weapon at his disposal, sending the forest of horror scattering aside. A brief reprieve to buy him just a couple moments. I'm more than angry, Ito. The Kagun wrapped around his body, crawling, shaping into armor. Scaled chitin that hugged his frame, forming curved plates. His feet ended in talons that dug into the floor. His hands became claws, wicked and sharp. Along the shoulders, fanged maws formed, snapping at nothing. Spikes jutted out from his spine like the limbs of an upturned insect, jittering and crackling with charged RC cells. Behind him, a tail grew, looming over him and incorporating dove into the end as its stinger. Around his face, a mask formed. A pointed snout, like the mask of the Dober, but harsher and chitinous with a snarling split jaw over his mouth. The eyes were wide and compound, the left glowing a baleful red. "I'm done with you!" Trevor roared, becoming a crimson bullet that screamed straight for Ito. She mouthed a word to herself, expression softening. For a split second, Trevor saw Sen escaping Ito. And then they met each other. A flurry of primal violence, lacking mastery beyond that required to kill. A Kakuja broke under the fury of another, and with it, so too did the body of the one within. Ito Yashimura's torso fell from the multicolored tree of limbs, eyes still open as what was left of her plummeted to the ground. Even still, she smiled, a trail of blood following her descent. And then Trevor was alone. She was falling down to the earth below, little more than a torso. It probably wouldn't kill her. His claws balled into shaking fists. After a moment. Fuck. Trevor snapped. He jumped after her. Wherever Ito had fell, it was just outside of the immediate operation zone. Still within the cordon, but not where the majority of investigators were. Her scent filled the air, more human than ghoul, but before undetectable. The blood made it easy to find her. Crashed through the skylight of an apartment complex, she had ended up in a sort of greenhouse. Surrounded by glass, her torso lay there, staring up at the stars. Trevor landed, bending with his descent. His Kakuja stayed in place as he walked over to her, talons scraping against the ground. Eventually, he stood next to her fallen form, looming over the woman. "Anybody get the number of that truck?" she asked, speaking without much hindrance but with a hint of weakness. "This is a first." He grunted. Then he bent down and picked her up, oddly gentle. "Indeed. You're about to get another first, too." "Yet? You reckon?" "I'm not certain. Unfortunately. Another landing, and breaking glass. I've probably made someone pretty mad," she said cheekily, looking up at Trevor with another Sen-like look. "Ito. Noro is dead. None other than Tatara decided to join them. That's a shame. But I'm glad he's resting. Dad deserves that much." "So you say." "Trevor," Tatara uttered more out of obligation. "Release Ito then go on your way. Tonight has been enough of a disaster." Trevor's raptor-like head regarded Tatara, the face within frowning. Could he? Tatara appeared unbothered, healthy. And he was a Kakuja in his own right. There was an ugly, twisting feeling in his gut, one he didn't want to begin figuring out at that moment. His grip tightened for a moment, then went slack. He was absolutely sick of that night. He didn't even want to look at the person in his hands anymore. More than anything, he wanted to just crawl into a corner and pretend his troubles didn't exist. Trevor bent down and released Ito, propping her against the wall. "Interesting. Given your current state, I expected less reason from you." "Very wise, Trevor," Tatara said, slinking over to stand beside Trevor, looking down at Ito. Trevor only felt more disgust. "You let him hurt you this much?" "Less let, more surprised." "Pleasantly so." "I see." Tatara reached down and picked up Ito's torso under his arm, holding her like a particularly naughty child. "Trevor. We have not been able to talk in some time. In these years, do you think you have figured out who the king is, yet?" Trevor exhaled, the sound reverberating through his Kakuja. "I just want to go." But something forced him to stay. "If it's not her, then I don't know who else it could be. Such is the beauty of it. This creature," he shook Ito, getting a huff from her, "is in some ways the king. In other ways, she is not. But she is not the king. All will become clear in time, I think." "Will you continue to act at Juyojana?" He didn't answer right away. It was something he had to consider. "Up until the moment I can free Hinamai Fuegaki from Cochlea, I will," Trevor answered. "Then I do not doubt you will find yourself assisted by Aojirai Tree on that day." "Fuegaki is a good person," Tatara said, begrudgingly so. He turned his back to Trevor, exposing Ito's bloody interiors. "Better than anyone here." At that, Trevor turned away from the two leaders of Aojirai Tree. His Kakuja melted away, retreating once more into his spine. Dove found its way to his left hand, the right Kagun arm going back from whence it came. "Now get going before I regret this. Just another to add to the list, I don't doubt. But that is adulthood for you." "Wait. Trevor. Look at me," Ito said, assisted by Tatara and made to face Trevor once it became clear that was what she wanted. Trevor stopped. Forced a breath out. Then he turned without speaking. No smile, no smirk, just an honest neutral expression. She inhaled, and then exhaled with some difficulty. "I'd not trade a single day of it, not for anything." "It's not an answer, I know. But it is what it is." Trevor blinked. Several times. He gulped, Adam's apple bobbing as he felt his heart ache. "Yet. It is what it is," he managed to say in a hoarse voice. Trevor turned away. "Goodbye." He didn't wait for a response. He jumped away, leaving the drops of tears where he once stood. As he launched into the air, he let out a long, stuttering, sobbing breath, torn and agonized. He wanted to scream. He wanted to destroy everything around him, to just run wild like the beast he could be. But he didn't. Instead, Trevor closed his eyes. Zhuyo opened them, his expression blank. By the time he returned to the site of the operation, everything seemed to be winding down. The wounded funneled out from the building with the assistance of bureau staff bodies too. Many bodies. Something had gone wrong. Matsuri met him on the way, holding a hand out to stop Zhuyo from going any further. The man looked tired, but not ready to tap out yet. Jana, before you go any further, For the first time, he hesitated, lips pressing into a thin line. There have been losses. Zhuyo stood there. The worst possible scenario manifested in his mind. His chest turned to ice. Let me see them. That was all he could say. Matsuri nodded, lowering his arm. 4th floor. Zhuyo was already gone. He jumped to the 4th floor of the building without hesitation, without issue. He felt out of body, numb, like a machine with inputs being placed. He cared about nothing, save for the wish to see them. The world moved around Zhuyo in a haze. Ido had shown up at some point, and hurriedly directed him to where he needed to go, and Zhuyo had accepted the input. A wide hall, none too dissimilar from where he had been fighting Ido. Only this one remained mostly intact, blood marking the floor and walls in large smears, a grim artist's work that had since dried. If there were bodies, they had mostly been cleaned up, bar one. Surrounded by their surrogate siblings, each in different states anywhere between despondent to facing the death of complete apathy, but none of them standing. A painful death, torn apart both by their own Kakuja and their opponent. In Jinshi's bloodied arms, Yuri lay out across them, eyes open but vacant and completely still. Corvid armor had fallen away to reveal a dead boy. Zhuyo dropped dove. Zhuyo stared. Zhuyo walked forward. Zhuyo looked down at Yuri. He fell to his knees. Yuri. Zhuyo croaked, features contorting uncontrollably as the awful truth stared him in the face with empty eyes. For once, the young man didn't seem annoyed. Around Zhuyo, the Quinks gathered. They clung to him, words leaving their mouths, but nothing. No sound. Just the noise of Zhuyo's heartbeat in his ear. Alive. While Yuri was not. Who knew how long they were like that, over the body of Yuri? Time, relative as it apparently was, became a mess of minutes. It was Yui's hand upon his shoulder that anchored Zhuyo back into reality. The fellow disciple of Nerima looked at Zhuyo with a cautiously gentle look, squeezing his shoulder. He said nothing, and instead simply squat there, being present for the man in case he needed it. Zhuyo was on his knees, watching his children. Jinchi in a state of shell shock, eyes wide and frozen there, with only faint tremors in his bloodied frame. Taurus seemed emotionally dead, a blank stare that had passed a threshold of sorrow and despair and looped back into nothing. Seiko was the only one who made a sound, loudly sobbing and unable to stop the tears from flowing. And there was Yuri. His student. His kid. His grumpy, acerbic, determined, strong kid. At a glance, it was evident Yuri had activated his Kakuja. Impossibly, he overridden the barrier that kept almost every ghoul from creating a Kakuja without cannibalism, sacrificing his own Kakuhou to reach a level of power most could only dream of. And he had used it to protect the Quinks. I failed him. I failed him. I failed my student. This wasn't supposed to happen, I was supposed to guide him through this, to teach him, to show him, to be with him, to... Zhuyo sniffed. He was crying, he belatedly realized, if only because they made it harder for him to see his children. A part of him said this was a nightmare, that they'd go back home and Yuri would be there as always, wearing those shirts of his favorite bands and chastising them while cooking dinner. Well, it certainly was a nightmare, but not one Zhuyo would ever wake up from. Defeating Ito, a victory that had already felt hollow to begin with, only further turned sour. After a pause, Zhuyo stiffly raised his left hand, his only hand, and rested it on Yui's. He patted it once, then lowered his hand. Zhuyo began haltingly, his voice cracked. He'd lost people before, people he loved, but that didn't make this any easier. I don't know what to do, he admitted, head bowed. Neither do I, Yui said, his usually soft voice hoarse. This operation cost us more than we could have ever expected. The Jukiyama fought on death ground, and the Aojirai executives. Yui exhaled, eyes shutting, squeezing them shut. Haru too, Zhuyo. And Kojima. Haru. Shiki. Zhuyo bit down on a trembling lip, shoulders shaking. He blinked rapidly, all in vain as the tears came in force. He reached over, wrapping an arm around Yui's shoulders. I'm so sorry, Cory, he managed to tell the man who had been Haru's partner for as long as he'd known them. Damn it, Yui muttered, doing his best to maintain a strong front. He dipped his head, but didn't reject Zhuyo's arm. What am I supposed to tell the others? I don't think there will ever be an easy way to do it, Zhuyo replied, looking at his Quinks. His surviving Quinks. No way that won't be painful. He sucked in a breath. Damn it. We should probably move. I'm done with this fucking place. You're right. You're right, Yui managed, gently pulling himself away from Zhuyo and standing, running his hands down his face. Head to the vehicles. I'll arrange for Yuri to be taken away. Zhuyo nodded, standing as well. Thank you, Cory. We'll be in touch. He stepped closer to the Quinks, their despondent forms still watching over Yuri. He bent down, wrapping his arm as well as he could around all three and leaning into them. We have to go, he whispered to them, voice wavering. He didn't think he'd ever loved them so much as he did at that moment. All he wanted to do was hold them, forever. We can't stay here. He held Noro. Long enough for me to use her, Jinshi muttered, swallowing. Could I have done anything? Did he have to die? Jinshi. Toru said, steadily standing at Juyo's prompting. He moved around to Jinshi, slipping an arm beneath his armpit, and helped him up. We did everything we could. Just make sure to give him the credit, okay? I think he'd like that. It hit Jinshi like a truck. His eyes shut, and his teeth dug into his lower lip, enough to bloody it as his expression contorted in a non-physical agony. A whine came from his throat as he threw his head back. Damn it! Damn it! Seiko sniffed, the area around her eyes inflamed, snot trailing from her nose. She pushed herself up from all fours, eyes locked on Yuri still. Not a single word out of her. Juyo took her hand. He didn't say anything. Consolations, platitudes, what could he say that would make things better? A terrible, bloody battle had taken over their lives and left no sense of victory. Only the corpses of men and women, humans and ghouls, who had died because of how they were born. Was it worth it? He didn't know who that question was for. All he knew was that he wanted it to end already. The night came to a close with very little else to be said between them. The debrief was suitably brief, as even Matsuri could see that they were in no place for any more work. A strangely empty home awaited them. Kishao Nerima could be considered many things, but he was by no means a therapist. What he was, however, was very intuitive. While he had a fairly distant and blunt manner about him, he could offer a good ear and a shoulder to lean on. The best listener in the CCG, probably. Akira took a far more proactive stance than Nerima. To her, the issues of others were not simply to be listened to, but resolved. Sometimes that honestly didn't help, given that every now and then you just wanted to be listened to. Juyo had the best of both worlds in his office, sitting across from him. I collected this before coming here, Nerima began, sliding a red sealed envelope across to Juyo. A copy of Kajima's will. You featured in it. Juyo reached over with his left hand. His right was still regrowing, but, strangely, the coloration of the skin was off, not quite matching the rest of his body, but that in and of itself wasn't the concerning part. He was growing scales in certain areas, the regenerating limb looking more like that of a lizard's in some places. Were it any other time, he would have poured himself into discovering why, but now, he lacked the energy. He'd become mechanical in his mind. Thank you, Kishao, he replied, sliding the envelope closer to him. Shiki was another loss, but what was he to do or say about it? Too many awful things at once, and it felt like he could give none of them their due. I think I'll read it, in a bit, he sighed, running a hand through his hair. Nerima nodded understandingly. Then, I'll get to the point. While this may sound inappropriate at this time, I believe it is time you return to Zero Squad. Elegant, Akira quipped, nudging Nerima with her elbow. What he means is that we both think you need a change in work environment. Between being the only other person to fend off the owl successfully, your rank and the current mood around the house, spending some time with Nerima may do you some good. I'll be sad to lose my friend and rival, but alas, I'll cope. Juyo exhaled. The banter didn't land for him, for once. And what about the Quinks? What will happen with them? Jinshi should take control, Nerima said after a moment. There are many reasons for this, but above all, I think he needs this. When the new recruits are eventually selected and their surgeries complete, he will be busy. He will heal. I would have suspected Toru, but I don't disagree with Nerima's assessment. Of course, this also depends on what you think, Akira said, gesturing to Juyo. They're your kids. Yeah, they are. Juyo went quiet, gazed distant for a few moments. Jinshi in charge with Toru as his second would be for the best. Between them and Seiko, he cleared his throat. They'll be able to take care of the greenhorns. It'd keep them all moving. I'm glad you agree. I've had the opportunity to see the potentials, and I can already see who they're going to select, based on compatibility and skill. At least one of them will be able to support the squad with a similar level of skill to Haru. They'll be fine, Nerima assured Juyo, offering him a slight smile. Remembering Haru made Juyo feel a tug on his heart. It passed when Juyo nodded slowly, unable to return the smile. That's good. Juyo licked his dried lips. I'm sorry, but it doesn't feel like I'm really here. He looked over at the wall, where one of Yuri's framed paintings hung. He'd always had a thing for landscapes. None of that night feels real. What can we do to help? Akira asked, reaching across the table to rest her hand atop his. We've tried to keep out of your way, but it's clearly not working. I don't know. I've lost people before, but it feels worse when it was someone you were looking out for, Juyo admitted. He tore his eyes away from the painting. Between Yuri, the owl, and now this, he limply raised his regenerating arm and displayed the inhuman nature of it. I don't think I've been at more of a loss since the day we met, he confessed, inclining his head to Kishao. Ito had ripped something out of him, he realized, a sort of wound that he'd only felt once before. It felt wrong to compare it to Kaya's death, but when it came to love and the pain that came with it, it was impossible for the situations to feel wholly separate. How was one even supposed to navigate that? And how was he supposed to tell the people in front of him? How was he supposed to tell Akira that the woman he'd fallen in love with had killed her mother? Then, I suppose all we can really do is start again. Juyo Trevor, Nerima said. I don't want you to remain lost. Take this time for yourself. We can deal with the details another time, but for now, do what you feel you must. Even if it's nothing, do what you must. We'll be here if you need us. For the first time that day, the foreigner's mouth quirked just a little bit upward. It's not supposed to feel so weird being called by the name your parents gave you, he said quietly, shaking his head. Thank you, to you both. I'll bounce back. Eventually. I'll reach out to you if I can think of something. For now, though. He put on a sad smile. I think I just need a break. Take all the time you need, Akira said, squeezing Juyo's hand. In the meanwhile, Jinchi can look after things. He was training even when we walked in. Seems eager to get to grips with that new quinqua of his, not that I can blame him. First Nutcracker, now Ginkui. Ginkui, the quinqua made from Noro's remains. A monstrous thing that appeared to be a black blade, which then extended a mass of mouth tendrils in a horrific facsimile of how Noro had terrorized the CCG for so long. Between Nutcracker and Ginkui, Jinchi now wielded two of the most absolute, formidable quinquas in the entire CCG. And all it had cost him was a brother. I don't blame him. He's always wanted to be stronger so that he could look out for everyone. Now that he believes he failed to do that. Juyo let out a breath, squeezing Akira's hand back before withdrawing. That motivation's only gotten greater. He's keeping Seiko busy, at least. He's stronger than he knows, Nerima said. I'm sure he'll be promoted too. Though he wants all credit to be given to Yuri, I don't believe the commission will hear it. At the end of the day, he's the one holding Ginkui. That he is. Juyo looked down, shoulders slumping. He rested his hand on Shiki's wool. Sorry for not being much of a conversationalist right now after you both came here. I think I'm just going to read this and mull over whatever Shiki had to say for a bit. After that, if something comes up, I'll call either of you. Of course. I'll check on the others and we'll be on our way. Nerima rose out of the chair, looking down at Juyo. Remember. Take what time you need. I will, Kishao. Thank you. Juyo had pocketed Shiki's wool instead of reading it right then and there. Instead, he went to his room. Laid on the bed and stared up at the ceiling. Alone. He didn't know where to begin with anything, even days later. He replayed the events of that night over and over in his mind, repeating every action, every word, the memories passing him by and the emotions that came with them. Shiyu and Kane. A situation that had ended as well as it possibly could have. Perhaps the only good ending that came of that night. Somehow, it had ended up a mere footnote compared to the rest of it. Ito and Sen. Sen and Ito. That woman whose smile, whose smirk, whose blank expression hung in his head. Every time he thought of her, his gut twisted and his heart ached in a terrible mess that made him want to puke. She confessed that she loved him, and that she wouldn't have traded a day of it for anything in the world. Somehow, that only made it worse. She'd killed Akira's mother, Yuri's father, and so many more. She'd tortured Takaizawa and Kane, twisted them so that they held grudges against Trevor specifically and would force him into confrontations that he wanted no part in. Horrible things, and God knew how many other sins she'd committed. But even now, he still thought about Sen. About how truly happy he was when he was with her, how she seemed genuinely happy to be with him. He hadn't even realized he'd fallen in love with her until she told him the same. He thought about the clear pain and agony she was in, and the only way she could cope with that pain was by spreading it to others. He remembered the words of the manager, all those years ago, on a rainy day in Antioku. Will you help my daughter? Will you save her, not just from the CCG, or from V, but from herself? Had Trevor helped her? Had he helped anyone? Had he really committed to helping anyone? Could he help anyone when he spent every day of his life lying to people he loved? What was he doing? No. That wasn't the right question. What did he want to do? Trevor raised his malformed right arm, the dark, crimson scales catching the sunlight peeking from the window. Perhaps it was regrowing in a way that reflected just how messed up he was on the inside. He let out a breath, lowering the arm. What did he want to do? Trevor wanted to stop lying. He wanted to free Hinamai. He wanted to be with the Quinks, with the families and friends he'd come to love in Tokyo. He wanted to stop killing people. He wanted to save them. All of them. Even Ito. So then do that. Become someone who can do all of that. You've always wanted to, hiding behind excuses of weakness, of timing, of lack of knowledge. How much longer are you going to let those excuses justify your cowardice? Trevor sat up, resting an elbow on his knee. You weren't fast enough to save Yuri. You failed your child. You weren't strong enough to accept the truth behind Sen. You failed yourself. Are you going to keep failing yourself and the people around you? After all that talk, after all those looks people give you. He didn't believe he deserved the looks he got. The loving looks. The respectful looks. The happy looks. By now, all sides had looked to him that way, and he couldn't believe any of them were truly earned. So then earn them. You were able to defeat the one-eyed owl. Whether you like it or not, you're strong now. You don't get to pretend you're that confused idiot at Antioku anymore. Trevor took a long, deep breath. Ah, he exhaled slowly. He nodded. If the present was only bringing pain, it only made sense to change that, right? Yet. How long am I gonna keep fucking around? There's work to do. It wasn't a turnaround, not necessarily. Trevor most certainly was not happy nor being relieved of his pain. He suspected that neither of those things would change for a long time yet. But, Trevor thought as he finally took out Shiki's will, I'm not dead yet. There's still more for me to do. Case in point. His friend had left him parting words, and it would be disrespectful to leave them unsaid. The section of Shiki's will opened. Juyo-jana. If you are reading this, then I am, of course, dead. About damn time. Typical, really. Providing you are also not dead, then there is little I have to give. I have money saved, but I do not think you to be a particularly covetous sort in that regard. But I do not wish to leave you with nothing. I am a bad man, Juyo, but I am one who tries to do good. And if this is to be my last evening on this earth, I'd like to die at least knowing I've left things in good hands. To you, I offer the services of my partner, Nimura Furuta. Please do not be deceived by his looks, he has a good head on his shoulders and he makes for wonderful bait. I have not shared details regarding our project, nor should you, but he is nonetheless an excellent partner. Take him with you. I can help you no longer. Live well and above all, live good. Try not to become like me. Shiki Kajima. He finished it with a caricature of his own head. A circle with 2 dots for eyes and a big grin, all with the deft hand of a calligrapher. Despite himself, Trevor smiled a little. It was a cute drawing. Don't worry, Shiki. I won't, he promised. He got to his feet and rested the will on his desk. For a moment, he rested his hand there, before turning away. Now, what do I want? It didn't take long for him to decide. He wanted good coffee. The face of Yumo greeted Juyo as he stepped through. The silver-haired man appeared to be in the middle of cleaning tables, only disrupted when he noticed who exactly was coming through the door. Fortunately, Ri seemed to be a quiet place. He blinked at Juyo before speaking. Completely black, some sweetener. Juyo smiled. It wasn't an exuberant, gleeful thing, more melancholy than anything else. But it was genuine. Just black, please. Trevor didn't have to wait long, his coffee presented to him in a timely manner by none other than Yumo. The man stared at Trevor reservedly for a few moments before stepping back. Anything else? He asked. The foreigner didn't respond right away. He lifted his left hand, resting it near the steaming cup. His right remained where it was, hanging limply from within his shirt's loose sleeve. Idly, he wondered if he should wear a glove to cover the scales once it grew back fully. In the moment, he didn't particularly care, and thinking more on the subject only served to make him more tired. Eventually, he answered tiredly. Nothing for now, he told Yumo, giving the white-haired man another sad smile. Thank you. All part of the service, Yumo said blandly, his eyes drifting to Trevor's arm. Likely completely unaware of how improper it would be to ask, the unfazed ghoul asked anyway. Regeneration. Trevor huffed out from his nose, a not quite snort. Typical Yumo. That's right. I had a... He hesitated. A very bad night, a few days ago. I'm still trying to process it all. He reached down and took a sip from the coffee. Deliciously bitter, as expected. It's not growing correctly either. Not something for decent folk to see. See a doctor, Yumo said simply. It doesn't look good. We do have a good family doctor. Though I've baffled him before, so who knows, Trevor admitted, his clawed digits twitching. His arm had become more RC than human, as though the Kagun had leaked through his right shoulder and overtook the healing process. Why it would do such a thing, he had no clue. He exhaled, looking around. It seemed like no one was in the coffee house. He turned back to Yumo. I think that's enough dancing around. It's good to see you again, Yumo. Yumo grunted, moving a hand to rest on top of the back of the chair across from Trevor. In a sense. What am I calling you? I suppose Juyo, to be safe. Trevor shrugged. I just keep collecting names and titles these days. It's starting to get a bit silly. I can barely keep track anymore. It's part of being an adult in a corporation. You start wearing several hats. If you can call the CCG a corporation, I suppose, he said, pulling the chair out and sitting down. His eyes flicked to the windows, looking for any potential customers about to enter, before settling back on Trevor once he was sure nobody would be entering in the next few seconds. Get your arm looked at. I mean it. That's a bad sign. Do you know what it means? Trevor asked. I know we can regenerate oddly, even dictate the shape to an extent, but I've never heard of it doing this before. I don't know. I just know that ghouls who end up looking like that don't live long, Yumo said candidly, making no effort to cushion his words. Is it only on the arm? Trevor nodded. It happened after someone chopped it off, then I had to, he cleared his throat, voice quivering for a moment, fight her. The owl, I mean. It was. He trailed off, feeling drained yet again, so he took another sip. Well. It was awful. I'm still trying to make sense of it. Well. You're not dead. Good work. I'd ask why you're dressed like a dove, doing dove things, but I think I knew you well enough to know there's a reason for it, Yumo said, almost gazing past Trevor as he talked. There is. But it's a reason that's going to become far less important soon enough, Trevor said. He set the cup down and looked at Yumo. Hinami's in Cochlea. She and I are doing everything we can to justify, he nearly spat the word, but he spoke in hushed tones, her continued existence to the CCG, but eventually they will decide enough is enough. At that point, I'll leave, and take her with me. And your friends? The young ones. I'd love for them to come with. But it will ultimately be their decision. I'll present them a choice when it comes time. Trevor looked back down at his cup, swirling its dark contents. I imagine they'll be hurt regardless of what they decide. Feel betrayed, even. But it's something I have to do. Regardless, I will never willingly harm them, whatever they choose. They're my kids. Grown up now, but still my kids. MMH. Put it like that, and it has been a while. Yamo mused to himself, brows raising slightly. Doesn't feel like it. Feels like it's been a year. Ha. Does it really? I suppose being around you again does make it easy to just slide back into how things were, Trevor murmured. But still. It's been a long few years. I feel too damn old for my age. You look about the same as last time I saw you 4 years ago, though. Not had anything particularly stressful to age me. I don't really think this quiet life thing is for me, but I cannot deny the benefits of it. Less injuries. You clearly cannot say the same. Yamo smiled in the slightest manner for all of a few seconds. Has it been worthwhile? Has it been? Trevor had to wonder. It was true, his time in the CCG and even before that had brought him an extraordinary amount of pain and suffering. Torture and maiming, the endless sleepless nights only broken up by intense nightmares, the constant struggle over whether or not he was doing the right thing whenever he operated as investigator Juliojana. But he recalled those he met. Kishao, a man he no longer saw as the invincible, inevitable death, but as just a man who did not want to do what he did. Akira, a sister that was both remarkably easy and difficult to deal with and who seemed to genuinely care about him. And his quinks. His children. He loved them, each and every one, and wanted nothing more than to see them prosper and be happy. His heart ached whenever he thought of Yuri, about how he had failed the young man and how they would never be able to truly be honest with one another. It was a door firmly slammed shut, forever. He wouldn't, make the same mistake with Toru, Jinchi, and Seiko. Truly, he couldn't imagine life without them. What he doubted was how he felt about Sen. Ito. Thinking about her only twisted his gut into knots and made his heart pound, static and dizzying words and images overcoming his mind. He had no idea what to do with her, how to feel, if it even had been love he felt for her. But, he wouldn't have given up a day of it, not for anything. Oddly enough, he and she were in agreement on that. It has, Trevor realized in that moment, regarding Yamo with a similar smile. Yet. It has. MMH. I'm glad to hear. Things haven't been too bad for us. We learned a few lessons from that night, and we've been living according to them. The fact that we're so quiet these days is a testament to that, Yamo said, gesturing to the very quiet yet well-maintained cafe, the sounds of water frequently bubbling to a heat and cooling back down coming from behind the counter. But we've not been idle. That was the problem with Antioku. Trevor nodded along. I'll always love Antioku, but yes, that was the fatal flaw there. How has Tuka been? I was sad to hear she stopped going to school. She's alive and working. Still planning on school, just, later. Right now she's leading us, and doing a good job of it. It's busy work, though between the business and the business. I'd elaborate, but, well. You're a dove. Trevor waved it off. I understand. Hearing you're doing well, along with whoever else it was that survived that night, is more than enough for me. He took another drink, longer that time, as the coffee had cooled off enough to no longer be scalding. Besides, I'll join you all eventually. For today, I guess I just wanted to see an old, friendly face that wasn't CCG. I've been putting off a visit because I didn't want to bring any looks in your direction. Probably for the best. When you first came here, I considered hunting you down myself to ask some questions. Tuka probably still is, Yamo said, rubbing his fuzzy chin. Is there anything you want me to tell her? He considered it. It'd mostly be sappy stuff and apologies, Trevor admitted. But at the heart of it all, I just miss her. A lot. If I'm honest, if I think too much about her, I lose my resolve to stay in the CCG. He paused, expression pensive. If you could pass that along in a way that won't make her hunt me down, that'd be appreciated. And let her know that the day's coming where we can keep that promise we made to Ryuko all those years ago. She'll know what that means. MMH. Got it. For what it's worth, she's grown up. If you're ever worried about her, don't be, Yamo said, moving to stand from the chair. I don't doubt you've been kept sharp. So has she. Then I'll trust your word and put my faith in her, Trevor said. He downed the rest of his coffee and stood as well, fishing out the yen from his wallet. Thanks, Yamo. I needed this. No pay. Best not to leave a trail. I'll put it down as something I made for myself. Stay safe out there, Juyo, or try to. I know it's never as simple as that. Yamo slid the chair in and collected the cup Trevor was served. I'll see you when it's time to get Hinamai. Trevor nodded, a subdued smile on his face. He moved to leave. Looking forward to it. Take care, Yamo. No promises, Yamo said in his usual flat tone as Trevor left, already slipping back behind the counter area to continue looking over the cafe. Seeing him there gave the place an Antioch-like quality, but as he had alluded to, it was different. The warm welcoming energy had changed to something far more private. More subdued. It was for the best. If they wanted to avoid another tragedy, they would have to change. And change they had. Trevor felt as though a weight, however slight, had left his shoulders. He wasn't happy, not in any great sense, and he suspected he wouldn't be truly joyous for some time yet, but he did allow at least some relief. He would sort out what to do with Ito. The pain of Yuri's loss would continue to ache for a long, long time, but it was no longer unbearable. The troubles of the world only seemed to grow with each step, bringing new sources of pain and misery with them. But it was worthwhile. Yamo had reminded him of that. Dash. Dr. Shiba let out a grumble of a hum, staring at the results of one of the tests he had run on Juyo's arm. The man's mustache twitched a few times, and he sniffed. Well, Juyo. I've got good news and bad news. Which do you prefer first? Rip the band-aid off, Doc. Bad news first. Dr. Shiba nodded. Then, you need to stop getting injured for the time being. A rare but not unrecorded phenomena in ghouls is the idea of over-regeneration, where the body has suffered so much harm that the telomeres, these caps at the ends of each strand of DNA, shorten. This induces a sort of aging, meaning that whatever has been regenerated may be older than the rest of the body. I think your hair was the start of that process, but it was a fairly innocuous sign. This, however. He gestured to Juyo's arm. Is dangerous. Your body, unable to create a decent enough arm from the human material even found within a ghoul, has supplemented the material with RC cells. As useful as this may sound, it can lead to further health complications. Juyo hummed, staring at his red right hand. It truly looked like it belonged to a crimson lizard, rather than a human being, and it was heavier, denser, otherwise it felt no different beyond a lowered sense of touch. Meaning the rest of my body might follow suit now that I've crossed a certain threshold. He guessed. It could. The main concern is more vital organs becoming largely composed of RC cells. That can potentially lead to a particularly aggressive form of a cancer-like disease. Additionally, your body will reach the point of just being too old. So for the time being, take it easy. Adjust your tactics appropriately, Shiba advised, handing over what he was looking at to Juyo. An X-ray of his arm. Even the bones didn't look human, segmented in ways that were clearly not meant to be. Additional flexibility, maybe? As for the good news, your Kakuhou seems to have evolved, or rather, adapted to your regular diet, something that by all means should not be possible. Your RC output has increased notably, unless you've somehow eaten the mother of all bodies. Ah. Right, he'd done that, hadn't he? Between the rage and feelings of betrayal, he'd eaten one of Ito's Kakuhou entirely. Did that mean he was going to be seeing visions of her in his mind now, along with Yamurai, Riz, and the Doberman? God, he hoped not. His mind was enough of a goddamn mess as it was. So now where am I at, compared to usual? I've always been a bit abnormal, but I'm getting the impression this is beyond that, Juyo asked. Well. Do you recall what your state was like prior to becoming an employee of the CCG? He asked. In terms of physicality, leagues above what I've been at since, yet. Well, allow me to put it into perspective. The average ghoul has an RC count of roughly 2,000 or so, usually less if we're being blunt. Warrior ghouls, those who regularly engage in more predatory activity, rise to being roughly 3,000 or so. Those are your rated ghouls beyond C, usually. From what I can gather from our records in Cochlea, your count before arrival was roughly 5,000. You are currently sitting at a count of 7,000. The highest record we have is 8,000. I don't doubt the likes of the owl or priest may be higher, but this is quite the development. One that does concern me. Oh. That was. Juyo looked himself over. He didn't exactly feel like he'd leapt far beyond his previous cap, but then again that could have just been a rapid adaptation between both mind and body. If Shiba was right, then eating just one Kakuhou had been enough to absolutely catapult his capabilities. If that's the case, Doc, then frankly I'm not sure what can injure me beyond the likes of the owl, Juyo stated, frowning. But even though you said this is good news, it still concerns you. Why is that? In your current state, I do not know if we can even really call you a half-ghoul. If anything, I'd say that Kano has somehow succeeded in creating an artificial ghoul, though unintentional. I believe it mostly has to do with the Kakuhou used. It seems to be fairly unique in its own right. High regenerative capabilities even among its type, and highly adaptive. It's like, well, I don't know how to describe it. A regular Kakuhou should not be so effective, especially not to the point of subsuming the human elements of your body. Dr. Shiba paused, tapping a pen against his cheek. If nothing else, it's fascinating. It also vindicates Kano, in a way. The line between human and ghoul is so much thinner than we could have ever imagined. Juyo blew out a breath, leaning back into his seat. He knew Riz was supposed to be an absolute freak when it came to her Kakuhou, which in turn made him an absolute freak. He couldn't recall hearing anything about her being a Kakuja, however. It's something I've felt for a long time, much as I hate to give Kano vindication or anything remotely positive, Juyo admitted. My condition made me wonder if ghouls were more like a human subspecies, or the way around, and somehow along the way they got their Kakuhous, which then enforced cannibalistic behavior. Like a parasite making their host feed it. Not an unheard of possibility. If that were true, I'd say the interesting part is the concurrent development across different regions of human civilization. The Middle East is oft-cited as the first, but between you and me, I think that's mostly an old and probably a little bit xenophobic myth. The far more interesting and likely possibility is a concurrent emergence of similar subspecies, which over the years became what we know as ghouls. Nobody is quite sure where the Kagun types come from, after all, but this would be assuming a highly nomadic lifestyle of the early proto-ghouls, the doctor explained happily, pushing his glasses up. But that's the boring side of ghouls, I am told. Everyone's more interested in their firepower, not their anthropological history. Both are plenty interesting to me. Way I see it, digging into how ghouls came about could lead to figuring out how to save them from their conditions without, resorting to extinction, Julio huffed, running a hand through his white hair. But you're right. The firepower is more exciting and, in the moment, useful to those that want it. Hence the reason for my employment, and the existence of the Quinks. Quite so. The Quinks project will not be getting canned anytime soon, either. I wonder if we'll start to see more half-ghouls in the world, as a result of mine and Kano's work. Shiba finished with a sigh, spinning on his chair. I can prescribe your medication to keep your RC count in check. As it stands, it being so high could lead to further anxiety, depression, and manic episodes in times of duress. But honestly, short of a harmful dose, I don't see it reducing your RC count enough to matter. I've got enough of the first two without needing to add to them, and lowering the possibility of mania will likely keep me from hurting myself, Julio told him with a wave. Go for it. I'd rather not risk a bad episode if I'm going to be called on more and more. Kishao and I are the only people to have single-handedly warded off the owl now, like it or not, I'll be thrown into more fires from now on. You'd think so, but Kishao's actually utilized sparingly, outside of his underground missions. It reduces the chances of him being killed by something unexpected. Think of it like being a trump card, the doctor said as he wrote something down on a piece of paper. He handed it out to Julio. Take this to the pharmacy. They'll get you set up with your medication. Julio took it. Thanks doc. Before I head out, how are the Quinks doing in terms of development? I'm going to be leaving the squad sooner than later, since, well, they're outgrowing their need for me, he said with some difficulty. The post-operation checkup shows me that Jinchi has made something of a breakthrough. He and Toru are matched, while Seiko seems to fluctuate heavily. Not sure why, but it seems to work in her favor, the doctor said without any concern in his voice. They were fine, at least on that front. Though I suspect Jinchi has the start of an upwards trend, much in the same way Toru had earlier. That's good, Julio breathed, moving to stand. Yuri had used a Kakuja, in his final moments, despite never having eaten a Kakuhao. I didn't think that was possible, but if there was ever someone who was driven enough to pull that off, I suppose it would be him, he uttered quietly, frowning slightly. There's most certainly an emotional quality to ghouls. I can't quantify it in a more scientific manner beyond that how they feel can often dictate how powerful they actually are. When in the correct state, the imagination pulls more from what the Kakuhao may usually be capable of, the doctor said, a morose tone in his voice. Yuri, despite his ways, had more than enough emotion under all that. He'd always deny it, though. Such was his way, Julio allowed, a fond smile crossing his fuzzy face. He hadn't shaved in days, which meant the white beard was steadily making its return. The smile faded and he placed a black glove over his crimson, clawed hand. I'll try not to get injured more than I have to. You wouldn't happen to know if this condition is permanent, would you? I'd need to observe it some more, which is to say, give it time and I'll figure it out. If there is a way to revert it, I'll try and find it. But you know what to do in the meanwhile, be careful. You too, Doc. Julio turned for the door. I'll see you around. And thanks again. Thank me by staying alive. You're a valuable subject. Patient. A valuable patient. Please don't remind me of Kano. Shiba chuckled, pushing his glasses up again. A jest. Just a jest. The funerals took place, and the investigators were buried in the private graveyard of the CCG. Though it appeared to be a regular graveyard on the surface, it remained closely monitored at all hours of the day. Though technically a secret location on the outskirts of Greater Tokyo, it had become something of an open one. Protecting the bodies of fallen investigators was a role unto itself within the CCG. Jinchi sat on a bank overlooking the rows of tombstones, each of them engraved with the respective achievements and personal flares of the dead they represented. As the sun began its steady descent into the horizon, Julio's colleagues nonetheless continued to dot the area. Taken Zero squad had come and gone, paying their respects quietly and quickly, the exact same as everything else they did. Haru would have undoubtedly done the same for any one of them. Nobody seemed to visit Kojima, other than his former partner. An isolated man at the best of times. Jinchi exhaled, and looked towards the remaining two members of the Quinks, stood in a group with the Kuroiwas, stout and strong the both of them. Ueo, the father, kept spirits up in his own way, only speaking positively of the dead. Though Yuri had apparently never quite liked the man, Ueo only had glowing words for the son of his former partner. "'s not the same, is it?" Jinchi asked, resting his chin on his palm. Julio blinked dully from his spot beside Jinchi. He watched Toru and Seiko, over there with the Kuroiwas, and appreciated Ueo's attempts at keeping the mood from growing too dour. Julio couldn't bring himself to do the same. No. No, it's not, Julio agreed, lifting a knee to rest his ungloved arm there. He used his right as little as possible, tentatively, even. He blew out a breath, looking out across the dead from tired, bespectacled eyes. It doesn't feel real. I still expect to see him come around the corner and call us idiots for not noticing him, half the time. Feels like it. Jinchi groaned, throwing his head back and looking up at the orange sky. If his body isn't there, though, it makes me wonder. What's in store for the rest of us, you know? It could have been any of us. Zhuyo's claws twitched at the reminder. In the aftermath of the battle, Yuri's body had gone missing during retrieval. Those escorting it had all been killed, so there was no way of knowing who the culprit was. The obvious suspect was Aojirai Tree, who else could it have been? Shiyu's father had somehow escaped as well, but Zhuyo doubted that man was behind something like that. Perhaps it was because of how personal such a slight had been, but Zhuyo couldn't help but wonder if it was somehow directed by Ito. To what end, he had no clue, but then she had done a great deal of things that made no sense and yet infuriated him. What was one more stab in the heart, along with all the rest? Thank God no one had asked after Sen, at least. Even after days had passed, the wound felt raw. Could have been. Any of you would have been the one to go that far, he just beat you to it, Zhuyo uttered, exhaling through his nose. I think you know what's in store. I do too. It's more of this. Fighting, killing. Same thing we've been doing forever. Optimism did not come so easily to Zhuyo these days. Difficult to be cheery after burying a son, without even a damn body. Then. I supposed I best not lose sight of why I'm fighting in the first place. Jinchi grunted as he rose onto his feet, brushing off his butt. Got to make sure I'm in one piece when sis wakes up. And staying in one piece means leading these guys, I guess. Don't like that. Zhuyo blinked, looking up at Jinchi. You disagree with it? He asked the young man. I mean, I ain't that stupid. Should've been Yuri. We both know it, Jinchi said, grinning despite his words. Just fill in the boots for a bit. The white-haired foreigner sighed. He pushed himself up off the ground to stand with Jinchi. Don't feel too inadequate. The competition there was closer than you think. I'd racked my brains over who should take my place for longer than I'd like to admit, Zhuyo told him, patting his student on the shoulder. Left hand, of course. He managed a smile. I know you won't steer them wrong, and I'm not bullshitting on that. Jinchi chuckled, shaking his head. I'll take your word for it. Won't feel right, without you in charge. Having new people around too, it's a lot to take in. He exhaled, rubbing his brow. Still feel like a kid. Little secret, adults are just bigger kids. Some things we just never grow out of. But you know. I heard something, a bit of wisdom from a surprising source, a while ago, Zhuyo began, tapping a finger against Jinchi's chest. You feel that kid there because you're still you. There's no such thing as an old you or a new you, it's just, you. Even after everything that's happened to you, Serpent, Nutcracker, Noro. Yuri. You remain, changing in a way that's still wholly you. Zhuyo lowered his hand, exhaling again and shaking his head. That way of thinking is the only reason I don't think I've lost my way. That's why I knew I could trust you for a long, long time. Jinchi mulled over Zhuyo's words quietly, glancing down at the ground for a few moments before matching Zhuyo's gaze. He nodded, letting out a grunt of affirmation. Yeah, I think I get that. Jinchi shut his eyes, inhaled, puffed his chest out, and then exhaled in an exaggerated manner. He made a fist. Alright. From today onwards, I ain't losing another quinks. When my sis wakes up, she's gonna see all of our faces. He declared, the tightening of his fist betraying the grin on his face, squeezing tight enough that a drop of blood ran slowly from under his fingers. It's a childish thing to say. But it's the kind of thing I'd say, adult or not. I'm gonna make it happen, even if I gotta crawl to help them when they're in trouble. It was impossible to not be infected by Jinchi's good cheer, managing to pierce through even the grey feeling that had wrapped itself over Zhuyo for a while now. Yet again, Zhuyo was reminded of why he truly did love the young man. Damn well better. Doesn't feel right, not even meeting another member of our family after all this time, Zhuyo replied, smiling back and giving Jinchi an approving nod. Consider it one of my last orders as leader of Quink's squad, make it happen, Shirazu. Jinchi's grin faded into something far milder and he sniffed, swallowing heavily. I'll do my best, chief. That's all I can give ye. Oh. Seiko called out from the bottom of the bank, Toru beside her. The little Quinks waved her hands about to get their attention, her eyes sore with redness, the area around them puffy. No tears, but there had been earlier. Ma man. Jinbo. We wanna go home. Jinchi snorted, looking at Zhuyo. He shrugged at Zhuyo lightheartedly. Not much moping left to do for tonight, I think. I have to agree. Come in, Zhuyo said, wrapping an arm, his left, of course, around Jinchi's shoulders and urging them both on to join the rest of their family. Nothing else to do but keep moving. Suppose I better try my hand at cookin', when we get back, Jinchi said, gladly allowing himself to be pulled along by Zhuyo. No promises as to how good it'll be, though. I ain't a chef. It's all garbage to me anyway, man. Inevitably, Zhuyo had to leave their little home. No longer an official member of the Quinks, the team he built over the course of years, the time had come for them to move on without him. The remaining members, Jinchi, Toru, and Seiko, stood at attention before their former leader and surrogate father, hands behind their backs, postures immaculate for the first time ever. It made for an odd sight, on Zhuyo's final day in their house. Sir. Toru said, snapping to a salute. Over 4 years ago, you took us under your wing. At the time, we were untempered and unprepared for what was coming. But thanks to your patience and understanding, we survived. I cannot thank you enough for what you've provided for us, but please accept this. Seiko broke her stance, bounding over to Jiyo and holding out something in her hand. She opened it up to reveal a pin of sorts rather, a cufflink. Circular, and made with an intricate design of a tiger bending around one half of the cufflink, clawing out. Byakko, sir. The white tiger of the west, Toru elucidated. It is said that Byakko is the king of beasts. If we half-ghouls could be described as such, then you're the king of this household even if you're no longer here. I came up with that bit, Jinchi said, thumbing to himself. Fill in boots. Jiyo took the cufflink in between his index finger and thumb, lifting the tiny object up and blinking at it. It was beautiful. A lovely design that was the color of shining silver, made all the more beautiful by the ones who had given to him. I don't know what to say, Jiyo admitted, his voice cracking a touch. He lowered his hand, clutching the Byakko cufflink close to his heart. The man gave the Quinks, his children, now grown and strong, a fond and loving look. Living is difficult for me, but whenever I look at any of you, it becomes far easier. I'm truly blessed to have you all in my life, and I can't imagine a world without you anymore. You may feel you can't thank me enough for what I've given you, but the same couldn't be more true on my end. He took a breath. And then he bowed to them. Jinchi Shirazu, Toru Matsuki, Seiko Yanibayashi, I love you all, so much, from the bottom of my heart, and nothing in the world will ever change that. Thank you. A small hand grabbed Jiyo's gloved one, urging him to stand up straight again. Seiko smiled up at him gently, a singular crimson eye on display with no shame, no attempting to hide the fact she was a half-ghoul. You're the last guy who should be bowing to us. She hugged him. By God did she hug him, pouring all the strength she could muster into it. Jinchi looked down, but the wide smile on his face spoke to how he really felt about Jiyo's words, while Toru did his best to not react, clearing his throat several times in a row with a fist before his lips. Jiyo wheezed a small chuckle and leaned into the hug, squeezing her right back. His own left eye turned black and red, his own true nature out there amidst his kin. Even after his many mistakes, his many failures to both himself and to others, he could take comfort that he had done something right for once. There was nothing he wouldn't do for them, and the sentiment was reciprocated in turn. It still felt wrong, to not have Yuri with them any longer. He was gone, but not forgotten. The Quinks would continue on, stronger than ever. Jiyo couldn't help but feel far older than his years. Perhaps it was hypocritical, after his talk with Jinchi, but then part of growing up was acknowledging when you were a bit hypocritical and carrying on anyway. Sorry we couldn't get you something cooler, Jinchi said, sniffing. You're a hard guy to buy for. Besides, it's not like you're even going that far. Still going to be around. Yeah, I suppose so. Just moving out of the house is all, Jiyo replied, giving Seiko one last squeeze before pulling away. He forced out a breath, regarding his former subordinates with warmth. The gift's perfect, so don't worry about that. It's something I can carry around with me all the time, and I do love my symbolism. I figured something smaller but a bit meaningful would go further than a giant Godzilla action figure. Which would be hard to move, Toru said, nodding. And also cheaper. We're not quite made of money, not yet at least. We'll never be that rich, doing this job, Seiko said, stepping back in line with the others. That's why we should set up a side gig. A bar, or something. Nobody cause trouble at our place. It's also a lot of work. What would you even do? You hate waking up, let alone staying up all night and workin', Jinchi pointed out, teeth visible in his frown. Seiko ran a hand through her hair, appearing as confident as ever. I could adapt. I've got away with people, when I want to. Perfect bartending material. Toru glanced to the side as if picturing this scenario in his head, singular eye narrowing and lips parting. No, I think not for this one. Back to the drawing board. You've already got an easy brand of sorts to use, Jiyo added, tapping a finger beside his left eye while the other hand pocketed the cufflink. But until then, you're all about to get a clutch of fresh-faced half-ghouls that'll need the lion's share of your attention. Make sure they don't accidentally break too much furniture with their new strength, alright. PSH, nothing to worry about. We already got for a plan for acclimating and training them in the works. Toru's gonna be in charge of most of it, though. Jinchi gave Toru a thumbs up and a blinding smile, getting an exasperated look from him. Yes, well. I've had the time to review what worked best about how we were trained. Keeps the mind busy, if nothing else, Toru said. But, speaking of. You're going to join the Zero Squad, correct? Jiyo nodded, folding his arms across his chest. Kishao wants to complete my development, as he put it. Haven't heard much about the details yet though. I think it should wait, personally. Given what has happened. But if you're going to go with them, feel free to come by whenever. We're never more than a phone call or drive away. Jinchi snorted. Says the guy who got an offer to go off with Suzui's squad, Jinchi muttered. Toru cast a scathing glance to Jinchi, who waved it off. I said I'd consider it, not that I was going to go. I'm not looking to leave the Quinks anytime soon. Jiyo quirked a bushy white brow. News to me. Josu's great and all, but I'm glad you decided to stay here for the time being. It'll make for a much smoother transition. And I'll certainly take you up on that offer when I can. Last thing I want to be is a stranger, and I want to meet the new rookies eventually. Grandma man. That just aged me 40 more years. Think your hair did that for you anyway. Got nothing to worry about, old man, Jinchi teased, flashing Zhuyo a grin. You gonna be alright doing that Zero Squad stuff? I know those guys do some pretty metal shit. It depended entirely on what the work would entail. Zero Squad's movements tended to be clandestine at best, their operations tucked away even from their fellow investigators. If Zhuyo's suspicions were correct, that meant hunting down double S rates exclusively. That meant Aojirai executives. Would working with them set him on an early collision course with Ito? Another encounter was inevitable, but what he would do in that moment was something he struggled to figure out. It most certainly didn't help that sometimes he would forget himself and start to send something he thought she'd find funny, only to remember and nearly crush his phone in the process. I'll figure it out, Zhuyo replied with a sigh, looking down at his gloved hand before turning his gaze back to the Quinks. Maybe it's what I need. Who knows? Definitely not me. MH. Figure it out, Jinchi repeated in an odd accent. Figure it out, Seiko added. Toru did not join in, just shutting his eye and shaking his head. Anyway. Thank you again, sir. If you need our help, you know where we are. That I do. One last round of hugs to each of them, and then Zhuyo grabbed the last of his luggage, everything else had been moved out already. He looked around the home, the place he had lived in for what would soon be 4 years. The bulk of his time in Tokyo. His gaze wandered from the Quinks to the kitchen, to the dining room, to the living room, and finally, to the painting of a beautiful, forested landscape made by Yuri's own hands. It hung there for all to see, the remnant of a proud member of the Quinks' first generation, and the first Quinks to fall. And then, he bade goodbye to Jinchi, Toru, and Seiko. It was not the last time they would see each other, not by a long shot, but all the same, a chapter of Juyojana's life had come to an end. Deep down, he knew the next chapter would make the previous one seem utterly tame in comparison. This time, it would be by his own hands. This new chapter began much in the same way the story of Juyojana had. It began with an encounter with Kishao Nerima. In the familiar office of Zero Squad, a place that had itself seemed so homelike on his initial visit, but paled in comparison to the home of the Quinks, he encountered the man at the dining table, book in hand, a collection of works by William Blake, lest anyone catch Nerima reading something normal in a glass of water before him. The other members of the Zero Squad, those youths Zhuyo had become so familiar with, were not present. The only other present person came in the form of Take, across from Nerima. When Zhuyo entered, Nerima looked up. Take just continued to stare forward in that absent way of his. Good evening, Zhuyo, he greeted gently, gesturing to a seat at the table. Why did Zhuyo feel like knots were twisting in his stomach? Good evening, Kishao, Zhuyo greeted back, taking the offered seat. Not the most lively duo, Kishao and Take, but Zhuyo's social energy had been utterly spent already. Things felt duller now, for some reason. How are you? The same as ever. He snapped the book shut, and gave Zhuyo his full attention. I hope you do not mind, but I would like to hop into the matter of work, rather than waiting any longer. It can wait until tomorrow, but if you are up for it. Zhuyo sighed. Let's just do it now. I'm here already. The owl. What happened? Nerima asked, watching Zhuyo closely. I like to think I know you well enough to know when something is wrong. Zhuyo's jaw clenched and his claws twitched again. The knots kept twisting. The hell was he supposed to say or do? He bit his lip, struggling visibly with even that one syllable forced out. Zhuyo shook his head and made himself take a breath. His nostrils flared and he felt his heart pounding. I have been forced to consider, he managed to speak, with difficulty, to suspect, that the owl has been closer to me than. I want to admit. That they took their interest in me much further than I thought they would. It was the first time he'd said anything even remotely close to what had truly happened that night. How could he have? Zhuyo was a mess just reliving it, forcing it back into the present only reminded him of his failure and her deception, and the ugly mixture of love and hate that came with it. Nerima leaned forward ever so slightly, while Take visibly took interest, eyes looking to Zhuyo from the corners of their sockets. And, do you think you can find this interested party? Nerima asked carefully, not asking who it was. To Zhuyo, it was not a question of loyalty to the CCG. He was not loyal to them. He was only loyal to certain people within it. It was a question of who he was more willing to protect, Ito, or Hinamai. The answer was obvious. Slowly, Zhuyo nodded. He took another breath, trying to center himself. If she doesn't think I suspect her, then yes. Otherwise, it would be difficult. Doable, but difficult. Nerima nodded, content with Zhuyo's answer. Then that will be your task. The owl, while dangerous, will nonetheless require evidence before any apprehension is to take place outside of their ghoul persona. Given the involved nature of their crimes, we need to be certain before we go after anyone who could be them. I believe Kojima left his partner to you, correct? I hate this. I hate everything about this. I want to scream. Zhuyo did not scream. Instead, he continued to speak, voice dull. He did. I've only ever spoken with him once before. Then we'll leave that investigation to you, Take said, speaking finally. Zero Squad is currently hunting Orca. We could divert, but at this point you're a force unto yourself, Jana. Yes, that tended to happen when he slipped into old habits. Furuta and I will be sufficient, Zhuyo replied, running a hand through his white hair. It was cut short, and his beard would likely overcome it in length within another day or two. Considering who this is, I'll have no other distractions, I take it. None. As usual, we're generally left to our own devices, outside of extreme circumstances. Not much has changed in that regard, Nerima said, smiling ever so slightly. Those circumstances usually came from orders directly from Yoshitoki himself, but otherwise the Zero Squad did as the Zero Squad wanted. Though I must ask, do you feel up to it? Juyo was still. For a few moments, his mind was blank. This felt familiar. Ah, that's right. He was reminded of the aftermath of Yamurai. How he hadn't bothered to give himself respite after being thrown into hell, instead charging headlong into bloodshed and thoughtless killing because he wanted to justify what had happened to him. He hadn't truly cut his ties with Antioku then, but he'd gone down a brutish path. The same path that had led him to kiss Nerima. The path that made him Gyojana. And now he was just going to do the same thing again, but with a fresh coat of white paint. Ito had lied to him, tortured people into hating him, and would only continue to do so all while professing she loved him. Yuri was dead, at the hands of one of her minions. His right arm was now a monstrous, deformed thing, all because of a pawn she had ruined and then discarded out of pity. He didn't care if he was up for it or not. Kishao. If the owl is who I suspect it is, then this is something I need to do, Juyo told him, staring at his mentor right back. I can't keep living with this mess in my head. This might be the only way I can get some true closure and overcome the damage they've done. I'll do it. If Nerima thought anything of these words, he didn't show it. Then I will leave it in your hands. While I won't lie and say I don't want to be there to do it myself, I believe you have enough experience with the owl at this point. If you require any further support, then headquarters will gladly provide. Ito would probably appreciate being involved. Even if it's not really his business, mind you, but he's more capable than he lets on, Take added. Juyo inclined his head. Ito's a good man. I'll reach out to him. Was there anything else we needed to cover? Just the regular induction talks, but a few new faces aside, you're already familiar with Zero Squad and its workings. We can cut that short, if you'd like, Nerima offered, gesturing with an open palm. I imagine you would appreciate the time to yourself. Yes, I would like that. Between this and leaving the Quinks, today has been enough, Juyo answered, only able to put it in an understated manner. Of course. Though, well. You'll be staying with Akira. I believe her cat may make it difficult to be truly alone. Juyo blinked. Several times. Wait. I am. Why was he only finding this out now? Nerima nodded, blinking in mild surprise. That is what she told me, yes. This morning. Juyo groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose and feeling another headache coming on. Even when she's not around, she's ambushing me. Nerima didn't laugh, but the way his gaze softened spoke to his amusement. She does it out of affection, I am sure. It keeps you on your toes. And pleased, maybe. Yeah, well, we'll see how pleased either of us are when she finds out she went to a damn Christmas party with the one-eyed owl. It won't be boring, at least. I'd already braced myself for living alone and everything. Juyo sighed again, then moved to stand. At least I won't have to wander around like a lost puppy. If that's it, I'll go and see her smug face now. I'm sure that will be very difficult for you, Nerima said wryly, leaning back against his chair. Give her my regards. We should do something, sometime. Not sure what something is, mind you. You're the one with the busiest schedule still, I think. Pick a time and we'll figure it out, Juyo replied. Figure it out, Nerima said, lacking the odd accent that Juyo's kids had put on. They got it from him. Juyo sucked in a breath. Introducing death to a comedy series about Canadian hicks was a mistake. Juyo's stuff, much to his own ignorance, had already been moved. No input from himself. No heads up. One moment his stuff had been in his room, and the next it had been packed up and moved into Akira's place. The spare bedroom she kept, rather small compared to his room in the Quinks' house, nonetheless managed to squeeze in all the important bits and memorabilia. A perfectly executed move, done without any input from himself. A dream come true to some. Akira's first words to him explained everything. You didn't really think I was going to let you mope, did you? Delivered with the same smug smile and canny eyes he'd come to expect from her. Sad as this has all been, you still need some sort of support network. She stepped aside for him to enter in full, dressed in a more comfortable manner in her own home, simple sweatpants, a shirt and her hair let down. It's no mansion, but it is cost-effective. Juyo exhaled through his nose, reaching up to undo his tie as he stepped inside. The aggressively affectionate gesture by Akira meant a lot, he knew. In all the years he'd known her, she'd never once had a roommate and clearly preferred to have her own, unshared space to come home to. Yet she'd opened her door for him without hesitation. And without asking. He felt a warm flutter in his chest, accompanied by a knot in his stomach. Frustrating. I think I've had my fill of mansions, anyway, Juyo replied with a tired mutter, rubbing at his eyes. The undone tie was flopped over his shoulder, hanging there limply. Not that I'm not grateful you care so much, but even a little heads up would have been nice. Write me a poem. It was tactical. By not giving you the opportunity to think about it or say no, you simply have to accept it, she retorted easily, stepping deeper into her apartment. Clean absurdly so. The floor glistened, and there was no obvious scent about the place, not even cleaning products. That meant it was actually clean. Waiting for Juyo on the other end of the hall leading to the living space, laying on the arm of Akira's couch, was a pair of golden eyes and a mass of grey fur. Maristella, the other occupant of Akira's home. The long-furred cat seemed either lethargic or old, but it nonetheless appraised Juyo carefully. Long time no see, M.S., Juyo greeted, snorting at the fur ball as he slid his shoes off. The thing was cute, in an ugly sort of way. He walked over to the couch and sat down, sagging into his seat with a long groan and reaching over to pet the creature with his left hand. I also never asked where I was going and assumed it was going to be handled, so I guess that's on me. Oh well. After today, I'm quite content to take the path of least resistance. Maristella tolerated Juyo, putting him in better graces than most at the very least, and accepted the petting for the time being, eyes shutting and its body relaxing. Akira stepped into the kitchen space, divided by a half wall. It would have been handled by HR, but I intervened early on. Coffee. What time even is it? Juyo wondered, glancing at his watch. Evening. He grunted and shrugged. Sure, thanks. It's either that or water. Not much of an exciting choice you live with. How do you cope? She asked, getting started on Juyo's coffee. Playing pretend. If I think too much about it, I just get, well, more depressed, Juyo replied, lazily waving his clawed hand in the air. Besides, what am I gonna do? Yell at Kano? Last time I did that, he didn't give a shit and got all condescending at me. Just the way it is. Akira smiled across at Juyo, waiting for the water to finish boiling. Mad scientists. What can you do? That aside, though, what's next for Juyo-jana? Not working with me or the kids anymore, so I'm somewhat out of the loop. Juyo exhaled, crimson arm falling back down to his lap. My new assignment is hunting down and apprehending the owl. After that night, it's been determined I'm uniquely suited to bring them in, so that's what I'm going to do. Somehow. Oh, no big deal then, Akira said through her teeth, a brow raised. I'd offer help, but I'm not sure if that'd be appropriate, as much as I'd like to be involved. Between my current duties, they'll have me on consultation with Jinshi just in case. Which means I am booked. Probably a good thing you're there with him at the start. Makes the transition smoother, he replied, peeking an eye in Akira's direction. But what's on your horizon, anyway? You still going to be directing multiple squads beyond the Quinks? That seems to be the case. They've clearly identified a strength in me and they want to take advantage of it, she said begrudgingly, spinning a cup by its handle. Not nearly as exciting as the good old days when we used to go out and do things, but I'll take it. Puts me in a good spot for a guaranteed promotion eventually, just with far less excitement along the way. Try not to get too rusty while you're sitting pretty in your command chair, Juyo snorted lightly, sinking further into the couch. God, it felt like he hadn't lied down in ages. I think you and I are well past normal investigations at this point. We got too good. The burden of excellence. Whatever shall we do? Continue to rise to the top, where nothing awaits us but the knowledge that the only place left to go is down. She mused with a sigh, pouring boiling water into the cup, the scent of Juyo's precious bean soup filling the air. Well, there's always the private industry. More pay. Yet? What would Miss Mado do, if she weren't a big-shot rising star in the CCG? Juyo asked, finding himself genuinely curious. I've always thought about diplomacy, but I don't really want to join the civil service. Atrophied and run by out-of-touch old men, most of which are either ignorant or malicious. Law, maybe. She took the coffee over to Juyo, placing it down on the small, low table before the couch. Frankly, with how well-trained investigators are, there's no shortage of possibilities. Most of us are here because we want to be, at the end of the day. Most of us, indeed. Juyo thanked her and reached for the mug, pulling his hand away from Maristella. He put his nose above the dark liquid, inhaling the vapors and getting a feel for the heat. Still too hot. True enough. It's funny, in a sad way, 2 years ago, or something like that, Kishao said that in 10 years' time I could be out of the CCG and spending my time writing books, but I didn't really believe him, Juyo admitted, holding the mug just in front of him. The smell was a decent shield against the ever-present assault of regular food scents, he'd learned over the years. Feels like my life's just fallen into this, seemingly endless fight. He swirled the coffee around. I've almost forgotten what my life was even like, before, he mused quietly, eyes glazing over. Can't say I ever really had a life before this. Went to school, yes, but that was a meaningless exercise for me. It only really served as a vessel for my father to unintentionally embarrass me, bless his soul, Akira said, moving to sit down beside Juyo. Maristella stirred, climbing over Juyo's lap to land in Akira's. It's tough, Juyo. But you're by no means alone. Yet, I know, Juyo replied. After a moment, he took a sip of the coffee. It didn't matter if it was too hot, not like he'd feel it scalding his mouth, anyway. Done with that, he blew out a breath and shifted his eyes to look at Akira. He didn't deserve a friend like her. Especially not with what he was planning to do with his life. A terrible thought occurred, of whether or not it'd be wiser to push her away so that it'd all be easier for both of them, but the thought was enough to disgust him and be shoved aside. It was enough to make him doubt his path, if anything he wanted to do was the right thing. What are you doing? Ito had asked him. Hell if he knew any more. One way or another, he'd be betraying the expectations of someone he cared about. Thanks for doing this, Akira. I mean it. When I first joined the CCG, I was, well, pretty dead inside. Pretty much just a dog on a leash and went through the motions because it justified my continued existence. I was so paranoid I even wondered if I had a sniper on me, half the time, Julio admitted, the first time he'd told her, or anyone in the CCG, how he'd actually felt during those early days. I never imagined I'd come this far, and I don't mean the career. Now I can't imagine life without being close to you, the kids, Kishao. Glad we can be pleasant captors. Kill them with kindness, as they say, she said lightly, crossing one leg over the other. Now, while you did not have a sniper on you, you did have the likes of myself and Kishao. We're the superior option, even if you would see us coming. Also, you have fun with us. Julio snorted, taking another drink. I manage, you blunt instrument. I manage. He lifted his right arm, inspecting the strange limb and the scales that reflected back the light of the lamps. It still felt surreal, like it wasn't really his and more belonging to someone else. It made him think of Riz. He realized he should have asked after her when he was with Yumo. Oh well. After a few moments, he also realized he wasn't sure what else to say. Thinking about the arm reminded him of Kane, which in turn reminded him of Ito, which never did great things to his conversational abilities. To put it in very understated terms, it sucked. Keep looking at your hand like that and the rest of you will turn into a lizard too, Akira interjected, nudging Julio with her elbow. Frankly, I don't think I have enough room for an appropriately equipped enclosure. So you'd be out of luck. Julio blinked, jolted from his thoughts by the contact. Suddenly feeling self-conscious, he lowered the arm and cleared his throat. At least it's hot enough outside right now for warm-blooded critters if it ever comes to that. But the doc's medication was basically don't get hit anymore. Especially in the insides. A bit of a tall order considering my new quarry, though. Though in hindsight, Ito hadn't really hurt him once during their fight, aside from that one slam that was only a result of a deliberate miss on his part. A bit odd, considering her supposed bloodthirst. Had he actually been that good, or had she been holding back? Akira ran her hand over Maristella's head, and the cat accepted her affections with a quiet purr. Heaven forbid you have to do what the rest of us do. It's a one-touch game for me and the others, Julio. The fact I've only gotten away with mild scarring is a miracle, but if I can do it, so can you. Anyway, unpacking. Will you need any help? No, I can handle that much myself, Julio responded, shaking his head. He scratched at his silvery beard, the itchiness of growing hair finally becoming too much. If I can't unpack my own stuff after everything else has already been taken care of, I'd be hopeless on my own. Akira cringed. Ugh, beard scratch. Are you just letting it grow? I can't itch my beard in the comfort of my own home now. Julio retorted. And yet. The beard was my look for over a decade before I came to Tokyo, you know. Decided to bring it back. Akira just continued to grimace at him. Old man. Julio rolled his eyes. You're looking for Silver Fox, I think. Yet. That's definitely it. I don't like it. You look younger with no beard, and more professional. A charming young man, instead of a tired old man, she huffed, pulling Maristella into a hug. The cat did not fight back, letting out a dissonantly soft meow, a sound that belonged to a much smaller, cuter cat. Just because you're depressed doesn't mean you should grow your beard out. That's a stereotype. Julio gave a noncommittal grunt as he drank more of the coffee. He found himself not giving a single lick of care to whether or not the beard was unprofessional or made him less charming. That was the least of his concerns these days. He still put on his suit and tie like a good dove, anyway. It is what it is. Can't promise I'll shave after the first bit of criticism, but I doubt I'll have it forever. Do not worry, it won't be the first bit of critique I levy at your fuzz. In the meanwhile, you had best trim it, or something. Keep it neat at the very least, she said sufferingly. Beards did not fit with Akira's aesthetic tastes, apparently. Please, I'm not a mountain man, no matter how fast my beard grows. I'll keep it sensible. Akira scoffed. Mountain, no. Cave, maybe. Gollum, Julio retorted. Then his brows furrowed. Wait, Gollum doesn't have a beard. That doesn't work. Never mind, that was embarrassing. Akira deadpanned, and Maristella joined her in staring at Julio. Yes. That's the embarrassing thing. Julio raised his mug to his two new roommates. Glad to be here. Nimura grew paler than he already was, reading over the assignment. He stared at the case file with a mildly exasperated expression, lips turned downwards and eyes squinted. He turned a page, and let out another groan. He began to spin on his office chair, a consistent noise coming from him. Oh. Whyy? That's so dangerous. Julio had to wonder if something was wrong with himself. He hadn't paid the potential danger a single thought, which in hindsight was kind of messed up. They were supposed to hunt down one of the only triple-S ghouls in all of history, and he'd already willingly fought her while missing an arm. He cleared his throat. Well, yeah, but we'll manage. It won't be just us all the time either, I'll be asking Ida for support as well. This isn't quite the seemingly impossible task it used to be anymore. Nimura ceased in his spinning, slumping onto his desk and dropping the file. Something not being impossible doesn't make it probable. 2 triple-S ghouls in existence, and we get stuck going after the contemporary one. Just my luck. Damn you, Shiki. He whined, shaking his fist at the air, probably imagining the ghost of his old superior. He sighed one last time, sat upright, and shrugged. Oh well. Job's a job. I suppose we should figure out a starting point. Nimura began, reopening the file. The thing didn't contain any information about Sen, but everything about the owl itself. Appearances, capabilities, casualties, survivors, allies, and attempted analyses by various professionals to determine the meaning behind their behaviors. Either they're a ghoul full-time, or they have a pretty well-entrenched human persona. Maybe a job, one that lets them do what they want. Self-employment, if I was to take a guess. Zhuyo took a breath, readying himself. None of this was going to be pleasant or ideal, but he was going to go through with it. He was going to be walking a fine line going forward. He forced himself to lose his mind to the process, going through certain motions so that his emotions wouldn't turn him into an absolute mess again. This is where my encounter with the owl will help us out, he began, opening his own file. He wouldn't reveal everything, certainly nothing on the level of hey I know for a fact it's Sen beyond a shadow of a doubt, but he could control what he already knew others had picked up on. No matter how he could swing it, the path would lead to her anyway. I was able to see some of them while they were in their Kakuja and pick out a few details. Female, smaller build. How much had Matsuri seen? And long, lighter hair. Green, in fact. Fairly distinct, then, Nimura said, spinning on his chair again as he thought it over. Buyut, it could be Dai. And there's not exactly a shortage of wacky subcultures these days, particularly in Shinjuku and Chiyoda. That might narrow down to a location we can start with, put some bureau investigators to work, maybe. Nimura offered. It's a start, but I'm not too confident it will bring us much in the way of results, if I'm being honest, Zhuyo muttered. In his mind's eye, he saw Kishao's expectant gaze on him, clearly seeing Zhuyo's feelings of betrayal and anxiety. Such a half-hearted start couldn't be justified by that reaction, he had to give at least a little more. There's another reason we've been given this assignment, the owl's apparent and personal interest in me. During our fight, she made some comments that were a bit too close to home. Comments that only people who really know me could make. That narrows the suspects considerably. His gut was in knots again. It was supposed to be easier, going after monsters, right? Nimura's spinning slowed as he stopped pushing himself off the legs of the chair, tapping his chin. So we're narrowing it down to your personal circle? Or one ring out, people who know you or know of you. Green hair. Zhuyo sighed. It couldn't be Toru, so there's really only one potential candidate, one that I really don't want to consider, and I hope it isn't. He took a breath. There's a chance that it's my girlfriend. Senior. His voice cracked at the name. He couldn't believe he'd said it aloud. He felt cold. It was out there now, and the consequences of whatever followed would be his. It's for Hinamai, Zhuyo told himself. It's to keep the trust and to be there when it was time to free Hinamai. Ito needs to be punished for what she's done. She's done such awful things, vile and evil things. You were about to take her in anyway, so why are you so upset? Nimura stopped, blinking a few times at Zhuyo. Oh. Well, that's concerning. You've been laying pipe on the owl. Zhuyo coughed, doubling over and having to spend several long moments clearing his damn throat. Jesus. That's I'm just saying I might have, not for certain that I did. Geez, dude. That's where your mind went. What? Did you expect me to not have a question about that? To not be curious? Man. Nimura defended, throwing his hands up. I don't know, maybe at least a few more seconds for it to sink in, Zhuyo groused, wiping his face. Even if she turns out to be the owl, I'm not sharing details. It's impolite to kiss and tell. Geez, fine. Then let's start with your girlfriend. If she is the owl, we'll still need a steaming helping of evidence if we're going after her when she's not obviously acting the ghoul. Even if she is a ghoul, we'd still need to confirm that she's the owl, which can be done in a cell but not a moment sooner. Intrusive. I doubt she'll do anything as convenient as flash a Kakugan, either, Zhuyo murmured, rubbing his bearded chin. His hand reached down and grasped his phone. And to make matters worse, I haven't heard anything from her since a couple days before the operation. A good enough reason for me to check on her personally anyway, but if she's gone dark on me, she might already suspect that we suspect her. Do you think she'll put up a fight, then? Nimura asked, only to raise his hand. Never mind. Silly question. If she's the owl, of course she will. Then, how about this, we could search her residence when she's not present. See if we can find anything that'd link her to the owl persona. Zhuyo nodded. Yeah, we'll do that. Probably our best call for the time being. He paused, then added, also, if when there's a fight, you call in backup while I deal with the brunt of it. I can hold them off on my own well enough until you can assist. Oh, fun. Nimura whined, planting his cheek on his palm. We should look at other angles too. Employment, maybe? Who does she work with? She's a novelist, has a manager that at least smells like a regular human, and I know the company she publishes from. Does book signings too. It was how we met, Zhuyo told him, folding his arms across his chest. Those are all scheduled well in advance, so there's a trail we can follow along to know where she's going, at least during those times. Could question the editor and such too. Writers work with those kinds of people over long stretches, don't they? Means we can probably get some insight there. Additionally, if she is the owl, that might bait her into either confronting us or trying to go off the grid. Both are fine, really. Nimura shrugged in an exaggerated manner. Zhuyo nodded along. Then let's calendar all that out over the next couple weeks. I'll ring up Ito once we have a plan of attack and see if he can help us out, just in case there's conflicting schedules. I don't mind my running around and we're both pretty capable, but there's only so much two people can do at once. Surely they should have Nerima on this kind of thing, right? Why us? Nimura asked. A reasonable question, all things considered. I've been told he's going after Orca with the rest of Zero's squad. They could help us too, but it'd be like trying to catch two rabbits at once, Zhuyo responded with a shrug. And he knows about the owl's interest in me. He figured that'd give us a better shot than him. Despite that being a perfectly acceptable answer, I still feel no less ready to potentially fight the owl. Nimura moved to stand, tucking the file under his arm. What a man does for his pension. Zhuyo stood up as well, taking his own file. I heard you're a decent fighter in your own right. Could train together a bit if you want or give some tips. I've managed to survive a couple owls at this point, so it couldn't hurt. I'm trying to avoid that particular specialism. I signed up for easy wins. Instead I keep getting all these disaster cases. That's what they call suffering from success. Try not to get used to it, otherwise you'll just end up like me and see no problem dueling double SS alone. Pretty sure that means I'm nuts. Just kidding. Zhuyo knew for a fact that he was absolutely nuts. There was no doubt there. If the look Nimura gave him was anything to go by, the rank one thought the exact same thing. Nimura spun on his chair with his head hung back against it, and the office clock ticked and talked a few more seconds into the future. People cared about the owl investigation. That meant they had to be meticulous, no shortcuts, no personal flares. By the book so it could all be presented to some governmental committee or another. With the potential for progress to actually be made on the CCG's most wanted, it could only be called natural that some eyes would be drawn. But that also meant long nights at the office. Dotting I's, crossing T's, and copious amounts of coffee to go with it all. Ito and his squad took up some of the physical busy work, conducting discreet inquiries throughout the city in a manner that, at first glance, may not seem directly related to one Sen Takatsuki, but with the information provided by having Sen's bank details and statements they could pursue lines of inquiry that would, on the surface, seem quite odd. Flower shops, textiles, several bookstores and many other more obscure purchases. She purchased coffee in bulk from a wholesaler. Zhuyo never saw any of it. She was, at the very least, careful enough to not make it a regular purchase. Bank statements unfortunately meant writing out schedules of relevant transactions, and with statements going back years, days had been occupied with that alone. Nimura's lethargy was nothing if not sympathetic. A month of work, and none of the exciting kind. No chases across rooftops, no dramatic, impassioned shouting matches regarding love and betrayal, or anything else appropriately cathartic, merely statistics and spreadsheets. Boring, but it did a bit to keep Zhuyo relatively calm, if in a near constant simmer just below the surface. He needed to see her again, even if he didn't want to. There were words that needed to be had, things that needed to be done. Until that point, he would just have to hunt her down, even if there were less than ideal similarities to being a stalker ex-boyfriend to make it even more messy. At the very least, he reasoned that being a stalker ex-boyfriend was relatively mild compared to the veritable novel's worth of terrible things she'd done. Kept him motivated, at least. For now, Zhuyo wrote with a pen clutched in his claw. He needed to get used to the damn thing, no matter how ugly of a reminder it was. He was right-handed and avoiding it had quickly gotten frustrating on a day-to-day basis. The claw was there to stay for the foreseeable future. I need a break, Nimura finally said, his voice a monotone. 2 days. We need a weekend. Zhuyo blinked and looked up at his partner. He adjusted his glasses and let out a breath, leaning back into his chair. There were a few aches that hadn't been there earlier. That might be a good call. He glanced at the clock. Shocker, it was late. We've looked at more spreadsheets than the Lord intended for man, so we'll cut it here for now. What do you even do to relax, anyway? Nimura stopped in his spinning, exhaling. Bit of kendo. Cycling. Play online chess, very boring, normal things. No pets or anything, and being single means I get to fill up my free time with meaningless crap. It's kind of the best part of adulthood, he admitted with a nostalgic twang. Oh, to be a youth in a traditional house again. Yourself. Zhuyo huffed in amusement at Nimura's words. Most of my free time is spent reading and writing these days, though trying to spend my time looking at more pages right after work gets some headaches. I'll watch movies with Akira if we're both at the homestead on the same night. Otherwise, not that much. I was more active back home, when I wasn't, you know, he limply flailed his claw around, a cannibal. Nimura quirked a brow, throwing an arm back along the back of his chair. You know, you're not really a cannibal. At least not on the surface. Eating ghouls is questionable, sure, but humans and ghouls aren't quite the same thing. Could eat a chimp and I don't think it'd be cannibalism. Sure, eating a chimpanzee isn't cannibalism. But in my case, it's something of a lose-slash-lose, Zhuyo replied, raising both hands. I used to be wholly human, and one could say I still am depending on what philosophical tangent you wanted to go on, so by needing to eat humans I'm cannibal, he waved his human hand, however, I'm physically more ghoul than human, and again, a philosophical discussion could reach the conclusion I'm a ghoul. Being a Kakuja means being a cannibal, he waved his ghoul hand, then rested both hands on his lap. Way I figure, it's cannibalism no matter how you swing it, he finished with a shrug. Sucks to be you. Anyway, one last coffee before hitting the road. Juyo rolled his eyes. No shit. I'm a ghoul. Nimura pointed at Juyo. Fair enough. The first thing that stuck out to Juyo came at the door. As he stood before it, the entrance to his old home, he could hear the training taking place. Loud thumps and slaps, someone hitting pads with the force of a car, along with the sound of someone calling out instructions. At least they hadn't gotten lazy. The person to answer the door did not seem obvious at first. Juyo had to look down and spot the blue head of hair to see that it was Seiko. Dressed in her usual training clothes, a white shirt and tights, she opened her mouth to greet whoever was on the other side of the door, interrupted by the fact it was Juyo. She gasped, and without any hesitation, launched herself at him, arms swinging around him to the best of their stubby ability. Where have you been? She demanded, squeezing him with all the might her little half-ghoul body could muster. It's been over a month. He actually felt the pressure. Good to see she was staying in shape. Juyo laughed, hugging her back as best he could. He hoisted her up and swung the itty-bitty young woman around. Staring at data points, spreadsheets, all that fun stuff. Finally got bored and thought I'd see how y'all are holding up. You look good. And loud. What do you expect when you've not said hello in a month? She said, loudly. She released him, letting out an exasperated noise with her hands moving to her hips, hunched somewhat. Troublesome ma man. Well, whatever. Come and meet the newbies before Jinchi breaks them. Ahoy. If I didn't know better, I'd think I was stepping into a fast and furious set, Juyo observed, following her inside. Training going well then? She gave him a thumbs up over her shoulder and a confident smile. We're stronger than ever before. Largely because there's 6 of us. The gym equipment seemed about as redundant as ever as they passed it, but the open space at the end of the space continued to be eternally useful. Jinchi, his hair all but shorn off, stood with the 3 recruits, one with him, and the other 2 with each other holding pads to be hit. The newer quinks were quite a range. The most striking by virtue of his height was the young man with a head of hair long enough that it just outright covered his eyes, his frame strong but covered by his baggy and unflattering training clothes. He had been paired off with a serious-looking woman with sleek black hair, neatly cut into a straight fringe along the front. At a glance, she looked like a woman who had been training to kick the soul out of something her entire life, which was likely why she held the pads for the taller quinks. The final quinks, and probably the most out of place, had pink hair and a slight build unsuited for the level of physical activity probably expected of him, similar to how Seiko had once been, just in the other direction. A soft, pretty face that honestly looked like it belonged to someone Jukiyama adjacent. Jinchi snapped his head to the entrance, dropping his pads immediately and snapping into an almost instinctive salute, grin creeping across his face. His sudden change drew the attention of the other quinks, the black-haired girl joining Jinchi in his salute. The other 2 eventually followed after picking up on it. Holy chief. What's up, man? Jinchi asked, his salute relaxing after a moment. Never was one for formality. Juyo grinned at the sight, offering a quick salute in response before strutting over to join Jinchi and the rookies. Taking a much-needed break from work and figured I'd given you enough time without me around. He gave Jinchi a strong, affectionate pat on the arm before turning to regard the new quinks. Time not wasted, it seems. I'm Juyo Jena, nice to meet you all. Line up, line up. This is my boss. I mean, not anymore. But in spirit, Jinchi ordered, clapping the pads together. The other 2 quinks fell in alongside the woman at either arm. She spoke first, her salute falling away. Associate Special Class. We worked together, briefly. I'm Qingli Xiao, rank 1. Last we met, I wore a hood. Juyo could not for the life of him ever remember meeting her. Oh, right, there was that one who always wore a hood. Taro. Why the pseudonym? Not that Juyo could really talk on that front. He collected names and titles like crazy. Kind of a problem. Wait, you know a special class? The pink-haired one asked, breaking salute to boggle at Xiao. Why don't you ever mention anything? You never asked. And it was never relevant. Introduce yourself. He blinked, and then snapped back to Juyo, puffing his chest out and saluting again. Toma Higemaru. Despite my prestigious family name, I'm pretty awful at all of this, you know, he said as if it were a point of pride. Jinchi leaned over to Juyo. Comes from some bigwig family. Bunch of heroes from the war, and defense force bigwigs in particular. Hey. Cool, Juyo replied with a light shrug. Maybe politics were involved, maybe they weren't. Oh well. Don't sweat it, we all suck at some point. I'm not too worried about it with Jinchi and Co showing you the ropes. See? Vote of confidence from the man himself, Jinchi said, hands on his hips. Anyway, Aura. Say hello. I ain't lettin' you get by without sayin' nothin', you hear? The tallest of them, taller than Juyo, swallowed heavily and lowered his salute slowly, lowering his head. Hello, sir. I'm Shinsan Pi Aura. It's an honor to finally meet the man my superiors have spoken of so highly. Polite and quiet. The Toru of the group if there ever was one. Speaking of, where was Toru? Nice to meet you too, Aura. You can ease up a little if you want, I'm not the biggest stickler on formalities, Juyo assured the young man. That family name though, you related to Kyoko Aura? Ah, yes. She's my aunt. I hope this does not color our interactions. He dipped his head again, preemptively apologizing for any trouble he may have caused. You're doing fine, don't worry. I was only curious is all, Zhuyo once again assured Shinsan-pi, briefly glancing at Jinshi with a quirked brow. You've got quite the gang here, was the unspoken message. Jinshi smacked Zhuyo on the back in full agreement, and not at all displeased. Least I can do is look after Kyoko's nephew, I figure. He's got a good basis to work with too, better than I had, at least. He cackled, throwing his head back. Wanna go around, chief? With Toru out the house so often, they haven't really been able to see two half-ghouls beat the crap out of each other yet. And with their Kagun Bane so bound up, we're not gonna exactly be throwing our weight around. Zhuyo pondered it for all of a second, then nodded. Sure, why not? I've spent the last month in front of a desk, so I could use the exercise. He began to unbutton his shirt and kicked off his shoes. He hadn't worn proper workout clothes, so he'd have to make do. What's Toru doing right now, anyway? I want to catch up with him too while I'm around. You know. He's liaising with Suzuya a lot these days. I think Suzuya keeps unintentionally putting him to work. I get it, he's a hard worker and such, Jinshi said, squatting down into leg stretches. Shio, I know you got all that experience and such, but watch closely. As a half-ghoul, you're gonna have to learn how to fight like us. Relying on regular investigator techniques is all well and good, but doing that just wastes everything we've got. Aura, learn from the intent behind the blows, why here? We won't be half-assing, so watch how we do that, then try it yourself. Toma, press ups until we're finished. Seiko smirked from her spot by the entrance, leaning on it with her arms crossed. Hey. Not me anymore. Zhuyo smiled at Jinshi's natural flowing into the role of instructor. He knew the young man would be the perfect fit for the role, despite his belief to the contrary. It truly had been a difficult decision when it had still been a choice, figuring out whether he or Yuri should take over after Zhuyo left the Quinks. And while there had been no choice in the end and for all the wrong reasons, he had every confidence the Quinks would do just fine without him around. Zhuyo stepped over to his end of the sparring ring, shirtless and bereft of footwear. He flexed his unveiled crimson claw, the digits and scales glistening beneath the light. He would keep Shiba's words in mind, to avoid any injuries, but he decided against telling Jinshi to go easy on him. That would defeat the point of the demonstration. Zhuyo would just have to dodge every blow. Ready when you are, Jimbo, Zhuyo called out to the new leader of the Quinks, smirking. Oi. Not in front of the new guys. He pleaded with a sigh. He looked over to them, his grin returning. When the time comes, you'll have to fight with your Kagun. Figuring out how to get it out becomes a reflex, after a while like a twitch. But first time around, you gotta find the right mindset and feeling. He focused back on Zhuyo, going low, his eye turning a violent crimson. And what it feels like is shitting out your back. His Kagun erupted from his back, purple and chitinous, forming along his right shoulder and protruding outwards beside his head, taking the form of a sort of biological cannon. Red lights surged along the sides of the cannon in an almost technological fashion, strobing hypnotically. Jinshi had been working on his form, it seems. Funny how, even after all this time, ghouls could still provoke a sense of wonder and even beauty in Zhuyo. His tails, all four of them, burst from his spine and expanded into the air, their hides quickly becoming that of curved, chitinous armor. The very tips bubbled and churned into wriggling masses of dozens of thin tendrils, ready to burst with the force of a volcano. He gestured to Jinshi. Come at me. Jinshi took a page from the Ayato school of Yokaku combat, float like a butterfly, punch like a gorilla. It served him well in attaining the goal of their little training session, which was to beat the crap out of each other. By the end of it, Zhuyo had the measure of Jinshi. In that short time since his departure, Jinshi had worked and kept working himself to the bone to fill Zhuyo's position. Already, he no longer fought like Jinshi, but instead like someone who'd have to fill any weaknesses in his team, and do it well. Jinshi strove to become every bit as the reliable figure he saw Zhuyo as. Their spar was as much for him as it was for Zhuyo or the recruits, a means of measuring himself against Zhuyo. Good. But still not as good as Zhuyo. Zhuyo could not have been prouder of Jinshi. He'd come a long way since the day he had shown up on Zhuyo's doorstep, all rough edges and bursting with energy. He'd grown up, all of the Quinks had, and any time he thought of either of those four who had entered his life nearly 4 years ago, feelings of love came with it. Whatever the future brought, they would withstand it. The fight ended in Zhuyo's victory, but that didn't mean Jinshi had gone down like a chump. Far from it. Zhuyo offered a hand to Jinshi, who was laid on the ground. You're strong, Jinshi. And he truly meant those words. Jinshi clasped Zhuyo's hand, and pulled himself up with his mentor's help. He smiled in that slight, genuine way of his. I'm still working on it. Thanks, Chief. Holy shit, we have to do that. Toma exclaimed, drenched in sweat from his push-ups. That and more, yes, Shio answered, her cold eyes speaking to how she continued to appraise the fight, even after its end. In due time, you'll be similar. Even Lady Seiko is mighty, in her own right. HMM. Too true, Seiko said, fluffing out her hair. Lady Seiko, Zhuyo mouthed, amused by the title she'd been given. He shook his head and dusted off his hands. Well, there you have it, 2 half-ghouls going at it without much in the way of restraint. This is one of my very rare free days, so I can linger as long as you are willing to answer any questions you might have or, just catch up. I'd like to bump into Toru if I can help it too. Well. He'll probably be out until the evening, so it'll be a while. Why we're getting takeout tonight? I'm banned from making big dinners. Breakfasts are fine, Jinchi said, rubbing his chin. Could stick around if you like, unless you got other people to see. I get it. Well, definitely not going to see Sen anytime soon. No one comes to mind. I probably won't stay all day, but it'd be silly to come all this way after being gone for a month and then dipping before even an hour went by, Julio responded. Then we're done trainin'. Still early, so we can do a breakfast run with everyone, including Aura and Shio. Or coffee, for you. Can't get over how much that sucks. You get used to it, Julio responded with a smile of utter resignation. You pick the place, not like the menu matters to me anyway. Jinchi nodded. In that case Toma, Seiko, pick a place. Toma cracked his fingers, smirking in far too comfortable a manner. Our specialty. You couldn't have picked finer minds for this task, leader. Among the many eateries in the local ward, only we hold the truth of the matter, of who is the best, Seiko said, steadily raising a finger to the heavens. Most respectable, Lady Seiko, Shio said, dipping her head in deference. Lady Seiko. Julio mouthed at Jinchi. Jinchi lowered his voice to a whisper, speaking out the side of his mouth. It's a thing. They're all pretty impressed with her. I dunno. Julio nodded and shrugged. Well, she is pretty cool. Ida sniffed, squatting down to look at one of the myriad piles of books inside Sen Takatsuki's apartment. With gloved hands, he carefully picked up one of the books, looked it over, and then set it back down to where it was in an undisturbed manner. Ida came to a conclusion. What a messy person. Julio grunted, arms folded across his chest near the doorway. His brown eyes oversaw what had become an organized search of Sen's place, several other members of Ida's squad milling about and scanning the area based on the parameters he had placed for them. Nimura wasn't present for once, the rank 1 was currently interrogating Sen's editor back at CCGHQ, allowing them to pursue 2 lines of inquiry at once. The option had been given to Julio for him to be the interrogator, but he'd chosen to oversee the apartment instead. Perhaps because he didn't trust anyone else to handle it and wanted to make certain everything was on the up and up. His paranoia was ramping up. An unfortunate side effect of where his mind had been lately. What didn't help was the smell. The air was thick with Sen's scent, mixing with traces of himself along with it all, which only served to bring back many memories. There were quite a variety in terms of atmosphere, but the ones that somehow stung the most were the more tender ones, when she truly seemed to care and gave him loving looks during moments of emotional vulnerability. How much of it had actually been real? Maybe coming here was a mistake. Too late now. She always was a fan of organized chaos, Julio commented aloud, turning to Itu. Said it was the best way to interpret the flow state of trauma, or something like that. Artsy, Ida said, standing upright and looking out of the wall window of Sen's apartment. Haven't been able to find much yet. Lots of stuff that could be important, but just as much stuff that clearly isn't. We could seize the digital material, but that'd let her know we've been snooping. Up to you really, Chief. She already knew. Hell, she had told him herself. Last resort. We can't mess this up with a bit of impatience, Julio replied, fighting the urge to scratch his white beard. Akira's nagging had brought it to a respectable size, even if she had preferred he'd shave entirely. He wasn't going to completely lose that particular battle. Depends on how Nimura's questioning goes. He hummed, looking around. Still, I wasn't sure how much this search would turn up. Spent a lot of time here and never felt like there was more ghoulery going on than what I brought to it. Makes sense, when you think about it. She'd need to be good at hiding it if she's going to be spending a bunch of time with you, otherwise you'd have picked up on something, right? Ida said, stuffing his hands in his pockets and carefully stepping around the place as not to disturb anything. But you know how it goes, everyone's favorite line. Investigators must cover all reasonable lines of inquiry. Even if there's nothing, we gotta do it. That we do. Besides, I needed to look at it all again myself, make sure I hadn't missed something, Julio admitted, leaning against the doorway. Not sure if it's comforting or not that it wasn't me slipping. Not like I like suspecting girlfriends of being terrorists, though. What, you don't pay attention to their eating habits and coffee consumption? Idu asked. I mean, clearly it doesn't apply here. She ate all sorts of stuff. But in general. Maybe that's a bad habit of mine. It was Julio's turn to quirk a brow. I want to contest that, but maybe I have no leg to stand on here. Sides, like you said, she ate regular food and drank a lot more than water and coffee without any of the telltale signs of a ghoul suppressing the urge to vomit. Didn't think that was possible, frankly. Neither did I. Just means there's more to this than what we need to be more careful, I suppose. Also creates the worrying possibility that there's ghouls out there we'll probably never discover. Ida rubbed the back of his head, exhaling. Least I won't be out of a job anytime soon. Julio huffed. I don't think you and I have ever had to worry about job security, just the job itself. Especially so while owl hunting. He glanced at Idu. Though you seem to be taking to it with your usual demeanor, which is appreciated. It's no problem. Way I see it is that if we run into the owl, you'll be doing most of the fighting while I run support. Nothing I'm not used to while working with Take. It's comforting, really. Just another day in the business. Ida chuckled, making his way over to Julio. Besides, if I let this overwhelm me, what kind of investigator would I be? As far as I know, this is historical. The owl will be remembered like that crazy clown, or the Raja. The least I can do is help you out. One for the books, if nothing else, Julio agreed, glancing around. Thanks, all the same. Take himself actually recommended you for this one once he heard about the assignment. Myself, I can't wait for it to be over. I've got my own. He cleared his throat. Questions for her once we finally have her. I mean, she's your ex, and also your nemesis? Is that appropriate? Ido asked, face scrunching up as he tried to wrap his head around the particulars of Julio's relationship with the owl. Geez. I didn't really think about it before, but that's kind of messed up. Tell me about it, Julio deadpanned, eyes lidded. I miss when having a crazy ex just meant she was a damn theater girl. Now it's so dramatic it actually feels like it's out of a play. Can't say I recommend it, I do. I mean, hey. If it's hot, right? Julio opened his mouth. And then he closed it. She had a really nice body. He whined quietly. Ido pat Julio on the shoulder in a moment of masculine empathy. You do what you gotta do, Julio. You shoot your shot. It was a slam fucking dunk, Ido, and I'm still trying to figure out if it was a victory or not. You live and learn, pal. No matter what came from it, you got something from it. Like a crazy story you can tell at parties, or to your kids, Ido offered, optimism in his tone. That and emotional damage. Julio snorted. The words were enough to lighten his mood, at least a little. It sounded like something his old friends way back when would have said to cheer him up. I could have done without the freshly raw trust issues, but you do make good points. It's a shame I can't get a beer with you sometime. I'd have to request fermented blood in order to get drunk, but something tells me that wouldn't fly with upstairs. Also, gross. Ido pointed out. Given that he wasn't a ghoul, this immediate reaction seemed only natural. But it's whatever. We can still get coffee or whatever, even if it's not booze. Alcohol isn't the gatekeeper to good times. Course not. Just want what I can't have, Julio tugged, kicking off the doorway and letting his arms fall to his sides. But I think we've lingered as long as we reasonably can. Let's document anything of note and head out. Bumping into her gets more likely the longer we stay. Aye, Chief. We'll wrap up here. You go check on that questioning, see if that lil weirdo Nimura's got anything to work with. Sounds good. See ya. Dash. I can crack him, came the immediate words of Nimura, before any pleasantries could be exchanged over the phone. But it'll be a few hours. He knows something, Jenna. He's awful at hiding it. It'd be the best lead we have yet, if true, Julio sighed as he walked down the streets of Tokyo. His gait was unhurried, now that he was a decent distance from Sen's apartment, steadily making his way to the base where Nimura and the editor were located. All right, you have your few hours. I'll pop in later to check on progress. The apartment didn't give us much on first look, but we have enough to review. If he knows anything, then it's a wrap. We can bring her in the second he talks. Anyway, while I'm working on that, you got anything lined up? Nimura asked, an echo in the background. He was probably in the hall leading to the interview room, having left Sen's editor to take the call. Julio clicked his tongue. Nothing comes to mind. I'll grab my afternoon coffee and figure it out. Most likely, he'd just head back to Nimura's location and wait it out. His social life wasn't terribly exciting, deliberately so, and he didn't feel like squatting at his and Akira's place for barely a couple hours before having to leave again. Always something to do in this town. Too true. Too much, I'd say leaves a poor man spoiled for choice. I'll crack this guy. Just be ready to call her in when I do. The guy really seemed to believe this was the big break. I like the confidence. I'll be waiting. See you on the other end of this, Nimura. If Nimura lived up to his word, then Julio would be seeing Ito much sooner rather than later. The thought was enough to make more knots in Julio's stomach. Whether or not he truly wanted to admit, he couldn't deny that he'd actually fallen in love with her, which made for a complicated mess in his head to put it mildly. He'd run dozens of scenarios in his head on what he'd say or do, the questions he'd ask, how she might respond to them, and then there was the greatest elephant in the room, what to do with her in the future. How to treat her. He was hardly an unbiased party in that regard. The thoughts of maybe I can help her were always slammed in the face by should you help her, an endless circle of conflicting wants and desires, especially when it came to what help constituted. Her father had wanted him to help her, but that was before things had gotten messy than they already were. If he were honest with himself, a small part of him just wanted her out of his life entirely, kick her out of Tokyo and tell her to never come back nor interfere with the world's affairs ever again. The truth was he didn't have a grand design or scheme. Only questions. Ito would be captured and locked up in Cochlea. If Hinami's breakout did indeed happen, would Ito be freed as well? He made an irritated sound as he walked, running his clawed hand across his short cropped hair. His life was so damn complicated now. It was enough to make a man sick. After his coffee, Julio meandered his way back to the office. The fact Nimura hadn't called him in the interim meant that nothing pressing had come up, so he had more than enough time to himself. Upon seeing the editor through the one-way glass, Julio noticed how methodical Nimura had been with the man. Given no discomfort, even provided food, but the gentle yet dogged way Nimura pursued his questions spoke to both the pale young man's own efficiency and the teaching of Shiki. When not using more extreme measures, the man had been among the best interviewers in the CCG after all. It continued like that for some hours, and not all of it Zhuyo could actually be around for. Being an available resource, he occasionally had someone stopping by to ask for his advice on something. Junior investigators, usually, the newer sort. Unwittingly, Zhuyo had acquired a reputation as a mentor too. His work with the Quinks had apparently been that good. When the editor, a skinny and gaunt man, reached for his phone, Nimura looked to the glass and nodded. They were calling Sen in, via the editor's phone. Zhuyo inhaled sharply, feeling a disconcerting sensation crawl up his spine and his stomach doing a flip. Both of his hands clenched and unclenched, the left actually sweating. It took him a moment to realize his heart was pounding. All of that tension that had been building up over the last month was now keenly felt in that moment. He just had to wait. He hated waiting. About 12 minutes later, a young man opened the door to the other side of the interview room, poking his head through and looking to Zhuyo. Sir? We have a guest at the front. She's asking for Shino. She just walked in? Really? Zhuyo cleared his throat. Thank you, we'll be right there. He rapped a knuckle against the interview door, signaling to Nimura. Nimura stood without any further prompting, saying something to the editor before exiting, joining Zhuyo with an adjustment of his tie. The door shut behind him. Well. That was easier than I thought it would be. We're not done yet, Zhuyo cautioned, more to himself than anyone else. Damn his nerves. He adjusted his glasses. Be ready for anything. Nimura nodded with gusto, but his words belied his confidence. I am ready for a quiet and peaceful surrender. Indeed. Zhuyo sighed, then straightened up. Showtime. Without further aplomb, he marched to a reunion he wasn't sure he wanted. Sen Ito waited for them in the lobby, seated at one of the comfortable black seats. With a too baggy sweater and loose pants, she looked as she ever did, unconfined and relaxed. She looked over at them, at Zhuyo, when they crossed the barrier leading to the lobby, and she smiled. She stood. Zhuyo. Been a while. Who's this? She asked, looking at Nimura with a raised brow, otherwise unbothered. Calm. Calm. Not the time. Not the place. It really has, Zhuyo replied, as though on autopilot. It was the only way he could be for the time being. He didn't return the smile, gesturing to Nimura. This is my partner, Nimura Furuta. Used to work with Shiki, he offered, recalling that Sen, Ito, had met Shiki last Christmas. A pleasure. I think. You have Shino? She asked, cutting to business. We do. We'll take you to him now, in fact, Zhuyo suggested, gesturing to the door they just exited from. Right this way. A behind-the-scenes look. Finally, Ito said with a roll of her eyes. Do you know how long I've been trying to get one of these? Years, Zhuyo. Years. She stomped on over to the barrier with a Seiko-like eagerness, ready to see her editor. She wasn't stupid, she had to know exactly what was going on. Yet she just marched right in. What was he missing? Zhuyo doubted everything about her, everything around her. Must be nice to have your patience finally pay off, Zhuyo commented, following after her. Was pretty surprised with your hustle all the way down here. Traffic's a nightmare, this time of day. It felt like being polite and cordial to an ex. Which he supposed was actually the case. Still felt incredibly uncomfortable. He felt like he might explode. I know the secret ways. You learn a lot, researching for the kinds of books I write, she said easily, puffing up a little as she almost led the way right up until she got lost. She looked back at Nimura, flicking her head. Pushy, Nimura mouthed to himself, taking the lead. He showed her into the interrogation room, the door closing behind them, stirring Shino from his malaise, his head rising from his bundled arms upon the table. The editor and author locked eyes for a few moments, the former's face distraught and pale, while Ito just smiled at him in a gentle manner. You can go home now, Shino. It's all right. Takatsuki. The grown man sniffed, eyes starting to water. He wiped his eyes, head dipping. I thought you wouldn't come. I'm sorry I've been a nuisance. She bowed to him, hands folding across her legs in perhaps the most genuine display of deference he had ever seen from her. Shino, however, had her beat. He went to his hands and knees, and almost slammed his head into the floor. I'm sorry, Takatsuki. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. He continued. The knots in Zhuyo's stomach twisted in discomfort. Nimura elucidated, looking across at Ito as she regarded her editor with a sad look. Around 20 minutes ago, Mr. Shino said that in the past he found what looked like human flesh stored in your apartment. Sen Takatsuki, Zhuyo said, without an ounce of pride or joy, perhaps without any emotion at all, you are under arrest on suspicion of being a ghoul. Of all the reactions, Ito simply nodded. You certainly caught a keeper, investigators, she said lightly, moving to kneel beside Shino. She brought her hand to his shoulder, giving it a comforting squeeze. Stand up, Shino. I don't blame you or anyone who gets stuck in this kind of situation. Thank you for making me into an author, you weird, neurotic little man. As the man continued to sob, she stood and faced Zhuyo, smile in place. Right then. I suppose all that's left is for me to be, what? Questioned? Taken into custody? After all, we're still on suspicion. You're just, going along with this? Why aren't you resisting? After everything, you're just letting me do this? And why do you keep smiling? Zhuyo wanted to scream. Instead, his claw twitched. Well, we'll take you into holding for a while, and we'll do some tests. The sensors at the front didn't go off, so bloods will be required to confirm if you're a ghoul or not, Nimura outlined. He cleared his throat. Naturally, you will be entitled to a lawyer until you are confirmed to be a ghoul. If you are not, then the right remains. Do you want us to contact your lawyer? Or would you like one provided? For the time being, no. But I do have a request for the PR department of the commission, if you'd be so kind, she said, still looking at Jiyo. I'd like to talk with a rep of theirs. We can see what we can do. Nimura said, looking at Jiyo for confirmation and shrugging just out of Ito's sight. PR owes me a favor, I'll call it in, Jiyo decided, giving Ito a nod. You can expect a friend of mine from there to show up soon enough. She dipped her head to Jiyo. You are too kind. Jiyo glanced at the still sobbing Shino. I'm not too certain about that. Nimura, please call this in, I'll escort Sen to holding myself. Nimura gave Jiyo 2 thumbs up, all too eager to get out of a room with the maybe all. Ito stepped out with Jiyo and exhaled, shutting her eyes momentarily and tilting her head back. I'll be put into cochlea, eventually. You'll want to maybe keep an ear in my cell. Just in case. Jiyo exhaled. It still didn't feel real. Was already planning on it. I didn't think you'd come, either. Neither did I. But I thought about it, after you found out who I am. This way, we can both get what we want, and what we need, she said calmly, eyes opening. She stared forward, a cold, numbing determination in her eyes. You don't have to trust me. You shouldn't. But just, listen to what happens. That's all you need to do, and you'll have answers. We both will. It'd certainly be a first. This close, he had to fight the urge for an old habit, to grab her hand and squeeze it. But I'll listen. I can't trust you, but I'll listen to you. As many times as it takes. Her smile returned, brows untensing. Then watch, and listen. See how the arrogant falter in victory. It had been less than 24 hours before Sen did something strange, which was, at the very least, in character. Following her talk with the PR rep, Sen had been given the green light to hold a press conference about her newest book, The 10th Work, but naturally letting a suspected ghoul out of holding without some sort of escort couldn't happen. That's where Jiyo came in, being the lead officer of her case, it fell to him to figure it out. The first sign of Sen's shenanigans came from her haircut. Somehow, she had managed to wrangle one from her hosts. When Jiyo eventually turned up at her holding cell, she made a point of fluffing out her shorter hair, smirking at him with a sort of smugness that felt at home on her face. She was getting away with a lot, and she knew it. Jiyo blinked a couple times. Whether it was the lack of sleep or something else, he couldn't deny how he felt. You rock the bob cut, he admitted, perhaps begrudgingly, giving way for her to step outside. I know, Sen all but purred. But thank you. I can only guess that you know what I'm doing today. She stepped out alongside Jiyo, hands on her hips. I do. Press conference regarding that 10th great work of yours, Jiyo replied, guiding her through the hallway. I'll be your escort for the whole thing while you're out of your cell, so we're stuck together. You say with palpable dread. Sen followed, and for a few moments it almost seemed as if they were not near mortal enemies again. This last work of mine is important, you see. I've been, stewing over it, for a decade now. Every other work was more a means to an end for me to perfect this one. Even then, I'm not really happy with it, but it had to do. Even I could tell that things were getting a bit too close to a conclusion, one where I might not come out on top. I can settle for imperfection, though. It adds character. A conclusion, hey. Jiyo mused. He reached up and wiped at his eyes, pushing up his glasses in the process. He hadn't slept, or didn't think he had. The man had spent the night either staring up at the ceiling or bent over a toilet. It wasn't only because of Ito, but a whole mess of everything. That'd be nice. Even calling it imperfect, you're really hyping it up. I'm assuming this will be your last piece, then. The answer was sobering. They won't let me live, Trevor. One way or another, even if I somehow survive, this is Sen's last work. He remained quiet. The mess in his head stilled, the static and low ringing in his ears faded away. For a few precious moments, he finally had some clarity, a solid desire that manifested in one that he could actually find the words to say. I won't let them kill you. His words were simple and curt, even with the both of them seeing the obvious complications that would come with it. He knew what she'd done, to him and to others, but he also knew he didn't want her to die. Perhaps the last bits of naivete that desperately clung to him, battered after all the years. She chuckled, smile widening. As comforting as that is, V has their own monsters. I'm sure we'll be seeing one of them sooner rather than later. I just have to flush them out, Sen said, her tone like a knife, cuttingly aware of the situation she was in. Anyway, I apologize for getting you involved in all of this. It's a messy business. Jiyo grunted. While you're to blame for a lot of it and there's volumes of things you and I need to talk about, don't take all the credit. There's a decent list of people that keep me involved. And besides, I've chosen this. This messy business is my business now. Whether that's a good or bad thing, who knows? You take the good with the bad. That's what they say, anyway. You can take this little press conference as a reprieve for the time being, a little bit of entertainment. The press area looked, for a lack of better words, packed. The many metallic chairs across from the elevated stage were mostly occupied, and several cameras and their crews angled at the desk in the middle of the stage, 5 microphones placed atop it. Sen stopped just before walking out onto the stage, taking a composing breath. You want a signed copy? She asked. 2. The others for Hinamai, he responded, so easily that he surprised himself. I'll see what I can do. She stepped out onto the stage, making a point to drag Juyo along with her by the sleeve, and set herself down with an air of optimism. She cleared her throat, and then spoke into the microphones. Juyo stood both beside and behind her, arms folded behind his back and expression blank. He didn't expect her to just go apeshit on a crowd of civilians, but he did his best to appear at the ready. Hello, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming. I'm sure you're all wondering why I'm holding this conference from CCG property, and I'll get around to satisfying that, but for the time being I need to get through a few contractual obligations. I'm sure you all understand. She dipped her head in a half-serious manner, smiling forward at no one camera in particular. This may be my final work, for the time being. Life has come at me rather quickly, so I'm afraid I'll need to go on something of a creative hiatus. To all my fans, I'm sorry, and to Shueisha, you're welcome for all the sales. Sen chuckled to herself, running a hand through her hair. But, on a more serious note, the title of this final work will be Bilingual. To those of you that are in the know, you'll already be able to tell there's some significance to that, but to those who are not, I recommend looking into some Norse mythology. This book aside, it's all pretty fun stuff, so you'll be doing yourself a favor. She cleared her throat. The last time I sat in front of so many people, it was for the Black Goat's Egg. Lots of people, even people who usually aren't into the kinds of books I write, seem to really like that one. I think it touched on something of a universal experience when it comes to parents, or a universal apprehension, I suppose, to be born into a power dynamic that doesn't favor you, and how that can change you. Bilingual might be a bit different, I think. It's the book I've been sitting on for years now, and the one I've wanted to write the most, because ultimately, it is about me. It's the work which selfishly puts my own life on the line, and before I talk more about it, there's something I would like everyone to know about me. She smiled. One eye turned red. The room froze in recognition. I am a ghoul. Juyo blinked a couple times. For a second, it didn't register. But then it hit. His eyes steadily widened, boring a hole in Sen's back. He opened his mouth, teeth flashing, before he closed it with great difficulty. His heart was pounding in his chest, even as a chilling feeling ran up his spine. Before the coming burst of activity could ensue, she continued, looking straight into one of the cameras. For my last work, I have written for my lone comrades and us, who covet flesh and blood, we, who were born wrong. As quickly as the silence filled in the space, it was overwhelmed by the rush of shouted questions and snaps of cameras, an onslaught of journalistic fervor. Blood in the water. Sen just smiled, waved at the cameras, and then glanced back at Juyo, her eye remaining crimson. No more hiding for her. It was a point of no return. It was a call to ghouls, to humans, to show that the conflict was far from the arbitrary, clean thing that many pretended it was. No wonder she believed that V was going to kill her. If he was right, they'd been trying to kill her since the moment she was born. Juyo shut his eyes for a moment. When Trevor opened them, one had turned red. He would lie and call it stress to those in the CCG later. After all, he'd just found out his girlfriend was truly a ghoul all along, and the Kokugan were known to manifest in ghouls during great emotional duress, and his current expression likely carried that message well enough. Besides, the fact that the CCG employed him and his true nature were public knowledge. But in truth, it was a declaration. Trevor knew what he truly was. He knew the ultimate source of his discontent, his nightmares, the reason he'd never felt wholly comfortable since he woke up in that hospital bed 5 years ago. Trevor was a ghoul. Wildfire would be a generous comparison to how quickly Sen's conference turned into something of a viral pulse. Much like the incident with Shiki, the veil that divided the world of the regular citizen and the world of ghouls broke down, only somehow worse. The following day, Sen's face from various angles took up the front covers with varying positions on the matter floating about the general population. Support for Sen went 50-50, one half of those with opinions supported her, calling her arrest for simply being a ghoul unjust. The other half liked to remind those in support that being a ghoul meant eating humans. Both were right, in their own ways, and it came down to what one valued more. Trouble would follow either position. As Ito had once said, the struggles of humans was not comparable to the struggle of ghouls, likely for the exact disagreement that had emerged from her press conference. It would take more than legislation to resolve the foundational conflict behind the relationship between ghouls and humans. Juyo got his copies of Bilingual a couple of days later, signatures and all. To the average reader, the human reader, it was a piece of fiction depicting a one-eyed ghoul who went by no name. He steadily rose in power, unifying all ghouls to his cause and becoming the one-eyed king. By the end, he and his ghoul army had taken over the world and oppressed humanity. It took only a few pages for Juyo to realize what she'd actually written, a manifesto. A human perspective saw a war story about their species crumbling apart. A ghoul perspective saw tactics and strategies, ways to subvert their oppressors and the holes in the society that considered them little more than parasites. Any ghoul who could read, which was uncommon at best but plenty for Ito's purposes, need only absorb the information and have the ambition to rise up, to galvanize their fellows. Not only that, the Washuyu themselves featured in the story as collaborators against the plight of ghouls, responsible for the lack of support, the lack of empathy that corroded both ghouls and humans. They forced the war to continue and drag on, prolonging any meaningful end purely for their own gains. As far as Bailager was concerned, the Washiyu were an evil to be wiped from the world if there was ever a chance for meaningful change. Wildfire was indeed a generous way of putting it. With a deft stroke, Ito had not only forced the question of who ghouls really were on the general public, but also potentially militarized ghouls across the globe. Killing her now would be too late for Washiyu. The damage was done, and she had gotten her last laugh. Juyo had consumed the book once he had it on hand, shut away in his room and read by sunlight that eventually had become a desk light. When he was finished, he closed Bailager and breathed for the first time in what felt like ages, resting his clawed hand on the cover. He recalled Tatara's words to him after he and Ito had fought. Tatara had talked of the One-Eyed King, how Ito both was and wasn't the holder of that title. If Ito believed her part in the war was over, it was likely she didn't intend to be the one leading ghoul kind at the end. Juyo's jaw clicked as it moved, brows tensing. Whoever the king would be, Juyo hated the idea that ghoul victory was only possible with humans subjugated, reducing them to farm animals. The ghouls absolutely deserved freedom and a chance to truly live their lives, but was the sole resolution truly trading one regime for another? It was tainted by Ito's perspective, as expected, and who could blame her? She'd seen the worst of both and had the fixation on pain and violence to show for it. But how was one supposed to counter it? The conflict was far from arbitrary and ingrained in the very DNA of both sides. How do you save both ghouls and humans? How? How? Juyo, Trevor, didn't know. More than ever, he felt increasingly frustrated with that fact. Everyone seemed content to give Juyo his space to think it out, but there was one person who did not. Between the evident lack of sleep and increased thoughtfulness, I think you are taking this next Nerima thing too seriously, Juyo. Nerima smiled ever so slightly across from Juyo, Tupperware tub of leftover dinner in his hand. Technically being part of his squad meant the occasional visit to the office, and for once the man was actually in. I'd offer a coin for your thoughts, but I believe they're basically free based on recent events. Juyo blew out a breath, leaning back in his chair and causing it to groan in protest against his weight. Enough to make a man explode. I wouldn't even know where to start if you asked me to choose, so, he gestured at Kishao, whatever you think the first topic should be goes to you. Like I said, free. I picked up Sen's book. Quite interesting, if concerning though I question how well an audience of ghouls would be able to digest the intricacies of her writing. I can recognize the strategic value of the book, but how many ghouls could? He asked to both himself and Juyo. Considering that even a basic education is something of a premium for ghouls, far fewer than the actual population, Juyo answered, glancing once more at the book. But it doesn't have to be every ghoul, does it? It wouldn't need to be today or tomorrow or even in the coming months, but eventually, ghouls that do understand will read and take it to heart. And I can't say I'd blame them for it. Nerima hummed, setting his lunch down. Well, this is actually somewhat relevant. We've found the Aojirai tree headquarters. At least, for the time being, the current generation of ghoul subversives are due to fail. Juyo turned back to Nerima, frowning slightly. That's so? What's next then? Another big siege. That it is. Rushima Island. A member of the scouting team returned, but the other two sent with them either went missing or were confirmed dead. Hakako was dead, Nerima explained calmly, putting some more of his lunch into his mouth, only talking once he had swallowed. Toru had gone with them. Missing. The details have been kept quiet until we have something more solid. The Quinks don't know yet. The mild surprise of Hakakawa's death was totally overridden at the mention of Toru. Juyo's nostrils flared and he felt his heart quicken, hands curling into fists. His chest felt like it was on fire. That piece of shit torso is still with Aojirai. If he got his hands on Toru, I'll fucking flay him. I want to be on the search team for Toru, Juyo managed in something akin to a growl, uncaring of how it sounded. Zero Squad will be protecting CCG facilities while the majority of investigators and bureau investigators are assigned to the assault. Retrieval of Toru will be part of the mission parameters, and likely left in the hands of the Quinks, Nerima said. Diversion tactics are a common part of the Aojirai playbook. Another Cochlea breakout attempt is not out of the realm of possibility. Magical words, ones that absolutely needed to be compartmentalized presently. It was easy to do, as news of Toru's disappearance was still making Juyo flush with fury. He made an unpleasant, forceful grumble of a breath, shaking his head. If there was anyone I'd be willing to take that role over me and have the same degree of motivation, it'd be Jinchi and Seiko. He breathed again, the anger becoming a steady simmer. Another goddamn problem. When's the assault? The longer we wait, the more time Torso has to get his disgusting hands on Toru. Sooner rather than later. Hitting Rushima fast and hard is the intent, before they can move on. I imagine they'll place us, Kyoko and Mugen on the defense. Zero Squad for Cochlea, the higher value target, Kyoko for headquarters, and Mugen for emergency response, he reasoned out aloud, looking up at the ceiling for a few moments. It should be a quiet night or two for us, if all goes well. We'll have to see, Juyo eventually allowed, sagging once more into his seat. The word opportunity flashed in his mind over and over again, refusing to leave. This is all moving much faster than usual. Considering typical investigations, it's almost unbelievable. But then again, nothing about these days feels typical anymore. This isn't an investigation. This is a war. A subdued one, fought out of sight, but the intent is all the same. We'll hear more, probably in the coming day or so. It won't be particularly relevant to us, but it's interesting nonetheless, seeing how they intend to handle the executives. Juyo hummed. Good money on Akira wanting to be the one to deal with Takaizawa. Not only is he an L, but there's history there. He rubbed a hand down his face. As fascinating as the details can be, what I really care about is Tora's retrieval. The rest is relevant, but I'm lacking my usual curiosity right now. Nerima smiled somewhat, allowing some lightness into his tone. This is the grumpiest I have ever seen you, and that is saying something. Tora will be fine, Juyo. He's incredibly skilled, and a survivor at his core. Have faith in the Quinks. Yet, I will, Juyo exhaled, pinching the bridge of his nose. I feel like I've had a persistent migraine ever since the Rose operation. The news about Tora just... He trailed off, shaking his head. He looked again at Bailigr, then grabbed it and rested the book on his lap. He blinked a few times. The corner of his eyes felt warm and damp. I really did fall for her, Juyo admitted quietly. Nerima exhaled through his nose, nodding slowly. I know, Juyo. I know. In another time, another place. I always wonder how different it could have been. But that's not the world we live in. No. No, it's not. Juyo sniffled, then wiped his nose before looking back up at Nerima. He smiled sadly, his eyes brimming with pain. It only figures, you know? Just my luck with women. The instant I think I have a happy, healthy relationship, he snapped his fingers, they either die, or it was all built on a lie. Just my luck, he repeated, a crack in his voice. Nerima stayed there for a few moments. He looked away at something, and then stood. He moved over to Juyo, tapping him on the shoulder and urging him up onto his feet. In that state, Juyo simply did as instructed. In perhaps the strangest thing he had yet to experience, Nerima hugged Juyo. Juyo froze, startled and blinking rapidly. It was usually him that initiated that sort of thing, but Nerima was never one for anything so physically intimate. Juyo blinked harder and harder, his voice growing foggier by the second. The guilt, the outrage, the depression, it had all festered and ate away at him for months, years, now. So many emotions, bottled up and kept hidden from his friends, his peers, for fear of appearing weak, appearing the enemy. But now, what did it matter? So, Juyo clutched Nerima, and bawled. I'm so tired, he confessed, tears streaming down his face. I'm so tired of everything. I keep losing. I've lost my family, twice fucking over, I've lost Kaya, Kuma, I've probably fucking killed Amin, I've had to lie and lie and lie every goddamn day for 5 fucking years. Yuri's dead, and he'll never know who I really am. He's dead. And I can't keep track of my own head anymore, I'm losing my goddamn mind. And of all the fucking people to open up to again, to feel like I was normal again, to actually fall in love with and be loved back, it was her. Her. Ito. I can't. He croaked and sobbed and sagged. Kishao, I don't know how much longer I can keep doing this. Nothing feels right anymore. Least of all me. Success has always been a matter of perspective. People only see the result they see, but not what the one who has supposedly succeeded sees. It doesn't always feel good. Nerima pat Juyo's back as he spoke, letting him cry as much as he wanted. You'll go as long as you want to, Juyo. If you want to stop, I think at this point, you could, half Ghoul or no. You've done enough. Have I, though? Juyo sniffled. It never feels like enough. Besides, where would I go, that these problems wouldn't follow? Tokyo. He made a shuddering breath. Tokyo is where the people I care about live, and they'll just keep dying. I can't just walk away from that, even if I don't know how to save them. Then you keep going. It's hard, but if this is how you feel, what option do you have? Nerima asked him. None at all. Juyo took a long, deep breath and slowly pulled away. He wiped his face of tears and snot, muttering aga as he did so. He cleared his throat. Thanks. I used to be, better with this kind of thing. Healthy expression of emotions. Nerima stood back, adjusting his suit. Cannot relate. But I've gotten better at it, the past few years. I understand that, sometimes, this is what we need. Moments of vulnerability allow us to shore up and carry on. Yet. Might have forgotten that along the way, Juyo admitted, wiping his nose again. Sen would have usually been the first one to get it, but now. He shook his head. That's a mess that'll take years to untangle. If we're even willing or alive that long. Still figuring it out. Kishao said nothing. He stared at Juyo, the ends of his lips quivering somewhat. Juyo sighed in a suffering manner. Just say it, man. Figure it out. Man, we've really been made fools of, hey. Nimura said, spinning on his chair with a newspaper in hand. For the third day running, Ito's smiling face had been put either on the front page or near it on the majority of papers as opinions and speculation continued to roll in. Nimura cleared his throat. A question that has been floated is how Sen Takatsuki, a prolific author with no shortage of attention, could have had her ghoulish nature obscured for so long. Additionally, while there is an ambient awareness that she must have eaten human beings, many seem almost willing to overlook this in the instance of Sen, who was presented as a normal member of society in every other instance. He paused, looking over at Juyo. Now Japan is divided. Is the arrest of a ghoul, simply for being a ghoul, a just act? We will undoubtedly continue to hear myriad answers to this question in the coming years. He set the newspaper down. Fun. Pretty masterful move on her part. She turned what was going to be a quiet arrest into a public fiasco, doing more damage from a camera than she could have from a physical resistance, Zhuyo mused, arms folded across his chest and leaning back into the chair. She could vanish entirely if she wanted to now and it wouldn't matter. The damage has been done and she'll be remembered forever. Makes you wonder what she's up to. Once we've finished with the material analysis, we'll be able to put forth that she's the owl. If that's true, then I can't help but feel that'd ruin whatever point she was trying to make. Nimura pondered, cranking the back of his chair into an almost flat position, laying down on it. Unless she has something else up her sleeve. Ito seemed pretty confident it would all work out. Then again, she also seemed prepared to die. At the very least, it was all supposedly toward the end of Ghoul's being free, though through violent means. I wouldn't know. She didn't exactly share her master plan with me while we were together, otherwise this would have all gone very differently, Zhuyo muttered, wiping his face with a claw. I could ask, but, well. She hasn't really done much to earn trust lately, either. How annoying, but what can you do? It's why we're given a paycheck, after all. Nimura hopped to his feet. Don't think we're going to make much progress today, with that in mind. I'm clocking out early, going to reset unless you have any objections, sir. Zhuyo paused, considering something. After a moment, he asked, did you read her book? Biligre. Nimura shrugged lightly, hands in his pockets. Not had a chance to get around to it, if I'm honest. Planning on it. You're a bookish sort, right? What did you get from it? I suppose you could call it a message of hope for ghouls, Zhuyo replied with a sigh, pushing himself up off the chair and standing. He dusted at his pants even though he didn't need to. That they could rise up and find the freedom they want, if they truly wanted to. Though I can't say I'm a big fan of the ending, it makes you think the only path to victory is oppression and subjugation. Kinda miserable. It's a tale as old as time. The Yamato people didn't become so prolific because of peaceful diplomacy, after all. If anything, it's probably just something we've taught them. The Qi Shilian were only as effective as they were because they had previous revolutionaries to base their methods off, after all, Nimura said, uncharacteristically somber. The pretty man shut his eyes momentarily, sighing. And now we're dealing with the Aojirai tree, seemingly led by someone who knows exactly what they're doing, and knew exactly how to proliferate her ideas. Worst case scenario. Bound to happen eventually, I figure. We live in the information age, where ideas and thoughts are borderline impossible to stomp out regardless of how big your boot is, Zhuyo replied, grabbing his bag and slinging the strap over his shoulder. Makes me wonder how the guys in Ivory Towers plan to keep a grip on things. Drastic circumstances make people do even more drastic things. It's why the Quinks even exist, after all. Whatever they're thinking, I hope it involves a pay rise. Daddy needs to pay off his mortgage. Zhuyo snorted. Nimura was coming off as the sort unwilling to share his deeper thoughts on the heavier subjects, if he had any at all. Perhaps that was why Shiki had advised against including his partner in anything particularly secretive and personal. Oh well, it was advice that Zhuyo decided he would listen to. So long as the money flows, I suppose, Zhuyo shrugged. We'll call it here, Nimura. Take it easy, might not get the chance again before too long. Nimura snorted, waving over his shoulder as he left. Looking forward to whatever train wreck life has in store for us. I thought it'd be harder to find you, Trevor. For all the reunions that could have occurred, and the ways in which they could have, this one seemed very blasé. Despite the increasing temperature, the young man Zhuyo had run into seemed content in his high-collared jacket, the fur lining of it obscuring his mouth somewhat. But I don't suppose you have any reason to hide. Trevor blinked a couple times at the young man who had approached him. The two were in one of the many parks that dotted Tokyo, the other person having caught him while on a walk. It was a bit of a shock, to say the least. The last time Trevor had seen this particular person, he'd been a shitty brat that Trevor had just kicked through several floors of concrete. Ayato, Trevor noted, tilting his head slightly. My goodness, you've grown. Few years LL do that to a teenager, Ayato said, moving alongside Trevor and continuing to walk. I'm here to talk about Hinamai. Figured as much. What little bits and pieces I pick up show you two got close, Trevor said, keeping his hands in his pockets. She's doing as well as she can be. Did your boss tell you what I'm intending to do? Someone had to look out for her, when she was fresh. Cutting to the chase, I'm going to try and break her out. Tatara said that when Ito's book was out, that'd be the time to start considering it. He also said you'd be thinking about the same thing. Is that right? He asked, glancing over at Trevor. He still had the same clipped manner, but without the underlying aggression. An improvement. As curious as Trevor was, this was hardly the time for playing 20 questions. Ayato was taking a major gamble just by approaching him. While Trevor didn't have anything resembling affection for Ayato, the exact opposite could be said about Hinamai, and he wasn't going to mess around when it came to her. It is. And I'm not the only one, Trevor answered, meeting Ayato's gaze for a few moments. Yamo. Your sister. Whoever's coming with them. You'll want to coordinate with them. I don't have many details, by necessity. Ayato didn't visibly hesitate, but his pause remained telling. I see, he eventually said, running a hand through his messy dark hair. They can do what they want. If they're paying attention, they'll know when we act, and do what they've got to do. With how informed those guys are, I don't doubt they'll miss the whole 6th Ward making a move. 6th Ward? What's going on there? Trevor asked, quirking a brow. That was his old stomping ground, where he'd killed the Neon Demon and helped put Gil and his gang in charge of things. Trevor's old gang used to live there when he was on that little crusade against Aojirai Tree. It's the only place I can get reliable help for this. It's Banjo's turf, these days, Ayato said. He runs a good ship, even if he's weak, but he doesn't need to be strong. His strength comes from those around him, and the loyalty he manages to inspire. Yeah, sounds about right for Banjo, Trevor replied, a fond smile managing to crawl its way on his face. After a few moments, the smile faded. Why won't you reach out to Ri? It drastically increased the chance of success if everyone was coordinating. They've been more of an enemy to me than you've ever been. There's a lot you don't see, Trevor, with your eyes focused on the world above. You're just a guy who kicked my ass, I can respect that. Over the years, Ri has done worse to my subordinates, he answered candidly. I don't want their help. If they show up, and I'll let them do their thing. Trevor had to wonder what Ri's side of the story was. But at the very least, he understood the messiness of the war everyone was waging and the complications that came with it. After all, here he was, plotting against the CCG, while stressing over the few he actually cared for within it. Hypocritical and contradictory. Trevor in a nutshell. Fair enough. I'm not terribly picky right now, can't exactly save her alone, Trevor said, reaching up with his claw to scratch at his cheek. You best get prepping. Only a few days until it'll be time. Ayato nodded. I'm already on it. I've got a way for us to get in, but once we're in, we'll have to deal with whatever forces they have around. There's equal chance of them sending Nerima to deal with whatever Tatara has planned than not, so if Nerima's present, we'll need more chaos. A way to release every prisoner. Is there a way to do that without releasing Donato? He's the only one I'm absolutely unwilling to release back into the world. I'll figure that part out, Trevor said. Even if it raised the chances of success, he didn't want to risk the chance of Donato being freed. I imagine freeing Ito would be enough to cause a ruckus, but we can't rely too much on that alone. True enough. You probably know Cochlea's layout better than I could, so I'll leave retrieving Hinamai to you. I'll focus on bogging down any staff and investigators. As for an escape, I've been told by a former inmate that there's a way out through waste. It's how he got out after we busted in the last time, so I'll figure it out. Ayato said. The young man seemed far more switched on than he was as a teenager, more concise rather than cruel. He just wanted to get things done. Figure it out, was Trevor's reflexive response, Canadian accent and all. Ayato squinted, processing whatever the hell Trevor just said, looking over at him for a few moments. Hey? You making fun of me? Trevor rolled his eyes. No. Just a dumb joke, don't worry about it. I'll get Hinamai, I can get to her cell with my eyes closed at this point. Good. That's sorted, then. We'll figure out what comes next when we're all out of there and away from the doves. Your ass is going to be plastered all over the news, when it gets out that you worked with ghouls to conduct a breakout. Trevor hummed, not answering right away. His eyes turned unfocused. Yeah. I know. It's not the part I'm looking forward to. But Hinamai doesn't deserve to die, least of all because she had to save me from Takaizawa. She's my little sister. My reputation isn't worth as much as her life. Ayato grunted, looking to the side at the trees. That's admirable, I suppose. I'd offer you a position with the squad again, but they're basically non-existent these days. Only Joe left. Sorry to hear that, Trevor replied, and to his surprise he meant it. For all of the young Ayato's causticness, the people under him did seem decent. But I probably wouldn't accept that offer anyway. Wherever I end up next. I don't see it being Aojirai Tree again. Don't begrudge you for that. You had a rough go of it last time. Listen, Trevor, I've got no hard feelings towards you. I was in a weird spot then, all anger with only one direction. I'm sorry for how I acted. I'm still angry, just. I know more about anger, now. You kicked the worst of it out of me, in all honesty. I did. Trevor wondered. Why was he being reminded of Shiyu right then? Well, apology accepted, Ayato. Raging at everyone that's ever wronged me has kind of lost its luster lately. And thank you for looking out for her, while I was, more or less dead to the world. MRH, don't mention it. She made it difficult at times, but it was never unenjoyable. She taught me a thing or two about hitting things, too. She's really good at it, for some weird reason. Ayato pondered, almost concerned at how apparently good Hinamai could be. I take partial credit for that, though someone else's teaching can only take a person so far, Trevor mused, then shrugged. He looked around. You should probably get going. I like to think I have a little privacy, but, you know. I'm not hard to find for most people. Good point, he breathed out, pausing in his step. He looked back to Trevor, eyes narrowed. I can trust you for this, right? You'll be helping us. It was a perfectly reasonable question. Giojana was looked up to within the CCG, having carved quite the name for himself among not only his close associates, but the wider organization as a whole. If he left in such a way that could only be interpreted as a total betrayal, the cost would be higher than just his reputation. People would die. His loved ones would be at risk, and would be justified in hating him for it. Could he stand to see Jinchi and Seiko and Toru, Akira and Kishao, looking at him the same way he had looked at Ito? With righteous fury and the agony of betrayal in their eyes? 4 long years in the CCG, ending because he didn't want a certain ghoul to die. The knots in his stomach twisted and snarled. The idea of that made him want to vomit, just as the idea of Hinami's dead-eyed corpse did the same. He hated that he had to choose. But, he was choosing, because standing idle was worse. Apathy was death. You can trust me, Ayato. I'm not going to fuck around when it comes to Hinami. She's too important to me for anything less, Trevor swore, matching Ayato's look with his own. Convincing enough, apparently. Ayato eventually just nodded, adjusting his jacket. Then I'll see you when I see you. Stay alive in the meanwhile, you hear? It's one of my few redeeming qualities. Say hi to Banjo for me, if he'll hear it. I understand if I'm not exactly the most popular guy over on that side of things. He's not happy, but he doesn't exactly hate you. Tell him yourself, when you run into him again. With that, Ayato went on his way, a brief but strangely important meeting. A lock-in, as it were. If there was a way back, then it seemed very distant now. Trevor's lot had been thrown in with Ayato, of all people. What a world. When Ayato was gone, Trevor let out a shaky breath and stopped walking. He pressed his hand against a tree, leaning against it. His stomach didn't feel any better. If anything, it was getting worse. It wasn't the CCG he cared about. He didn't believe in their mission, how could he, after living among ghouls, as one of them, for so long? No, it was 5 individuals within it in particular that were so heavily entwined within the organization that he cared about. Why did it feel like he'd been trying to weigh his relationships, which ones mattered more, or less, while greedily wanting every single one to be maintained perfectly when that was impossible? It wasn't just about Hinami. He believed that ghouls deserved a chance to live and hated that the solution was only ever death, a solution he had been part of regardless of which side of the fence he had been on. He'd long had nightmares while in the CCG, of him killing ghouls forever, and the only reason he'd stayed for so long was because of the Quinks. Because of how he felt, seeing them all together with friends at Christmas. At karaoke, at the water throwing festival. With them, and Kishao, and Akira, he'd made a new family that could have lasted for as long as any of them were alive. He could have been content with that. Should have been content with that. A beautiful family, built on Hinami's death. Trevor blinked at the sound of tearing wood, and looked to the side. His fingers had tightened into a grip against the tree, carving deep grooves in and through the bark. Frustrated, he let out a growl and tossed aside the splinters in his hand. Quit feeling sorry for yourself. You're a murderer and a traitor that stands to the tune of how many people now? Ito, Suda, Kano, V? Who else? Does it even matter anymore to a coward like you? He forced out another breath. Yet, he was all of those things. He'd made a choice, and would be judged appropriately. At the very least, there was one confession he could finally make, long overdue. Between Ito's reveal and Toru's disappearance, he'd realized there was something he'd put off for far too long because he was too afraid to make that leap. Trevor had forever lost his chance with Yuri, and was terrified the same would be the case for Toru. He wouldn't lose it with Jinchi and Seiko. They didn't deserve to be sheltered anymore. The muffled noise of a chair sliding against tiles played through the recording, followed by the creasing of fabric as someone took a seat, an easy visual to make with the unchanging nature of the interview rooms for ghouls, divided down the middle by some absurdly reinforced glass. My. Short hair seems to suit you quite well, Takatsuki, a pleasant, familiar voice began. Shove it up your ass, you clown of Kanu, Ito responded with as much put-on politeness as the other voice. Clown? You really know everything, don't you? No wonder everyone else higher up is spooked by you. It's to be expected. I know when, where, and whom Aojirai tree members are having tea with, Ito said, sounding only a little pleased with herself. You're the one who decided to join up with Kanu to cause so much trouble, right? And he, maybe foolishly, joined me. Therefore. She paused, and Trevor could almost see her raising her fingers to tick off her coming points. Collecting test subjects for ghoulification experiments, or telling us via Kanu about the vehicle that contained the Quinks boy's corpse. Or, perhaps, dropping steel beams. I know what you idiots have been up to in quite vivid detail. But enlighten me on one particular point, would you? What does any of what you've been doing have to do with V? A familiar laugh. I have my own personal reasons when it comes to Kanu and the steel beam business, so I won't be telling you anything about that. The voice let out a little breath as the laughter left him, and the chair creaked, as if the back of it had just been adjusted. But what on earth do you think you can even do, at this point? Yashimura, you shamelessly walking up the CCG's front door like that, wouldn't you have been better off at Rushima, fighting side by side with your own people? Bluntly, there's not much I can do at this point. After all, it's all almost finished on my end. You, the doves, you were all stupid enough to let me live, and you're going to pay the price for it. Even if I'm not the one collecting. How impudent, the other voice said, lowering to a husky tone. I quite like women like you. Your face is decent too. You said you had business with the useless me? As flattered as I am, I'm not available, Ito interjected with a smirk on her tone. The other voice sighed, the following squeak speaking to a spinning of the chair they were on. The higher UPS wouldn't shut up about it. They're scared to death, Yashimura. A snort. Of what? Don't play dumb. It's about your king. Another snort, but no reply. Silence fell over the two of them for a few long, uncomfortable moments, the white noise of the recording continuing. How about we make a deal, the other voice began, breaking the quiet carefully. I can arrange that you live a long, pampered life here in Cochlea, in a room equivalent to a VIP suite, while you just tell me one thing. Who is the one-eyed king? Ito let out an inquisitive noise, but didn't reply right away. The other voice continued. My predecessor slaved over the thought of, what's the best way to control the masses? In a world such as this, with things like ghouls hiding around every corner, how do you keep people together? They asked, ruffling around with something. The answer was simple, in the end. Just give them things to focus on, and they'll even march lockstep into a moving train together. Suitable enemies have been set up for the CCG to eradicate, the clowns, Jukiyama family, and so on, but it can be anyone. Celebrity, politician, journalist on one occasion, terrorist on another, it doesn't matter. If you're the ruler, then you'll not want for sustenance. But as a result, this makes people like you and your one-eyed person irregular enemies very troublesome. A system that has adapted to problems of its own creation isn't well suited for an external problem. Ito tittered. I'm glad. In the end, even the mighty V couldn't figure out who the king was. We really outdid ourselves. The voice joined her in laughing, something clattering on the floor. You can't say I haven't been trying. Sneaking into the restaurant, becoming a clown, but even their information broker didn't have anything on the king, and that effeminate weirdo said there wasn't even a one-eyed king. Though, there are people who believe in a symbolic king. No, Ito said, her voice taking on a rather firm tone. Embracing the hope of something that doesn't exist in this world would be nothing short of miserable. The king exists, and moreover. She paused. Whatever physical action took place there went lost on Trevor. In your bellies. Another sigh. Yashimura, while these revelations are good and all, the more you and your king frantically try to change things around you, the more corpses and people in despair you leave in your wake. Even murdering your own father. But to you, if the equilibrium you seek is attained, even with such twisted methods, it's all okay, right? No laugh from Ito this time. Sorry, but I'm part of the side that's scrambling to survive on a day-to-day basis. Whatever opinion you have on this is just the view of an ostracizer. For my mother and foster parent who were stolen away by you people, I won't accept anything but change, she said clearly, and without any hint of humor in her voice. Either way, even if you guys don't figure it out, the king will make his appearance soon anyway. Well then. It looks like negotiations are over. The chair slid against tile once again, and fabric ruffled as the owner of the other voice stood. I'll be sure to watch as your body is crushed to paste in the disposal room, then. Fitting and for trash. Steps away from the recording device, and then. Oi, Washayu. The step stopped at Ito's harsh voice. You're pitiful. How does it feel to not be able to call your own father, father? Her amusement began to return towards the end, her tone saccharine. You're trash too. Don't forget that, okay. A rapid movement, a hand slamming against glass. Laughter from one side, and from the other. Die, 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 die. I'll kill you myself you. Ito just laughed as they raged against her. She laughed at the reaction she got from her quarry, ever in control, even when against V. How scary. Interesting, right? Ito said, looking all too pleased with herself. Trevor didn't have a pithy remark in store. He'd played the recording over and over, memorizing every word, every noise, every detail, imprinting it on his mind and letting it stew there. Too many details, none of the good in any sort of pleasurable sense, but an absolute goldmine of information he had long been seeking. Nimura was Suda. Suda was Nimura. The man who had put him on this path all those years ago. Unquantifiable rage felt like it was underselling things a bit. In fact, he had gone full circle, he'd gone so mad that he'd looped right on back to a deathly calm. He wouldn't yell or thrash around with tears in his eyes, despairing over his lot in life and Suda's role in it. No. Trevor would destroy Suda. V was more than welcome to hang with him. What happened to Yuri's body? Was Trevor's first question, expression blank. Kanu pulled his strings. I believe he has it, to create his own quinks. The details are lost on me, but he was quite impressed, Ito said, resting a cheek on her palm. It's probably still in one piece. He's not a butcher, all things considered. Could have fooled me, Trevor said, his jaw clenching. He exhaled through his nose. Suda had impressively become someone Trevor hated more than even Kanu, but it was a near thing. I don't know why, but I expected the bastard who first got me involved in all this business to keep themselves together just a bit more after some insults. It's actually comforting. Everyone has their triggers, honey. You've just got to feel around and gather some information. Sudawasha Yufuruta has more than enough for me to take advantage of. How are you feeling, after all that? Must have been a lot. Trevor smiled. It wasn't a happy one. Well, my chest feels like it's on fire and the ringing in my ears hasn't stopped since I recognized his voice. I'm seconds away from just marching right up to the piece of shit and flaying him alive. I don't even want to know why he did it, Trevor admitted, surprising himself. I just want to put him down so he can stop. His claw flexed and unflexed, the Kagun flesh creaking. His lips quirked upward a touch, licking them briefly. Soon enough. It's a relief to finally know. I've been looking for him ever since Kishao killed me. Glad to help. You've still got one more thing left to do before you can go after that piece of shit. You think you're ready to do it? Ito asked, moving her hand up to press against the glass, smiling over at Trevor. It's not an easy thing. Trust me, I know. The impulse to press his own hand there was strong. He shouldn't have felt that sort of longing anymore, but there it was. When have I ever been ready? Trevor scoffed. But it needs to be done and I'm as prepared as I'll ever be, after one more step. He paused, going quiet and collecting his thoughts before continuing. He looked her in the eyes. Do you regret any of it? Any of the things you've done that brought you to this point? I feel no need to repent. Not yet. If all I do leads to nothing, then I will regret. But if it, in some small part, leads to a brighter future for our people, then I have nothing to regret. I have hurt, but I am not unique in that respect, Ito answered honestly, truly meaning it. I regret nothing, Trevor. Though it hurts, I would not undo the things I have done. It is all important. Even now, at the end of it all, I still managed to have you in a room with me. I'd say it worked out, even if not ideally. Trevor had begun to nod, but stopped at her last few words. He blinked, the suppression of his emotions failing him there. You. He said slowly, watching her, that smile of hers, the hand still pressed against the glass in an attempt to bring the most closeness she could manage. You really do love me, don't you? You're a lovable dork. What can I say? She said quietly, exhaling. It's messy. This is all messy. But that lie was a wonderful one. To the extent that most of it was true. Trevor took a breath. She'd said it before, but it felt too surreal, too absurd, when they were about to fight each other like beasts. Now it was quieter, calmer, without the heat of the moment to excuse whatever was said. He exhaled, with relief. You're right. It's messy, messiest part of my life, I'd say, Trevor admitted. After a moment, he nodded to himself. But now I know, and I have a selfish request for you. He finally lifted his hand, and rested it on the glass just before hers. When it happens, if I can't find you, find me. Whatever happens after that, we'll figure it out without prison cells involved. I don't need another reason to hate Suda. Don't worry, don't worry. I already planned on helping you when whatever you have planned comes to fruition. I would like to make it a trade, however, as I have a request of my own, she said, drawing her hands back slowly. If you're willing to hear it, that is. Can you blame me for being a bit of a worrier at this point? Trevor responded, pulling his hand back and sighing. So what do you want in exchange, then? Ito nodded, speaking clearly and with no room for ambiguity. You heard me speaking to the Washiyu. The king will show himself soon. I need you to kill him. When the time comes, you'll understand why. You know who the king is, inside. Trevor's expression fell slightly. He did know, now. All the pieces had been put there, not only by Ito but the man himself. The king was a man, a symbolic one, but a man nonetheless. Can you imagine if death died? Yeah, I do. You told me a long time ago and I hadn't even realized it at the time, Trevor said. Part of me didn't want it to be true, but it's undeniable now. Were it not for him, none of this would have been possible. The world we desire is as much his design as it is mine, despite our disagreements. He knows what comes next. But he will not make it easy, Trevor. He is still the most deadly human on the planet, at the end of the day. Trevor reached up, his fingers tracing along the edges of his eye. The phantom pain of Ixa still lingered, when his mind drifted back to that time. Could he kill Kishao, the man who had treated him like a brother? One of the 5 people remaining in the CCG that Trevor still loved? Ito made it sound like it was what Kishao himself wanted, and it didn't feel like she was saying it just to manipulate him. Perhaps that was just a foolish hope on his part. Kishao Nerima was the one-eyed king, and his death would bring hope to Ghoul kind. The people Trevor wanted to save. At that point, it couldn't, be just to secure Ito's help, but to liberate ghouls from V and their monsters. The greater good, and his own personal good. Those were supposed to intersect, but since when had it ever truly been the case? It's not a matter of ease. Trevor exhaled, the conflict still present. It's a matter of what needs to change. I've always felt we'd be on opposite sides eventually, and what's coming will guarantee that. I've already made my choice, he shook his head. Betraying the CCG would lead to Kishao hunting him down personally, he knew. He'd accepted that when he finally committed to saving Hinamai. One way or another, only one of us can walk away. I understand that. Things will become simpler soon, I hope. Once the Washiyu and V have been crushed under their own weight, change can begin. What that looks like, I don't know, but I know there are ghouls who wish for coexistence humans too. With you around, I am sure you can all figure something out. But once the Washiyu are done, I must abscond. I'm not a peacemaker, Ito said, resigned to that fact with a morose smile. I'd just be a troublesome remnant of an old world. Troublesome. We both have a talent for understatement, Trevor observed, finally standing up. He dusted at his pants. I look forward to simpler times. Though I think I've forgotten what that even means anymore, the time before Suda dropped those damn steel beams on me feels more like a dream with every passing day, so much so that I doubt they even happened. He shook his head at the idea. How depressing. This'll be my last visit as Juyo. I can finally ditch that bad joke of a name. Ito let out a laugh, throwing her head back. Joke? I suppose it is, at the end of the day. Back to OL reliable, completely insignificant Trevor, then. Well, I wouldn't call it completely insignificant, if you'll pardon some corniness, Trevor allowed, a smile managing to find its way on his bearded face. It's something my mom and dad gave me. The only thing I have left from them in this world. Ito flashed a grin, letting out another huff from her nose. No, no. You're right. It's not corny. My bad, Trevor. Get going. The clock's ticking, do whatever it is you do when it's not lamenting how complicated this all is. Trevor waved it off. See you when I see you, Ito. He turned to leave. I'd say keep your ears perked, but things are about to get so loud you won't need to. Ito raised her hands into an exaggerated shrug, letting out a put-on sigh. It's fine, I need loud alarm clocks anyway. I'm a heavy sleeper, you know. Trust me, I know. The last time Trevor had been in the 20th ward, it had been as a spy. That remained true, in a sense, only now it had been inverted. His discussions with Ito, the recording, and Suda, those three things had sent him hurtling towards his old self, threatening to leave Juyo behind for good. In the end it had only ever been a matter of time, with Hinamai on the line, but those three things had certainly helped. That same rooftop he met the Quinks on, only this time without his helmet. The same night sky, the same well-lit streets beneath them. Surrounded by the sights of Nerima, the ward where his entire journey had begun, Trevor held a silver cufflink between two fingertips. The snarling visage of Byakko, the king of beasts, stared back at him. He didn't feel particularly kingly. If anything, he felt an uncomfortable mix of anxiety and dread about what he was about to do, despite the fact that he'd been the one to initiate it. But it needed to be done. If Jinchi and Seiko were ever to find out who he used to be, who he really was, they were going to hear it from him, rather than through a letter or after-action report. They didn't deserve to learn the truth that way. Trevor exhaled, lowering the cufflink. He sat at the edge of the roof, his legs dangling off the side. He used to be terrified of heights but now couldn't bring himself to worry about them. That was probably the superhuman abilities talking, though. Physical threats didn't exactly carry much weight with him anymore. It was just everything else he worried about now. Two sets of feet landed on the rooftop from behind Trevor, one effortlessly continuing into a stride while the other stumbled somewhat on landing. Verwa. Seiko let out as she rebalanced herself. The whole Ghoul parkour thing had never been her strong point. Chief, Jinchi called out as he approached, dressed in a dark grey overall, hands placed into his leg pockets. The two of them stood side by side behind Trevor, Seiko almost retreating into her large coat to escape the night air. Listen, I got a few questions with the whole Sen thing, but, you know, you called us out. What's up? Trevor sniffed. Sen's only part of it. Between that, and a lot of other things. I decided that you were long overdue the truth. About, well, me, he confessed, head dipping. I've forever lost my chance to tell Yuri, and the idea that the same might become true for Tora makes me want to scream. I can't let my cowardice keep it away from you two any longer, he said, voice shaking at the mention of the other two Quinks, one dead and the other missing. Truth? Seiko asked, blinking. I mean, whatever it is, I doubt it'll change anything. You've done too much for us, she said as if it were obvious, as if it were a given that they'd still look out for him. Unless you're going to say you're actually a HR manager. He smiled slightly, huffing through his nose. After a few moments, the smile faded and he got to his feet. He looked at Jinchi and Seiko, expression blank. He took a breath. It was best just to rip the band-aid off. My real name is Trevor Galina. Around 4 years ago, I was the double S-rate half-Kakuja operating under the aliases Ragboy, and the Scorpion. I fought against the CCG several times, up until I tried and failed to save my friends during the 20th ward operation, he said. At which point Kishao almost killed me and, afterward, offered me this job. It's a much longer story than that, but that's the bare gist of it. A moment of silent hesitation fell between them, Jinchi casting Seiko an uncertain look while she stared on. She broke the silence. We figured it was something like that. It explains a lot, really. You couldn't have just been some nobody ghoul. Yet. You're too good, Chief. It was pretty clear a couple years in that you weren't just some dude, like the official story said. Yuri did some digging, suspected that you were probably someone from the 20th ward thing, but never figured out who, Jinchi explained, exhaling. Scorpion, though. I guess it's kinda obvious, now that you say it out loud. Course he was figuring it out, Trevor sighed, shaking his head. Damn kid had always been wicked smart when he wanted to be. It's been harder to hide as time went on. I've been flirting with that side a bit too much, you know, bringing you to Yuta, pulling on old contacts to get jobs done, and more. As far as people in the CCG who already know, it'd be Kishao, obviously, Akira, Josu, the Washayu, and Shiki. Probably more, not that they'd tell me. A moment of realization came over Jinchi, a connection that had previously not been present clicking together. They say that Kotaru Aman probably got eaten by the Scorpion. Did that happen? He asked. No, Trevor nearly snapped. He caught himself, forcing a breath. No. We fought, like goddamn animals, when we didn't he had to catch himself again, nostrils flaring. I was able to come back, before it got that far. All I could do was crawl away from him before my hunger took over. The last I saw of him, he was unconscious, missing an arm, but he was alive. After that, he shook his head, I don't know what happened to him. Jinchi nodded, swallowing. Right. Then, what did you do? Scorpion fought the CCG, but I don't remember if he ever actually did anything. That's a bit of a story. Most of those early days I was a goddamn idiot, fumbling around trying to figure out what I even was, Trevor answered bluntly. I fought more with ghouls than I did the CCG, really. Ghouls that wanted to eat me, kick me off their turf, the restaurant, Aojirai tree. He exhaled, realizing something obvious. I should really start at the beginning. As far back as I can remember anyway. And so, Trevor told them as best he could. Beginning with the hazy memory of Riz and Suda, from his fateful first meeting with Tuka and the rest of Antioku, to all the rest. The words spilled out of him as though a dam had finally been broken, all of the memories both fond and miserable rushing back to him of a time that felt like another life altogether, and yet had scarcely been half a decade ago. He even told them about Kaya. It was strange, saying her name aloud again, but it felt oddly cathartic. Painful, but cathartic. Trevor's story ended at the exact moment where Juyo's began, with Kishao giving him a choice. Give up who you were and become someone else. Beyond that point, they already knew it all. Over the duration of the explanation, Seiko eventually found herself sitting beside Trevor while Jinchi stood off to the side, listening and staring out at the city. If they had anything to say, they held it until Trevor was finished. That's a lot of shit in a few months, Jinchi finally said, rubbing the back of his shaved head. Sheesh. Do you wish you could go back to it? Before things became this, Seiko asked, gesturing to the space around them. Trevor took a few moments to answer, primarily because his mouth had gone dry from all the talking. Finally, he admitted, a bit. I miss my family, my friends from back then, they have no clue what's happened. I miss being able to eat what I want, I miss when my biggest problem was finding a job that suited my degree. Everything I'd had for 23 years just, he snapped his fingers, gone, like that. He lowered his hand. I try not to think about that, though. I can't go back. Even if I could, I wouldn't. I'm too invested in the people here, these problems, this god-awful mess we're all dropped in. Leaving now would just be. Trevor scowled. Irresponsible, and cruel to the people I actually give a damn about. Seiko shook her head, frowning. I didn't mean like that. I meant back to the way the 20th ward used to be. With the other ghouls. Oh. Trevor dipped his head. My bad. Yeah, I miss them. They're good people and I don't want to have to hunt them down. They don't deserve that, he murmured, thumbs fiddling with each other. Though I can't say I miss the passivity that led to them getting torn apart by the CCG and Aojirai tree. You're never really apart from the fight to survive. Seems it. Even when this whole Aojirai tree thing is done, the job doesn't exactly end there, does it? Jinchi muttered, blinking into space. Fight goes on. Listen, Chief, I don't know what was going on with Sen, I ain't that smart, but that whole scorpion business. Don't mean jack shit to me. It just means you got a bit more experience than you let on, yeah? Don't change nothing. Why still took on me and the others, and made it work. Gave us a place to stay, a way to live, and something to look forward to even if it wasn't always easy. Still the chief, at the end of the day. Trevor exhaled through his nose, shoulders sagging a little in relief he hadn't realized he'd been waiting for. Maybe I should have expected that response from you, he admitted. Thank you, Jinchi. Really. The Sen business, that's another story on its own, he added with a grimace. I bet. Startin' to think the single life is for me. Too much bullshit. I'd say your chances of repeating my, experiences are low as hell, but... Trevor managed a small chuckle, scratching his bearded cheek. I don't know. This life just sort of begs for complications even when you're not looking for them. Love is complicated enough even without all that. So, what now, then? Seiko asked, kicking her little legs from the edge of the building. You wanted to tell us all this, but it almost feels like you think this might be your last chance to. Even ignoring the operation coming up. MH. This is the last chance I had. Should have been sooner, but no use worrying about it now, Trevor said, reaching into his pocket and producing a flash drive. A few things kept me in the CCG. Making sure you all could take care of yourselves and be prepared for whatever was coming, which is done. Finding the evidence I needed to prove VS been manipulating everyone, he displayed the drive, which is done. And finally, keeping Hinamai alive. Which won't happen while she's in Cochlea. Once Aojirai tree is done, so is she. The process won't change for her. He took a breath. I'm not going to let my little sister die. I'm going to free her. Then you're gonna leave when that's done, hey? Seiko asked, slumping somewhat on the edge. I get it, but then it'll be hard to see you after that. To put it mildly. Trevor shifted in his seat. I'm not going to tell you to do anything you don't want to do. I definitely won't keep you from finding Toru. But, afterward. He licked his dried lips. You three, can make a choice. You can stay with the CCG if you want, and I'd never hold that against you. I'd never force you to do something that'd put Haru at risk. But, you'll always have a home with me, and I'd love to have you there. Whatever side of the fence we end up on won't change how I feel about you. Bullshit. Jinchi tugged, displeasure playing out across his face in various twitches of his nostrils and twisting at the ends of his lips. That's unfair as all hell. What are we even supposed to do with that? Just let it happen. The young man said, his voice firmer than Trevor had ever heard from him. You're gonna ditch us, and then give us the option to turn our backs on all the other people who have looked out for us. Trevor's jaw set, claw tensing. He should have expected that. Slowly, he stood up to his feet and faced Jinchi directly. Years of being teacher and student, years of being family, and years of discontent had all led to that moment. Trevor had long known it would come to this, and when it was staring him in the face, all the mental preparation felt like it was for nothing. In the end, he was going to betray people, and he had to stare them in the eye. He couldn't conjure fancy wordplay. It would only piss Jinchi off more. He could only speak from the heart. This isn't a choice I've made lightly. I hate that I'm even in this position to begin with. Can you imagine it? I have people I love, ghouls and humans, on both sides of an endless war, all of them trying to kill each other, with me stuck in the middle because of my goddamn eye. I feel like a guilty piece of shit hunting ghouls, I feel like a guilty piece of shit at the thought of betraying you, and Seiko, and Toru, and Akira, and Kishao. Guilt, 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 all stewing in my head for 5 years and making me try to have the best of both worlds, walk that fine line without committing one way or the other. Trevor shook his head, features twisting in disgust. Torture, Jinchi. That's torture. The only time I could forget about it, even for a little bit, was with you and the others. He gestured to Seiko, one of the few times where I didn't have this ugly, disgusting feeling that I was doing the wrong thing, all the time, endlessly killing a people without hope. Feel about that how you want, but that's the truth. But now. He threw his hands up in the air, the thumb drive clutched tightly. Now I know how deep VS got its claws in all of us, in the CCG, and I know that I can't remove it from the inside out. I know what I have to do now. It's not just about Hinamai. It's about breaking this goddamn cage they put around all of us. I've made the choice that I believe will end this collective nightmare we're all in. I know you've felt it too. That there's more we can be doing, should be doing, than killing each other. Trevor had seen it in Jinchi and Seiko both, especially Jinchi. There was Nutcracker, his depression, the reaction to Shiki's methods, his lax response to Yuta, and more besides. Never enough to push him over the edge, but enough to make him think. He hoped it would be enough. Telling Jinchi and Seiko his true intentions was a big enough gamble as it was. But he told them, to their faces, before it happened. Whether or not that was the wise decision, he didn't know. Probably not. But he was so goddamn sick of the lying, the latest incident with Ito and Suda finally pushing over that edge. But you do it now, when I've got my own people to look after. Jinchi shot back, teeth bared, hands leaving his pockets. Ora, Hijemaru, Shio, how am I supposed to be looking them in the eye after this? The only reason I even understand you is because I've spent almost a quarter of my life with you as my teacher. I can't just tell them what you've told me, and expect that to all go down well, and I can't just abandon them. Even though. Jinchi stopped, teeth pressing together with a visible if not outright painful tension in his jaw, eyes wide. Even though I don't want none of this either, but it's all I got. The CCG are the only ones helping my sister, and I'm the one looking after the Quinks. It's bullshit. Yeah, all of it's bullshit. It's a big fucking mess, more than any of us asked for, Trevor replied, heart beating erratically. He gulped, trying and perhaps failing to fully collect himself. Apologizing for even bringing it up would have only made things worse, he decided. But it's never going to end, Jinchi. Not unless something changes. Otherwise this is going to keep happening, over and over and over. The part that you play in it all, he pointed at Jinchi's chest, is up to you. Jinchi said nothing for a few moments, eyes filled with a vitriol before unseen. He flicked his fist at his side, turning back towards the direction he came. No. It's up to whoever'll help my sister. This is all fucked up, but I ain't forgotten the reason I signed up in the first place. I ain't letting her die, Trevor, no matter what. If you got an alternative, then I'm all ears. But until then, I know where I gotta be. He began to leave, not even beckoning Seiko to come with him. The short half-ghoul looked between the two, at a loss with what to do, her hands raised slightly as if trying to grab hold of both of them, unable to do so. Trevor stared at Jinchi's back. In the end, he knew that Jinchi would never abandon Haru, were their roles reversed, Trevor would have done the same for his own sister. In a way, he was doing the same right now. Without Jinchi to see him, his frame felt like it was losing its strength. There are ghouls out there who know a lot more about RC cells than the CCG can understand, he called after Jinchi quietly. I'll get answers from them. If there's an alternative, I'll bring it to you. Jinchi responded with a wave over his shoulder, and left with a leap from the other edge, shooting through the air towards the roof across and so on. Jinchi. Seiko said quietly, looking after him. Trevor blinked rapidly, sniffed, and wiped at his eyes. He tore his gaze away from Jinchi's retreating form. It made his heart hurt. I shouldn't have made that offer. Fuck. Fuck, he hissed. I knew his answer already. He sucked in a shaky breath, then looked at Seiko. I think you needed to, ma man, Seiko managed, despondent and slumped. It's not like you wanted to upset him. You wanted him to know that you want him around, but, he can't. He gulped, and then nodded. Yeah. That's, true. Trevor wiped his nose. It felt too important to just leave it all unsaid. I don't blame him for any of it. It'd be too hypocritical of me. After a moment, he asked, what about you? I'm gonna support Jinji. I won't leave him, ma man. After Yuri. I don't want us being apart again. I promised myself that, she answered honestly, a tiredness revealing itself in how she looked and stood, so well covered every other waking moment. I thought you might. Trevor figured that either they'd all come, or none of them would. They were too bound together, that family he was now breaking apart. I know it's unfair of me to bring it up now of all times, but I had to say it to your faces even if it hurt. Leaving a letter felt cowardly. It's like Jinji said. I understand why. You don't need to worry about it as far as I'm concerned. I just don't want my family to end up fighting, ma man, she said, starting to follow after Jinji. If that doesn't happen, then I'm happy. You and me both, Trevor said. After a brief hesitation, he said, wait, and rushed after her. He knelt down and pulled her into a tight hug, squeezing the young woman and fighting back tears. I just wanted to get one last hug in. You know, to hold me over until next time, he managed, his tone almost apologetic. The small Quinx sniffed, her face obscured as she turned in Trevor's embrace to return it, reaching up and wrapping her arms around the back of his neck. We'll see each other soon enough. I know it. Yeah, we will, Trevor croaked. He held it for a short while longer before slowly and steadily pulling away. Take care of each other until then, okay? As best as I'm able. We'll bring Tora back, ma man. She stepped back, beaming up at him with reddened eyes. He's too good to have lost to a few ghouls. So all we have to do is find him. Her smile was infectious and returned by Trevor. I know you will. He's in good hands, with you guys on the case, he said warmly, patting her shoulder. Hopefully I'll be able to talk to him afterward somehow, but one thing at a time. Do what you have to do, ma man. Don't worry about us. We're strong now, remember. Seiko said, offering Trevor one last smile. I better go catch up with Jinji. He might get lost. He huffed. Probably, Nerima's a real maze. Get after him then. I'll see you around, Seiko. Love you. She waved as she hopped back and then away, calling back to him as she left. Love A.B. The little half-ghoul jumped away, leaving Trevor to his own thoughts. Trevor waved her off, then deflated completely after she was out of sight. God, that had been exhausting. He expected to be, but still. At least it didn't end with anyone hating each other. He knew they wouldn't tell anyone what he was going to do. They hadn't promised, but they didn't need to. They still all trusted each other, even now. He lifted up the flash drive, its volatile contents just waiting to be utilized. And boy could he think of a few choice ways to utilize it. Trevor no longer had anything holding him back. Kyoko Ora. Mugen Tankamaru. Shinmei Saki. Kishao Nerima. Of all the special investigators in Tokyo, only those 4 remained, with one of them being the warden of Kaguya itself. If things went poorly, that was 4 special class investigators he'd have to fight. 4 bumps in the road. Though only 2 had any immediate proximity to Trevor Hisaki and Nerima. Mugen and Kyoko had been deployed to cover as much ground as they could, a veritable skeleton crew of investigators supplemented by bureau staff given the permission to do everything they could to keep order. Rushima had been projected to take up to a week to complete. A month if things didn't work out. Either way, the CCG foresaw a complete and total victory, provided the absence of the owl. Tatara often got placed in the same tier of relative strength, but fortunately Haoji had more than enough experience with Tatara to make that less of a factor. Kaguya. For a time, it had been a place of captivity for Trevor. For a time, he became the captor. Tonight that ended, one way or another. Spotlights beamed into the heavens and onto the ground, and the guards marched in formation around the walled grounds of the underground prison's surface. Along the perimeter of the walls, one might spot a white-coated figure or 2 looking out over the city, their hoods up and their bodies still until they moved again. Trevor was among them. The white coat he had worn with the Zero Squad from the very first day he worked with them, torn and repaired and made pristine once more, cleaned of the blood and gore that came with the life of a half-ghoul in the CCG. Though they had no explicit orders, everyone understood what they were there to do, to be a presence, to inflict fear unto any who looked upon them. They moved around the facility like ghosts, weaving between patrols if not outright joining them. Nerima and his psychopomps, agents of ghoul death in Tokyo. Tonight was the night Ayato had said he would strike. The precise time was impossible to say. It wasn't like he and Trevor could coordinate to a greater degree other than we'll both do something around this time, which was frustratingly vague to the half-ghoul who had long gotten used to the CCG's particularly strong sense of scheduling. Ayato would attack with whoever he could wrangle, ideally Banjo and his 6th Ward ghouls, and with luck, would figure things out on their end. That left Trevor alone, behind enemy lines and surrounded by people that trusted him with their lives. His job was to cause chaos, and then head straight for Hinamai. The control room of Kaguya was beyond his means to properly take over, even if he could feasibly defeat and slash or kill anyone there. It was the most heavily guarded area in the prison and undoubtedly had certain, powerful countermeasures that would give even the strongest ghouls a run for their money. Too risky, too likely to be bogged down. However, as an associate special class investigator, Trevor had the privilege of being able to open any individual cell he wished. That gave him 2 options: free as many upper-level cells as possible, most of which comprised of regular warrior ghouls, or focus his efforts on the isolated cells that contained the more outstanding individuals. Psychopaths, revolutionaries, even a few Qi Shilian, and Hinamai. The former, Trevor would not release, but the latter. He knew what to do with his privilege. Ito wasn't in those areas, not yet, but she was under suspiciously high guard. If need be, he would move to free her after the first few ghouls were released and he secured Hinamai. Trevor elected to wait until a time he knew Ayato would have all his preparations in place. After having his plan sorted and figuring out his route, he chose to pay one last visit to a certain priest that continued to survive in hell. Not to free him, but to speak with him. Much had happened since the priest had asked if he enjoyed the hunt, and Trevor felt that, if his life as Giuliano was finally coming to an end, he should see one more connection to his CCG days before that end. That's a good look, young man, Donato's voice rumbled from the darkness of his isolation unit. After a moment, the older man stepped into the light, still as hale as the last time Trevor saw him, his smile still etched onto his face like the imprint of a finger through sand. The look of a person about to go to war. What's the occasion? It only figured Donato could see that much. The end of a chapter, I suppose, Trevor answered, hands folded behind his back. Isma's briefcase was set at his side. He glanced to the side, at the camera that only recorded visuals, then back to Donato. I'm leaving the CCG today, so I thought I'd pay you one last visit. I doubt we'll see each other again after this. Donato nodded slowly, matching Trevor's own posture, hands behind his back. Then you're putting it all on the line. What broke the camel's back, I wonder? He asked, humming to himself. Never mind. It's not important. Whatever the case, I wish you luck, young man. And I thank you for your hours of engaging conversation. A strangely cordial note. Likewise. As much as what I've heard about what you've done disgusts me, you did give me much to think about, Trevor said, head dipping slightly. After a moment, he looked back up. I did have one last question for you, though. About Amin. Years ago, when he fought me, he mentioned you. For some reason, he believed that by trying to understand me, he would understand you, and why you chose to spare him when you wouldn't extend the same to others. So. I have my own theory, but I wanted to ask you myself, what made him your son? A question that presumes a lot, don't you think? Donato said, smile remaining in place even as the focus turned onto him. You make a mistake in assuming that the others were not my children too, young man, simply because I ate them. Young Kotaro was simply the one who survived. Right place, right time, wrong situation. I am nonetheless glad to hear he became such an upstanding man, in the absence of myself. Donato raised a finger, and then continued. Do not bother asking why I did such things. Do not even wonder about it. Know simply that I did, and for that, I am reprehensible. Trevor grunted. I'm plenty aware of those facts. But fine. He seemed tortured over it, so I thought I might ask on his behalf. I've been told I'm too nosy for my own good. He shrugged. A habit I'm probably never going to kick. Oh well. Trauma is the base standard for all humans and ghouls, whether we acknowledge it or not. The trauma of birth, followed by the prolonged trauma of childhood. Though we may call it otherwise, what surrounds us harms us, biases us, in unique ways which can ultimately come to harm us when exposed to the rather pragmatic truth of life, Donato began, returning his hand behind his back. Take a fairly average, grown human from the United States or Japan, drop them in a place they would call savage in the privacy of their own homes, and see how that plays out. They are unprepared for the full width and depth of sentient experience, damaged as they are by the mediocre norm of their respective worlds, confined only to their own shallow pool of life. They drown. Some resurface. The same thing happened to you, did it not? He continued, head lowering somewhat. Young Kotaro is no different. He is tormented, because he experienced the mundane youth of comfort, only to then experience something outside of that. As a child, that stayed with him, molded him, into a tortured man. That is all there is to it. It's the pain of metamorphosis. For ghouls, it can manifest more literally, but it's something that everyone can go through, Trevor said, exhaling through his nose. Then I'll have to hope he can resurface. I don't know if he's even still alive, but... He shook his head. For now, there's only worrying about what I can do in the immediate future. Living in the moment is generally the way to go, yes. Focus on your own struggle, young man, for I do not doubt you will have plenty as a result of your resignation. In the meanwhile, I will simply continue to wait and relax, until we meet again. Trevor smiled, a sober smile that wasn't quite happy. You seem confident about that. Donato snorted, shaking his head. It's called optimism. Try it out sometime. I'll take it under advisement, Trevor snorted back, waving Donato off as he turned to leave. He picked up Isma, the Quinqua simply waiting to be activated once again. Until then, Donato. You'll probably hear my resignation letter all the way down here. Oh, I am looking forward to it. Good luck. The older fellow said, offering a little wave to Trevor. Beware the prison systems. I think they have suppressant pumps. Thanks for the heads up. How on earth had Donato figured that out before Trevor had? He must have picked it up after spending more than a decade down there. Trevor closed the door to Donato's cell, the lock relatching. If it was going to be opened again, it would not be by his hand. The one I took a long, deep breath, his heart steadily increasing its beats. He checked his watch. He'd dallied long enough. Any more would just be dragging this out. At this point, it could be Ayato waiting on him as much as he was waiting on Ayato. Trevor walked to a different cell. Another isolation cell that did not contain a serial killer or gibbering psychopath, but a former member of the Qi Shilian. They and others of a similar mind would be the ones he freed, and from there, the chaos in his treachery would truly begin. One after another, Trevor opened their cells. Expressions of confusion, only to quickly be supplanted by a drive. As each new ghoul stepped out into freedom, they looked to each other, and with a silent agreement began to move. No words were necessary, they all knew their next moves, eyes glowing red. The isolation cells emptied out, and the sound of chaos started not long after. It had begun. Trevor moved with a purposeful stride, headed straight for Hinami's cell. With everything in motion, she could no longer be the primary target when she was freed. With an almost frenzied motion, he unlocked her cell and swung the door wide open. An open space, and a clear screen. Behind it, a bed and Hinami. A young woman, on her feet, her posture like a pressed spring, ready to move. The breakout alarm began blaring, a sheer and harrowing noise that almost seemed to sound somewhat different each time it screeched out. Through blinking red lights, she stared wide-eyed at Trevor. To someone outside of Trevor's own head, to someone unable to see what was happening in Cochlea, then the past few minutes would have been disorientating to put it lightly. Looking at her, this young woman he loved like family, at the cusp of it all, Trevor finally felt a weight fall from his shoulders. The growing pessimism, the depression, the constant simmering anger that he'd lived for years and had only become magnified in the last couple months, it became less of a burden. And so, Trevor gave her a genuine smile, an expression he could finally truly mean as he walked right up to the glass. With a simple strike, it all came shattering apart to join the growing din of klaxons and chaos. "Sorry about the wait, little sister," Trevor told her, offering his hand to Hinami. "Let's get out of here." Without any hesitation, she ran up to him. Without any hesitation, she slapped him across the cheek. "What are you doing here?" she uttered in a panic. "You're an investigator. You can't. What are they going to do to you?" I'm freeing you, you little." Trevor retorted, after his jaw came off the floor. "Me and Ayato and a bunch of others set this all up to get you the hell out of here. You really think I was going to just let you die? I didn't expect you to put your life at risk for mine." She retorted, finally latching onto him with a death squeeze. More strength than she'd ever had the last time he'd been able to spend time with her, magnitudes more. A loving gesture, but one underscored by the life she had lived after the 20th ward. Trevor sucked in a breath, managing to wrap his own arms around her. He stroked her back. "Why wouldn't I? That's what we're supposed to do for each other, you know? All these years apart don't change a damn thing in that regard. I love you, you dummy, so you're goddamn right I'll put my life on the line just to save yours." She butt her forehead against his chest. Reluctantly, she pulled away from Trevor, rubbing her eyes with the sleeve of her baggy prison uniform more of a long white garb. As they stood there, it sounded like the world around them was devolving into hell, the noises of unique Quinqua and Kagun damaging their surroundings from down hallways and doors. Shouting, building upon shouting. More ghouls being released. The groaning of metal. "Okay. You're insane, you know? But thank you. Thank you so much." Trevor grinned down at her. "Course I'm insane. But you're welcome. Least I can do." He tousled her hair before glancing back the way he came. "Not over yet, though. Ayato said he was going to get Banjo and the 6th Ward guys in on this, and we can expect Tuka and Yamo to make an appearance with whoever they got with them. We'll need to regroup with them and figure it out from there." She swallowed and nodded, looking about the hall they found themselves in. "This area seems pretty clear. Where are we heading?" "No matter where we go, we'll have to reach the main complex eventually, and that's where shit will be the worst," Trevor answered, squinting down the hall. He pointed in that direction. "There's a side passage that way that we can use, it'll take us to a low-traffic entrance to the main complex. Hopefully we won't draw too many eyes if we go that route, get a better read of the situation. How are you feeling, fighting-wise?" "I can throw a few kicks and punches," she said, cracking her knuckles. "I've not been able to move a lot for a while, so I might be a bit rusty. But hopefully we won't have to fight that much. Fingers crossed. Worst comes to worst, I'll take the heat." In his left hand, Isma clicked and shifted into existence, the black bow staff manifesting once more. It was the weapon of an investigator, but Trevor wouldn't let that deny him a prime weapon that had seen him through much. Besides, if he was going to end up fighting Kishao, he needed to conserve his power. His right hand, the crimson inhuman claw, flexed its taloned digits. "Let's get going. The longer this drags on, the worse it'll get." And worse it got. In what felt like a few moments, Cochlea had become a battlefield of investigators and ghouls. The halls they traversed were strangely quiet compared to the distant echoes of conflict, offices and storage spaces left empty in preparation for whatever was to come. Preparation that, apparently, meant nothing before an inside job. But that would not be the first time the CCG had been undone from within. Associate Special Class. That voice. The voice from the recording. The one Trevor had worked with for weeks. Nimura approached from the other end of the hallway, suitcase in hand, eyes shut and a smile in place. "Taking a prisoner out at this time? What in the world? What in tarnation?" Hinami stopped with a skid, already lowering herself into a preparatory stance. "Who?" Trevor felt his blood growing hot, eyes widening as one turned black and bloody red. The thumb of his claw placed itself over the index finger. "Hinami," Trevor started, facing Nomura and reaching a point well and truly past rage, looping right on back to a cold clarity accompanied by the sheer high of finally discarding all masks. Mitsuda. He's the guy who brought me to Kano so he could turn me into a half-ghoul. He's also a Washiyu, apparently. I'm probably missing a few pieces, but that check out to you. He called out to his former partner. Well, I don't know about any of that now. I'm just plain OL Nomura, see? He said, his suitcase making a few clicks as he got closer. A chainsaw emerged, a familiar one that once belonged to someone else. It dragged across the ground, screeching and leaving deep etches into the dark floor tiles. Any information you may have in regards to the Washiyu is unverified, I'm afraid. I hope we're not feeling conspiratorial, boss. This is the guy that did this to you. Hinamai muttered, glancing up at Trevor. Trevor could only nod. His shoulders squared and tensed, and he could feel thoughts in his head baying for Nomura's blood. His grip on Isma had tightened to the point of turning his knuckles bone white. My position unfortunately requires that I fight you, Associate Special Class. It's nothing terribly personal, I assure you. He hefted up the chainsaw, and broke into a sprint, the glowing teeth of his weapon spinning with a thunderous mechanical roar, carving apart the wall as he passed it. Hinamai's foot met Nomura's face, stopping him in his tracks with a crack. The young woman had been next to Trevor one moment, then the next she wasn't. What followed was a beatdown only a ghoul could deliver, one with years' worth of training. Fist, foot, knee and elbow slammed into Nomura's body, his chainsaw dropping to the ground after the tip of her elbow rammed into his solar plexus, his clothes folding inwards in a way they surely weren't supposed to, blood and teeth sputtering from his mouth following a chin strike. Garbled protests of "oh god" came from Nomura's split mouth. Then, she kicked his head into a wall, cratering the wall with a messy splat. His head was still intact, but after a few moments of being introduced to Hinamai's hands, his face was a swollen mess and his limbs were twisted in ways that were simply not meant to be. Hinamai huffed. Hinamai puffed. She shook off her bloodied hands, straightened off her robe in case it had lifted in any uncouth ways, and then turned back to Trevor. Let's go. Trevor gaped. He couldn't even get a damn hit in. God, you're so cool, he uttered, eyes bulging as he walked over to her and the bloody sack that was Nomura. It was certainly one way to resolve a problem. Trevor stared at Nomura. Helpless, bloodied, broken. It would have been easy. Too easy to end his life. Just like the neon demon, Trevor could have ripped Nomura's head from its shoulders, or shattered his heart, or killed him in any number of imaginative and brutal ways. He wanted to. By God, did he want to? But he didn't. Trevor had more in motion beyond the breakout, and it relied on the monster in front of him staying alive for at least a bit longer. While Nomura could be argued to deserve death in that moment, Trevor decided he would not be the one to deal it. Not yet. And so, Trevor ignored his bloodlust and turned away without saying a single word to Nomura. Let him rot there, and see what was in store for him and his people. Nomura was welcome to be a wild, raving monster, but Trevor had abandoned that lifestyle a long time ago. He nodded to Hinamai, and then they carried on. They ran at a human pace, careful not to stumble into any encounters. Not that they didn't. The stray Cochlea staff member, armed with a Q weapon, but nothing that couldn't be dealt with in a semi-peaceful manner. That is to say, knocking them out before they could even really react. Halls of Cochlea seemed almost maze-like, the underground prison expanding out well beyond what the above-ground site would otherwise suggest, though most of it strangely empty. It was like the entire building had been constructed with a just-in-case mindset, like a bunker that doubled as a prison. Maybe a bit late to be considering the deeper implications of that. I can hear Ayato, Hinamai eventually said, coming to a skidding stop on the pristine floors. She dropped to a knee, resting the tips of her fingers on the floor and on the nearest wall with a respective hand, eyes closing. I think. Give me a moment. Sure thing. Trevor stopped at her side, head on a swivel as he maintained a guard. A small tendril bloomed from his back, eyes forming along the end to cover his blind spots. It was odd how the Kagun felt eager to grow eyes, but that was another deeper implication he didn't have the time to consider at that moment. Hinamai's fingers drummed on the floor and wall, as if typing something into them, or adjusting some sort of device altering a direction or changing a value. Whatever she was doing, there was a precision to it. She continued like that for a slow half-minute, and then her eyes shot open. Ayato, Yumo. They're fighting, not each other. How do we get? She looked about for a few moments, teeth grit together. Eventually, she sort of pointed in a direction diagonal from where they were, and a floor up. Up there. Stairs just down the hall, and an elevator shaft. Should get us there quickly enough, Trevor answered, jerking his head in that direction. Let's hustle then. Hinamai abandoned their previous pace, breaking into a sprint only a ghoul could attain, and rather than turning a corner to enter the stairwell and break her momentum, she jumped onto the wall across from the turn, and then pushed off from it to land on a step, and continued her bound, skipping several steps at a time in her haste. 2 floors up, and a few bewildered bureau staff later, Hinamai barged through into her destination, glancing back to Trevor to make sure he was still with her. He'd maintained staying just behind her, quietly impressed with just how more capable she'd become in their time apart. Trevor caught up with Hinamai, not feeling the exertion from such a sudden burst of speed, and gave her a small pat on the shoulder. Lead the way, Chief, he encouraged. She nodded to him, making a beckoning gesture. This way. They went, until they could go no more. Where the unprepared bureau staff simply fell apart at the sight of 2 ghouls charging towards them, Take Hirako did not. The man, ever a font of neutrality in all matters, did not budge, instead barring their way, quinqua in hand. Even still, his neutrality dictated it not be held at the ready, for some reason. Trevor stopped just before Hiriko. Isma lowered in a mirror to his, now former, fellow student of Nerima. Hiriko was many things, but slow was not one of them, and he had more than enough information to figure out Trevor's intentions, running and fighting alongside one of the higher priority inmates of Cochlea. So then why was he not pointing his weapon at Trevor? Hiriko, Trevor called out. What are you doing? If you go through here, you could die, Take replied. You need to know that before you go any further, Trevor. Is that something you can accept? Trevor's eyes widened slightly. A warning. Take was warning him that LuckyChaos stood beyond. Why was he being that considerate, at this point of all times? Did he know more than he'd ever let on? Was he in on the truth of the one-eyed king? Or did he simply wish to pass it along, for the sake of years of working together? Trevor exhaled, shoulders set. An encounter with LuckyChaos was going to be inevitable at this point, whether in Cochlea or later while being hunted by the man himself. Whether or not it would lead to death on either of their parts. Trevor wouldn't know until he got there. But he'd come too far to accept less. I understand, Trevor told Take. He held Isma up, not to point its tip at the investigator, but to be used as a walking stick. He didn't see Take as his enemy. And I accept that, Take. We are moving forward. I see. Fueguki, stay here. You cannot go any further, if you do not wish to get in the way. Trevor, your allies are looking for the trash disposal. It's back through this way. I'll allow them to pass, if they're in a state to move, Take said, standing aside. He bowed his head to Trevor. He always knew it would come to this. Trevor gulped, the words cutting at him deeper than he thought they would. Was this truly what LuckyChaos wanted? He turned to Hinamai, resting a hand on her shoulder and looking her directly in the eyes. I'll be going now. I promise I'll meet up with you again, all right. Hinamai pressed her lips together, looking up at Trevor with pleading eyes. Nonetheless, she pulled him into a brief hold, squeezing him. I'll see you soon. Don't do anything stupid, okay? No promises when it comes to me being stupid, he managed, squeezing her back. But this isn't going to end like last time. That much I promise. Forgive me if I'm a bit cautious, she said with something halfway between a sniffle and a chuckle, pushing him away. Do what you have to, Trevor. Every second wasted, Trevor, Take said, reminding them exactly of what was happening. Trevor gave Hinamai a final nod before turning away, marching to and past Take. I have my questions for you, but it's as you said. Hopefully we'll see each other again, Take, he said, continuing down the hall. No farewell from Take. Whatever that meant. The door that awaited Trevor had been left open somewhat, enough so that he could hear clearly the combat behind it, the sound of electricity, surging. Narukami. So it truly could only be him. Trevor stepped through the door, grip on Isma tight and hairs standing on end. Yamo on the ground, bleeding from the neck. Ayato, standing his ground to protect Yamo. LuckyChaos, pointing Narukami at them both. No time. Isma soared through the air like a javelin, its spear tips trailing crimson light as it shot straight for Narukami. Trevor blitzed straight after it, the full power of his ghoulish body devoted toward the speed necessary to save the two ghouls in front of him. The claws of lightning, launched from 3 prongs, curving through the air, and caught by Trevor's weapon. The arcs of electricity danced around Isma as it conducted Narukami's assault, only to fall to the ground when the surge of Narukami ended the assault held at bay. Nerima lowered Narukami somewhat, blinking. Blood splatter stained the right lens of his glasses. He regarded Trevor not with surprise, not with betrayal, but with simple plain acceptance. He said nothing, and merely waited. Trevor skidded to a stop beside Ayato and Yamo. He licked his lips, not keeping his eyes off of Nerima. Get out of here, he instructed. Hinamai's back the way I came, he pointed in the direction of the door, and you'll be able to escape that way. Trevor. Ayato began, eyes wide at the sight of him, but they quickly refocused. He nodded, reaching down to help Yamo up. The man looked drained, the injury on his neck already healing but gnarly in its appearance. The white-haired man gave Trevor a weak nod. He couldn't say anything, so instead squeezed Trevor's shoulder. Hey, idiot. A familiar voice, in a familiar tone. One he hadn't heard in years. Tuka smiled at Trevor, already by the door and holding it open for the other two. They got the hint, and with Ayato dragging Yamo along, they made haste to leave. Tuka lingered for a few moments more. We'll see you later, okay? Trevor couldn't help it. He'd missed that voice and that smile. He smiled back. Damn well better, Trevor replied. See you on the other side, senpai. The door sealed behind her. And then it was just him, Nerima, and the odd space they found themselves in. Some sort of side hall, at the base of a spiraling stairway. So far to the side of Cochlea were they that vast pipes running down the walls, gaps at the sides that seemed to go on forever on the way down. Nerima lowered Narukami, bringing it in line with Ixa at his other side. He waited. This is as much his design as it is mine. He always knew it would come to this. Assurances from others. It all pointed to a greater purpose, a greater ideal, that of the one-eyed king and what it meant to wear that crown. Ito had told him it was what Nerima wanted. Take had told him it was what Nerima wanted. Was that what he wanted? Trevor inhaled. His stance widened, arms raised. His kagun burst from his back, the 4 serpentine tails winding through the air and curving downward, the heads of pitch-black hydras. The more things changed. Every second wasted. Trevor charged. 2 of the monstrous heads launched themselves at Nerima ahead of Trevor, their ends becoming rigid and curved barriers to meet the coming blows. The other 2 hung back, their forms more malleable and ready to follow up in any design Trevor wished. A movement without any start-up, a display of the near-perfect command Nerima had over his body, he moved beneath Trevor's Kagun before they could even properly complete their formation, sliding across the ground. Nerima, with the flick of its handle, became coated in blinding white, screaming energy, each prong becoming a stationary lightning bolt in their own right. He swung overhead as he passed, searing through the 2 Kagun like a bird through the air, near to no resistance. In the same movement, he brought Ixa out, drew the leg he had slid on back, and his weapon formed a shield, stopping him from sliding any closer. Spikes began to protrude from Ixa's shield form. Trevor sidestepped in rapid bounds to the right, opposite from Nerima, to avoid the incoming impalement. He kept going and darted around Nerima at full speed, picking up Isma from the ground to grip in his Kagun. The click-clack of Isma's transformation resounded through the hallway, becoming the 3-part staff that proceeded to spin straight for Nerima from the front, while more of the Kagun became 4-petaled claws that grasped at Nerima's legs from behind. Every angle he could possibly imagine. Every blow designed to destroy. Years of training, years of struggle, years of pain. Trevor had studied under death, and knew how the man moved in a way very few could ever boast. A point of pride that had to be dismissed. Trevor could not afford to hold anything back against his former mentor. Nerima locked eyes with Trevor. A void in which Trevor could only see himself, dead. Stop playing. Spikes shot from the ground, Ixa's shield form rapidly shrinking as more of it funneled through the earth and back up. Each impaled a Kagun limb, holding them in place like dragon corpses on stakes, halting their progress. Nerima, its configuration changed into one Trevor had never seen before. A straight, tipless blade surged once more, only instead of aiming for Trevor. Each of Ixa's spikes electrified. Torrents of energy surged into Trevor through his Kagun. It filled Trevor's entire being, every single part of him struck by the storm at once, inside and out. He couldn't even get a scream out, locked into paralysis by an attack he had never even conceptualized before, let alone predicted. His body seized, only able to stand in place and nothing more. Trevor's legs went out from under him. In what felt like visual delay, he then saw Nerima spin with his electrified Nerima blade in hand, and carve through Trevor's legs at the knees. They were gone. He continued with the momentum he built up in the spin, kicking Trevor square in the chest. That part didn't hurt. It never could. But without his legs, mid-drop, it did what it had to. It moved Trevor, far enough that he did not touch the ground again. Instead, he fell. Thunk, thunk, clang. He bounced from the walls of the maintenance shaft, and against the pipes that crossed over. His world span, both literally and figuratively, as his brain did something akin to a reboot to overcome the sudden disruption of its processes. The strength of Nerima made evident. A ghoul couldn't fight back if they were literally having a seizure. Trevor could do nothing. He was a paralyzed, legless lump of cooked meat in freefall. Regeneration came slowly. All he could do was grind his teeth and brace. Trevor slammed into the earth, and stars filled his vision for a minute. A much-needed minute of reprieve, after what felt like but seconds of fighting Kishao Nerima with nothing holding either of them back. Sight returned, and with it the rest of his sensations. Lights above, and something soft against the sides of his face. Flowers. And grass. It hadn't broken his fall, but it was nonetheless odd to see. Beneath Cochlea, an unintentional grove had formed in artificial light. Trevor coughed raggedly, hissing through cracked lips. He blinked blearily at the strange new world around him, its oddly pastoral nature making his current state all the more jarring. Flowers that couldn't have grown naturally in the wild, in a pit beneath the earth, and death coming for him. The world was determined to bring it all back to that night 4 years ago that had broken him. However, the time where such a notion would drive him to despair had long since passed. Now it just pissed him off. It was enough drive to push himself onto his hands and knee stumps. Not the most glamorous or intimidating of looks, but it was what he had to work with until his faculties returned. He stared upward into the light, searching for the one who had thrown him down that chasm. He descended, landing some distance from Trevor, back initially to him. When he turned, Trevor saw a man, unharmed. Nerima was gone, for some reason, and only Ixa remained, the odd-looking rapier blade, closer to a portable lance than anything else. He stared down at Trevor. He did not seem to actually see Trevor. His right eye in particular seemed cloudy. Even still. An image of a blood-drenched Nerima, one of pure imagination. Hands sprouted around his feet like flowers, blooming in their grasp for the heavens, for mercy. The hands of people Trevor knew, people Trevor cared for. Ghouls, and a human in one instance, all struck down by Nerima. A possibility that would become a reality if he was not stopped. Whatever Nerima cared for, whatever his goal was, it did not necessarily include the ghouls Trevor loved. Do you want to die again, Trevor? Trevor stared up at Nerima. The hands grasped and stretched, innumerable, and yet he could name each and every one. Eyes and faces, voices and souls, he could feel all of them flowing into him, existing only to be struck down forever. Hopeless people. A hopeless people in a hopeless world. They deserved far more. More than Trevor could give in any one lifetime. More than he'd had a chance to give, if he died here and now. No, Trevor answered, his fangs bared before Nerima. The spark in his chest, the light he'd kept dimmed for so long, was finally coming to him, purpose that he felt truly his own. I haven't done enough. Not nearly enough. Not until we're all finally free. I see. He raised IXA, but for his own appraisal. The weapon looked cracked, damaged from one thing or another, ultimately weaker than its own wielder, not enough to keep up with death. Nerima let out a breath through his nose, and then took a few steps back. He brought his hand to the collar of his coat, and spoke into a microphone. It's me. Send it. Below, third quad shaft. Thank you. And then he waited, looking at Trevor. Another moment. Another moment he could recover with. A suitcase, perfectly black, as if made from obsidian stone, dropped down beside Nerima. He squat down and unclasped the box, and reached inside. The sound of clicks and the fleshy shifting of Kagun came from it as Nerima drew out the contents. The white blade, almost as long as Nerima was tall, glowed crimson with vents in its shape. Single-edged and straight, the smell of the weapon was familiar. Familial, even. Nerima tested the weight of the blade for a few moments, holding it out flat, with a finger on one end while his other hand gripped the shielded handle. The Yukaka Quinqua owl. Unseen, unused, but known to exist. The only other triple S Quinqua in existence, aside from Dove. Where Dove looked wieldy even for one hand, Owl seemed to be a sword made for killing giants. Get up, Trevor, Nerima began, bringing Owl to ready in an odd stance, where the blade went behind him. Get up and fight for your freedom, he said, his voice carrying a before unheard intensity, a fire that threatened to burn if left unheeded. Nerima had deemed Trevor worthy of a death at the hands of a Quinqua that had never been used, not since its creation over a decade ago. Trevor didn't believe himself worthy of much. But he would not leave Nerima wanting. The Kakuja answered his call. His legs returned in an unnatural form that somehow felt like the most natural thing in the world. Their knees were bent entirely backward, lifting him up on spikes that replaced what should have been feet. Polyarm springs that would grant him the absurd mobility only he could achieve. From his back, a singular black tail burst outward, hissing steam from its exit. The massive limb rippled with layers upon layers of muscle mass, its end terminating in a fanged maw from which a massive, slobbering tongue hung. The tongue slowly dipped to grasp Isma and bring it between its teeth, an action Trevor did not direct it to complete. Around and over his lizard arm, the Kakuja crawled and surged. Pure and solid Kagun grew into a gargantuan beast, that of an obsidian tiger, its jaws and fangs becoming a claw that could swallow Nerima whole. Our people. The tail hissed through Isma, giving voice to Trevor's thoughts, our friends. They are suffering. We are all suffering. Thundered the tiger. There is not a single ghoul who is free. Armor covered Trevor's face. A large horn emerged from his crown, curling downward and hooking at the end. Plates in the shape of mandibles wrapped over his mouth, glistening obsidian. A black so brilliant it could shine. One eye, lidless and red, bloomed over his own. We will end this war, the tail swore in Yamarai's voice. We will break the chains. The tiger declared in Ito's voice. And we will bring them hope, Trevor finished, harmony truly attained with his Kakuja. Nerima's eyes narrowed. The one-eyed king, free of any constraint, foregoing any illusion of holding back, faced Trevor. Every path beyond him a dead end for Trevor, cut by the wing of the owl he held in his hand. But even still. Let's go, Trevor. Even with the speed and strength of the Kakuja, even with additional limbs and legs made of death itself, Trevor found himself only just matching Kishao Nerima in combat. The white sword, Owl, felt like the perfect weapon in Nerima's hands. It covered all ranges, and had a myriad means of exploiting that. Where he usually used two Quinqua to attain that, Owl did it in one coherent form. In a strange way, Ito was proving to be a rather notable block in the road once again. The ground warped beneath their battle, both with the might of their blows meeting one another, and from the number of traps set by Nerima, parts of the owl shooting off into the ground and waiting to be triggered by Trevor's presence, turning into lethal jets of Kagun when set off. But even still, the real danger was not the owl itself. Any investigator could have used it, but it was Nerima who brought it to life. In many ways, Nerima was always stronger than his Quinqua. This proved to be true, even then, with the summit of investigator weaponry in his hands. The owl changed configuration. Panels like bladed feathers unfolded from the side of the blade, and a charge of crimson electricity ran through the blade. With the distance between himself and Trevor suitable, Nerima swung the blade across, sending out the feathers in an arc, tethers of red surging light connecting them even as they spread further and further apart. Trevor sprung away from the coming blow. Quite literally, he hopped and moved as though his legs had become springs, which in a way they had. He no longer had feet, instead two sharp points that gave only the amount of contact to the ground necessary to move. His body felt more and more inhuman, moving in ways that defied the logic of even ghouls, and yet it felt right to him. His body, his bones, burned with heat. Inner fire that roared and crackled like a song in his head. In the same action, his tail launched forward like an obsidian freight train, Isma spinning across its tongue. The weapon was wielded more deftly in his tail than it ever been with his hands. Isma crashed into Owl's flat side, shoving the sword with all the force the tail could muster, while Trevor kept moving to Nerima's right. His eye. Trevor had noticed Nerima's right eye, clouded and dim. Something was wrong with him, physically. There was one more thing. Ixa had been damaged, by Trevor's hand. The same could happen to Owl. A ghoul would almost never try to strike a Quinqua, because it would hurt, but pain had stopped being an obstacle for Trevor a long, long time ago. The Byakko of his right hand sneered, black fangs bared. It knew what to do. Isma switched configuration, its form splitting into 3 sections that snaked their way around Owl and Kishao's arm. Anything to hamper their movements and lock them down. The black and red weapon interlocked with the white and red in a deadly embrace, straining its Q-metal to the limit against its stronger counterpart. Then Trevor catapulted at them, the tiger fist poised. Nerima, for the fraction of a second, froze. Not out of fear, but calculation, something Trevor had never been able to get out of the man before that point. That meant there was truth to Trevor's assessment. Nerima lowered himself into a crouch, a movement comparable to water flowing around a rock as he seemed to welcome Trevor's approach. With his available hand, he did not aim to push Trevor away. He could never do that with his strength alone, but to redirect him, using the force already in play to send him over Nerima. Redirection could turn what would have been a final blow into a glancing one, or even set Trevor up to be countered. But Trevor was not going to sacrifice the opportunity just because the perfect strike was no longer optimal. After all, both Nerima and Yamo had taught Trevor how to adapt. And he listened to his teachers. Trevor's left hand, free of the Kakuja and bear, snatched for Nerima just as they were about to pass each other, gripping his shoulder tightly. His body wrapped itself around Nerima's in a spider-like grapple, legs shoving into the investigators. In a mighty hammer blow, the echo thundered into Owl. The most progress Trevor had made in a fight against Nerima since, well, ever. Owl clicked. The ground beneath him erupted, a bloody and twisted spike shooting out from towards where Nerima's head would have been. He moved it to the side. Trevor didn't even have time to curse. He moved to dodge as well, left hand shoving at Nerima to try and use his opponent's own momentum to get at least some part of him caught in the crossfire. As they moved, a second trap sprung. Then a third. And then a fourth. Nerima chose that exact second to go limp. Trevor could not move away in time without sacrificing his position. He got impaled once, then twice, and then a third time. Nothing vital. He'd live. He gritted his teeth through it all, the feeling of sharp objects being shoved through him was familiar now. While Nerima's grip hadn't gone limp, his arm had. Isma twisted Owl outward without resistance, once again right into Byaku's roaring fist. Over and over, with all the strength of the Kakuja backing it. Like a fist hammering away at glass, the glass eventually began to crack, but not without asking the same of Trevor's transformed fist. As lines began to appear in Owl's outer casing, parts of the tiger-headed fist began to chip away. At some point, Nerima resolved to something. He let Owl break. The triple S-rated quink was shattered, the full length of the blade fell away, leaving only a small remnant of the edge jutting from the handle, but that was enough for Kishao's Nerima. His hand free from the constraints of Isma, the quinqua having done its job wonderfully, he flung his hand back past his head, the jutting spike sent straight into. Lava poured into Trevor's eye. 100 Japanese hornets, each one viciously stinging right into his eyeball. Every cell screamed, begged for relief, even as they were hosed in never-ending streams of magma. For an all-consuming few moments, Trevor was back in the chair. His captor grinned down at him with a predator's smile, while he was the helpless prey. The most vivid flashback to that terrible memory he'd had in years, replicated at Nerima's hand. Trevor could not move away, impaled as he was several times over and locked in the agony of his eyeball bursting and ripping apart. But there was one thing he could do. He was still connected to Nerima. His legs snapped their locks like vices into Nerima's own legs, ghoul muscle against human muscle, bone against bone. The battered tiger fist snapped at Nerima's arm, even as it broke apart, and its fangs sunk into the man's limb with all of its remaining strength, to do as much damage as it could. Nerima did not make a single noise, even as his limbs shattered under the pressure of jaw and leg alike, as if he felt absolutely nothing. He moved his free hand to grab what his ensnared hand could not, and withdrew the shattered quinqua. He span the handle, and then swung the blade back to the other side of Trevor's head, jamming it through his temple and past the other eye. The lava again. The agony again. Blindness came to Trevor that lasted a split second. Eyes bloomed from Trevor's tail, watching Trevor and Nerima both locked in their deadly, bloody embrace. He saw himself, blood seeping from the empty spaces his eyes had been, looming over Nerima's broken body. How disgusting. That was Trevor's only true thought in that moment. Everything about that image disgusted him. It was Nerima's final attack. Trevor reached up and yanked the broken dagger from his head, throwing it far away. Slowly, almost gingerly, he set Nerima down on the ground, his body unwinding its deadly grip. The tail stared down at Nerima with Isma still held in its jaws while Trevor pulled himself out of the spikes. Then Trevor loomed over Nerima. His right arm was a battered mass of black and red meat. His torso had 3 gaping holes in it. His eyes were gone. But Nerima was down. His right arm was a bloody mess. His legs were broken beyond repair. His weapons had been cast aside. Down, but alive. Nerima moved, like a compromised machine would, his structural integrity faltering. His mauled arm pressed off the ground, a spurt of blood shooting from where the fangs had penetrated his forearm. And then, bit by bit, he began to stand, his weight supported on a single leg, arms limp. He stared at Trevor, his glasses cracked, but otherwise untouched on his face. You could have killed me. Trevor stared at him. His chest was burning. His Kagun eyes blinked several times and his left hand clenched and unclenched. Do. Trevor said in a croak, voice hoarse. Do you want to die, Kishao? No. Not truly, he began, limping over to where the remnants of Owl had been thrown to. I would like to live a life, but that has never been an option for me. Do you know what I am, Trevor? He asked, his voice quieter than usual. He carefully got down, and retrieved Owl. He held onto it like it was the only thing keeping him afloat. Trevor did not move so much as an inch to stop Kishao from grabbing his weapon. If she's to be believed, Trevor said. You're the one-eyed king. Yes. Aojirai Tree, ultimately, answered to me. Tatara is my subordinate. Or, was, at this point, Nerima pondered, looking up at the pipes and lights on the ceiling. I am a half-human, Trevor. Not a half-ghoul. I was born to die from the outset. Trevor's eyes blinked. Half-human. He murmured, not quite understanding the distinction. Do you actually have ghoul blood in you? Yes. Naturally born. There are a few of us, in the CCG. But we're not like you, or Ito. The only benefit to our ghoul blood is that we are somewhat faster, and somewhat stronger. Barely enough to make a difference. But the downsides. He paused, taking a ragged breath, good leg shaking under his own weight. Are many. My eyesight has been failing me for a decade, now. My hair was black. I'm old, Trevor. Ancient by half-human standards. If we reach 30, it is a blessing. That is why this is happening now. Because if it does not, then it never will. So much information. Was the same for Zero Squad, then? Those who came from the garden? Obvious questions, with obvious answers. Trevor didn't ask them. Trevor echoed. The plan. Ito talked about a design between you two, about you shaping things along a path to, now. Where you're the death of ghouls, seemingly unstoppable. But if you die, while still appearing that way. He trailed off, his head dipping. Hope. Tangible hope. That was your goal. And more, Nerima said, growing paler than usual. I am just someone warming the throne. The true king was never me, but someone who could be. Someone who can hold both humanity and ghouls together, and destroy those who would stop us from walking a different path. My father, Tsunoyoshi Washiyu, it does not stop with him, Trevor. Others like Kichimura Nimura exist. V does not need the Washiyu. Trevor took a shaky breath, a half step forward. You're a Washiyu, he murmured quietly. How many children were there, born into that role? Kishao, Nimura, were Shio and Yusa the same? Had Haru been the same? But if V is beyond even them, then what are we supposed to do? Where does it stop? Where does it end? I'm sick of killing, he confessed. I always have been. We'll find a way, Trevor. The unity of ghoul kind in this city is just the start. Tokyo is the heart of VXI's them here, and Japan will follow. Ito has planted the seeds for the world, but such a movement requires more than people like me, or her. Nerima smiled at Trevor. He brought the shard of owl up to his throat. Someone has to kill me. I only hope that I leave something good behind, after this life of taking. No hesitation. Nerima tore his own throat apart, and collapsed to the ground. Trevor blinked. In one moment, he was several feet away. The next, he had been displaced, catching Nerima before he could hit the ground. He made a strangled, choked noise, tears falling. Key. Trevor could barely speak, his arms quivering. He sucked in a breath, lips trembling. For all that he'd thought about Kishao's death, seeing it happen now didn't give him hope, or pride, or anything remotely of the sort. He didn't see death. He saw a family member dying in his arms. I really am glad we met, Kishao, he finally said. You are another breath. You're my brother. For the first time in their years as friends, Trevor saw something in the dying light of Nerima's eyes. A glisten, followed by a trail. Quiet tears, unaccompanied by a sob or cry. He stared up at the lights even as it faded from his own, and with what strength he could muster with his uninjured arm, he wrapped it around Trevor and held him. A few silent moments, which spoke louder than any words the man had said before. Good luck. And goodbye. Trevor held him tightly. Goodbye, he whispered back, his head on Kishao's shoulder. We'll take it from here. He did not move for some time. Quiet sobbing, shaking shoulders, making sure that Kishao knew he wasn't alone in his final moments on Earth. Trevor didn't know how long it had been when he finally pulled away. He looked down at Kishao, seeing that he truly was gone. It was unbelievable, even now. He half expected the light to return his eyes, but it never did. To the man who never slept, rest eternal. Jana, no. Sorry. Trevor. Take, with the hood of his white coat up. Several other members of Zero Squad stood some distance away, their small forms indicating that it was the children of the squad. Take steadily took his hood down. Has Nerima passed on? Trevor gulped. Slowly, he gave a single nod. Take approached with slow, careful steps until he was standing over Nerima. He knelt down, getting a good look at his deceased mentor and partner, the ghost of an expression fleeting from his face. Unemotional Take, it seemed, did not know what to feel. He reached out, lifted the man's glasses somewhat, and then shut his eyes. The winter bee, walked losing, into that place of death, Take recited from memory. This is all we could do for him. All he wanted. Trevor sniffled, his head bowed. I wish we could have done more for him. I wish he didn't have to die. This outcome had been in the works years before you entered his life, Trevor. If anything, I should apologize on his behalf for forcing something like this onto you, Take said. He reached out and squeezed Trevor's shoulder, looking at the eyes on his tail. Take all the time you need. Squad leader Hiriko, sir. A young voice said from off to the side. He looked across to them, a member of Zero Squad. Rikai, a member that had joined in the time Trevor had been with the Quinks. A lavender-haired, androgynous youth. May we say goodbye to Nerima? Take swallowed, and then stood. Of course. Of course, he said, stepping back at the same time. They came forward, 5 children, and surrounded the corpse of the man who must have been their big brother. They're all from the garden, Take explained as he stepped just behind Trevor. Half human, Trevor murmured. At some point, he'd stood up and stepped to the side, giving the 5 of them their space. Are they descendants of the Washayu too? Every child from the garden is, in some form or another. Even Shio, though she's fortunate. Becoming a Quinks may have saved her from the fate of all half-humans, Take explained, hands in his coat pockets as he watched over the children. I did some digging. Rizkami Shiro, the one you borrow your ghoul qualities from. She was one of them too, an escaped pure Washayu. Trevor's white brows furrowed. Riz was a Washayu? And Nimuro was a Washayu too, and yet he had taken her to Kano. Just what on earth was that bastard's goal? So I have a little bit of Washayu in me, too, Trevor realized. He shook his head. I've known from day one, Trevor. The scanners in the CCG headquarters never went off for you, did they? No, they never did. His frown deepened. Because of my donor. That was my suspicion. I imagine Kishao always knew the details. I thought you were from the garden, initially. A plant by V, to keep an eye on Kishao maybe. But you proved that to not be the case. I partially joined to try and learn about them, Trevor admitted. The manager. Kyuzin. He mentioned them to me, years ago. Now, though. He blew out a breath. Now we're here. I don't even know what my next step is. Other than just leaving this place for good, and finding my friends. All I can even think about doing right now. Take nodded, appearing understanding for once. What happens next is up to you. Kishao chose you. Now the world is yours to act upon. Aojirai tree or what's left of it will answer to you, as will many more, once word gets out. And Zero Squad was given the mission to protect the One-Eyed King. That's you, Trevor. We'll follow. Trevor had been pretending to himself that it wasn't the case, even as it became more and more obvious. Kishao and Ito's intent was clear, now, set up even before Sen had once asked Trevor to imagine a world where death had died. They had been preparing him for this, cultivating him, guiding him. He didn't know when they'd decided, or why, but those two had chosen that neither of them would lead Ghoulkind and humanity to a brighter future. There was a crown on his head now. Whether he liked it or not, whether he believed himself worthy or not, that didn't matter. He was responsible for far more than himself now. Trevor took a long, deep breath. His eyes grew back in their proper place, in their proper form. They opened, beholding Take with both the white and the black of his true nature. Then let's go, Take. We still have so much work to do, and we can't have his death be for nothing. Yes sir, he said with a nod, clapping his hands together. Squad, form up. We're leaving. Put the past behind you, and prepare for the fights to come, he instructed as each of them stood up sharply and then saluted in a practiced manner. They called out in affirmation, all at once, and then jogged on over to join the 2 adults. Take took the lead, beckoning Trevor to follow. This way, Trevor. We may have some trouble yet. There always is. Trevor gave one final look to Kishao. For all the serenity that the man had appeared to exude in life, he only ever looked truly at peace there, laying in a field of flowers. It was a scene not to be disturbed any more than it already had been. Trevor looked away. His reptilian legs changed their shape, bending forward to approximate the form of a human's. The tail receded into his spine, Isma finding its way into Trevor's right hand, once more that of a simple claw. He held it like a walking staff, giving him the strength to keep putting one foot in front of the other. Onward. What happened here? Shio asked from behind Trevor, peeking about, his green eyes wide. The tunnels Take had led them to apparently went through disposal, but from the looks of it, a war had been fought. Once they entered into the actual disposal unit itself, a series of giant metal pillars that went across a vast chute, each one able to slam into a matching pillar to crush anything caught between them. Something clearly had gone wrong. The pillars, for starters, had been completely torn up, as if a giant creature had emerged from the shaft and pulled everything up with it. Bloodstains marked the walls, which then lead to the mangled remains of investigators either flung with enough force to turn them into smears, or bisected in numerous creative angles. A few ghouls, too. They were cut off, Take began, getting a lay of the area before shaking his head. But it looks like your allies escaped, despite that, he said to Trevor. A double S-rate must have escaped. Boy howdy did they. Ito did this, Trevor told them, inspecting the gargantuan hole that had been carved from the shaft. His nostrils sniffed. Her scent's all over this place. She must have gone all out with her Kakuja to break through. As expected, of that woman, Take said. Insurmountable at every turn. Shio went to say something, but the sound of a distant wet cough drew the gazes of each member of the Zero Squad, like a group of owls snapping their heads to stare at prey. One of the bodies, distantly across the vast opening, a trail of blood following where it had been crawling, still yet lived. It looked small, however. Take didn't take out his weapon, but he did have his suitcase very much at the ready. A survivor? Trevor frowned and narrowed his eyes, steadily approaching. Who's there? He called out. Don't mind me. Ito called back with a rasp. Just, resting. His eyes widened, heart lurching in his chest. Ito. Trevor bolted for her, rushing to her side. The woman's state was grisly, cratered against the wall, her legs absolutely gone, and her kokuhao, visible through her chest. She was weak, far weaker than when Trevor had defeated her. On the verge of death. Jesus. Trevor breathed, tentatively close to her, afraid to so much as jostle her in that state. The hell happened here? I'm glad I got to see you. She said, smiling up at him. Blood leaked from her nose, despite there being no damage to it. I figured I'd try playing big damn hero for once. Look how that turned out for me. I'm not built for this do-gooder stuff. I sucked at it at the start too. You'll get the hang of it, Trevor managed to smile back at her. Tendrils shot out from his spine, reaching for what scraps of meat they could grab and bring back to her. Explanations later, then. We need to get you out of here. Trevor, she said, clarity returning through the hoarseness. She smiled still, even through the pain, the ways her body simply seemed to be failing her. Blood leaked from an eyelid. Do you trust me? He stopped moving. The man looked down at her into those green eyes. Those beautiful, messy, complicated, loving eyes. Even now, even as she was falling apart, even as he knew the truth about her and what she'd done, he couldn't help but find them beautiful. Trevor's answer wasn't the most reasonable thing in the world. But it was the truth. I do, he told her. Your friends from Antioch got away. I dealt with most of their pursuers, but it was that she inhaled sharply, eyes going wide for a moment. An unexpected hitch, that fucking Nimura. Watch out for him, Trevor. Get going. You friends will need your help soon, and they're going to be sending more. I'll keep them busy. Trevor blinked rapidly, frantically even. Wait, you can't. He looked her over again, as if that would change something about her. Ito, the way you are now, you'll die if you try and fight again. Haven't you learned by now? She said, forcing herself to sit up somewhat. Steadily, slowly, ink black began to bleed into one of her eyes. I'm the strongest. It'll take more than 100 or so investigators to kill me. Ito grinned, a facade. I'll live, so I'll see you soon. Don't wait on me. He gulped, wanting nothing more than to forcefully yank her from the ground and carry her himself, regardless of her protests. His tendrils did their work, bringing what meat they could to rest around her, offerings to the one their wielder wanted to live. Slowly, gingerly, Trevor reached over and cupped her cheek. I'm holding you to that, Ito. I fulfilled my end of the bargain, you know. So don't think you can get yourself out of that promise you made, he warned her good-naturedly. We still got a lot to do. Yet. She murmured, shutting her eyes for a few moments, simply enjoying the touch while it lasted. Take, you loser. Make sure he doesn't do anything too stupid, okay? Take didn't react to the insult. Yes, ma'am. Good. Trevor. Aojirai tree's yours. Not just the organization, but the ideal. You wanted to change the world? Well. Get to it. Yet. Make sure you're around to see it. That's an order, Trevor said. If he was supposed to be a king now, he was going to have to get used to saying things like that. With some hesitation, he pulled his hand away and stood up. Yes sir, she replied, eyes opening. This OL girl still has fight in her yet. Darn right you do. Trevor gave her one more smile, then turned. Take, how much longer until we should be clear? We need to head into the tunnels. It's about an hour walk until we'd be in the clear, less than that if we run, he answered, peering down the shaft. We should go. This method of escape is accounted for. Then we're running. Trevor pointed Isma down the shaft. His question was also to give Ito her own timetable to work with, so she didn't get any silly ideas like holding the line longer than she needed to. Let's make the most of what Ito's buying us. We're moving out. Ito watched them go, bounding down the pit across the remains of the crushing pistons. Good luck out there, Trevor, she muttered, just out of earshot. Take suitcase opened. Combat up ahead, he said, despite the heavy covering of darkness before them. The tunnels beneath Cochlea were not so kind as to have the dim lights of the 24th ward. We're aiming to disengage. Speed is the priority. Take's instructions came out clear, unwinded despite their prolonged run. Yes sir, the children said from beside and behind Take and Trevor. We'll take the lead, Trevor. If these are your friends, then get them out of here. Trevor nodded, patting Take on the shoulder. Of course. Let's get going. The Zero Squad pulled ahead of Trevor, the sounds of clicking and mechanisms matching filling the space for a few moments until a series of crimson lights illuminated each of them. The matching quinqua-like variations of IXA. They burst out into a lighted space, old bulbs buzzing at the top of the tunnel. The remnants of a train track, and leftover construction materials. An unfinished train platform. Banjo, Tuka, Ayato, Yamo, everyone, set upon by Kyoko and Mugen, the two most senior special class investigators in the CCG. The Zero Squad showed no hesitation, splitting up and intercepting each of the special class investigators, Quinqua coming up against Quinqua. Kyoko, despite being called the killshot, easily snapped into parrying and redirecting the children's blows with her two Yukaku Quinqua, while Mugen found himself pushed back from the weight of his own weapon. Take stood between the two of them with his Quinqua, Yukimura, in hand. A weapon passed on from Nerima to take. Mugen swung his pillar of a weapon, higher mind, creating space for himself with a gust of wind that followed. First class, boy. What the hell is this? Hiriko. Kyoko said quietly, leveling her weapons at the two members of Zero Squad assigned to her. Take calmly reached into the front of his coat and rifled around for a bit. After a moment he found what he was looking for, taking it out for all to see. A long slip of paper that just said resignation notice on it. I quit. Shio bounded onto Trevor's bed. Good morning, Captain. Wha? Everything from Take's resignation onward was barely a blur. There hadn't even been time to say hey, how you doing, such was the urgency that everyone flat out sprinted for the tunnel exit. Even at that point, there was no time for a proper reunion as everyone split off into various groups, taking every measure possible to ward off their pursuers, with the understanding of where they were going to meet up. So, after collecting what little effects he'd tucked away in a hidey hole right before the breakout, Trevor had somehow found his way to a bedroom in Ari's upper floors. The instant he hit the sheets, he was out like a light. For once, he couldn't stare up at the ceiling reflecting on how his life had, somehow, got even more ridiculous, and had a mercifully dreamless, exhaustion-fueled sleep. Ruined by the child soldier that had just jumped on top of him, but oh well. There were worse wake-up calls and Shio was a good egg. He blinked blearily up at the white-haired kid, smacking his chops. G mornin', Shio. Up, 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 Shio basically commanded, a living alarm clock. He bounced back off the bed, already dressed in some clothes that did not make him stand out as an investigator. We got a lot of things to do, Captain. Also, the lady downstairs wants to talk to you. Always more to do, Trevor groused, but he got up all the same and swung his black-scaled, saurian legs out over the side. He stood and hastily slapped on some clothes that did at least some job to make himself decent and not be too obvious about his half-lizardman traits. Okay, let's go see the lady. Ushered down the stairs by Shio's insistent pushing, he passed the other members of the Zero Squad who all seemed good, actually. Despite the events of the day before, the children seemed more occupied with figuring out what they were going to have for breakfast. Apparently they weren't on the wanted list like Take and Trevor by virtue of technically not existing. If word got out that the CCG gladly made use of people under the age of 18 to kill ghouls, there'd be hell to pay. Silver linings. Take nonetheless decided to go with them in order to be a responsible adult, wearing a hoodie that in clear English said world is die on it. Somewhat clear English. That left Trevor, and the woman behind the counter. Want some coffee? Tuka asked. Trevor inhaled, taking in the sight. Desperately. Figured. How are you holding up? She asked, her visible eye glancing to his very much reptilian hand. It was black now too. At some point, it'd gone through a color change. Trevor figured there was some greater reason behind that, but it was a question for later. It was still a bit of an eye-catching thing, though. He'd probably gotten too used to it. I actually don't know how to answer that question, Trevor admitted after some thought, taking a seat at the counter. Parts of last night still don't really feel real, yet. It was a long time coming, but to have it finally done is. He shook his head. I dunno. Still sorting it out. How about you? Tired, but, other than that I'm doing okay. This whole thing has some real the gang's all back together vibes, but it feels strange, she said, sliding a cup of coffee over to Trevor. She leaned on the countertop, elbows propped up against it and her chin in her hands. Are those humans going to be all right? I mean, staying around us. Trevor hummed, taking the cup with his human hand. He blew at it, then took a sip. Sweet, sweet bitterness. They'll be okay. Zero Squad's nothing if not adaptable. Besides, they're in it for the long haul now. There's still some things I'll need to talk about with Take, but that can wait a little. Also, they're actually half humans. They have some ghoul blood in them, apparently. Just found that out last night. Tuka curled a brow. That's a thing. He shrugged. I guess. Perhaps Trevor was getting too blasé over that sort of thing these days. One could only hear so many world-changing revelations before you crossed a threshold of yeah sure, why not? Hey. Is that different from being a regular half-ghoul? Tuka asked, tapping her cheek with her index finger. Seems like a weird distinction to make otherwise. I don't know all the details myself. They're all part of some kind of child soldier breeding program the Washu had set up for ages now, Trevor sighed, leaning forward slightly. They get slightly better speed and strength, but they age rapidly. Don't think they need to eat humans or have Kagun, but I haven't even had the time to play 20 questions yet. Still though. Real fucked up. Man, remember when worrying about Nishiki's kicks was our biggest problem? Tuka groaned, her eye almost rolling to the back of her head. But here we are, talking about child soldier breeding programs. You're telling me, Trevor groaned, running his black claw through his white hair. 5 freaking years since I stumbled into you in that alleyway, Tuka. Feels like a lifetime on my end. Now we're all grown up. He took a nice long sip of the coffee. Woo. Well, you were always grown up, Tuka said, smirking. But I get where you're coming from. Now you're old and a celebrity, she finished with a mutter, looking up at the television in the corner of the room playing the news quietly. Indeed, Take and Trevor's faces were right there. Good luck going to the supermarket. Hell of a thing to see yourself on the TV because of a calamity that you orchestrated. Trevor didn't exactly feel great about that, but he'd cast his lot and was nothing if not committed to his choice. Mom always said I'd look good on the silver screen, Trevor sighed, shaking his head. That does segue into the next step, I suppose. He rubbed his thumb along the cup's porcelain surface. Where's everyone else? Still resting. Yamo's picking up some things from our supplier with Kuma. Wait, what? Tuka blinked. They're picking things up from the store. No, Trevor pressed, his head jerking forward. Did you say Kuma? Tuka stared at him like he had just said something weird. Yeah? Monkey man? Round nose? Dumb hair. I thought he was dead. Trevor retorted, throwing his hands up in the air. Trevor, I'm sure you thought a lot of people were dead after that night. Kuma's alive. Still being weird. I've got him doing other things for, though, getting him out and about in the world. A nice way of saying keeping him away from the shop. Irimi's alive, I suppose. I don't see her often, though. She's doing her own thing. He blinked several times. His heart quickened and he felt his stomach lurch. The claw twitched, flexing and unflexing. Trevor had heard the words, but it took a few moments for it to properly sink in. That horrible night, the despair he'd felt, the vision of the dog in his mind, the Dober's mask comforting him on the night of the auction, the terrible fear that he had done something truly horrible to her. Kaya's alive. Trevor whispered, head falling into his open hands as his eyes bulged. Oh. Oh God. That means I didn't, he sucked in a shaky breath. Thank God. You thought you killed her. Tuka said after a few seconds, her gaze growing gentle. Oh, you, big idiot. You could never do that to someone you loved, even if you're not all there. Trevor gulped, wiping at his eyes. Shut up, he grumbled weakly. Ugh. That's, oh God, thank God, he finally managed to say again, lifting his head. What is she doing anyway, if she's not with you guys? She had people inside Aojirai tree. She's been trying to get to the bottom of this whole thing, past the CCG, to whatever was behind them, Tuka said, sighing. She reports back every now and then. But she's a bit different each time. I don't really know how to describe it, she's still nice to me but it's like a look, you know? One I'm pretty familiar with, at this point. Trevor exhaled. Yeah. I imagine you would be. He cleared his throat. I guess I'll see her soon enough. Aojirai tree, or what's left of it, is my responsibility now. Whoever survives the Rushima Island operation will be coming to me soon, I expect. So it seems. I sent Yukiyama to Rushima with some backup, see who he could help. I saw the numbers the CCG was sending, nobody was going to survive that if we didn't do something, she explained, standing back upright. He should be back soon with whoever they could extract. Hopefully more people got away while Yukiyama was playing the peacock, too. Tuka shook her head. To think, Ari's goal was to take down Aojirai tree, once upon a time. How times change. It's a brave new world. Half ghouls and half humans all over the place, old enemies shacking up together, and Nerima is dead, Trevor mused, shoulders slacking. By my hand. It still didn't feel real. A part of him still thought he was supposed to go back into the office in an hour, to report to Kishao and get briefings on the next case. The routine wasn't an easy thing to just shake off. Especially after Kishao had become such an ever-present pillar of his life for so long. But he was dead. And that was the way it had to be. After he killed my mom, life changed pretty fast. Dad went into a spiral, and not too long after that it was just me and Ayato. I used to hate the very idea of him, but you know? As I've grown up, after the things that happened with Mato, I realized that I didn't really hate him. Tuka reached for a pristine cup, and poured herself her own serving of coffee. I hated what he represented. The man didn't matter. I felt bad for him, really just another cog in a machine, just like the rest of us. He really was. And it's a machine that's long overdue for some breaking. Trevor looked up at Tuka. They're only going to get more desperate now after this. I think V wanted me to replace Nerima after his passing, but now, he shook his head, they know that was never an option. Everything's starting to crack apart and things are only going to get crazier. MMH. Ah, speaking of breaking. That reminds me. I've been holding on to something for a few years now. Tuka smiled, like an angel. How she'd grown. Tuka punched Trevor square in the face. Aura. It didn't send Trevor flying, but it did sharply turn his head to the side. He blinked, her fist smushed into his cheek. She exhaled, shaking her hand off. There. Much better. Trevor smacked his chops. Feel better. Like a whole new woman. You, fucking idiot. That was for leaving the first time. Tuka grinned. No hard feelings there, apparently. Ah, fair, Trevor muttered, clearing his throat awkwardly. He really did his best not to think about those weird, angry days in the immediate wake of Yamurai. He shook it off, it didn't even really hurt. But hey. Not leaving again. I've had my fill of hopping around different groups and agendas, being a dumb ball of anger and crap. Tuka reached out and tousled Trevor's hair. Good. Then we'll get to work. Yamo. Hey. The silver-haired man stood off to the side of them, holding a paper cup of coffee in hand. It was as if he literally appeared from thin air. When did you get here? Tuka asked. Around the part you tried to rearrange Trevor's teeth, he answered, sipping from his cup. Jukiyama's back. He's holed up with a few others. Oh, Gucci, Trevor said, taking one last big draught of his coffee. Need to catch up with him too. Need to catch up with a lot of people now. On hold for now. We'll have a party later, alright. Tuka said, stepping out from behind the counter. Should we wait for your human pal? Yeah, probably. Take really shouldn't be excluded from, whatever is we'll be doing. Figuring out what we're going to be doing with Aojirai tree. That's what we'll be doing, Yamo said blandly. There's a few familiar faces. You can catch up with them too. Hey, I know we've tried to kill each other tons of times now, but your boss said I'm your boss now, so are we cool? Trevor offered. Would that work for an opening pitch? Yamo looked at Trevor, his expression completely blank. No. Trevor sighed contently. Glad to be back. It had finally hit for Trevor when he had tried to put on a sock, of all things. He pulled the sock over his taloned foot, an automatic, simple action that should have been perfectly normal for anyone, ghoul or no. But instead of sliding into place, the sock got shredded into pieces, ripping apart and unable to contain the lizard-like appendage. Oh. Trevor blinked several times at the tattered remains that fell off his foot. That was right. Nerima had cut off. Fight for your freedom, Trevor. I would like to live a life, but that has never been an option for me. I only hope that I leave something good behind, after this life of taking. The one-eyed king. That's you, Trevor. Irimi's, alive, I suppose. Rapid-fire words shot across his mind. Snapshots of the last 12 hours. Trevor slowly straightened his back, staring vacantly on ahead. He turned his head to look at his open bag, inside which contained the remainder of his worldly possessions. Some clothes. A couple books, some photos, and the manuscript for his own book. And one more thing. He stiffly reached inside, pulling out that final item to stare at it. The Godzilla figure, barely large enough to fit in the palm of his reptilian hand, with that eye patch over its left eye. A dumb joke that now felt dreadfully prophetic. What was he even supposed to do, or think? For some reason, Nerima and Ito had chosen him to inherit a bloody crown. In hindsight, always in hindsight, it was obvious, they had been cultivating him for years now, training him each in their own way, testing him, throwing him into danger and giving him obstacles to conquer. Even becoming the leader of the Quinks felt it had been preparation of a sort. His shoulders sagged at the thought of them. He hoped Tora was okay. He hoped Jinchi and Seiko were okay. Perhaps selfishly, he hoped they didn't hate him for what he'd done to Kishao. He didn't even want to imagine Akira's reaction. Trevor shook his head and got to his feet. He walked over to the mirror, still holding Godzilla, and appraised himself. His entire right arm was black. Both of his legs up to just above the knees were black. There were patches on his chest where Owl had impaled him that were black. Scaled and saurian. Steadily, he was becoming something else. Physically and mentally. And then there was Kaya. She was alive. What could he say to her the next time they met? He truly believed she was dead all this time, if not by his own hand then by Nerima's. He had attempted to move on. In a way he had. When someone was dead, you had to accept they were dead, and that was that. That seeming certainty had made trying something with Sen a bit easier. Look where that got him. The frustrating thing was that he realized he actually did love Ito. Somehow. He couldn't even deny it after he'd seen her in that sorry state and disposal, the way he'd felt upon laying eyes on her. Why couldn't it have been simple? Why couldn't any of it be simple? Trevor exhaled. He rolled Godzilla in his hands. I wish it had never come to me, Trevor whispered and quoted. He wished he didn't have a Kakuhao. He wished that Nerima and Ito hadn't put their faith in him. He wished that none of this happened to him, that it all happened in his time. But that much hadn't been for him to decide. Ultimately, what he couldn't control was beyond him to decide. What he could decide, however, was what to do with what he had been given. He remembered Amin. He remembered that burning question Amin had asked him what felt like a lifetime ago. And Trevor had answered, I want to be a hero. Trevor shook his head, and walked back to his clothes. His talons sunk into the carpet with each step, a constant reminder of the toll that had been taken to come this far. If he kept going, he would only change further. He would look more and more like something that was neither human nor ghoul. Until then, though. Trevor did not want to be the one-eyed king. But he was the one-eyed king because of what he'd committed himself to. As messy as it all was, he did want to do good. At least that much about him had endured through everything. His new role put him in a position where he could do the most good, and he needed to use that. Never thought I'd copy my childhood hero like this, Trevor said, setting Godzilla on the nightstand. Oh well. Let's make sure this ends more like Showa than Heisei, old buddy. Godzilla stared forward, determined as ever. A bulbous nose, and bulbous hair. Squat looking, with a wideness to the build that spoke to a strength, concealed behind a green coat with white furred mane. From the driver's side of the car just outside of, a familiar face gave Trevor a thumbs up. The window rolled down to greet Imo, Tuka, and Trevor. I hope you weren't waiting too long, Kuma said, taking his hands from the wheel to touch up his round pomp. Bureau staff are out in force, it seems. Hornet's nest, kicked. Trevor, Kuma. Kuma, Trevor, Tuka said as if introducing them for the first time, gesturing between them respectively. Trevor rolled his eyes at her, but grinned at Kuma. He reached out and gave the man a clap on the shoulder. I almost didn't believe it when Tuka told me. It's good to see you again, man. You look good. Exactly the same, but good. Well, you know what they say about perfection, Kuma replied easily, his smile just as unchanged as his build and hair. He thumbed over to the passenger side. I've been told that there may be a meeting of some sort which you may be interested in attending. Being a gracious senior, I figured I could give you and the others a ride. As much as I'd like to pick your brain about what it was like to be a dove for several years, I think that's something of a tertiary concern. Trevor hummed and nodded. We'll have plenty of time to catch up soon enough. He walked over to the passenger's side and slid in with a thump. It was weird being barefoot outside, even if his new feet were more durable than any shoe he could have been wearing. Thankfully, he'd worked out how to adjust the length of his talons so they wouldn't keep clicking against any hard surface he walked on. For now though, business that needs to get sorted. You take part in any of the kerfuffle from last night? Only on the periphery. I had been looking for special class investigators to keep busy, but the moment the breakout actually happened. Kuma began, shaking his head. Behind them, Tuka, Yamo and Take crowded into the back. Yamo spared Take the occasional glance, letting out a grunt. Take just stared forward. Every investigator that had been on the streets began to move towards Cochlea. So I just did what I did best. I made a lot of noise, and tried to bring as many as I could to me. A small contribution, but better than nothing. Certainly nothing compared to what you accomplished. Probably not, no, Trevor agreed, scratching at his cheek with a claw. He'd shaved again, so there was no beard itch to deal with, but some habits died hard. Some part of me still doesn't believe most of this even happened, yet. No small part of it being you, actually. I'd thought you died, man, he admitted. Thank God that wasn't actually the case. It was a close call. Closer for Irimi. She never quite shared the details, but I'm able to put two and two together, Kuma said, pulling off from the side of the road. Given the state she was in when I found her, we weren't going to get out in time, but fortune was on our side. Or rather, MRS Fueguki was. Ryuko. Trevor responded, brows shooting up. His surprise was understandable, given how she'd once vanished into the ether after the old fiasco with Kurio Mato and Amin. All the same, he smiled. That's heartening to hear. She helped you guys out, then. To the best of her ability. We stayed in the 24th ward for a time, with her and a few others. She'd taken on. I don't want to call it leadership, but an advisory role to a group. Strange bunch. Apparently the incident with Antioco had been disruptive enough for them to have a look into it, Kuma answered, eyes on the road. Nursed us back to health. Irimi stayed with them, while I went back to the surface. I had to do some dirty work until I was back on my feet, but then it turned out that young Tuka had started her own endeavor. What kind of senior would I be if I did not offer my services? And it's appreciated, Kuma. The devil ape is as skilled today as he was in his youth, Tuka replied, smiling in that manager-like way. Kuma brought a hand to his chin. Was? I'm still plenty youthful. I stole all of Yamo's. Yamo grunted. Keep it. Irimi's still working with Ryuko, I think, Tuka said, glancing around the chair to Trevor. Or the other way around, it's hard to tell. All I know is that Irimi's the one who managed to get people into Aogiri tree for us. Trevor breathed out, leaning into his seat and glancing Tuka's way. I imagine that whole operation's been uprooted now after last night. Is there any chance she'd be with the group we're going to see? No clue, Kuma said, his tone taking on a gentler quality. It's difficult to get a read on her, these days. Those words hurt Kuma to even say. For all their past troubles, he was close to being if not already Irimi's best friend once. But she did good work. I can't hold anything against her. I see, Trevor murmured, eyes wandering out the window to watch the sights of Tokyo pass them by. There was an ache in his chest at hearing how Kaya might have changed. It sounded like she was hurting, or committing herself entirely to a cause. Trevor knew what that was like, at least. Just how much had both of them gone through while separated over the years? I'm only getting more concerned now. Though I'll see her for myself soon enough anyway, I suppose. So it would seem. Take spoke for the first time. Assuming this is the same devil ape as several years ago, and that this Irimi is the black dog, then I believe the last the CCG had seen of the latter involved suspected sightings in recent years. No attacks. Trevor turned his head back to look at Take, frowning slightly. Really? I hadn't heard about any of that. You wouldn't. It's mostly in Division 2's remit to keep track of sightings, and to pass it on. Add in the potential of a copycat, and then it becomes far from a priority sighting. The only reason I know is because of Hachikawa, Take replied. He never got his revenge, in the end. Guess not. Trevor had heard after joining the CCG about what Kaya had done in her early years to Hachikawa. Grisly and cruel, to put it mildly. It put some perspective on how she'd acted. I'd been avoiding him while we were investigators, partially because of past associations, and partially because I was worried he might recognize me from when I got Irimi out right in front of him. Of the few people who knew my actual identity, I didn't want one of them to be him. I don't blame you. He was a difficult man, Take said. But he wasn't a unique case, among the CCG. People who had been on the other end of cruelty, seeking to return it in kind. It goes both ways, Yamo interjected, staring at Take from the corner of his eyes. You would know. Unless you forgot. You only illustrate the futility of such a position. Were it not for the non-killing owl, you would have died that night, Take replied easily, and with no hostility in his voice. Revenge for your sister drove you to attack Kishao Nerima with minimal backup. It blinded you, and I cut you down. Had you abandoned such a position, or been more considerate about your actions, you'd have not needed to be rescued. Yamo's lips pressed together, brows knitting together. Of the two, Take was the more stoic of them, avoid of a man, just like Kishao, only worse in many respects. A kind man, yes, but it seemed like that was all he could be. Maybe. But those connections, love, and all of that, they're not easy to ignore, Take Hiriko. Take nodded. Probably not. Nor should they be. But now we're in a unique position. The CCG's hold, or VS, I should say, on Tokyo is growing weaker, Trevor said, conviction lacing into his voice. The scales are evening out, and that will make a lot of people more desperate. The potential for the cycle of revenge to only grow worse is astounding. He shook his head. But that can't be allowed to happen. Ghouls and humans need to be able to deal peacefully with each other, otherwise this war will go on forever. Understanding is possible between both sides, despite the bad blood. I've seen it myself. It won't be easy, but it can be done. It needs to be done. Don't need to convince us of that, Tuka said, smirking across at Trevor. It's the room of weirdos, killers, and warlords you'll need to try that on. I'm workshopping it here first, Trevor huffed, waving the smirk off with a snort. I'm no good at pulling speeches out of my ass. I'm a master of the written word, not the spoken word. Adapt, Yamo instructed firmly. Appeal to practicality before sentimentality. Ghouls who have lived lives of violence will be more concerned with the pragmatic benefits of what you'll be proposing, Take added. Yamo and Take looked at each other, and then nodded at the same time. Yeah. I'll figure it out, Trevor said, the Canadian hick accent worming its way into the words before he could rein it in. He wasn't even from there. Does anyone know who exactly will be there? Intel would give me a bit to work with. Naki might still hate my guts if he's around. Most of the executives escaped, I believe, Kuma said. Tatara is dead. A shame. Undeniably one of the most powerful of them, but I hear it was their half-ghoul who killed them. The other owl. Takaizawa. Trevor muttered. That was an interesting bit of news. He supposed it was a pity from a purely practical standpoint, though Trevor couldn't bring himself to be too torn up over hearing Tatara was dead. Takaizawa could be complicated. Another person that probably still wanted Trevor dead. Last thing I expected to hear. Is he with the survivors too? Probably. I didn't get a list, Kuma said, scratching his cheek. Best way to find out is to get there, and put on an unsurprised face. I'll admit, I don't even recognize a lot of the executives anymore. The previous generation basically got wiped out, aside from Ayato and Three Blades, but she's distinct. Trevor grunted. Never encountered her. Ironically enough, I didn't really clash with most of the executives while in the CCG, he mused, considering that. He blinked and cleared his throat. Mostly just Ito, out of that crowd. The one in the bandages, who turned out to maybe be the actual owl, Tuka replied, rolling her eyes. Just Ito. Staying humble, I see. Not what I meant. But my standards are a bit messed up these days. I'll own that much, Trevor said with a shake of his head. It happens. Anything less than a ghoul with a kakuja can be a bit mundane, after a point, Take said in agreement. There are exceptions, though. Orca. Trevor shivered. Don't remind me. I still have nightmares about that guy's death punch. Did Zero Squad ever track him down? We did. Take left it at that. And Riz? Yamo asked him. Retrieved, Take replied, clipped and to the point. He wouldn't intentionally keep information from them if asked, so the fact he didn't have anything more to say meant that he was as in the dark as anyone else was. I see. That's unfortunate. I thought she'd be safe with him, Yamo sighed, shutting his eyes. Tuka brought a hand to his arm, giving it a squeeze. By all means, she was as safe as she could have been. It was just unfortunate that V had turned their attention to her. There was nothing more you could have done, bar fighting Nerima yourself. And you tried that earlier, Take reminded him. It hadn't gone well then, and it wouldn't have gone well a few days prior. Nothing could have reasonably bridged that gap. Orca, Ito, and Juyojana. Those are the only three people who have ever left a mark on Kishao Nerima. Trevor inhaled, eyes growing distant. It was another burning question answered, but not in the way he'd wanted. If he'd put stock in such things, he would have wondered if fate conspired against him ever seeing Riz properly. After all this time, he still could not remember meeting the woman who had once tried to eat him, perhaps the only person to have known him as a human, and his donor. He didn't even begrudge her for the attempted feeding. He just wanted to speak with her. In his mind, she always had her back turned to him. Why was that? What was the block? Hopefully we'll be able to free her again when the opportunity comes, Trevor said. A good long-term goal as any. For now, though, gotta worry about getting there. Then we'll need to ensure we've got enough people to help us in getting there, Kuma said. The way he reached to pat his hair spoke to how much he wanted to comb it, but he couldn't while driving. Poor man. After some time, he pulled into a lot that seemed quite familiar. In fact, Trevor had been there before, quite a few years ago. The place where he had first met Nimura, mask to mask. An old hideout of the Ghoul restaurant. The more things change, Trevor tugged. Chukiyama's idea, Toka said with the exact same energy as Trevor, delegating the blame. Of course it was. The old stomping ground of the Ghoul restaurant looked unrecognizable. The usual structure they utilized, the high sides for spectators with an arena in the middle, had been completely torn down, leaving only a fairly standard open space. A dance hall and theater space, fully illuminated and without any of the mood it once held. It looked communal pleasant, even despite what it used to be. Trevor entered, flanked by the former Antiaka Ghouls and Take, to face whatever was left of Aojirai Tree's leadership. Scattered around the room in their own groups or by themselves, heads turned to either stare or glare at Trevor and his accomplices. Familiar faces: Ayato, Naki and his lieutenants, Chukiyama and, one more, off by herself. A hardened-looking woman with 2 small tattoos beneath her eyes, like tiny bows, and neat pitch-black hair draping her face. Kurona's hunch became a straightened back at Trevor's appearance, expression unchanging from a neutral gaze. She, nonetheless, spoke first. "I see," Kurona said simply, shutting her eyes for a few moments and exhaling. It was a shock to him to see her as well, his sister that also had Rizkakuha within her. The other one, Nashiro, was notably absent. Still, Trevor kept his reactions mellow, only giving her a look before carrying on. There would be time for a more personal conversation later. In another corner of the room, the tall, tan ghoul Trevor had encountered during the auction raid sat on a plastic chair, mask still in place unlike the others, blade resting against the arm of the chair. Kuma shot him a thumbs up, to which he got a nod in return. Chukiyama approached them casually, smiling. "Good morning, everyone. You're all looking about as well as I could expect." "It was a rough night," Toka said, glancing to the others briefly. "But we managed." "Glad to hear things went well on your end, Shiyu. What else did you expect? After all the trouble the CCG put Papa and myself through, one could say I had a personal stake in making sure their operation went wrong," he said proudly, a hand to his chest. Toka did not linger on the point, moving on. "Banjo and that investigator?" she asked, looking about the room and taking head count. "Mr. Banjo and Mademoiselle Hinamai are both at the lady investigator's residence, for the time being. And it seems." He looked at Trevor, smiling in full. "Our other investigator friend is absent today." "Hello, Trevor." "Hey, Shiyu," Trevor greeted and smiled in kind, reaching up to grip Shiyu's shoulder and give it a warm shake with his left hand. "I'm glad to see you doing well. I'd say I hope you were staying out of trouble, but..." He looked around. "That might be a big ask, these days," he offered lightly. "I assure you, I have been nothing but trouble. As I said, a debt was owed to the CCG and whomever is pulling the strings behind them," he replied, placing his hand over Trevor's own and giving it a reassuring squeeze. "But we are fine. Tragedy and loss are just that and the Chukiyama yet live." "Good. Good," Trevor breathed, slowly pulling his own hand away. After a pause, he asked quietly, "How is Kane?" "Wonderful, believe it or not." They explained what brought them to submit themselves to Ito. "It was the case that I have been a bit of an ignorant young master, unable to see their plight. We have been working to amend that, together," Chukiyama said, nodding gently. "Rather petulant whenever you come up, but they will be your ally nonetheless, worry not." "More than I could have asked for," Trevor said happily. "I'll look forward to any help they can bring, and to talking with them under much better circumstances." He tilted his head slightly, once more appraising the remnants of Aojirai Tree that still watched them from the sidelines. Naki was absolutely livid, Kagun slowly crawling its way out from his shoulder and just seconds away from pouncing. Trevor didn't actually fear for his life, but... "Until then, we have a bit more to sort out first," Trevor finished, hand and claw folding behind his back. Naki wasn't listening. Tears flowed from his eyes as easily as the resentment glimmering within them. His 2 lieutenants, the muscular handsome one and the sleek one respectively, blinked at him, not catching his intent until the very last second. Their boss launched himself off the floor, his kago akin to a blue machete with bright crimson veins hugging and protruding past his arm. He swung the weapon without a hint of hesitation, eyes alight with red fury. "It met takes Quinqua." The man stared forward blandly at Naki, unfazed by the strength of a ghoul bearing down on him, holding the position as he was ever trained to. "Mother, Fuya!" Naki yelled out in frustration, trying to get past Take, swiping at him wildly, only for the former investigator to effortlessly dodge around and redirect the blows. Trevor didn't overly react, only watching the fight from behind Take. It was odd, being on this side of the line. Naki hated him more than anything, but Trevor didn't feel much for Naki at all. Over the years, the ghoul had been a footnote compared to everything else Trevor had to deal with. If he were honest, any appeal about Yamurai as a good guy fell on deaf ears as far as Trevor was concerned. "Bro. What's the matter?" the sleek one of Naki's lieutenants called out, starting to hurry over to their leader. "No one told me about this. This fucking guy's the king. I'll never forget that mug." Naki's anger peaked. He swung his weapon faster and faster, forcing Take to go on the defense for real, drawing a slight narrowing of the man's eyes out from him. Sparks emerged from between them as Nagamai, a large yet one-handed butcher-like blade of a Quinqua, clashed with Naki's kagun again and again. The mug that killed Big Brother. With a kick from Take, Naki hopped back, teeth bared. "I'll fucking kill this guy. Naki. Give it a rest." Ayato yelled from the side. "This isn't the time for whatever beef you have with Trevor." "Shut it, Ayato. This is the one guy I'll never forgive. You think I'd stop you from trying to kill Nerima? Naki retorted, snapping his head around to glare at Ayato, causing the young man to visibly flinch. The point received well enough. Low blow, Yamo said from beside Trevor. The sleek lieutenant of the white suit stepped forward, hand on his boss' shoulder. He wasn't looking at Trevor, but rather Take. It's one thing to accept the guy who killed the man who took us in when nobody else would, he said almost quietly, before breaking that quiet with a spike in volume. Who the fuck invited the doves? Take is no longer a member of the CCG, Trevor spoke for the first time, fully facing the white suits. He left them behind just as I did, and has already fought against them as everyone from the breakout can attest to. Now he, and the rest of Zero's squad, only takes orders from me. This is stupid, Corona interjected, stepping away from the barrier she had been leaning on, hands in her tracksuit pockets. Enemy, not enemy, some of us here don't care about that. Aojirai and the coffee shop bunch can deal with that shit on their own time, she said coarsely, eyes narrowing at Naki. All I care about is whether or not we're going to kill Kanu. I'll help you if that's what we're gonna do, Anaja. I don't care about what happened between us if that's the case, she replied, nodding to Trevor. But you white suits ve lost your roots in Aojirai. How do you expect to survive if you go around making enemies like this? Hey. Naki said, adjusting the black coat over his white suit, sneering. We white suits ve scraped ourselves up from nothing before. Don't need no Aojirai, no organizations, to do it again. A figure who hadn't said a word, and who frankly hadn't even been noticed before that point, spoke up. The voice of a collected woman cut through Naki's words, addressing the supposed king directly. Trevor, the smaller than Seiko woman said, peering past the shade her bucket hat provided. Two dense and long pink braids of hair trailed down to her chest, her rounded face betraying only the seriousness of the dwarfish woman before him. I am Miza, captain of the Blades, and former Aojirai executive. One of your friends, she gestured to Jukiyama, who waved at her in return. Saved my life on Rushima. It is only natural that I am interested in what you have to say and what you seek. She raised her hand to him, offering him the attention of everyone in the room again, somehow managing to even calm down Naki. I suspect my peers wish to hear your thoughts before a decision is made, whether to stay or to go. She lowered her hand, hiding it beneath the dark blue shawl she wore over a robe patterned the same as her hat. Trevor was privately grateful for Miza right then. A woman he had never met, but heard much about over the years. Accomplished, powerful, and clearly respected among her peers. To have her as an ally would be an immense boon. He stepped forward, no longer behind Take. With each step of his taloned feet, the hesitation and anxiety that still clouded his mind vanished. He had a goal, to change the world for the better, as he saw it. While he was not friendless, those who weren't his friends still needed convincing. He kept Take's advice in mind, focus on the practical, before the sentimental. What I seek, Trevor started, hands falling to his sides. The obsidian claw glinted, catching what light it could, is bringing an end to the war. To do that, the Washayu need to be destroyed, and the CCG needs to be brought low. So much so that they will have no choice but to listen to our terms. Erima's death was to that end, but that was just a stepping stone. Groundwork. He looked across the room, at the former Aojirai executives and their companions. Groundwork that would be for nothing if we splinter now. The CCG will grow desperate, already, Bureau investigators are out in force so they can retain their grip. Greater crackdowns will follow, among other tactics designed to make life hell for a ghoul. They are afraid now, without Erima. Any one of our groups, caught alone, would be crushed outright. If we formed a united front, however, we would do more than justify their fears. It would prove that even with Aojirai Tree defeated, its spirit lives on. It would prove that the days where the CCG could kill us on a whim are gone. The others seemed to be all ears. An idealistic approach may not have flown with them, but the pragmatic reasoning for unity spoke to a universal truth of the ghoul experience. One had to do what they had to do in order to survive, even if it wasn't something they necessarily liked. Naki seemed to actually be listening, standing beside Miza with folded arms. The only one who seemed to have clocked out was Kyode, the tall ghoul in the corner of the room, snoozing on his plastic chair. You couldn't win them all. Trevor didn't visibly acknowledge Kyode's reaction, or lack thereof. His pragmatism was more fueled by idealism than anything else at the end of the day, and if he were in a more private setting it would have been easier to fall back on that. Being in front of these people had a moderating effect, oddly enough. We have a chance here to do something unprecedented, make the CCG listen. But they won't do that willingly, so we will need to use force to do so. That will only be possible if we work together, pushing grudges aside, combining our might, and dealing with the now. In essence, live together, or die alone. It was the cold, hard truth that ghouls had to acknowledge for as long as they could remember. That is what I seek, Trevor finished firmly, regarding them all with a genuine fire burning behind his eyes. As if right on time, Jukiyama clapped twice. The door at the end of the hall opened, the familiar if scarred face of Kane peeking through curiously, before the doors opened completely, making way for an entire crowd of people to enter enough that the hall became full of people. Ghouls, dressed in all manners, with only one familiar face among them. The first person Trevor had freed from Cochlea, the one who had kicked off the riot. With odd marks on his face that almost looked like gills, sharp teeth, and a fluffy mohawk, he gazed forward with an almost persistent gaze of misery. He nodded to Trevor, and then spoke a single word, loud and clear. Kneel. And so they did. Every one of the new faces dropped to a knee before Trevor, heads low. Regardless of affiliation or past, the myriad inmates of Cochlea bowed down to the one-eyed king. With support like that, it seemed like even Naki was having a difficult time rejecting Trevor, his face contorted into a confused and anguished mess, looking between the mass of ghouls and Trevor, groaning. The blades will cooperate, Miza said, stepping forward. Though we be a weak tribe of underworlders, our goal is ever the same. Aojirais with you, Ayato said, nodding over to Trevor. What's left of us? Suppose it took long enough for us to get here. Kyode muttered, rising from his chair to his full height, towering over everyone else, the beginning of his tattooed sleeves just visible at the inner edge of his jacket. I've never worked for Aojirai Tree, and neither have my cats. If Boss Kaya has faith in you, then so do I. That drew looks. That name sent a strange, almost uncomfortable feeling down Trevor's spine, as did its implications. Between that, the swearing of allegiances, having so many ghouls kneel before him. Trevor took a breath. He told himself there was no reason to gawk, and therefore there wasn't. His mind had reached a certain state by that point, a mode that wasn't too dissimilar while he had been the leader of the Quinks. So, Trevor nodded. Excellent. Now we really do have a chance for victory. However, there was still one executive that had to voice their decision. He turned to Naki, expectant. And what will the white suits do? Naki snapped his head back to Trevor, teeth bared teeth, grinding together as a vein protruded from his temple, face turning a shade of red. He habitually popped the joint of his index finger with his thumb. He inhaled. Fuck you. And with that, he stormed out of the hall, his lieutenants following hesitantly, looking back at everyone else before exiting past Kane. Miza and the other executives let out a collective sigh of exasperation. I shall talk with him. Do be forgiving of him, King, Miza said, dipping her head momentarily. Yamurai was a monster, through and through, but like many of them, he may have had his more personable qualities about him at times. Naki would be dead meat, were it not for those qualities. Though different, Naki understands this well enough. He's a loyal ghoul. Trevor let out a breath, shrugging slightly. He knew pretty well how Yamurai could be charismatic, and in his own ways even be helpful. At least, the version of him that squatted in Trevor's head could be. I'll trust you to handle it then, Miza. At the end of day, I'd rather have Naki's support than not. He's not stupid, despite how it may appear. I don't doubt he heard your words, so now it is just a matter of putting it in a way he can accept, Miza said. Thank you, King. Chukiyama clapped his hands again, and the many ghouls of Cochlea rose. I suppose that just brings us back to where we started last time, Trevor. We'll need a name. Trevor had, admittedly, not thought about naming whatever burgeoning faction he would end up leading. Everything else, primarily figuring out how to convince enemies into becoming allies, had taken up the bulk of his mental capacity. He hummed, tilting his head to the side in thought. Something did come to mind. He recalled a conversation from what felt like a lifetime ago, when his hair had been brown and Ito still hid behind bandages. They'd talked about gardens and parasites, and he had told her about a precious memory of his from the distant past. What he had planted as a small child and desperately struggled to keep alive during the dangerous, first moments of its life. Something that was a symbol of strength, morale, knowledge, resistance. Oak, Trevor decided. Our name will be Oak. It was a brief ceremony, as far as they went. With the acknowledgement of Trevor as the de facto representative of what was in essence all the remaining ghoul factions in Tokyo, people began to split off again. Miza, true to her word, left to follow Naki while Chukiyama and Fuka the Mohawk ghoul who took the most initiative among the Cochlea breakouts went about organizing the myriad ruffians who now made up Oak's rank and file. The organization as a whole would need to be sorted out, numbers taken and ranks allocated. As it stood, Oak may as well have just been Trevor and everyone else. How many in that room would have wanted to kill Trevor, once upon a time? Given that no small number of Cochlea inmates were themselves Aojirai or affiliated to some other gang not too long ago, probably most of them. But with Ito gone and Nerima dead, it fell to the person they both trusted in their place. A foreigner who had happened into this nightmare of a world. Mr. Big Shot. Mr. Worldwide. Mr. Head Honcho. Corona. She slinked on over, hands in her pockets. She had become quite a bit taller since they'd last seen each other, and something about her seemed much more distinct. The energy she put out spoke to that of a person who had been through her own share of business. Took a look over to Trevor from where she stood, conversing with Ayato and some of the other former Aojirai troops, concern evident on her features. Corona hadn't done the whole fealty thing. Her loyalty was still on the table. Come a long way since that time you were trying to be all nice to us. I'm not surprised, though. Kanu had high hopes, and it seems that he was right, for better or worse, she said, walking around behind him to stand on his other side, leaning forward to peer up directly at his face. There was almost something serpentine about her. I try not to think about how things are going how he wanted, Trevor commented, a hand on his hip while he met her gaze right on. The air about her had changed over the years, the countenance of an angry, easily led around kid long gone. But what happened, happened. Tried looking for you and your sister after the shit show in the lab, but obviously that didn't pan out. He appraised her. What happened with Nashiro? Corona frowned, moving to stand upright. It's complicated. But I think she's dead. I don't know, she said, shrugging lightly. But I heard about that, the whole looking for me thing. Four Eyes let me know. Corona nodded over to Nishiki, who had quietly been present. He looked good, normal even. Insistent fucker. It's appreciated, Anaja. I'd have gone to you sooner if I was thinking straight. Us bastards of Canoe gotta look out for each other. He sure won't, Trevor said with a snort, nudging her with his elbow. His expression sobered a touch. Speaking of, you don't need to worry about conflicting goals when it comes to him. You want him dead? Same here. She hummed in agreement. Good. As long as that's the case, then you can just give me orders. She paused, eyes narrowing as she regarded the crowd before them. Canoe's perfected it, Anaja. Half-ghoul mass production, Quinks. It was Trevor's turn to frown, brows lowering. I'm not surprised. Ito told me that Canoe got a hold of Yuri's body, he was one of my kids, a Quinks, and was going to study it. But mass production? He glanced at Kurona. What did you find out? Kurona sighed, closing her eyes. On Rushima. I went there to kill Canoe while everything was going to shit, hoped the CCG would provide me the confusion I needed to get in and get the old bastard. She shrugged again, letting out a frustrated sigh. I ran into Suzuya, and I got given the work. Can't believe that kid's a big shot now. Back in the academy, I just assumed he'd be locked up as a crazy person, but whatever. I got distracted, cut up a bit, but I did manage to get into Canoe's lab. Before I could kill him myself, he activated his half-ghouls. Started with one, who was a bit of trouble, but then it turned out he had like 20 of the guys. She pointed over to Nishiki. He helped me out. Then the clowns showed up to protect Canoe, who got away. She let out an exasperated noise, throwing her hands up. Everyone knows everyone. There's always some sort of fucking alliance or something I don't know about, which throws a wrench in the works and makes my life harder. I just want to kill one guy. Is that too much to ask for? Trevor groaned, palming his face. Why does every conversation I've had in the past 12 hours have multiple ridiculous revelations? He groused. He wiped the hand down his face, dragging his skin a little before shaking his head. Problem is, you've picked one of the most slippery bastards to kill. Hate to say it, but the clowns coming to pull him out isn't surprising either. One of their own's been working with him from the start, bringing me and Riz to Canoe to get this ball rolling. This makes no sense, Anaja. What do the clowns get out of making half-ghouls? Kurona asked, both to herself and Trevor, sucking on her teeth. I don't get them. One of them helped me once, but now they're against me? Makes no sense. Trying to make sense of it myself. One of the older ones told me they weren't a unified gang, more of a loose collection of like-minded individuals. She even insisted I was a clown, but she's a total nutcase, so I've elected to ignore that, Trevor tutted, waving it off. Their deal might be more complicated than we think. If they're really backing Canoe, then they're our enemies. We'll just have to see if they get in our way again. She nodded along, seeing the futility in trying to get a grip on literal clown reasoning. Guess so. The fuck happened to your feet? Trevor glanced down. He wiggled his talons. Overuse of regeneration, according to the doc. Not Canoe, actually a nice one. I've hit a threshold, apparently. He paused, glancing around. He hadn't really told anyone on the ghoulish side of things about his condition, not in full. The only person that actually mentioned it was Yumo, but even he didn't know the full story. When Trevor spoke again, his voice was quieter. Any damage I take is going to grow back as Kagun, basically. Including internal organs. And I don't know if it'll ever stop. I haven't told the others yet. So that's what that is, she pondered to herself. She moved a hand to her sleeve, and began to roll it up, revealing the condition of her arm. A hard, fibrous-looking material layered over her arm, replacing what should have been skin in areas, creating swirling patterns of wine red. Been wondering for a while now. It really began to hurt, after a while. But I figured out a workaround, if you're open to it. He frowned heavily, inspecting the damage. That was the first time he'd seen it in another ghoul, and it couldn't have been a coincidence that it was a half-ghoul that shared a donor with him. The design was strangely beautiful, if still horrific in what it meant for her body. Haven't noticed any pain on my end. But what's this workaround you got? She shut her eyes, and then opened them. She looked at Trevor with two Kokugan, the humanity gone. Eat more ghouls. Eventually something tips over, and we stop being half-ghouls in the literal sense. I found it stopped more of that stuff growing when I regenerated. Pain's not so bad either. Trevor leaned back and beheld her two crimson eyes. Kurona had not only become a Kokuja, but had also, somehow, lost her status as a one-eye. Sheba had been right. Canoe had done far more than just create artificial half-ghouls, he'd opened the door for those same half-breeds to become full-fledged ghouls. But Kurona's solution twigged something in Trevor's mind, making a connection to a seemingly unrelated situation, at least on the surface. Haru. Jinchi's little sister, who suffered from an endless, cancerous growth of RC cells that left her comatose in a hospital. In a way, her situation was similar to his and Kurona's, that the RC cells were steadily taking over their bodies. Kurona's solution had worked for her, and would likely work for Trevor. Could it work for Haru? Would it save her life, by turning her from a natural-born human into an artificial ghoul? If it worked, Jinchi would be reunited with Haru. If Haru was saved, Jinchi wouldn't need to rely on the CCG. If he didn't need to. It was a fool's hope, but a hope nonetheless. A condition like this can happen to humans, too, Trevor said slowly, lifting his claw up and flexing the digits. RC oversecretion disease. If that can even happen to them, and your solution can work for us, people that went from human to ghoul, do you think it could work on them? I mean, sure. But think about what you're asking here, Anaja. Would you wish this on people you loved? Corona asked, pointing at her eyes. I guess, if Kanu figured out a way to go one way, he can probably figure out the reverse too. I think that could be his ultimate goal, by continuing the CCG's ghoulification experiments himself. Trevor hummed and lowered his claw. That's a good point. I'd never force this life on anyone like he did. More just considering the options. He let out a breath. There was no way he'd just walk up to Jinchi and tell him the miracle cure was turning Haru into a ghoul via cannibalism. Unfortunately, that'll be mostly theorizing until we can get a hand on his data. As for myself, I'll keep it in mind. I'd rather not spend the rest of my days as a lizardman. Speak for yourself indeed. That sounds kind of cool, Corona said, waving off Trevor's concern for his own well-being as baby business. Anyway, I'm gonna go find somewhere to nap. Exhausted after getting shown the sharp end by Suzuya. Again. Trevor rolled his eyes. Yeah, you do that. Before you scurry off, we're going to be doing all the organizing and logistics sorting tonight. Do you want a particular position or not? The spot that lets me take extended breaks without anyone getting on my ass, she replied as she waved over her shoulder to him. Wherever you think I'm best fit. No leadership experience. Got it. Later, skater, Trevor replied, waving her off and already turning to head over to Tuka. Her concern turned out to be unnecessary, thankfully enough. He gave her a thumbs up. She smiled across at him, nodding. That was one unknown dealt with. Nishiki took Corona's absence as his sign to step up. The bespectacled ghoul gave Trevor a confident smirk, moving up until there was very little space between them. Listen, your twerp got lucky. She knew how to use a shotgun. Trevor smirked right back, sheer pride for Seiko filling his expression. That's 'cause she's the strongest there is. I raised her right, you know, he bumped a knuckle against Nishiki's shoulder, so watch out if you get a rematch. Noted, you son of a bitch. Nishiki gave Trevor a whap around the head, nothing serious. Either way, that was all revenge for beating me the first time. And yet, I count that as partly yours, even if Tuka did most of the work, he said, taking a step back. Glad to see you're not dead yet. But after all this king stuff, I bet you wish you were. He sucked in a breath. No reverent followers nearby. I'd rather never get used to it. Not doing any of this so people kneel at me. Trevor clicked his tongue and shook his head. Anywho. Glad to see you're not dead either. There's a lot for us to catch up on, but might want to save it for the party. Apparently there's a lady investigator involved in all of this that I somehow never heard about, and I'd like to pay her and Hinamai a visit. Ah, right. Chukiyama and I swooped on in to save one of the executives. The other half ghoul? Crazy guy. Had this lady he was carrying with him, wanted us to save her. Banjo's doing what he can, but... Nishiki sucked on air, wincing. Guy's a wizard when it comes to fixing up ghouls, but humans are something else entirely. The pieces clicked in rapid succession. Takaizawa. There only could have been one woman he'd treat like that, even at his craziest. Akira. Where are they? Trevor pressed, words nearing frantic. All hints of casualness flew out the window. Nishiki's head pulled back, eyes widening somewhat. Oh, got a safe house I sent them on to. Old maintenance room under a bridge in the 19th ward. They should be there, Banjo, Hinamai and gang. We probably won't be able to move them until that lady investigator's in better shape. Trevor forced a calming breath, exhaling through his nose. This day was getting too damn long already. Too much to keep up with, too many details, and now Akira was thrown into it. He hadn't realized how tense he'd been getting until her name came up. Take me to them. He gulped, pinching the bridge of his nose. Please, he added. Not something I'd advise, not right now, Nishiki said, regaining his own composure. Listen, I know she probably had something to do with you when you were an investigator, but we want to be careful. You're on the ghoul side of things again, Trevor. We can't go charging around, not right now. Just have some faith in Banjo, and we'll pay her a visit tomorrow. The less moves in a day, the less likely it is that one of us'll get caught. Trevor groaned, wiping his face again. Yet. I know. You're right. Another calming breath, one that did a better job than the first one. He cleared his throat. Thanks. I haven't had a real breather since the breakout started. Still trying to catch up with the fact that Kai is alive after being convinced she was dead for all this time. Yet, she's been alive. Really like the black dog is back, though. Woman's on a mission, not that I can complain. She feeds us plenty of info about Aojirai and the CCG. I guess the Aojirai connection makes sense, now that the tall guy's out in the open, Nishiki said, folding his arms and looking over to Kyode, who hadn't actually moved from his chair, mid-nap. The masked ghoul apparently liked his sleep. Good thing, too. A ghoul that doesn't use their kagun and only uses a sword just screams boss character. The one-eyed foreigner huffed. It does, don't it? He shook his head. Anyway, I think I'll see if there's anything else on the itinerary for today. If not, I might follow Corona's plan of action and take a nap. I think I need it, he said in a rare moment of self-awareness of his mental well-being. Nishiki threw his arm around Trevor's shoulders, giving him a jostle and a squeeze. You're the boss. Don't need permission to have a nap. Get all the rest you can, I say. Oh, right. King. Hey, Trevor snorted, patting Nishiki's arm. Nice advice. I'm making you my Grand Vizier, so make sure you grow a gross-looking thin mustache to look the part. Yug. I'd never get any, if I did that. Pass. I'll stick to being a meddlesome colleague. Make your court out of people like Tuka and Ayato, why don't you? They're more ghouls. Me? I'm a human fucker, Nishiki said with absolutely no shame, pulling his arm away with a grin. So no mustache. I'll toss your resume then and get the nepotism rolling, Trevor said, smiling back. I'll see you around, man. Got a story or two to share with you once I'm done being dead on my feet. Looking forward to it. Got my own to share too. A lot went down over the years, you know. He said, pushing Trevor off to go get his damn nap. He thumbed up to the upper level of the hall. Should be some quiet rooms back there. Such a good vizier, Trevor said, just loud enough for Nishiki to hear. Without waiting for a reply, and before anyone else could walk up to him to undoubtedly tell him more bullshit, he leapt all the way to the upper level with only a slight twitch of his Kakuja legs. He landed in relative darkness. Alone. Finally. Trevor sagged, resting a claw against the wall and letting out a shuddering breath. He pinched the bridge of his nose and leaned more heavily against the wall. Not even 12 hours. Or had it been? He didn't know what time it was. Everything was just rushing by, so many grand decisions being made, so many old faces back after years of absence. Old relationships and old feelings, mixing and messing with the newer ones. Kaya, alive but changed. He'd almost walked over to Kyode and told him to get a meeting with her right then, but something held him back. A partial excuse was his exhaustion, but he'd be lying if he said he wasn't nervous about seeing her again. His heart was a mess, and he wasn't even sure how important that was compared to his new role in things, in Oak. Akira, evidently hurt badly and with Banjo and Hinamai. He had no choice but to follow Nishiki's advice and wait a bit longer. At the end of the day, he still considered her a surrogate family member. He'd just have to wait a little longer before seeing her again. Just like he had to wait until Ito finally showed up again. Her absence and how he left her did little to soothe his nerves. Too damn much to worry about. What else was new? With an exhausted, drawn-out sigh, Trevor stood upright and shuffled his way down the upper hall in search of a room to crash in. It didn't need to be comfy. It just needed to exist and he'd be fine. A dark storage room called to him, filled with stacked tables and chairs, with the slight smell of dust and stone. A pair of red eyes looked at him, a form slumped on a table laid out. Pull up a table, Anaja. Plenty to go around. And close the door, I don't want to see any form of light for at least 3 hours. Trevor nodded in commiseration, shutting the door behind him. You and me both, Imuto. The first meeting of Oak's tentative executives was underway. A strange group, many once enemies coming together under a singular banner. The most glaring presence was, before any other, that of Take Hiriko. Acting as the human representative, his presence matched that of any of the nightmarish ghouls present. A man second to Nerima, he gave off the impression that he could dispatch of any singular ghoul in the room even if that wasn't how he intended to carry himself. Trevor knew the man by this point. He didn't think like that. Take simply was, ever content to be. That emptiness, that strange hollow peace, may have very well been the source of his strength. Nobody squared up to him, even if he had been one of their most ardent hunters not days before. A large circular table had been unfolded in the center of the main hall, and a variety of plastic chairs gathered for the most notable ghouls and one human to sit. Bar 1, every group within Oak had their representative, Ri, the Jukiyama, the Aojirai remnants, the Blades, Zero Squad, the many former Cochlea inmates, and Irimi's Aojirai insiders. And then there was Trevor. Though there was no head of the table, it went without saying that his position at it was the most important. Now it was just a matter of figuring out the rest. Trevor leaned back into his seat, appraising the gathered people. All of them were strong candidates for leadership positions, if they didn't already have one within their respective groups. He wasn't looking to shake those structures too much, as they clearly worked well already. They knew their people best, but the number of people was still up in the air to Trevor's knowledge. We'll need a proper headcount before committing to our next few moves, Trevor said, folding his arms across his chest. He turned to the Mohawk ghoul, the most unfamiliar face to him. Fuka, how many do we have from Cochlea? The dour-looking, shark-like ghoul leaned forward as attention turned to him. Hard to say, in total. We took as many as we could, but we didn't get everyone. A lot probably died on the way out, too. If we go with there being 1,000 inmates, we probably got away with less than half of that. Call it 300, if we're eyeballing it, he said raspily. Though the man looked almost ill, he seemed to be with it. It's early days. I can do a head count, and make sure everyone's on board with us. I wouldn't worry though everyone thinks you're the bloody villager. I'm inclined to agree. A term that had been thrown around, courtesy of Ito's book. Trevor couldn't deny just how masterful of a stroke it had been on her part, setting this all up. Hers, and Kishao's. Trevor nodded. I'm not too worried about loyalty at this stage, mainly logistics. I'll leave their lower-level organization to you. It was his first time truly at the head of an organization before, the Quinks simply didn't compare. He moved on, turning in the direction of Ayato and Miza. What's the remaining strength from Aojirai? The Blades are a small tribe, but we remain at near full strength. We suffered a few losses on Rushima, but we are ready to serve. Once the time of mourning has passed, we'll fly as arrows, Misa said without any hesitation, staring forward resolutely. A true believer in the cause, even before Oak. If we preemptively take into account the white suits, then the largest remaining faction of Aojirai is still intact. Though they suffered the heaviest losses, their number is less than that of the inmates, she said, settling on a name for Fuka's group. But nonetheless large. 50 or more. My own squad is down to 1 member, but I can fill that out with people and train them up, Ayato began casually, chin resting on a palm. The remaining number of general members belonging to Aojirai is more than the suits, but there's lots of non-combatants there. Children and their caretakers, Trevor. I'll need to sort through who we have left. Of course. Aojirai Tree had become more than a simple gang a long time ago, turning into one of the few sources of stability for a ghoul. It was how they'd grown in such strength over the years, and it only stood to reason that those who couldn't fight would gravitate to Aojirai Tree for protection. It was a role that Oak would now need to fill. Then that's your job for now. Make sure the non-combatants have their needs met as best they can for the immediate future, then we can circle back and talk long-term solutions. Got it, Ayato said, nodding. Being the simultaneous understudy of both Tatara and Shachi, Ayato had clearly picked up on quite a few things. The young man no older than Hinamai had already become a leader in his own right compared to the angry brat he had been once upon a time. There's the matter of shelter and safe houses we need to consider, he said, leaning up from his palm. A new arrangement will need to be found, Take said, sitting calmly with his hands linked together on the table. The CCG will be scouring all suspected and confirmed locations based on any information received before and during Rushima. They're aiming to cut off every head at once, and to stop it from being able to regrow. Concerning, Misa said quietly, tipping the rim of her bucket hat downwards somewhat to hide her eyes. Unless we can figure out a long-term solution, we're going to be virtually exposed. Even here. We'll be safe for the time being. The CCG already turned this particular place upside down, and the restaurant never intended to return anyway. We like to keep it fresh, you see, Jukiyama said, one leg crossed over the other, hands on the upper knee. As for new locations, while the Jukiyama may no longer have the means to monetarily fund an organization, we do still have contacts. We can remain mobile, moving from place to place, until a permanent solution is found. We'll make use of those contacts, then. Shiyu, please put together a list of potential locations that we can go over. Once Ayato and Fuka finish their headcounts, we can figure out who should go where, Trevor instructed. He tapped a finger against the table, considering the remaining people at the table, before turning to Tuka, seated right next to him. What's Ari's status at present? Several bodies strong. As for the location, she inclined her head to the side, humming. The only ones who really saw us without our masks were Mr. Hirako and Nerima. Now the Zero Squad is working with us, I believe it may be safe for the time being. We can use it as a meeting spot, maybe. But I'll be looking at extracting all I can, in case of a potential bust. On the monetary end, we're not exactly wealthy, but if we can turn the overall value of Re into something more helpful, we will. Sounds good. In that case, Re can be our temporary coordinating center, but only for the people in this room and Banjo. Minimal traffic should keep the CCG from looking too hard in that direction for now. It'll be the most likely place someone could find me too, if need be. Trevor hummed. One last person to check on before they could proceed. Kyode, are the cats fit for work? Always, he replied, arms folded and still masked. His blade rested on the arm of his chair. The man went with the flow, it seemed. There's only 7 of us, but we're experienced. Give us a target. Trevor nodded. All the ducks were in a row. Then your target is Sphinx. They're the largest producer of Q-metal for the CCG and a lifeline for them. I gathered up warehouse and factory locations of theirs over the years. I'll pass them along to you, so you can ruin their operations. Destroy their machinery, wipe out their inventory, and if you find anything that looks useful, take what you can. Now that last part we can certainly do, Kyode said, grinning for the first time since Trevor had met him, eager. Kyode, the collector, Take said calmly, nodding in approval. An appropriate task. How many do you even have? Ayato asked, squinting at the tall, tan man. I dunno. I just do it because I think some of them look cool. Always end up slipping back to using the sword, though, he said with a shrug, tapping the hilt of his blade and appearing unbothered by the question. I got the idea from Yan, the leader of the Red Tongue Company. Read a little manifesto thing while that whole business was going down in China, and one of their tactics was to disarm investigators and the like if killing them wasn't an option. Demoralizing, and a drain on their resources. Making a quality quinquo is an involved process, after all. They've never had their supply chains hit directly before, so that's something we need to capitalize on before they realize the full scope of my intake's insider info. Trevor leaned forward, elbows on the table. There's another target that I want to knock out, though there will be a couple factors to take into account, Corniculum. Nowhere near as high security as Cochlea, but I want the ghouls there liberated. The group looked between each other. Misa was the one to raise her hand. The blades can undertake this task, King. Where Cochlea would require force, Corniculum can be handled with a more subtle touch. Mostly vulnerable ghouls there, though. Children and the sorts who simply are not fit for combat we may need to plan around maintaining additional numbers. I do not disagree with your desire, it is admirable, but we must be careful and have plans in place. You're correct. This isn't an objective I want rushed in the slightest, first and foremost is knowing our limits, Trevor agreed, leaning back again. For now, the blades should act in a defensive capacity until Ayato, Shiyu, and Fuka can present Oak's full capacity. At that point, we'll know when we can feasibly receive others and pick the wisest time for you to strike. Understood. In the meanwhile, the blades shall move where we are needed, Misa said, dipping her head. I have a recommendation, if we can spare the manpower for it, Tuka began, drawing all the eyes in the room to her. She cleared her throat. The 24th Ward. Misa, you and your blades are natives, correct? That we are. The Upper Middle Kingdom, Misa said. Is there more below the Middle Kingdom? Tuka asked her, her eyes narrowing. Yes. But the blades have never gone so far. The ghouls lower than us were also small, but strange. Spoke a language that even we could not comprehend. Tuka nodded, resolving to something and snapping her head to Trevor. Trevor, I think we should look for safe houses in the underground. The CCG doesn't know the extent of the 24th Ward, but with guides, we could. Trevor's lips quirked upward. That's an excellent idea that'd handle a couple of our problems quite easily. He looked over to Misa. Do you think the ghouls deeper below would be willing to work with us? It is difficult to say. There are those who go mad in their cannibalism, but many simply desire to be left alone. If we offer protection, many would not consider that a bad thing. You would have to be most kingly, though, Misa said, mulling the idea around, her lips puckered somewhat. Members of the Blades can broker meetings and agreements with other tribes across the regions of the Middle and Upper. Any lower, and I fear you will need an expedition. Sounds like fun, Ayato said, leaning forward. A light in his eyes burned. Tatara always wanted to see what was at the core of Tokyo. The underground was built as much by ghouls as it was by humans, after all. I've always been curious about it as well, Trevor admitted freely, nodding along. He hadn't ventured into the 24th Ward since just before he took over the Quinks squad. It was also Isma's home, in a sense. Tuka's right, it's a potential advantage we can't dismiss at this stage, one the CCG won't have experience dealing with. If the deep ghouls would only listen if I go myself, then I and a select group can descend. And who's in charge in your absence? Kyodai asked, kicking a leg up over the other. We need some hierarchy. We're all in charge of our own little groups, but when it comes down to it, we need firsts among our equality. I'm not gonna listen to Naki if he happens to speak the loudest, you know. Nor should you, Trevor huffed, leaning back. Shiyu will be running things while I'm away. Think you can handle it? He asked Jukiyama rhetorically, knowing full well he could. Of course, my king. It is an honor to be named as your second in command, Jukiyama said, bringing a hand to his chest and bowing to the best of his ability while seated, smiling elegantly. I trust this will not be an issue with the others. The Jukiyama group are the Ogs, Kyodai said, sounding neutral on the matter. Before the tradition of Yakuza house ghouls, before the larger gangs even had a chance to form, before any movement like ours you guys were operating in the back. You don't look it, but you're nightmares. If anyone's good for running stuff, it's the Jukiyama, Silver Spoon, or no. Ayato, who looked as if he was about to protest, simmered at Kyodai's words, considering them quietly. Misa simply nodded along. I do not know the history, but if you are one our king trusts, then I shall answer to you when the time comes. My only problem is his personality, but other than that, Tuka said, smirking across at Jukiyama. He should be all right, I guess. Such a vote of confidence, Lady Tuka. You flatter me. We have come so far in our friendship. It wasn't flattery, you flower sniffer, Tuka deadpanned. To you, maybe, Jukiyama replied effortlessly, chuckling to himself. Trevor snorted. That's settled then. Was there anything else anyone wished to bring forward while we are all gathered here? How do we respond to investigators? Take asked the table, looking between them. The humor faded from Trevor. He steepled his fingers and claws together ahead of him on the table. He recalled what Kyodai had said earlier and used that to build off of. When he spoke, it was with finality. Disarmament is the priority. That is part of my reasoning for targeting Sphinx, chipping away at their ability to combat us while doing what we can to avoid wholesale slaughter. We need the CCG desperate, but not to the point that they'll spit on any demand we make even with a Kagun in their face. Kill only as absolutely necessary. Taking prisoners is on the table as well, once we have the facilities to hold them. That would give us leverage should it come to that. That's quite the change from our usual doctrine, Misa said, sighing the words out. It'll take some time to adjust, if that is to be our way. Trevor nodded. I understand that. I don't expect everyone to simply switch tracks just like that, he snapped his fingers, but the usual doctrine hasn't been working. I'm not saying avoid killing at all costs. If it's the only way to save your life and those of your comrades, then do so. However, we will focus on removing their ability to fight us in the first place. As long as you're not expecting us to hug him, I suppose, Ayato grumbled. As much as he had grown, he still liked a good fight, it seemed. Kyo, you're in charge of showing us how not to murder the soul out of people and take their weapons. Kyodai exhaled, deflating somewhat. What a bother. Good man. In that case. Trevor looked among the group expectantly. After a moment, he nodded and stood. Tuka, Misa, we'll begin planning an expedition over the next few days. Everyone else has their jobs clearly laid out, This meeting is adjourned. The others rose to meet him, Take immediately falling in beside Trevor, his hands behind his back. In unison, all besides Tuka and Take moved into a half bow, and began to make for their own individual parts of the room, seeking out their respective groups. Smooth. Everyone here appears to be competent, Take observed quietly, staring forward blankly. Like a meeting of special investigators. Right? It's one thing hearing about how well Aojirai Tree ran things, but it's something else entirely to see it yourself, Trevor admitted just as quietly. With only Take and Tuka actually present now, he allowed himself a breath and lowered his shoulders a touch. Sitting in on all those special class meetings proved to be invaluable experience here. Things seem to be going well enough so far. Well, we'll see. V won't be reactionary. As we're looking for new avenues to progress, they will be too. Until what they're up to becomes clear, we have to prepare for the worst, Take said, looking across to Tuka. Your insight on the underground was valuable. For all the times I have been there, I never considered it as a safe haven for an organization. Our image of it is as inhospitable to anything other than small groups. Tuka smiled pleasantly across at him, tucking some hair behind her ear. It's nothing. The true extent of the 24th Ward is one of the best guarded secrets in Tokyo Ghoul culture to the point that most of us don't even know it ourselves. I only started finding out about it recently. Even without considering the practical reasons for checking it out, I'm pretty intrigued just on curiosity alone, Trevor said, reaching up with a hand to push at some knots in his shoulder. He always needed a good massage on the best of days, which was difficult to come by when you were a half-ghoul surrounded by humans. Not exactly the case anymore, though. What got you looking into it before? Irimi. She's been using the underground as a means of getting around unseen. Her and Hinami's mom have been making the most of it, even if it's only the upper levels, Tuka said, folding her arms. I figured it was a good avenue to look into for Re in our work. We needed ways to help isolated ghouls into safer areas, so we started mapping out the upper levels in more detail. Difficult without Hinami or Irimi, but we have our ways. The black dog, correct? It's surprising to hear that she has been so active. Right under the nose of the CCG. Take noted, actually appearing thoughtful for once. Irimi had intrigued him. Yeah, that's her. Back before I joined the CCG, she kept a pretty low profile with Antioku. We were dating back then, too, Trevor explained to Take, wincing as he pressed on a particular bad knot in his shoulder. You'll meet her soon enough. You have a particular taste, then, Take said matter-of-factually, nodding. Tuka snorted, whacking Trevor on the back. You have no idea. I know what I want, Trevor retorted petulantly but without heat, rolling his eyes. Even though it's often unintentional, I should note. That sounds like a you problem. Come in, we're getting dinner, she said, hooking Trevor around the arm. I'd invite you Take, but... No, I understand. The children bought me food when they went out, so I'll be fine, he said, raising a hand in a placating manner. No offense and no harm done. When was the last time you ate properly, Trevor? Ages, Trevor realized, blinking slowly with Tuka on his arm. He wasn't sure what counted as more recent, Ito's kakuhao, or the snack Yuta had given him. I'd been, mostly good about it while being Juyojana. Being around Toru's home-cooked food was always a good killer to my appetite, ironic enough. Remember that time we tried to actually eat some human stuff? Kosaka's homemade stuff. I think that was our other big bonding experience, Tuka said, smirking up at him. And to think you had to live around smells like that. It was bad enough making sandwiches. You learned to put up with certain things for the company, Trevor snorted, reaching up and flicking her forehead. Besides, puking in the same toilet with you always felt like the defining moment of our relationship. Misery's best shared, right? This is an origin story I had not heard, Take said, eyebrows raised as he looked between the two of them. Life really is hard as a ghoul. Understatement of the year, but... We can give you the full, embarrassing scoop later on. You'd be surprised how many people we're working with now wanted to kill me dead even before I became an investigator, Trevor sighed, shaking his head at distant memories. It must be the general politeness that wins them over, Take said, huffing quietly. He began to make his way around the table. I'll be outside. We'll call it that. See you later, Take, Trevor said, waving goodbye while he and Tuka made their own way out. Yoriko has a boyfriend these days, I think. I've not talked to her in a while, though. For her sake, Tuka said once they were alone. Funny-looking guy. Intense stare, funny eyebrows. Between that and her bakery, she's gone and become a stable adult before I have. Boyfriends and bakeries, hey. Glad to hear she's doing well enough, Trevor said, tilting his head to the side. That wasn't a name he'd heard, or admittedly even thought of, in a very, very long time. What about you? I know the stable part's a bit out of reach right now, but any boyfriends in the picture? Or girlfriends, I dunno. I don't judge. Tuka cleared her throat, a dusting of red appearing on her cheeks. Nothing serious, or anything. There's a customer who comes around, a student. He used to be a regular at Antioku, too, she admitted somewhat meekly, clearing her throat and notedly staring forward. It's more of a back and forth, I suppose. But he's human, so I can't really go any further with that, for the time being. I'm not as bold as Four Eyes. Ah, Tuka on the back foot. Criminally cute. Nishiki's pretty nuts like that. I'd have to respect that if I didn't want to be a hypocrite. He tutted and nudged her. Well, once things calm down a bit, you should shoot your shot. Incompatible attraction aside, only an idiot would say no to you. Shut up. God. Now I remember why you were so annoying back then, Tuka griped, hunching somewhat and looking off to the side. You don't just say things like that. Ignorant, loud American. Oh, you're fine, you big baby. You had fun with it, Trevor retorted with a chuckle. This feels much more normal. No king stuff. Thanks. You're welcome, she let out, exasperated. Nonetheless, she squeezed his arm with her own. And welcome back. Trevor grinned at her, and it was wholly genuine. Glad to be back. Nishiki sniffed, looking from side to side as he leaned on the wall beside the door. A quiet point in the day, just after 10 in the morning, very few people were around to actually see Trevor and Nishiki snooping near a maintenance door beneath a set of stairs leading up to an overpass. Nishiki nodded over to Trevor, opening the door from where he was and then slipping inside, holding it for Trevor. Trevor followed after him. Reflexively, he nearly reached up to adjust glasses that were no longer there. Ever since the other day, when his eyes had been put out for the second time by Kishao, his vision had mostly returned to how it was back in his older days with Antioku, clear enough to no longer need glasses. After spending the last few years needing them, he'd developed a physical tic or two that he'd need to shake himself out of. They stepped into a dirty old maintenance tunnel. It descended for a few steps more, eventually leading into a stretch of dense darkness and old must, until a light became clear off to the side of the hall, a side room. Nishiki peered through the frosted glass, before knocking a few times in a particular sequence. A shadow filled the glass pane for a few moments before the door opened to Hinamai, finally out of the prison attire of Cochlea and in some normal clothes, modest and kind-looking. She smiled at the two of them, stepping aside and beckoning them into the well-lit room, speaking quietly. Not much in the way of refreshments, I'm afraid. I think we'll manage, Trevor replied, smiling upon finally seeing her again. Unable to help himself, he pulled her into a hug, giving the girl a quick, tight squeeze. Glad to see you made it out okay after all that. She smiled, chin resting on his shoulder as she clung to him for a moment, giving his back a reassuring pat. I'm amazed it went as well as it did, all things considered. You're still stupid, though. She released him, hands moving to rest on his arms, exhaling. We can't let Banjo break his focus, so keep your voices down. I know, Nishiki griped, kicking off his shoes. This is my safe house, you know. You're not even the strongest guy here, a hiss of a voice commented from the side, slumped on a chair. A figure in baggy all black, a hood covering the top of his head but doing nothing to stop the stark contrast of his bright white hair and skin. He stared across at them with a wide, unflinching gaze, an unhinged presence about him. Take your shoes off, Jenna. We're trying to keep it clean in here. Trevor snorted quietly in the face of the half-ghoul who had once beaten the piss out of him, sliding his shoes off all the same. It's Trevor Galena now, cousin, he advised Takaizawa. After the shoes went off, he stepped over to the table and set his satchel down. No more dove work means no more fake names. Also, you look hungry. He opened up the satchel, revealing carefully sealed packages. We brought plenty for you two and Banjo, so eat up. Finally, Takaizawa muttered, slumping onto his feet, standing with a hunch as he moved over to take a package for himself. Been running on fumes since Rushima. Fucking Tatara. Fucking Hauji. He said, the former name clearly containing more spite than the latter. If he had anything else to say about it, he didn't say. He simply moved back over to his chair and fell back into it, staring at the package blankly. Call me Takaizawa, Trevor. Or Tial. Or Saidu. Don't really care, at this point. Saidu or cousin it is, then, Trevor decided, taking his own seat at the table and pulling out another item, a book. He offered it to Hinamai, wagging it in the air. Connections pulled, as promised. Happy prison break. Her eyes lit up, and she stepped forward maybe a bit too eagerly to take the book into her hands, staring at the cover with a glisten in her expression. You didn't have to, you know. She said through something halfway between a chuckle and a sniff. She rubbed at her eyes with a sleeve, tucking the book beneath her arm for the time being. Though, if I'd picked up on it earlier, she could have given it to me herself. Nobody could have guessed that Ito was Sen, Takaizawa said, idly flipping his food parcel up and down. Not without knowing the other, anyway. Kept them pretty far apart. Not like it matters now, Nishiki said, hands in his pockets and staring across at a second door on the other end of the room. I remember thinking a dead Tatara would mean not needing to worry about reckless idiots like Aojirai running around. Turns out, that wouldn't have changed much. If you'd known who Ito was, how much would have really changed? Not much. I doubt I'd have actually approached her about it, Hinamai replied, nodding along. Ito was much scarier than Miss Sen, after all. There were a couple times, here and there, when we were together where Sen kinda reminded me of Ito, a bit, Trevor admitted with a sigh, scratching his cheek. Things she'd say, mainly. But I'd just chalked it up to a small coincidence and convinced myself there was no way. He exhaled and ran a hand through his hair. Fools me, I suppose. It took her coming clean to my face for me to realize. Dick thinking for you. It happens, Takaizawa said offhandedly. Nishiki hummed in agreement. Trevor opened his mouth, then closed it. Then he opened it again with an argument truly befitting his station. Shut up. It was his way of completely conceding the point. in that they could all at least share a chuckle. The lady investigator. Akira. Akira Madao, Takaizawa hissed at Nishiki. Madao's through there. He gestured to the other door. Her condition's a bit touch and go, but Banjo's doing what he can. Man can fix up a ghoul like that, but a human? Different deal. He's learning on the go. Trevor sobered a bit, glancing at the door. I'd like to see her. Would just going and mess with Banjo's work. Be my guest, Nishiki said. Think Banjo would appreciate the visit, anyway. He was always in your corner, didn't think of joining back up with Aojirai once. The one-eyed smiled fondly. Yeah, that sounds like Banjo. He got to his feet and went for the door. After a moment, he slowly opened it and stepped inside, shutting it behind him. A plain, clean room with only a bed, a stand beside it and a chair. Both the bed and the chair were occupied, the former by Akira out cold, breathing from parted lips and with beads of sweat running slowly from her hairline, and the chair by Banjo. The man read quietly as he worked, serving as a literal lifeline for Akira, his kagun protruding from his shoulder and producing wires that ran across the ground and then back up into Akira like intravenous drips. His hair had grown and become darker, combed back behind his ears. He looked larger, too brawnier than even before. Though if that translated into strength was up in the air. Not much change, Nishiki. Tell Takaizawa to settle down. Doing everything I can here. Seeing Akira in that condition was enough to give Trevor serious pause, the woman he'd come to see as a family member in clear pain. But she was safe for now, and being taken care of by one of the most reliable guys Trevor had ever met in Tokyo. Speaking of. I'll be sure to pass the message along, Trevor replied to Banjo, a hand on his hip and smiling over at the hulking man. Banjo did a double no, a triple take after a moment's pause, almost snapping the whole chair with the force with which he turned to look over at Trevor, eyes wide. His beard had gone from a swirl to a cross, in the years since they'd seen each other. Holy moly! Trevor! Banjo half yelled, forcing it out as more of a hushed exclamation. He stood, pushing the chair back without actually intending to do so, and gaped. You're fine? Alive. I can't believe it. Not dead yet, despite everything. I'm back, and this time for good, Trevor told him, grinning at Banjo. It's great to see you again, you big lug. Banjo sniffed. He moved his arms out to the side. Trevor laughed, sniffed a little bit too, and embraced the man. Banjo lifted Trevor up, squeezing him to the best of his ability. Not as fierce as Hinamai, but it was certainly an improvement. You've missed so much, boss. Fuck, I don't even know where to start. I've been running my ward and trying to create a space for ghouls who don't want to be part of Aojirai, but that's been hell. Sure, Ayato's been great to us, kept Aojirai off our backs and even helped us when we needed it, but we still had the doves to worry about, and he paused, setting Trevor down and taking a breath. Wait. Never mind. What I'm trying to say is that I missed you. Message received. I missed you too, man, Trevor said, his smile turning fonder as he patted Banjo's hulking arms. Sounds like we've both got a lot to catch each other up on, a few eventful years LL do that. You look good, man, and your kagun, he leaned around Banjo to appraise the RC stump protruding from his shoulder, looks like you found a way for it to help people, like you wanted. Yeah, well, I had to figure something out. I'm the weakest of the old gang still, but with this I can give people something to fight around. As long as I'm in a good state, I can make sure others are too. It's more than I could ever ask for, really, Banjo said, smiling over his shoulder. Still have a lot to learn, though. Like right now with the miss here, he said hesitantly, turning to face Akira and settle back down into his chair. He reached down to pick up his book by Leger. Human bodies have different tolerances for what repair RC can do, and I've got to be careful. If I'm not, I could cause more bad than good. Trevor exhaled and moved to stand beside his chair, looking down at Akira with lips pressed together. Worry was plain on his features. He grabbed a nearby rag and, very tentatively, dabbed away some of the layers of sweat on her forehead. I'll really appreciate anything you can do for her, Banjo. Akira's, like family to me. She's one of the few people in the CCG that I was really close with. Like I said, I'm doing everything I can. I'm still in the discovery phase, putting together the exact details while mitigating the worst of the damage. Quinqua. Seen injuries like it hundreds of times by now, but on a human? Different thing altogether. Stab wounds, most of it from behind. Trevor frowned deeply, brows furrowing. That's not at all what I expected. I would have thought an Aojirai member had done this. Did Sai tell you what happened to her? Banjo hesitated, then looked up at Trevor. It wasn't anyone from Aojirai, Trevor. It was a girl? White hair, darker skin. Saidu said Akira got in the way of them trying to take him, and then stayed there. Took a few hits for her, and probably would have died, but then. Banjo paused, licking his lips. Do you remember a man called Aman Kodoro? Trevor blinked rapidly. He made a small, choking sound from the back of his throat, jaw working a few times and struggling to make anything intelligible come out. That name, another name brought back from the dead? He's alive? He asked in tentative hope, and shock. So it seems. Never met the man, don't know him, but he's a ghoul now. Like you. Strong enough to fend off the CCG's half-ghouls long enough for Takaizawa to escape with Ms. Madao. And here we are, Banjo exhaled, opening the book to the page he had been reading from before. In a world that's changing more and more with every passing moment, like the past few years were just the prelude. Trevor sucked in a breath and shut his eyes, silently reeling from yet more revelations. He really needed to start carrying a damn notepad around whenever he talked to someone these days. Every conversation was proving to be a deeply enlightening one. He exhaled. You are telling me? I'll talk to Saito about the rest of the details there. But as for what's coming next? Trevor rested a hand on Banjo's shoulder. We've formed a new organization called Oak. It's made up of, the Aojirai remnants, Jukiyama family, and everyone that's willing to join. I have a feeling you'll want in on that, and I want you to be the representative of the 6th Ward ghouls in my court. Banjo leaned back, blinking a few times, strong jaw setting. Court? What, like royalty or something? Trevor blinked. Oh. Guess you don't know. He cleared his throat. I killed Kishao Nerima. I'm the one-eyed king. Oh, Banjo said, nodding. That's good. I think. Who was the king before that? Ito, kind of? Though it was more like she was waiting for someone else to take the title, Trevor shrugged. He'd decided not to tell everyone, hey, that guy you all hated was actually your king this whole time and he wants me to lead you, figuring that'd be a hard pill to swallow. And now she ceded that to me after everything that's happened. That's a development and a half. You got a crown now, too. Banjo asked lightly, smirking up at him. I guess that fits with her narrative too, in a way. He waggled the book, by Leger. Been reading and rereading this thing ever since it dropped. She certainly knew what she was doing, Trevor agreed with a sigh. And please, no crowns. I still get uncomfortable with people bowing to me most of the time. Ah, come on. The people love it. We're ghouls, Trevor, we love fancy stuff when we can get it. You ever seen a traditional ghoul wedding ceremony? All bling, family heirlooms going back as far as, well, a long time. From the mainland and beyond. We don't get to put that kind of stuff on often. Banjo insisted, beaming. Crown. 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 Fin, but you're in charge of getting it. Trevor conceded, throwing his hands up in mock dismay. I swear, when we got involved in this whole mess together, I hadn't exactly imagined things would go this way. Yeah, well, story of my life. Never expected to end up being a leader of any sort, but it happened. I've sort of come to expect upheaval, though never what the end result looks like. For some reason, I usually end up in a higher status than I was before, Banjo said, tilting his head to the side. Think you can relate? To put it mildly. Suffering from success, is what the kids call it, Trevor said, nodding in commiseration. Well, I think I'll leave you to it for now, I need to grill Saito for information too it sounds like. We brought you some food, by the way. If you need anything else while you're holed up in here, just holler. Oh, thanks. I'll eat later, once I'm done with this chapter. It's a good part, Banjo said, showing off the page. On the surface, it's about the folly of even being called a king, but beneath it you can kind of see sense thinking on the matter. A king is a temporary thing, only there to pave the way for the people to choose their own future. Nobody really wants a monarch. Nobody with a brain, anyway. Trevor smiled, a small huff of agreement from his lips. She's right. This title is a means to an end, not the end itself. My goal is to make a future where a one-eyed king is no longer needed. Until then though, we got a lot of work to do. He smirked at Banjo. I'll be counting on you, bud. Banjo nodded, patting Trevor on the arm. You know where to find me. I could be here for a while. Seems like it. I'll catch you later. At that, Trevor made his way out and closed the door behind him. After a moment, he wiped his face and turned to the other resident half-ghoul in the room. Nishiki and Hinamai were chatting amongst themselves, while Takaizawa was zoned out in the corner. Trevor approached him. So. Banjo gave me the abridged version of what happened to Akira, Trevor started, folding his arms and leaning against the wall. But I'd like the full story. What more is there to know? Saito asked, staring at the ceiling, his mood having fallen into a lull. He almost seemed dosed. Akira did some dumb shit, got hurt by your brat, Amon showed up, and I split. Easy. He said it was a girl with white hair and dark skin. That doesn't match any of the Quinx's looks, closest would be Toru, I suppose, but he's got green hair, Trevor replied. Either way, I don't see any of them just backstabbing her so badly like that. He coulda swore that was a girl. Never mind, Saito muttered, finally looking at Trevor. I don't know the details or whatever, all I know is that Akira got called out for doing what she did. You were an investigator, I was an investigator, we both know what that means. Articles 88 and 119 of the Ghoul Countermeasures Law. Harboring or preventing arrest can result in severe punishment to humans, up to and including death. She was preventing. I wouldn't even consider it a backstabbing. She had her warning. She protected me anyway. Trevor reached up to rub at his temple, a headache coming on. How could any of the Quinx really try to kill Akira even if she was breaking the law? Jinchi and Seiko, they would never do that. Toru. The way Saito talked, he was suggesting Toru had done it. And he'd had white hair? Trevor didn't like it. He didn't like any of it. What had happened to one of his kids while he was gone? What had pushed him that far? Nothing good came to mind. He exhaled. It was just another problem. One of many. You know, I asked her about you, after the auction. She got a little defensive, which was a first, Trevor admitted. But I guess now I see why. And now it turns out she and I betrayed the CCG around the same time too. Accidental partners in crime. He sighed, shaking his head. And what about you, Saidu? What do you want to do now? Too soon to know. I was happy just killing people before, but now, he paused, looking over to the door leading into where Akira lay. He tugged. I'll wait and see. I don't really care about Aojirai, or the CCG, or any of that crap, not anymore. The CCG abandoned me, Aojirai made me into this thing, made me see things I know aren't real, do things I know are bad. But I just don't goddamn care, Trevor. All I know is that I killed Tatara, and I'm one of the strongest things on the face of this planet. I'll do what I want when I feel like it. Trevor hummed and nodded along, arms folded across his chest as he listened to Saidu. In that case, I'll give you an option to consider. You're right, you're one of the strongest out there, and I'd be lying if I said I didn't want you for what's coming. There won't be many places to hide for a lone wolf out there, not anymore. He let out a breath. And for what it's worth, I care about Akira too. She was good to me, and I love her like family. As long as I'm in charge, she'll have a place with us. What happens when she wakes up and can make her own decisions, that's up to her. Takaizawa grunted, slumping into the chair some more. That's fine by me. I'm just here until she's awake. She don't need something like me around, it just complicate things. Until then, I'll lend a hand, every now and then. If only to keep Akira safe. I'm not one of your people, though. I won't do anything and everything just because it came from your lips. I'd hardly expect you to, Trevor said lightly, smiling a little. But that's good enough for me, cousin. He pushed himself off the wall, half turning away. If you ever want to talk, or anything like that, just ask. I'm not interested in keeping up that number one thing, or whatever it was they put in your head about our relationship. Yeah, I'm not interested in it either. I was just fucking around, if I'm honest. Had to look for a reason to get motivated to kick your ass, you know? Kanu's shit was just convenient for that, the monster. For the time being, we're acquaintances through Akira, got it? Saidu said, retreating further into his comfy-looking black garbs, tugging on his hood a little. If you'd caught me 4 years ago, we might have been buds, but now? I can honestly do without them. Too messy up here as it is. I can relate when it comes to messy heads. Unfortunately, I pathologically derive meaning from other people liking me even when it kills me, Trevor tugged, shrugging at himself. You're free to move at whatever pace you want, Saidu. Until then, I'll go hang out with my little sister and the first guy in Tokyo who tried to kill me. If that Four Eyes guy was the first, I can see why you're still alive, Saidu replied dryly. Have fun for the two of us, why don't you? Sending you positive vibes. Saidu tugged. Vibes are bullshit. Chukiyama spoke to Fuka in their corner of the meeting room within Oak's temporary base of operations. The shark-faced youth of a ghoul nodded along, seeming to be taking a lesson of sort from Chukiyama, or heeding orders from the organization's second-in-command. On Trevor's approach, Chukiyama gave Fuka a pat on the arm and dismissed him, getting a bow from him in response. How are things coming along? Trevor started, hands folded behind his back as he stopped just before Shiyu. Well enough, I suppose, Chukiyama replied, crossing his arms and looking after Fuka. Interesting story, that one. Double S rate by 15, and not because of his abilities. He's, unfortunately for the Diet, politically minded. Trevor quirked a brow, curious. How do you mean? His father was a secret bodyguard for a past prime minister. Once the JSP fell apart, however, he was quite suddenly out of work. The wider ghoul community doesn't look too kindly upon those Yakuza house ghoul sorts, and that's what he was viewed as upon his return to normality, Chukiyama explained, sighing. A shame. But the father at the very least taught the son. Literate and passionate, though it doesn't seem like it on the surface. He's a believer in systemic change, even if it be through violence, so for a brief period, this child ghoul was inspiring ghouls to target politicians. That caused both of Trevor's brows to shoot up. I can see where that double S rate came from now. A ghoul learned on socialism and his people's liberty, with enough brains to know how to act on it. No wonder they'd kept him in Cochlea. I noticed him slot into a natural leadership role among the former inmates. More and more, he sounds like a good addition to Oak. And to think, we'd be at each other's throats were it not for the fact that there's something else trying to kill us both, Chukiyama huffed, smirking. But he seems like a decent fellow, bleeding heart and bloody politics aside. It does raise a question of what we shall do once this is all over. If we win, what does this mean for ghouls politically? Humans still hold the majority of infrastructure, both national and political, and are far better educated. How do we ensure we're represented? We'll need politicians of our own. It's a longer-term goal that I've been thinking on as well, Trevor sighed, running a claw through his white hair. Once we're more settled, and can afford to, I want to put in place a basic education system. Mandatory for children, steadily cultivate their minds and get them thinking about more than just survival. It was an old desire of his, one of the very first, in fact, that he had when he came to Tokyo when the absence of ghoul education became apparent. He'd kept mentioning it to those he knew back in the old Antioch days. Unfortunately, life had somewhat gotten in the way of that goal. Beyond that, we'll need to work on it as we go along. V won't let us tackle that particular problem quite yet. Of course. But we should prepare nonetheless, Mio Amiko. We do not wish to recreate the folly of people's past and emerge into a world of chaos with no plan, Tsukiyama said. But I fear that few of us are actually equipped to work on that plan. Unfortunately, yes. I'll be keeping an eye out for promising individuals who I think can help in that regard, Trevor said. And I trust you are already doing the same. Fuka may be useful for that, if we can curb some of the more violent political tools he'd prefer. We're not looking to usher in a new era of warlords here, after all. He can learn. He's a young man, after all. All that we need to do is show him that our ways work. Tsukiyama smiled at Trevor. We're still a long way from victory, but now that Oak exists, we have to be more than the gang we were. Trevor returned the smile, patting Tsukiyama on the shoulder. I'd say we're already doing better, Shiyu. But you're right, it's a long way off, and our problems are much bigger than we thought they were. After a moment, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a music player with earbuds, offering it to Tsukiyama. And speaking of said problems, there's information here that I want to share with you. A recorded conversation from Cochlea between Ito and a name you might recall. Suda. Tsukiyama did a double take, eyes squinting as recognition set in. Ito and Suda? In Cochlea? That's an unusual combination of words, Trevor. Nonetheless, Tsukiyama took the buds. He placed them into his ears and nodded for Trevor to proceed. Only more unusual from here, Trevor sighed. He pressed the play button and waited. A couple of minutes played out, and Tsukiyama's expression went from a sort of consistent surprise to a more stoic look. He hummed as it approached the end, locking eyes with Trevor. Once it was done, he took out the buds and handed them back over to Trevor. That's concerning. A succinct summary if nothing else. To put it mildly, Trevor exhaled, pocketing the player and buds. When I arrested her, Ito suggested that I bug her cell in case of, well, that. Suda, otherwise known as the investigator Nomura Furuta, also a washayu and a clown, responsible for bringing me to Kanu all those years ago, and far more, it seems. And I was never the wiser, Tsukiyama said quietly, mulling over his thoughts quietly for a few moments. Though, given how he was involved with the restaurant, there's some degree of individual action here. The only time they were ever shut down was by you. The CCG did not do a thing. I don't believe he's truly aligned with the CCG. He's working with them, but it's more like he's using them more than anything, Trevor said with a nod. If I'm honest, I'm still trying to figure out his true goals. He's with V, which uses the CCG as its more obvious hand for oppression, yet colludes with quite a few ghouls in Kanu, feeding the bastard victims for his experiments. Not to mention. He frowned deeply, a trace of worry in his voice. He has some ace up his sleeve that was strong enough to kick Ito's ass during the breakout. I still don't know what it was. I was going to ask her when she shows up again. Tsukiyama said nothing on the point of Ito. I talked with my father extensively about this V group recently. We've never had direct dealings with them, but it has become abundantly clear that we were only allowed to continue with our methods of commerce for so long as they approved of it, he said, exhaling. Which is frustrating. It feels like one is fighting a ghost which has a gun. Horribly apt descriptor. And if Suda here is to be believed, your family had been cultivated, for lack of a better word, to eventually justify the CCG's destruction of them. Marching into a moving train, as Suda himself put it, Trevor said, lips curling with distaste. That said, I wanted to give you as much of a picture as I have of the situation. I'd been trying to dig into V on my own, alongside a retired dove who was also interested in finding out the truth. I have some files we were able to put together, but still. Damned difficult. How far does it go, I wonder? Tsukiyama muttered, cupping his chin. My father was as good friends with the current Prime Minister's father. Maybe if we utilized that connection, we could see if this group's influence reaches the Diet. If so, then it'd explain a lot. I'd be shocked if it didn't. But we should follow that trail, Trevor encouraged. We need more than just military strength if we're going to win this war. If your father can help out in any way, I'll see what I can do. Getting in contact with the Prime Minister's father may be difficult, given our status as fugitives, but we were rich at the end of the day. I'm sure there's some workaround we can exploit, Tsukiyama said with all the confidence of a wealthy person who knew that fact all too well. The man knew how the world worked. We'll see if we can sniff out any sympathy among the LDP, though I doubt it. Nationalistic zealots more concerned with approval ratings, most of them. Useful to the Tsukiyama once upon a time, but not so much anymore. Can't imagine so. Any edge we can get would go a long way, though, Trevor huffed. The political hellhole that was Japan was something he'd never truly engaged with, mainly because he had far different priorities, but he was going to need to get properly familiarized sooner than later. Being in charge of Oak was going to demand a lot of him. Other than that, we'll need a general watch for clown activity. I don't think they're a monolithic organization, but Suda has a connection to them, and Kurona's informed me that they have Kanu with them now. Clowns. Never thought that particular has-been group would become an issue again, but we do live in interesting times, Tsukiyama said, not quite dismissively but with some revulsion at the prospect of dealing with the clowns. I'll have Ayato and Miza arrange something. They're probably the best suited to it. Trevor nodded. Gucci. That's all I had for now, really. Been mostly running around checking on people the last couple days. Hinami's doing well, by the way. I bet she'd be overjoyed to see you again, when you both have the chance, he suggested. Tsukiyama chuckled, unfolding his arms. I'd love to see her again. She always had an eye for flowers, and as you know, I am somewhat fond of such a thing. Simply leaving her with the brutish sentiments of the rest of our little group would have been no good. She needed a more delicate role model among our number. He opened his mouth to retort, but then closed it. I can be delicate when I want. Trevor grumbled without any heat. But you, do have a point there. You can be, but you're still very much a dude. Absolutely no connection to your feminine. Not that I hold it against you, I'm here for a reason after all. Your very own fairy kill brother. Trevor laughed out loud at that and shook his head. A sorely needed position. Can't imagine being in this situation without you. We took a hell of a road getting here, but I'm glad we ended up the way we did. One skipped meal for a camaraderie to last the ages. I suppose it was a good payoff, even if I'll never know how a half-ghoul tastes, Tsukiyama sighed, shrugging. We all make sacrifices. Do not let me keep you, Trevor. I'm sure you have other kingly business to be getting on with. Always. Take care, Shiyu. And say hi to Kane for me. At the end of the day, I wish them the best, Trevor told him, waving as he moved to walk away. I'll be sure to tell them. Though I think they'll tell you to go away. Tsukiyama called back, amusement in his voice. So have lots of people. It never sticks. The days passed quietly, and for a time, it almost felt like things had returned to a sense of normality. The days of Antioku, though long gone, continued in spirit within Oak, and with plenty of new faces to add onto it. Toka's store, appeared to be clear of suspicion, so it acted as a home away from home for the ghouls of Oak passing though. Trevor and the Zero Squad, however, were its actual residents, sleeping and eating there and out of sight. A breakfast routine had formed. As part of it, Take sighed and set his newspaper down. Another loss. Don't even know why I support them. Trevor glanced at what he'd been reading. He snorted after taking a sip of coffee. Spoken like a true baseball fan. Take hummed. You're familiar. You bet. Baseball's big back in the States. Even in my house, it was a huge deal. Dad's a Chicago White Sox fan, my mom's a Chicago Cubs fan. No matter what day it was, someone was losing, Trevor tutted, though with a fond smile on his face. That's unfortunate. I'm unfamiliar with teams from the States, but I do know of the Chicago Bulls. That's basketball, however, Take said, bringing his cup of coffee up to his lips for a sip. And I think everyone knows who the Bulls are, even ghouls. Michael Jordan's a pretty transcendent fella like that, Trevor confirmed with a nod. He leaned back into his seat, forcing out a dad groan as he did so. I wasn't ever a big sports guy, even though I was surrounded by the stuff constantly. Being a weedy nerd always appealed to me more. Take nodded in agreement. I was never much into sport myself. I played because others played. Baseball was just the one I got caught up in, as a child. I would have rather just been left to explore the forest. Oh yeah? What drew you to that? Trevor asked, interested at the rare window into the life of a little Take. I like the noise of nature. The insects and the birds. It was always more appealing to me than the sound of people, he explained casually, looking into his cup of coffee. Nerima always said I was like him. Missing something. I don't know if that's true, but if it is, I find that missing something when I'm away from life. Not life, necessarily, just a certain kind of it, Trevor mused. He swirled the contents of his cup. When all's settled and done, would you like to move out there and away from the city? It sounds like a pleasant retirement, at the end of a life like ours. If things work out, I'll probably focus on looking after my grandparents. They're nearing the end, and it's the least I can do for them, Take said, looking up again. They did their best to raise me correctly. I fear I may have failed them, at times, but nonetheless. Trevor nodded. Hearing that Take was raised by his grandparents actually made sense, considering the man. I understand and respect that. Are they in Tokyo? Outskirts. Grandfather served in the war, lost his arm for it. Grandmother was one of the first employees for one of the big tech companies just before the boom. They're relatively comfortable, all things considered. It's a quiet life, but it's the one they wanted at the end of the day, he answered, the barest hint of a smile on his face. Grandfather's sick, and grandmother's just old. It's a matter of time. Trevor reached over and gripped Take's shoulder, giving him a little shake before pulling away. Then let's solve all of our problems in a timely fashion. It was a half-joke, one where Trevor understood that nothing would be resolved so quickly and succinctly. Quite. I'm under no illusion that we may be busy for some time, though. Toka, accompanied by the children of Zero Squad, barged in from the back. She snatched the television remote from the counter and turned on the one nearest to them, hung up on a wall. The news played a scene of chaos. Oh, Take said, blinking. Fires rose from the live footage of a building, the rolling bar at the bottom illustrating the situation well enough. CCG branch offices under attack. Fires rising from CCG structures. It's been going on since 5 this morning. Started with one place, and more wards have been hit, Toka said. It's probably just Furuta. Yusa said very quietly as he moved around to where Trevor and Take sat, leaning on the countertop. This is strange, Take said, watching the screen with a patient gaze. This does feel like something they would do, but... You think something else has happened, sir? Shio said, a bit too loudly. Something we don't know about yet. Keep your ears open. We're being blamed for it, though. Supporters of the One-Eyed King, Tuka said with a frown. They're going to make us out to be the bad guys. A false flag OP, Trevor muttered, eyes narrowing at the TV. It's a smart PR move, disgusting as it is. And the systemic nature of the attacks, it not only makes us out to be the bad guys, but organized bad guys. Stokes more fear in the general populace and makes them imagine something worse. If it is Nimura, then we can safely say it's the clowns. Take move to stand, and nodded to Trevor. Call the others. We need a response, a way to differentiate ourselves from the clowns. Trevor nodded, getting to his feet as well. Tuka, have you or anyone at Re had any contact with Yuta or Idari lately? Not for a while, no, Tuka replied, frowning. It's not unusual. Yuta usually has his moments of quiet, and Idari's more of an individual. The One-Eyed hummed and clicked his tongue. Worth the ask, I suppose. After a moment, he recalled a certain encounter earlier that year, and blanched. Maybe this is what she meant by her dancing shoes. Let's get brainstorming. How about a uniform? Kyodai proposed, putting it out there to the attendants of the meeting. As it stands, we're all kind of wearing our own thing. Some of us could be dressed as clowns. The table paused in their considerations. Some had proposed more direct action, striking at whoever was attacking the CCG to make a point, and while that was a decent suggestion, the far simpler suggestion came from Kyodai's lips. I mean, just saying. That, Trevor started, blinking a couple times, is a good idea. A visual sense of unity would go a long way. That's all well and good, Ayato began, looking from Kyodai to Trevor. But we don't exactly have time to hire a designer, or anything. I can cover that, actually, Jukiyama said, clearing his throat. Textiles and design were under the umbrella of the family business. We have people who can help. And what exactly would this uniform be? Maiza asked. She glanced to Hoguro, the sleek-looking member of the white suits, who showed up in place of his boss. Some of us are quite attached to our current looks, I believe. Not speaking for myself, I will do as I am told. Probably shouldn't model ourselves on Aogirai's uniform. I'm only keeping those around as a symbolic thing, Ayato said. Yes, best we avoid that, Trevor agreed. He leaned forward in his seat, tapping a finger against the table. As far as colors go, black, white, and red should do. But I'm open to suggestions when it comes to the uniform's actual contents. Fuka cleared his throat and raised his hand. As something of an outsider, he seemed to feel that he didn't quite fit in with the rest, lacking a previous organization. Yes, Fuka. The doves wear suits, don't they? He asked, persistently tired eyes looking around the table before setting on Hoguro. Suits create an image of success, and validity in the eyes of the average person. The citizens are obsessed with them. And I've always wanted a suit. Hoguro picked up on what Fuka was putting down, and let out a long groan. Naki won't like that. Better than losing the suit, right? Fuka proposed, to which Hoguro begrudgingly nodded. Trevor nodded. That's a reasonable suggestion to me. In fact, I quite like it. Admittedly, he'd grown a bit fond of wearing suits over the years, forced to or not. Any counter-suggestions? I don't think the military look would go down well, so nothing from me, Ayato replied sarcastically, snorting. I'll take anything at this point. As long as we're not confused for being clowns. The suits will need to be distinct, difficult to replicate, Maiza said, nodding to Jukiyama. If you can do that, then I have no qualms. My concern is the same as Ayato's. Worry not. We shall take sizes for all members, and see to ensuring everyone gets their own unique fitting, Jukiyama said reassuringly, smiling. I'd not let Oak dare be accused of not being stylish. That'd be the real crime, Trevor chuckled. He planted a hand on the table. Then it's settled. Oak's uniform will be suits that Jukiyama will handle the procurement of, and Fuka will have his dream fulfilled. The young ghoul gave a slight grin, sharp teeth peeking through. Cool. Fuka loomed over Ayato's shoulder as they both read the paper for the following day, the latter squat on the stage of Oak's temporary headquarters while the other squatted. Just like we thought, Fuka began, teeth bared in a grimace. Blaming us. Specifically, you. Ayato closed the paper, lips a thin line, and looked up at Trevor. What a goddamn setup. Not like anyone has a reason to think it wasn't us. The hell do we do now? Trevor pondered it, hands in his pockets with a slight frown. It was to be expected, really. Oak was the new Aogirai tree, and therefore the next big scary boogeyman that the masses had to be made to fear. Whether it was V or the clowns who had made the call, it ultimately didn't matter, as both groups were willingly or otherwise cooperating to damn Oak. The new uniforms were a step in the right direction, but they needed more than a new look to show for themselves. Trevor mulled over his options, resting his chin on a claw's knuckle. A big play like that would leave at least some tracks, you'd think. 3 wards hit in a coordinated strike in one morning. 18th, 19th, and 22 ND. Those were former Aogirai territories, right? Trevor asked Ayato. Insofar as most wards were. Had people at Rushima, but nobody I was particularly close with, he answered, rubbing his eyelids. Hard to say who's with what, anymore. The ghouls there can be completely ignorant, and it wouldn't really help us at all. True. But they could know at least a little, and that'd be more than us, Trevor said. The 18th and 22nd are our immediate neighbors too, it's probably for the best that we figure out where they stand anyway. As for the clowns. He blew out a breath. All I really know is that nightclubs are a favored haunt of theirs and the identities of a few members. Yuta, Idari, and Nico. The last one he knew Ayato to be familiar with, at least. Nico? That Clow Ayato stopped himself, eyes lidding. He let out an ah. That makes sense. Weird, though. I always thought he was too nice for this kind of stuff. Maybe that's just kid me talking. Ayato tossed the newspaper away, standing. Fuka shuffled back, making room for him. Fuka, can you direct a few guys to keep an eye on clubs in the area? Don't do anything risky, of course. We can put together some descriptions. Shouldn't be a problem, Fuka said, remaining squat. I don't really think there's much we can do until we get our uniform, anyway. Then we can interject, and show we're not the baddest guys in this situation. What we need most right now is enough information to act on once we have the uniforms, Trevor agreed with a nod. As for Yuta, he has his tattoo shop that he runs, and Idari runs the Helter Skelter bar, last I checked. They're both pretty low-key areas though, hard to be just another guy in a crowd. He had the somewhat absurd idea of just popping in with Idari in particular, for old time's sake if nothing else, but who knew how that would go. In hindsight, she had a similarity or two with Gypsy. Speaking of, there's one more clown that you'll need to keep an eye out for who likes clubs. Gypsy. A real psycho. Definitely Kakuja. Not to be approached lightly. The two of them repeated the name in unison, looking at each other. Ah. That may be our fault, Ayato said. Tatara approached her in the first breakout. He tried to kill her, but that obviously didn't work out. We probably should have just left her. No shit, Fuka said quietly, grinning to himself. That's an old legend. Trevor's eyes bulged slightly. If Tatara couldn't kill her. He shook his head. Another goddamn freak among freaks. How many more Leviathans lurked about Tokyo that he wasn't aware of? Well, time to make up for it. We'll just have to succeed where Tatara failed. I'll give everyone a profile, but frankly, I don't want anyone approaching her, save for me, he instructed. Maybe Kurona, Takaizawa, and Ito, whenever she finally shows up again. Ayato sucked on his teeth. You gotta stop banking on Ito, man. I get it, but be realistic here. His jaw worked, silent for a moment. Trevor cut himself off, shaking his head. It's not like I'm praying every night that she'll show up the next morning. And I'm not making every plan of ours with her in mind. I only seriously consider what we actually have. That much I promise. Then don't bring her up. It gives the wrong idea to anyone listening, Ayato chided, making no effort to blunt the blow of his words. Having the owl on our side would be nice, but I don't want anyone thinking that her name is enough to keep us safe. Trevor blew out a breath. The optics. All about the optics. Yet. I hear you. I'll put a lid on it. After a pause, he added, thanks. I don't see everything, much as I'd like to. Ayato nodded firmly, exhaling through his nose and relaxing. It's no problem. I won't coddle you like the others. If you pull some dumb shit, I'm going to tell you. If you don't like it, then that's the way it is. For the best, really. Echo chambers are hardly productive, Trevor said. He put his hands in his pockets. Okay then, correction, if Gypsy is spotted and we're in position to do something about her, I'm the one to directly handle it. Kurona and Takaizawa can accompany me if they're readily available, but otherwise? We don't fuck around with someone who could ward off Tatara. Better, Ayato said, smiling somewhat. Then, on to the next point. The underground. What are you thinking there? Either Miza or one of her trusted subordinates, probably the latter, so she can still manage things up here, will guide me and a select few Oak members downward to negotiate with whatever groups we run into beneath the upper middle kingdom. We'd need someone with better senses for navigation, so Hinamai will probably come along since Irimi's been doing her own thing lately. Kinda hard to reach her, Trevor explained. Still mulling over other people to bring. I can go too, Ayato said, crossing his arms, expression resolved. If Hinamai and my sister are going to be involved, I'm not gonna let them go down there without me. Ah, Trevor said, smiling at him. Not even teasing either. Oi. Shut your trap. It's normal. Hinamai and I are partners, and even though she's rusty Tuka and I used to make a good team, Ayato justified, sneering. It makes sense for the three of us to go together. Add in one of the blades and yourself, and you've got a team. Tsukiyama, Fuka, and Miza can handle running things up here. Shouldn't be more than a few days anyway. Trevor nodded along with the logic, allowing Ayato his defense. Then it's settled. Me, Hinamai, a blade, and the Commander Kirishimas will go down to Dungeons Deep and negotiate an accord with the ghouls below. We'll be leaving in the next couple days or so. Tuka was talking supplies for the journey and she should be Gucci by then. If you keep saying Gucci, it's going to become common ghoul parlance, Ayato groaned, shaking his head. It was bad enough when Yamurai said it, but if the kids start hearing you spouting that nonsense word. I think it's fine. There's something empowering and personal about ghouls having our own slang and lexicon, Fuka said, the exhausted-looking shark lad sounding rather optimistic. Something that's ours, and not theirs. See, Fuka gets it, Trevor encouraged. Yeah, but he doesn't know that Gucci is a brand of luxury, which sells expensive nonsense to rich people, and poor people who can't afford it but have been brainwashed into thinking there's prestige to owning their items, Ayato retorted, throwing his arm out to Fuka. He's been in prison since he was 16. Fuka gawked. Oh. Oh, that's no good. Christ. Trevor grumbled and ran a hand down his face. I'm going to keep saying it, because it's a fun word to say, but I won't work it into any big speeches. Happy. Ayato shook his head, tutting. Fine. I'll settle. I'm gonna go get some food. I haven't eaten yet either. I'll come with. Not supposed to meet with Shiyu for another hour yet anyway. You're getting awfully friendly. Do you do this with all the people you've beaten up? Ayato asked Trevor as he moved into step, making for the exit. Trevor had to seriously consider that. Oh wow. Yeah, I think I do, he responded in dawning realization. Holy crap. Ayato looked sidelong at Trevor, and rolled his eyes at the half-ghoul's reaction. You only just noticed that? You're surrounded by people who you probably would have had to beat up at some point, dumbass. It's called playing it up, brat, Trevor snorted. I'm self-aware in some ways, believe it or not. There's plenty of people around here whose asses I kicked and who kicked my ass back in the day. You get the fun distinction of being both. Congrats. Such a profound honor, Ayato said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I don't know what to do with it, other than shove it up your ass. Trevor nodded. Good to see you're as clever as you used to be, at least. Almost heartening. With the arrangements for the journey into the underground all but made, there was simply the matter of getting it done. Tuka saw to the supplies, and Miza saw to drawing out a route for their guide to take them along, and from what Trevor had glimpsed of the maps Miza had worked on, the underground was magnitudes more labyrinthine than anyone actually knew, especially within the CCG. Some tunnels were familiar from Trevor's time taking part in Whack-A-Mole with Nerima, but Miza added detail to those recollections. The vast chasms into which water fell suddenly became means of travel in and of themselves, containing a myriad of smaller, hidden tunnels which ghouls could traverse through. While Zero Squad was underground, they could have feasibly been surrounded by ghouls and they never would have known. How much of it had been built by men, at the end of the day? How much of it was actually created by ghouls in their years there? The CCG would never be able to tell, but to the people who lived there it didn't matter. It was all theirs. That left only one more thing to get done, to relax with the moment that had been offered. So let me get this straight, Nishiki said, adjusting his glasses as he leaned forward on the stool, looking over at Trevor. You threw this guy, a dude with no foot and with a football head, at Tatara. Like a fastball special, because it was the best way to deal with him. He did have a chainsaw too, Trevor made sure to point out, raising a finger. And by golly, it worked. A collective ooh of awe and understanding came from the gathered. The old faces of Antioku, gathered once again in the dim evening light of, intentionally lowered to create a calm mood. Damn. Doves are fucking nuts, Nishiki observed. That doesn't even sound like something we'd do. Humans need to compensate for particular gaps in their abilities. Dismissing any apprehension around death is one such form of compensation. A weak beast can cause damage, if it does not mind dying in the process, Yumo said, sipping from his mug of coffee, leaning on the other side of the counter. I've never encountered this Shiki, but he sounded formidable. Scary too. Remember that shit he put on the internet? Nishiki reminded them, brow raised. That was something else. Yet. Trevor sighed, lowering his hand. He got a bit of a dressing down for that. Not exactly something the CCG wants broadcasted anywhere. He sipped from his coffee. A complicated man even among his peers. We typically got along, except when it came to, that point. MMH. It was certainly cause for concern, Yumo said. He then nodded over to Tuka, sat beside Trevor. She spoke with a sigh. There was a lot of worry after that went up. Ghouls thinking that the CCG's policy towards that kind of thing had changed, after a relatively quiet period. They used to be a lot crueler, but under the younger guy, that changed. Understandable. Shiki had broken that policy deliberately, even though he knew it'd get him in a lot of trouble. He didn't care, Trevor said. Afterward, I sat in during a meeting where our superiors demanded he explain himself. At first, he gave that whole utilitarian spiel. Results justify methods, that sort of thing. But when the matter of public perception came up, he surprised me. He said, that the public needed to see how ugly things were. That most humans were ignorant of what the war really looked like, or that there was even a war to begin with. The way he talked, he made it sound like he was opening their eyes to the truth. A rude awakening to the truth of the city they live in, Kuma began, eyes shut as he swirled his own coffee about, smiling. A grim act. One that worked, by all means. The CCG's fortunate that Rushima came along, and these attacks. You think so? Trevor inquired. Of course. How long is the public memory when it's being hit with story after story? People remember that incident, but compare it against what's happening in the here and now it simply becomes an afterthought, Kuma said, sounding actually wise for once rather than just kind of silly. If you were a regular human citizen, what would you be concerned about, MH? I dunno. Making spaghetti, or whatever humans do, Nishiki said, shrugging. Oh no, I did not add enough oregano. My feast of varied foods is ruined forever. I don't think that's how humans talk, Yumo boldly observed. I'm the one who lived with one, Nishiki retorted, pointing at Yumo. I've got way more experience with human lingo than you do. You'd rather watch paint dry than hang out with humies. Yamo raised his brows and nodded ever so slightly. True. I like to think I gave you all enough of a preview on that front, Trevor observed, smirking as he rested a hand on his chin. And now I've got a fresh batch of dialectics to barrage you with after a few years living with them. Even if I can't follow some of the younger stuff, he begrudgingly admitted. Nightmarish, Nishiki said, staring forward into the void. Why can't language change less? It makes me feel old. And I'm not even old. I can't keep up with it either, Tuka added in agreement, resting on the palm of her hand, smiling. But it is what it is. New blood comes in and spices things up, and if we can't adapt then we're just silly old loons. Speak for yourselves, Kuma said, cupping his chin. The youth are easy to understand, if you're willing to partake of some of their media, and you keep an open mind. These video games and YouTubes are most intriguing. Trevor's entire body contorted at the air quotes there. Oh my god. I thought I was immune to this sort of thing. I literally can't even, as the kids say. Even Yamo seemed taken aback by Kuma's display of, whatever that was. Kuma did not notice, or did not care. You're already learning. Good, good. On fleek, as the kids say. Oh no. Trevor whined, hands covering his face. Unbest, cringe. It was Tuka's turn to contort, being the youngest of them. Holy shit, please, both of you stop and or die. This is awful. Agreement, Nishiki said, and he leaned over to clink his mug against Tuka. Sucks being the coolest people in the room, hey. You wanna feel cool, Nishiki? The girl that got the drop on you back at the highway? We once had to pry her off a whole ham she was trying to inhale, Trevor told him with a snort. So don't get too big for those britches. I don't know what you're on about. That sounds metal as fuck, Nishiki shot back, rolling with it. I'm proud to have lost to someone so powerful. Don't put her down like that, you shitty dad. I'm not putting her down, just saying the coolest people do the weirdest shit, Trevor huffed. I'm very proud of my daughter, thank you very much. I can start listing off all the reasons why if you really want. Nishiki took him up on his challenge. You know what? Go for it. Tuka, keep count. Yamo, write them down. Kuma, shut up. Trevor took a deep breath. So when I first met her. End time, Ed, 1 hour and 42 minutes. Amazing, Nishiki said, his airness speaking to his genuine awe. I have written every reason down, Yamo declared factually, holding up a small notepad with pages of scribbling on it. 73 reasons why Trevor is proud of Seiko, Tuka said, her exasperation unhidden. You're goddamn right, Bob, Trevor stated with absolute authority, smacking his hand on the table. I got 3 others to talk about, too. I might need a bit of water first though. Tuka winced at the prospect. I think we're good, Trevor. No need to undertake such a burden for our sakes. MH. Then I'll let it lie. For now, Trevor said with a smirk, entirely aware of what he'd done. Can't let it look like I'm playing favorites. Let it be known that we would never dare accuse Trevor of playing favorites, Nishiki said, raising his mug up. Because if we did, he'd talk us to death for roughly 6 hours. I'll chug to that, brother, Tuka said, clinking cups with Nishiki once more. They both threw back their coffee in one go. Harmony, attained at last. Excellent work, Trevor, Yamo said, smiling. Trevor winked at him. It needed doing, clearly. Ghoul after ghoul dropped into the murk of Tokyo's tunnels, the first layer of the citywide 24th ward. In his time with the Zero Squad, rather than descending through holes in the ground, there had been specific and reinforced entrances which allowed them to reach particular points in the underground, but no such luck for ghouls. They had to make do with finding a manhole, and going from there. Cloaks wrapping their form, they assembled in the pitch darkness, soon broken by the glow of their guide's Kagun emerging from their back, strobing like a deep-sea creature through a number of blurs, running up and down the length of their jagged, spider leg-like Kagun. It vastly outscaled their diminutive form, double their height. Surface folk, welcome, their guide, a woman named Fusa, said from behind her cos-shaped helmet, a pheasant plume flowing from the top. Though I think many of you have visited the uppermost kingdom before, for reprieve. We'll not be taking any routes you know of, though. We're in your care, Miss Fusa, Hinamai said, her smile audible despite the low light. Garbed in the dark colors of Aojirai cloaks, sound was the only thing differentiating them for the time being. Figured there were secret routes. You blades were always tight-lipped about how you moved around, Ayato muttered from beside Trevor, though not accusatory in his tone. We were never asked. Master Tatara respected our privacy, Fusa replied, beginning to walk with quick strides for little legs. The others followed, the sounds of damp footfall following after them. But if the king has need of our ways, then we offer them. Simple as, no. You and your people have my gratitude for that, Trevor told her sincerely, keeping pace behind Fusa. It felt as though he were following the lure of an anglerfish into its waiting jaws. The underground has always been something I was curious about as well. I've never had the chance to go too deep until now. Not many do, king. To go across is a simple task, but to descend is difficult. The dark grows heavier, and if one is too far from the hold of a tribe, you are at risk of encountering the lost soul's Nupnasa, in the deeper tongue. Kakuja in surface parlance, but none as masterful as yourself, king, Fusa explained as she forged the way ahead. MH. Nupnasa, Trevor echoed, tasting the words on his tongue. I've encountered them before, years ago. My Quinqua, Isma, was made from one that I'd killed. They fought like a truly wild beast. Lost soul is an apt name for them, he murmured, dimly recalling the horrible shrieks of the ghoul. Shrieks that had felt hauntingly familiar. Isma was with him now, held like a walking stick. He didn't bring it out often anymore, as he didn't want to carry the weapon of a dove everywhere he went, but it felt right to bring it back to the place it had been born. To become your instrument is a blessed fate, for one such as them. It is better than any other that would have befallen them, Fusa said, her tone positive despite the subject matter. They are at peace, and their essence does the work of their people. Better than in the hands of the White Wings, yes. We hadn't known there were so many Kakuja, just below us. But it makes sense, if there's only other ghouls to subsist on, Tuka observed, walking beside Fusa. How do the blades manage? Are you Kakuja, too? No, no, no. Once upon a time, 100 years ago, maybe our ancestors were. But we have changed. Our claws are strong, but our bodies weak. In a way, we dedicate our food to our Kagun, rather than to ourselves. One must eat, but eat carefully. One must hunt, but not take joy in it. To tilt this balance is to dance with the Nupnasa. By remaining mindful of what we do, who we eat, and how often, we remain ourselves. What about before 100 years ago? Hinamai asked. Then we were, probably like you. The underground has not been here forever, after all. It is hard to say. 4 generations. Hey, Ayato muttered to himself. And the ones at the bottom of this place? How long have they been here? I cannot say. Do you ponder how old Oni are? They have always been there, as far as we care. Inscrutable, difficult to find, and fierce, Fusa replied. A familiar sound eventually began to fill Trevor's ears, like the roar of a waterfall in the distance growing louder with each step. Hinamai stopped in her tracks, and the others did the same moments later. What is that? She asked Fusa. Rainfall Cathedral. It is how we are getting to the upper middle, without worrying about any unwanted confrontation. I've been to a few, though we could only walk along the edges by necessity, Trevor said. If we went any deeper, we tended to get bogged down by prowling Kakuja that were using it as a water source. Like a watering hole in the Sahara, where all animals had to go even under the threat of lurking lions or crocodiles. Fusa nodded a few times. Correct. That is why we will only use it to get to the upper middle. Any further and we risk combat. Spilling blood is not advised. Come, come. No slow steps here. A chasm awaited them, or rather, Trevor knew it would become one, the further down they went. From their position, it looked like a gap in the floor about the length of a person across, but the sound coming from that gap spoke to a vastness beneath. With a glance back to the others, Fusa encouraged them to approach the edge. We climb down from here. Only a few minutes. We're gonna get wet, aren't we? Ayato stated more than he asked, sighing. Fusa's tone was positively saccharine. Oh yes. Plenty. They emerged through falling water, and into a cramped tunnel, one of a type Trevor had been in several times before. It had light, but it was such a dim sort that it only added to the oppressive air of the underground. Dense wiring ran across the walls, going from shielded bulb to shielded bulb, the distance between them long enough that gaps of darkness emerged between their poor illumination. The air was warm, in the underground. Breathing it also became more difficult, the further down one went. The sensation was no different from cramped subway stations, a sort of odd mechanical stench carried on what breeze there was. A simple trip, if you know the way. This is our home, Fusa said, bowing to the group as they clambered through the covering of water and into the tunnel. Our height makes moving through here rather easy, but I apologize for any inconvenience you may have. Oh, it's no probow, Hinamai bumped her head as she spoke, hunching down a little. No problem. Can see why no doves really come through here often. No room to move if caught in a fight, Ayato said, taking off his rabbit mask to run his hand down his face, wiping away water. Where are we headed now? We are near the hold of the Black Mark tribe. They are fond of the infrastructure of the underground, and know much about the routes. They can lead us safely to the Middle Kingdom, and maybe further, Fusa explained, shaking herself off like a dog. They will also be your first appointment, King. Trevor nodded. There had been talk of bringing more tribes on board with Oak, most of the negotiations being handled by Miza and her people. But with him already having a reason to go down, he might as well pay what tribes he could a personal visit. What are the Black Mark tribe like? He asked. He was in new territory here, the gangs of Tokyo he understood after years of dealing with them. The tribes of the underground, however, clearly had a culture he was only just now starting to learn. Fusa hummed before speaking, already leading them on their way. They like building things. Tales have it that they helped build much of what is here, where the humans above stopped. I cannot say as to if that is true, though, but they like to think it is. They are a people of Kaukakukagun, and their personalities match that. Resolute, stubborn, sharp. They are not a terribly prideful sort, though. They, like the Blades, abandon such notions in order to survive. Does that make sense? She asked Trevor, looking back at him. Somewhat. It's an interesting combination, Trevor mused, tilting his head slightly. How have your dealings with them gone in the past? You seem familiar. We have warred with them, Fusa began. Ayato snorted. Great start. But all do, here. It is accepted as normal. One must feed and survive, but we shall not eat our own. There is no malice. It simply is, Fusa elaborated, turning a corner. But outside of that, cordial exchanges have taken place, and gifts occasionally shared when neither side was desperate. We can work with them, but recruiting them may be different. If they're stubborn like you say, I'd hardly expect them to bow the moment they hear I'm the one-eyed king, Trevor said with a sigh. What do you think it would take to secure their loyalty? I wish I could tell you, king. They have no interest in the surface, so I do not know what you could offer them. A means to continue their work, maybe. Fusa supposed, a hint of uncertainty in her voice as she was forced to think on the spot. They're ghouls at the end of the day. Strength, and a bit of incentive should be a good place to start, Ayato said. You said they liked building stuff. Correct. Ayato nodded, looking at Trevor. We can work with that. Building requires materials, and being trapped under here must mean their stuff is handed down and maintained. We can snag some new things for them. That could work. We can make that promise while we're there, and deliver on it during a return trip to prove we mean business, Trevor said in agreement. Means we won't fully recruit them right away, but that's fine. So long as we can work with them to lead us further downward, we'll at least establish a connection to them. Best we can ask for, really, Tuka said, hunched up beside Trevor in the cramped tunnel. If we can get 2 tribes on our side, then we can probably make a more convincing case to the others, especially if we don't have to fight them for it. Many tribes. Might be many cases to be made, Fusa said. The stretch before them was long, with no turn in sight. Some friendlier than others, and all spread out beneath the city. If we can make use of rumor, we can contact them through the surface, Hinamai added. Moving from one point of the city to the other is easier than crossing it underground, right? True enough, true enough. Find the corresponding entrance to the tribe you wish to contact. Fusa mused, taking Hinamai's words into account. That's a good point. It'll be more difficult at the start, but any early success would help prove our legitimacy, Trevor mused, nodding along. When we get back to the surface, we can pick and choose which tribes that the Blades believe would be most open to the discussion and work from there. We don't have the resources to reach out to everyone ourselves yet, but it's as you said, Fusa. Rumors can do some of the work for us. Their discussion came to an abrupt halt as Hinamai raised her hand up, urging the others to stop. She gestured up ahead, into the dimly lit distance. A light blinked and flickered, faulty in its function. Under it, sat a small form, legs folded, arms crossed across its bare chest. A metallic helm akin in shape to the front of a hammerhead shark reflected the orange light, and a slit at the center displayed 2 crimson eyes, staring at them. Their watch, Fusa said quietly. Her Kagun retracted slowly, carefully, its light dimming all the while. No danger, for now. But nothing sudden. Understood, Trevor replied, watching the black-marked tribesmen up ahead. They cast an imposing figure in the hallway up ahead. Negotiations, it seemed, were about to begin properly. They approached at a much slower pace than they had previously been moving at, and the watchman seemed content with that, unmoving from his spot on the tunnel floor, like a squat statue. Once closer, it became clear to see that the shirtless man had a well-defined musculature, scarred with small burns and poorly healed cuts. Upon his helmet, a black mark painted on an open triangle with a zigzag in the middle, a power sign. Small coins glistened against his baggy pants, yen hooked to a chain like chainmail covering a leg. Challenge or exchange, Blade? The man asked with a firm calmness, his voice oddly deep despite his size. Cooperation, Fusa said without hesitation, choosing neither. The black-marked tribesman stared at Fusa for a good few moments before looking up at Trevor and the other surface-dwelling ghouls. The watchman squinted. So I can see. Who be these long ones you bring with you? They smell of the surface, but also of our kind. Allies of the Mother Moth. Trevor's expression remained blank, but it was impossible to not recognize that name. They knew of Ryuko. In a sense, yes, Fusa replied, dipping her head at the mention of the name. Will that be a problem, cousin? No. She is helpful and wise, even if nosy in her visitations. That is no ill mark against them. Very well. Speak for yourselves, surface dwellers. What brings you here? Challenge or exchange? He asked them, looking between them. He didn't know which one to consider the leader. Trevor stepped forward. Cooperation, with a future exchange. I am the One-Eyed King, and I and my allies seek the Black-Marked tribe's aid in reaching the Middle Kingdom, he told the tribesman, meeting his crimson eyes evenly. The watchman's eyes narrowed. A king, is it? He asked, snapping his gaze back to Fusa. Yeah, fool, Blade. You bring a one-eye here? You know the tales. They are warnings, not invitations, he grumbled, moving to stand. The coins against his legs rattled as he did so, the sound emphasized by the structure of the tunnel. A way to let people know he was coming, maybe? Surface air has driven your lot silly, I swear. I cannot deny this, but the tales are not warnings in their entirety. They are history, cousin. If we do not heed the words of the king, then it is history that shall be repeated. A new generation of ghouls shall be driven to the earth, and we shall all suffer for it, Fusa insisted, moving to remove her helmet all the while. As she did, the watchman almost did a double take, leaning back. The removal of masks. There was meaning there. She revealed her face, a round and cute face with tired bags beneath her eyes, hair braided and green, a tattoo of sorts on her cheek. She regarded the watchman with crimson eyes, and then bowed. The world above has changed. It is not a change we can ignore. The watchman blinked a few times, eyes nervously flicking about. He steadily raised his hands, and then cleared his throat. Gah. Okay, Blade. I understand the weight of your words, even if they be silly. Just, put your damned helmet back on. I'm just a guard, no chieftain. Fusa beamed, plopping her helmet back on as requested. Thank you, cousin. Does that mean? Yes, yes. King with the eye, you wish for discussion and maybe discourse with the black marks. That you can have for free. I shall allow you entrance into the hold, the watchman said almost begrudgingly, sighing. Come along. It is the hours of rest, so many are home. You picked a good time. Trevor dipped his head, smiling at the watchman. How fortunate. Thank you, Black Mark. Please show us the way. The entrance to the Black Mark hold was built into the underground. A double door, several men tall, reinforced several times over. It did not look like a place one was meant to wander into blindly. Faded words on the floor, faded words on the door, it had clearly been appropriated from a very different kind of project. This was the work of humanity, and not a random sort either. It reminded Trevor of CCG infrastructure, just generations older. One moment, surface dwellers, the watchman muttered as he wandered off towards the door. At one side of it, an old keypad, buttons metallic. After inputting several numbers, he reached down to a panel beneath the door, and then with all his might, turned something with his hand. The doors began to screech apart. Dust moved, and a dying crimson light span. In a different year, it would have been brightly alerting everyone to the movement of the door, but now it simply added to the already dismal light of the underground. What the fuck is this? Ayato muttered. Reminds me of some CCG facilities that go underground, Trevor mused, inspecting the structures. Like the lab Kano had been using under the mansion, or R&D, but much older. More of a high-security bunker than anything else. There are several such holds throughout the underground. The Black Mark hold, however, is the toughest of them. They have the code to their hold, Fusa explained quietly. The door took a good minute to open in its entirety, and beyond it waited several more Black Mark tribesmen, their helmets similar but ever so slightly different from the watchman's, and lacking the coins at their hip. Beyond them, a small town of sorts, with tents for buildings, bright fabrics running between high points. The sound of work came from within, the hammering of metal and even what seemed to be welding. A guard at the front began to speak, until realization set in. Welcome back, he snapped his head about, looking from the watchman to the group, posture suddenly going wide in surprise. What in darnation? The guard called out, pointing at Trevor and the others. Who are these long folk? Petitioners, the watchman explained. He made a beckoning gesture to them. They've come to discuss matters, and maybe arrange an exchange. This is acceptable intent, so say I. No rules against long folk, as we know. This is the work of the Blades, I know it. All that surface air has them acting silly. Yes, yes. I already said that, the watchman said. Move aside, he ordered, ratting his coins as he did so. That was enough to get the guards to do just that, though they seemed utterly boggled at the prospect, even through their helmets. The main guard crossed his arms, and then huffed. Yes, well. The guard sighed. Welcome to the hold, surface dwellers, Blade. As guests, we expect your best behavior. No skullduggery, and we will remain well-intentioned. Is that clear? Of course. We will respect the rules of your hold, Trevor replied, shoulders slacking slightly and nodding to the main guard. Thank you for your hospitality, Black Mark. With the way clear, they followed the watchman into the hold. Men, women, and children, all wearing some sort of mask or helmet, stopped to look at their guests. Some worked, others simply did as people do, but they all stopped. The hold was a bunker of colossal proportions, and ghouls had turned it into a home of over 100. Even in the oppressive air of the underground, the way it was decorated, the way the buildings were laid out like market stalls at the side of the wide walkways, the way banners connected the bunks overhead with little personal touches to them like graffiti on underpass walls, it showed something key. It showed that the ghouls of the underground did not just survive. They lived. Trevor couldn't help but be quietly awed by that. An entire village of ghouls, with their own culture and way of life, all beneath the surface of Tokyo, and that was only one among many. The CCG had absolutely no clue about this place or any of the others, let alone the very fact that it existed. Small worlds all formed beneath a big one above. It was a sad situation for the fact of what had driven them here, but Trevor had to let a small smile crawl its way onto his face. Seeing ghouls live so openly, even in the upper middle kingdom, gave him just a little bit more hope in its own way. Yes, he'd decided. Trevor knew that coming down here was the right choice. The sound of work, particularly that of metal, did not come from tools. It came from Kagun, shaped in manners as to be conducive to shaping whatever an individual may have been working on. If one was cutting reworked recycled sheets of iron, their limb became a needlepoint saw, rotating around its blade without any mechanical assistance. If one needed to shape heated metal, their blade became a hammer. If one needed to connect parts together, their Kagun became condensed to a singular point, the end burning bright with volatile energies. Through this odd industry, the Black Marks kept their part of the underground under a sort of maintenance, replacing and repairing what they could with what was available to them, stretching the Kagun to do so. The children that there were, their masks much smaller in comparison to the adults, moved about in small groups and completely without adult supervision, dashing about and around the bunker's narrow walkways like cats along the tops of walls, trusted enough to not get in the way of whatever the adults were working on. It was an environment unlike anything else in Tokyo, a strange mix of a metalwork and a Marrakesh Kasbah. How they had come to create such a culture was anyone's guess, but hints of the ghouls' supposed ancestral homeland could be seen in bits of fabric work and sparse golden trinkets around some of the black marks' bodies, in conjunction with the oil marks they gave themselves. There has to be over 100 of them. Hinamai said quietly as they followed Fusa to what could only be the heart of the community, a broken-down military vehicle with its lights still on, somehow, where a few of the black marks lingered, their helmets dented but distinctive with battle damage. The carrier truck lacked wheels, but the back of it remained intact like a command tent. At least 100, Ayato added from beside her, looking about cautiously. As they took their steps, more and more of the black marks stopped in their work to observe the strangers pass through. And if there are this many here, what about the rest of the underground? It varies, Fusa replied. The Blades are a small tribe, made up for by our skill. The black marks need numbers, because they believe it their task to be keepers. Not to be underestimated, though. I wouldn't think to, Trevor said quietly, watching the black marks and their works. He couldn't help but find the way they used Kagun admirable, turning what all presumed to be a weapon purely for killing into something constructive. If anything, their existence is far more significant than I'd imagined. Kagun used purely for the sake of building and construction, that can open up so many opportunities for our people, he murmured, his mind already shooting out to the future, seeing potential doors opening, potential paths to legitimacy in the eyes of the rest of the world. It does make for a nice change of scenery, Tuka said in agreement, smiling as she looked about. Atmosphere aside, it's not something you'd get up top. It's like an actual community. One that comes at the cost of a very rigid way of living. There is good, yes, but it is not good, Fusa added. It is a way of life born through short lives. That is what we seek to change. The group came to a halt as one of the black marks, his helm battered and aged, held a hand out to them, stopping them from approaching the vehicle. He then raised a finger, silently indicating for them to wait. The seeming veteran of the tribe looked back to one of his peers, who nodded in return, hopping down from the top of the vehicle to move around to the back, entering the hold. A black mark emerged, different from the one that entered. Slowly, sorely, the short ghoul hopped from the back of the vehicle, rubbing the back of his neck as he did so. Moving slowly and without the urgency the rest of his people seemed to dart about with, he began to hobble towards Trevor and his group. Notably, he had something wrapped around his leg, a metal frame to support in its movement, and his skin was black with oil markings, almost all-encompassing bar the occasional perfectly circular missing patch, like bolts on metal. His helmet, distinctly, had a different kind of marking to the others, a singular eye at the center of it. The ghoul stopped before them with an exhale, hands moving to rest on his hips. Though he moved like an older fellow, his body had the musculature of a youth, even with his leg injury. He looked between them through the slits in his helmet, nodding to himself. Blades and surface dwellers. This is your new thing, is it? The black mark asked Fusa, amusement in his coarse but youthful voice. I will not judge. Welcome, welcome. One moment. The black mark snapped his head to some of the people watching, and raised his voice to a bloody roar, vibrations running through the ground. Stop staring. Get back to work. If the lights go out, you'll only have yourselves to blame. The order was received. Everyone stopped staring and went back to what they were doing. The leader of the black marks cleared his throat. Apologies. Surface dwellers are a rarity, you understand. Especially new ones. Who's speaking for you? It is no trouble, Trevor assured the apparent leader of the black marks and inclining his head to the man. And that would be me. My name is Trevor, One-Eyed King and the leader of Oak. Trev Hor. Trevor, he repeated, getting a feel for the name. Odd thing to be called, but it is memorable. I am Roku. 6, the 6th. I, for some reason, speak for this bunch. I've heard little whispers of you and yours, though Oak was not the name I was given. A different kind of tree, but we'll discuss more in the tent. Hungry? He asked them as he turned, moving to hobble back towards the vehicle. It wasn't surprising in the least that Roku would find his name odd. A foreign word, one that sounded a bit unnatural in Japanese. If you're offering, Trevor replied with a smile, following after the man to the back. I have to say, of all the things I expected to see, this wasn't one of them, he continued, gesturing to the vehicle. Trucks aren't exactly a common sight in the underground. Oh, no. They're not. But this place. Roku began, gesturing behind him and Trevor to the walkway they had come from. Used to lead to the surface. Well before my time, likely in my grandparents' era. The White Wings must have run out of reasons to keep anything here, so we took whatever they left behind, he explained, hefting himself up through the drapes leading into the back of the truck. Finders keepers. Them are the rules. Trevor laughed at that. Too true. I can't imagine they're too fussed over it, much bigger problems these days, he said as he clambered up after Roku, entering the tent proper. The inside, though small, did not look at all like something intended for military personnel. Trinkets, necklaces of the like, made from gold were hung from the sides, and at the other end was a simple cushion, the closest thing a ghoul in the underground could call a throne. Roku shuffled over, plopping himself down on it and facing Trevor, his supported legs stretched out. He reached behind him, tossing another cushion to Trevor. Take a seat. We'll talk about these problems, I don't doubt. Thanks, Trevor said, taking the offered cushion and sitting himself atop it. It may be a long talk. A lot is going on these days. I imagine you have your questions, though. I do. But I shall not waste time for either of us, and get to the most pressing of them. Why are you here? Roku asked, his hand coming to rest on his supported knee. The underground is a hassle. The air is rarely enough, there's not enough space, and enemies lurk at any one turn. Only the desperate come here. Trevor nodded. Desperate times, Roku. This visit is for 2 reasons, he raised 2 fingers, the first being that we seek the services of a black mark guide to the Middle Kingdom. If you need an exchange of sorts, we will be happy to comply. Roku tapped his fingers against his knee, an echoing hum coming from his helmet. We certainly could do that. We do protect the most direct route to the Middle Kingdom, but the point of why remains. What is your intent with the underground, where all others have left us be? The surface is gradually descending into chaos, Trevor told him. An oak has many non-combatants under our care, too many to reliably protect using the old methods up above. We want to utilize the underground to hide and protect our people, far away from where the White Wings can hunt them. But we have no desire to trample over the tribes of the underground and stake claims where we have none, he said firmly to Roku. We seek cooperation. A relationship where both parties benefit. Roku nodded. It is good that you do not have that desire. It would not go well for you, if that were the case. Far too much ground to cover, he said with a hint of amusement. Such is the ways, we are not opposed to cooperating, even with rivals. It goes without saying that I am cautious to align myself with unknown surface dwellers. Mother Moth did not have kind things to say, in regards to the previous tree tribe, led also by a king with one eye. Nonetheless, what do you offer the black marks? New materials for you to continue your work, Trevor said, cutting straight to the point. Ayato had made a good point, which was only reinforced by what Trevor had seen among the black marks. They were resourceful, but needed to rely on constant recycling and scavenging for hand-me-downs. We can bring fresh resources from the surface to you, upon request or as part of regular deliveries. A good offer. We do not know the ways of the surface, and we cannot access the wealth of it. It has occurred to me that there is only so much reusing we can do before it becomes untenable. Roku pondered, still drumming his knee. If this were to go ahead, we would draft up a list of the sorts of materials we desire. It need not be all of it, of course, but I would expect to see much of it as a showing of good faith. As you should, Trevor replied, inclining his head in agreement. Then I would make a suggestion, draft your list while my party goes to the Middle Kingdom. We will come back this way on our return, and take the list with us to the surface. Depending on the contents of the list, we'll promise a timeline for when we will bring the materials back to you and make good on that promise. From there, we should be able to settle a more long-term basis for cooperation. Roku rumbled, his eyes shutting behind the slits of his helmet. The Middle Kingdom is a good place. It is the reason we keep it from most. While I am eager to establish some sort of exchange here, I'd rather keep the Middle Kingdom pure of conflict. You will be using it to house your people? As a base of operations. That is the intent, yes, Trevor answered, brows furrowing slightly. But I admit to not knowing much about it. I want to understand the Middle Kingdom before I properly consider using it. The main goal of this journey is to learn about it, rather than plant our banners, so to speak. I see. That is, acceptable. I'm not so much a purist I would deny you that, surface dweller or no. But know that once one passes the Middle Kingdom, you are in territory that none claim. If you wish to explore further than that, I would have to decline our guidance. Historically, having kings in that part of our world is an omen. Trevor slowly nodded. It would be outright foolish to scoff at the wisdom of those who lived here their whole lives, burning curiosity or no. The value of a true alliance with the Black Marks wasn't to be dismissed, and they had already conceded access to the Middle Kingdom. Further ambitions could be curbed for the sake of cooperation. Perhaps when their bonds were no longer fresh and tentative, more could be done. But for now, lying and slinking behind the Black Mark tribe's backs would set a bad precedent. Then we'll heed that warning. We'll explore the Middle Kingdom, but not go further, Trevor assured him. I did not say you could not explore it. Just that we would not guide you, Roku elaborated, shaking his head. If you wish to risk yourself, then be my guest. But I'd not dare send my own onto that ground, dreaded and sacred as it is. Oh, then that wasn't so bad. Ah, I understand now. I've only heard suggestions that it was dangerous, but sacred is new to me. Why do you consider it such? Where do you think the first king, the one from whom which you successors so fondly draw your name, died? Roku asked simply, his arms coming to cross. It was not on the surface. They would have made an effigy of him. Trevor hummed. The Nagaraj. He murmured. The official story was that Dove, the quinqua he had wielded against Ito, had been made from the first one-eyed king. Since then, he had only ever heard bits and pieces of the figure, such that Ito was a distant relation of both him and the Washayu. If he dug deeper, would he get more answers? I see. I'll keep your words in mind, Roku, and truly appreciate them. Details on the underground are frustratingly scarce on the surface, for obvious reasons. Roku raised his hand. If you are serious about understanding the underground, then I am not one to deny you that understanding, especially if you intend to be an ally going forward. We can have maps drawn out for you and yours in the coming weeks' safer routes. If you do go deeper, then I only hope you find a unique wisdom there. Thank you. Then it sounds to me like we have an agreement, Trevor said, offering his hand to the man and smiling. I look forward to working with you. Were you of another tribe, we would piece our hands and offer blood to one another. However, I understand that may sound strange to an outsider. So I accept this. He looked at the hand, and hummed. Gesture. He clapped his hand against Trevor's in more of a high five than a handshake. High fives were cooler anyway. The Middle Kingdom. Roku began as he hobbled ahead of Trevor's group. Is just through here. Not a long journey. Never is, if you know where you're going around here. This is the most direct route, but to access it, you need to pass through a door. It is a door that I know the means of passing, but if you are to be regulars, I can share the method, he said. They had just moved deeper into the bunker, eventually going into a more uninhabited side where the detritus of life had yet to build up. No banners, no bunks, no little stalls and workshops, no communal circles. Just cold grey, and dim white light. Indeed, at the end of where they were approaching, a door awaited them, a bright light hanging over it. Should take you a few minutes to get down there. The Middle Kingdom's a small place, too, but large enough for your purposes, I imagine. Thank you, Roku, Tuka said, nudging Trevor with her elbow. Her way of saying good work. Even if this is an exchange, we'll be in your debt. We don't use it anyway. It's more of a stopgap between here, and what's below the Middle Kingdom. If you can get use of it, then so be it. This infrastructure isn't here to be wasted. Trevor gave Tuka a wink in return, then turned on ahead. We'll find a way to make good use of it, once we see what it's like for ourselves. Is there anything in particular you feel we should be wary of in the Middle Kingdom itself? Other than watching your step? No. At worst, stragglers from the surface who found their way in through the other entrances, by some miracle. We are content to leave them to their devices. Roku stopped before a keypad at the side of the door, and began to punch in a series of numbers. It is a peaceful place. Well lit, too. Well lit. Trevor echoed in mild confusion. He hadn't expected to hear that of all things. White wings. Whatever it was being used for, it needed lighting. Roku punched in the final key, and the red light turned green. Several locks began to unfurl inside the door, several clangs heralding its unsealing. The Black Mark leader opened the door with a heavy pull, dragging it back for the group to see what was within. A shaft, lit by fluorescent lights switched on, only the occasional one flickering, their condition overall good. It was a personnel lift, unused for many years, and it went up further than the door they stood at. The last stop was below them, just a distance that was no danger for a ghoul to drop. Ayato looked up the shaft, squinting. The further up it went, the less light there was. Hey! This place is a maze. If we knew what ward we were under right now. Trevor muttered, then shook his head. He leaned forward and peered down below. Just what on earth had the CCG been doing so deep? Just down there and we'll have arrived in the Middle Kingdom, then. Correct, Roku said from behind the door, stepping around it to join them. Come on, then. Hop, hop. With absolutely no reservation, he booted Ayato off the edge, sending the young man flailing to the ground with a thunk. He jumped down immediately after, landing on Ayato's back, winding the former Aojirai executive. Tuka peeked off the edge, letting out a contented hum. I'm getting quite a bit out of this, don't know about you three. I am unsure if he deserved that, Fusa pondered, hand on the chin of her cross-shaped mask. He did. Just for reasons completely unrelated to whatever we're doing here, Hinamai sighed, hopping down with her cloak billowing. Fusa shrugged, and followed. Trevor snorted, patting Tuka on the shoulder. I'm glad you came up with this idea. So far, so good. It always felt like it was something right under our noses, Tuka said, tapping her own for effect. It'd be better if we could get Ryuko to lend us a hand, but I think she wants to keep some distance between her and Hinamai. Can't say I think she's wrong, either. He frowned at that. Ryuko and Kaya had been essentially waging their own guerrilla war against Aojirai Tree, the faction that Hinamai had aligned herself with after Antioku and Mithril Scorpion fell apart. Maybe, maybe not. I've got my own thoughts on that whole situation, but for now, we've got people down there waiting on us. I want to hear your thoughts on it later, personal feelings aside, we need to touch base with them eventually if we're going to be working together. True enough. Things read different now, and we need to know where they stand. Aojirai's done and dusted, after all. Makes half of the operation kind of meaningless, with that in mind, Tuka said, lips pursed together. But like you said. Got our own people to worry about first. That we do. Let's say go. With that, Trevor hopped on down to the Middle Kingdom, Tuka right behind him. Behind one last door, their destination awaited. Through another code, and the parting of the two metal gates, the exact nature of the Middle Kingdom became clear. To Trevor, it was familiar. Painfully so. A sky of white light, bulbs for stars. A ground of earth, and a large open space before them. It'd have been a field, were it not for the amount of scrap metal and leftover incomplete infrastructure and building projects that had been left behind by someone. It did not even look that old either, certainly not as aged as the bunker the Black Marks lived within. It was like a little incomplete biosphere, a breeze coming in from some unidentified location, the air quality a few notches better than what was above them. The sealed doors made sense. This was meant to be a more habitable space than the rest of the underground. This is getting out of hand, Ayato said, looking right at Trevor. What the hell have your friends been doing the past 50-some shit years? I'm getting the feeling most of them don't even know, either, Trevor replied, his head on a swivel and eyes wide. This is almost exactly like the space I fought Nerima, just below Cochlea. But why would they build places like this? It seemed this journey was destined to not only have revelations for the history of ghouls, but for the CCG as well. Hinamai knelt down, getting a feel for the trodden earth beneath them, picking some of it up between her fingers and pinching it into dust. She looked up at the bulbs, squinting at their brightness. It's a garden, she finally said. When she registered the look of confusion from both her own group and Rokuroku, she elaborated with a blush. This soil is the kind you'd place down in a garden for a new home. It's just desiccated, and untended to. The lights, she pointed up. They're the right brightness, and it looks like there's alternating sets for purple light too. There's probably a watering system, somewhere. A bright, but currently dead, garden filled leftovers. An answer that only demanded more questions. Rokuroku took up perch on a stack of rusted rebar, massaging his leg as he simply waited. The leader of the Black Marks evidently had no problem with just letting them roam, and instead focused on taking it easy. Ayato spotted something off in the distance, a brief sprint for a ghoul, and pointed at it to draw the others' attention. Building, he said simply. Indeed, the outline of a structure, 2 stories tall and in the shape of a flat L, rested just at the edge of the Middle Kingdom, where the dome began to close off. Doesn't look finished. Shocking, I know. Curiouser and curiouser, Trevor murmured, rubbing his chin. Hopefully it's got some clue as to what the point of all this was. It looks like it was meant to be a shelter for humans, but then why spend all this effort only to stop partway through? You'd be the expert on that, Ayato replied, shrugging in his cloak. I don't think anyone's an expert on this, Tuka said, squinting into the distance through her long bang. I've never heard of anything like this, and I don't think most humans have either. Even the bunker was weird enough. Hinamai hummed in agreement, still seemingly focused on the ground. As far as the average human is concerned, I don't see them having any clue either, Trevor said, moving to head in the direction of the building. I almost want to call this place an arcology, or a geofront, underground shelters meant to contain a large group of people and be self-sustaining. Depending on the timeline when this was all built, it could have been made in response to the end of World War II, but as far as he knew, things like this didn't exist in the world he came from. There had been responses to the nukes, of course, but vast underground shelters beneath Tokyo. Unless it was a tightly locked government secret, but he'd never heard of it. But I don't know. This was made in anticipation of things going very, very wrong on the surface. What could have given the CCG due cause to think that'd happen? He wondered, more to himself than anything else. Seems a bit too recent for the wars, Tuka said, looking to the scattering of building material. I don't really know enough to say, but it doesn't feel that old. Maybe it wasn't made in case things went wrong, Ayato proposed, looking across at Trevor. Maybe it's just meant to be a place to hide something. With that, he began to make his way towards the school, steadily progressing into a jog, vaulting obstacles in his way. Tuka nodded to Trevor, and began to follow her brother. Trevor hesitated, noting Hinamai still being fixated on the ground at their feet. What's on your mind? He asked her. She exhaled through her nose, brow furrowed. I took up gardening while I was with Aojirai. Something to pass the time, and Tatara appreciated it. It was one of the only things he talked to me about outside of work, she began, shaking her head. I'm not an expert, but I can tell this wasn't meant to be an agricultural ground. It was meant to just be pleasant. A field of flowers, couldn't tell you what types. They didn't even get to that part. It's like, it wasn't meant to help people survive, but to create a comfortable environment. Like the field below Cochlea, Trevor said quietly, folding his arms across his chest. It took him another moment, but another memory came back. His eyes widened. NV14, where I first met Nerima during the Antioch operation. There had been a field of flowers there too, underground. Couldn't really pause to consider what it all meant, though. He hummed, looking to the building Tuka and Ayato were bounding toward. Little pockets of pleasantness in and below the tunnels. Could it be? Sunlit garden, maybe. He muttered. He'd never found out where exactly it was, no matter how much he and Iba had dug. What? Hinamai asked, rising from the ground. I don't think anyone in Aojirai has ever mentioned anything like that. It's a secretive training facility for the CCG that always produces highly capable investigators, Trevor explained, starting to walk after Tuka and Ayato. It's where Nerima and Zero Squad came from, and, according to Take, ultimately part of some kind of breeding program for the Washayu that produces half-humans, ghoul-human hybrids that work differently from me or Takaizawa. Small increases in physical abilities, but at the cost of a much shorter lifespan. That's about all I know, though. I'd tried looking for the sunlit garden while in the CCG, but no dice there. Half-humans. Hinamai mused, eyes drifting upwards. She narrowed her eyes at the brightness of the lights. There's always another layer. Where does it end? She asked herself, finally shutting her eyes. We should catch up with the others. Yet, we could use a dozen more questions to scratch our heads over. Kmen. The building, upon closer inspection, was clearly a school. The layout seemed no different from the sort Trevor had passed on the streets a few times, courtyard and all. Though, without windows and a clock with hands that had not moved from their northmost facing, it came across even more soulless than the other seemingly identical structures it had been based on. They entered through the front doors, both of which had been left open. The halls within were pristine, aside from layers of dust, completely unfurnished and without even classroom numbers to identify where one was. Hinamai swiped some of the dust up from one of the shoe shelves, letting out a curious hum before flicking it away. Never used, she observed for both her own and Trevor's sake. Not what I expected my first time in a school to be like, but life has been full of unexpected turns. Trevor snorted, stepping further inside. To put it mildly. Usually schools aren't so spooky, though. He looked around, humming. Even if it was never used for its intended purpose, there could still be some kind of documentation lying around, or other things out of place. Let's keep looking, and hopefully not run into any ghosts. Ahead of you. And there's no ghosts, Ayato said as he slid down from a staircase, going along the railing. As he came down, he waved a few sheets of paper in his hand. Principal's office had some stuff in it. Seemed like the only place with anything in it, he reported, hopping off the railing as he came to the end of it. Not true, Tuka said, taking the stairs like a normal person. The staff room wasn't completely empty. It looks like there were 3 desks being used. Ayato wouldn't know that, because he's never even seen a staff room. Yet. You went to some fancy school and learned how to read books. No need to rub it in, he tugged, holding the documentation out to Trevor. Dunno the specifics, but it mentions a guy called Keiko a lot. That familiar to any of you? Trevor took the offered papers and already began to read them, shaking his head. Nope, never heard of him. On a brief read-through, it seemed to be fairly innocuous. Just some tracking of progress towards the completion of the school, done over the course of a few months, though the year was unknown. Most important details had been redacted with dense black lines, but the occasional first name remained. Keiko, whoever that was, demanded results. The author seemed eager to provide, until the issue of funding came up. 30 students were expected, each of significant potential, but then, nothing. Whatever happened to them was also blotted out, leaving several black lines of ambiguity as their fate. It ended with a handwritten character that was by no means Japanese. Sanskrit. Trevor said aloud, bafflement in his tone as he displayed the character to the other 3. Wasn't expecting that. Can't make it out. Anyone happen to know Sanskrit? The 3 looked at Trevor with flat expressions. That was a hard no, then. Yeesh. Anyway, it's something, unreadable or no, Trevor replied, shrugging off the response. He carefully folded the papers and tucked him into an inside pocket. We'll bring it topside for translation. Anything interesting at the desks in the staff room? Nothing that I could make out. Teaching materials, none of it had anything to do with the kinds of stuff I was taught, though, Tuka said, running a hand through her dark hair, her eyes shut. We're talking about instructional manuals on killing ghouls, general weapon maintenance, squad tactics. Trevor nodded, clicking his tongue. Ah, okay. Pretty strong evidence this was supposed to be a sunlit garden facility, then. I'll ask Zero Squad if any of this rings any bells for them. Did you collect any of that stuff? Ayato asked his sister, sniffing. He rubbed at his nose, fighting off a sneeze. Day. Tuka lifted her cloak, revealing some of the aforementioned material tucked away beneath her arm. It might even be useful. Ayato nodded in agreement, looking to Trevor. What's the verdict? Reckon this place'll be good for us. It's promising. But you saw those other tunnels around the area, like the one we came down in? We'll need those scouted before we make a proper move, figure out where they go and if they're blocked off, Trevor replied, setting a hand on his hip. If the CCG built this place, they could still have records of the layout somewhere. We'll need to make preparations in case they get a clue that we might be using their old facilities. We can probably cave in a good number of the entrances, with the help of some underground ghouls, Tuka proposed, looking back the way they came. The way we came in already looked to be out of service, aside from the part maintained by the black marks. If we don't want to cut them off, then we can seal them off at all points other than particular routes, like the way through the hold. Trevor nodded along. I like the sound of that. It'll bring down the number of areas to watch over, let us focus our attention better. With that in mind, I think we've found a solution. Once we pick which entrances to close off, we can start relocating people down here. Hinamai, quiet up until that point, spoke. We can use this building as a new headquarters, maybe. We'd need to figure out how we'd house everyone, but I think we can set something up. I wouldn't want us to use the material that's out there, mind you, she said, nodding out the entrance to the veritable town's worth of unused stuff. Yet. All looks pretty old, at this point. Some of it might be good, though we'd need someone to go through it, Ayato said, rubbing the back of his head. Maybe the black marks can lend a hand there. They're all about this kind of stuff, right? Was thinking the same thing. We've already made a deal with them to bring more stuff down to them, whatever they might be missing in the Middle Kingdom, we can add that to the order, Trevor mused, rubbing his chin. White fuzz was accruing there at a steady rate. He'd already lost track of how long they'd been down in the underground. Any other suggestions? Ayato shook his head. I'd need time to think on it. There's no way to do what I'd want to do right now, which is figure out where each entrance goes. That could take months. Years maybe, without depriving us of manpower. Would hate to pop up in the first ward, Tuka said, smiling at the prospect. That'd be unfortunate, to put it lightly. Hornet's nest. Or dove's nest, rather, Trevor snorted, clapping his hands together. Good enough. In that case, the Middle Kingdom is looking like the place to be. Once we get back to the surface, we'll make preparations with the rest of the officers to get things rolling. That just leaves, going deeper. Hinamai asked, sounding nervous at the prospect. Even the Black Marks didn't seem to know what was beyond the Middle Kingdom, beyond whatever their superstition told them, meaning that they'd be figuratively alone. Fusa and Rokuroku had been guides to their respective worlds, but beneath them was one that belonged to no one. Don't remind me, Ayato breathed out. Trevor exhaled, lowering his hand from his chin. He had some anxiety there as well, but it wasn't enough to stop him. I still intend to go. There's a history there that I need to see for myself, he said, eyes distant for a moment. The final resting place of his first predecessor, where the Washayu ended an era for good. What other secrets did it hold? Would he finally glean some truth about the world he'd called home for the last 5 years? Better now while things are quiet, right? Tuka said, nudging Ayato and Trevor. I don't get why you two are so scared of ghosts, and stuff like that. Ghouls we can handle. Trevor rolled his eyes. Ain't ghosts I'm scared of. Though, maybe. He hummed to himself, considering something. It would be dope to fight a Balrog. Nerd shit, we're going. Man. Ayato said, beginning to shove Hinamai towards the entrance. Before he starts talking about Golfindals or dwarves. Maybe my cousin Balin will give us a royal welcome. One last door. A door layered several times over by bars and locks. No light above it this time, nothing. It had been left alone completely, through another tunnel away from the hold. It too had a keypad, but it did not work. Instead, Rokuroku had to move every lock aside, and force the door from its hinges, a task that caused his muscles to bulge with the vigor of a warrior. The door, it seemed, had never been opened before. A loud rumble fell through the tunnel it revealed, cloaked in complete darkness. No illumination to guide the way this time. Well. Here we are. The throat to hell itself, as far as I'm concerned, Rokuroku said, patting Fusa on the back as he stepped back. I got no clue what's down there, but I'm curious to learn. Not so curious that I'd accompany you, however. No offense meant. None taken. You've been more than helpful already, Rokuroku, Trevor told him with a nod. It's sincerely appreciated. If it's for the good of our people, then I shall assist. That is all there is to it, King, as I am sure you understand. Return safely, and bring a story or two, yes. We shall, Fusa replied, stepping forward. As the resident of the underground, she took the lead. I shall test the depth. Follow my light. Her chitinous Kagun emerged once more, the rolling lights creating an almost enthralling pattern as they shifted up and down the limb with an almost unheard musical rhythm. She looked back to the others, nodding to them once, and then beginning the descent, Kagun ramming into the wall of the tunnel to keep her stable as she began her climb. Her careful, almost human, climb. The light of her Kagun eventually faded. That's deep, Ayato muttered. Holy moly, Trevor agreed. No point waiting around, I suppose, Tuka said, being the next to step forward. We may as well jump down and then cling to something when we see her Kagun again. If we can see it, then we know we're not going to hit the floor or anything. True enough. Trevor went right after, peering down. He used to be afraid of heights, or falling and dying, but then Ito threw him across the Tokyo skyline. He'd be fine. Well. Yip yip. With a hop, he fell. Their descent ended not surrounded by the confines of the tunnel, but by the fact the tunnel suddenly ended, leaving nothing but open space below them. Fusa cautiously clung to the very end, awaiting Trevor and the others to catch up with her. Below us, solid ground. But it's an open space, she said very quietly, the light of her Kagun far dimmer than it was to keep them hidden. We're here. Aside from their breathing, it was dead quiet in the deep. Trevor stared down into the abyss, clinging to the tunnel's wall with his claw and talons. He licked his lips. How much of a drop? He asked Fusa in a low whisper. Small. Come. With that, she pulled her fingers out of the tunnel wall, and fell to the ground below. Her tail lit up the space, showing the very bottom of Tokyo's underground. No solid metal beneath feet, or paste concrete, but stone. Jagged, natural stone. She stared out in the darkness surrounding her, moving to remove her cross-shaped helmet as she did so. I know not what god to speak of, she muttered, just loud enough for all to hear. Promising. Trevor hopped down to join her, landing on an outcropping nearby. He peered around, then his eyes widened once they adjusted to the dark. It was a city. In the shadows made by Fusa's light, he saw buildings. Many of them, and none ancient. Certainly older than 50 years, but the telltale signs of an industrial civilization was blatantly obvious. Trevor found himself feeling small, and awed at what he was seeing. Of all the things he had expected, it had not been this. How on? Trevor breathed, squinting at the structures. It's an entire damn city down here. Hinamai joined them next, her hands already moving to the ground as she tried to pick up something, anything. Vibration, sound, or smell, she searched. Seconds passed, and then her head snapped up, eyes open wide. Movement, she whispered. People live here, Trevor. People live here. It didn't seem like it. Even from the outlines, the city was more of a ruin than a habitable space. Trevor sucked in a breath. His hands twitched, hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. He looked around, as if trying to pierce the darkness with his own eyes. Direction, numbers? He asked her quietly. Ahead of us. We're on the outer edge. There's something really dense over there. I can't see anything past it, she said, squinting. Numbers are hard to tell. They're alternating movement. You think they've spotted us already? I can't tell. Sorry, she said, rising from the ground. I would think so, though. I can't see any light out there, but, the fact we have light here, it's probably the first one they've had down here for a long time. We should get moving. No point in trying to avoid them, Ayato said, pulling his cloak's collar up. See if we can get the first move, before they get the wrong idea. No sudden movements. Let's go, Trevor agreed, stepping off the outcropping and moving to stand beside Fusa. Hinamai, guide us, Fusa said, her light becoming just enough to see the ground beneath them. Needing no further prompting, she moved to the front with Fusa, resting a hand on her shoulder as they moved in tandem, leading the group at a brisk pace, avoiding an outright run as not to trip over any rubble of which there was plenty. They moved through crumbling alleys and pocked roads, the craggy earth making way for smooth land, interrupted only by what could only be called battle damage. Their direction changed several times, as if their target had suddenly changed positions. Then, they stopped, looking at each other. They went back to back, both crouching in that spring-like manner common in ghouls, ready to move in an instant. Ayato didn't need a hint. Solid, claw-like wings shot from his back, eye patterns near their center took a doing exactly the same. Fusa's Kagun grew brighter, and before them was a wall. Not one made by man, nor one that seemed natural. Before them, a giant eyelid remained shut. An eye of stone, locked in eternal sleep. Pairs of lights began to alight around them, bright with a bloody light. Strobing shapes shifted behind them from their positions, crouched up on buildings and atop the wall before them, 6 in total. Even their hair glowed as they poised to attack, the shapes behind them steadily becoming clearer as serpents. Ghouls from the very base of the underground, eyes brighter than any other ghoul Trevor had ever seen. Brilliantly shining eyes, hair strobing like deep-sea fish, and their Kagun. It wasn't even metaphorical to call them serpents, they quite literally looked like enormous glowing cobras, hoods and all, as though someone had glued giant versions of the animal to their backs. Trevor couldn't help but find them beautiful. But beauty and danger were not mutually exclusive. He faced the 6 ghouls directly, hands at his sides and his posture straight. His Kagun remained within. Can you understand me? Trevor said to them. A growl came from one of the ghouls, directly above them atop the strange wall. A voice came from them, higher in pitch, a bit scratchy, but outright childish. It spoke in words, but they were no words Trevor recognized. Even Fusa seemed taken aback by their tongue, before clearing her throat. She began to talk in her own tongue, clearly finding something to understand in their alien language. Her Kagun drew back, tossing the group into darkness once more. The 6 ghouls advanced. Not with a leap, but a slow careful approach lurking forward with their Kagun waving about hypnotically behind them, the heads peering down at the group. Eventually, they were close enough so that the light they had lost was replaced by the illumination of the odd underground creatures. They became cleared on approach, pale-skinned, skinny human-looking sorts who could not have been older than teenagers, garbed in the remains of clothing, and a scraggly cloak thrown over. Their bright eyes portrayed no emotion, but their faces spoke to caution. The one above them spoke again. Fusa took in what they said, and then tried her best to translate. They do not know who or what we are, Fusa said, raising her hands. They want us to explain. Trevor nodded slowly. Tell them we are like them, ghouls, that have come from above. We have heard stories of this place, and wish to see it for ourselves. I'm not certain what other context they could even have, down here, he admitted, appraising the strange ghouls of the deep. The fact that they didn't immediately try to fight them was promising, but Trevor wondered if that was more out of fear than anything else. Ideally, they could find some kind of accord. But everyone present was in unfamiliar territory. Fusa tried to translate, and then an exchange occurred between her and the one speaking for the odd ghouls, a quick rapid fire of unusual words, confusion clear in their tones. And then, she spoke to Trevor, looking back to him with an expression that spoke to the potential miscommunication that may have occurred. She cleared her throat. They say they're human. Trevor blinked, brows furrowing. They had Kagun. They had Kakugan. They smelled like any other ghoul, despite their oddities. What? Can they explain what human means to them? Trevor asked. What on earth did any of this mean? The connection between humans and ghouls was a mysterious one, only made more confused by Kanu's experiments casting things further into doubt. I can try. But their language is different from what I am used to, Fusa said, clearing her throat as she prepared herself. She began to talk, slowly and carefully, trying to make it clear to them that there were differences in their tongue. Another exchange. I do not know how to word this, but I will try. They are human, because they have always been human. That is all they have ever known themselves to be. No context for ghouls at all then. Trevor's curiosity was screaming, but the language barrier was too great in the moment. Trying too hard to get semantics would only confuse things further. In that case, just let them know that we mean no harm to them. We wish to see this place and understand it. Namely. He pointed at the immense, stony eyelid, slammed shut. It rose above all of the buildings around them, on a scale Trevor had never seen before. The thing made him bristle, as though staring in the face of a slumbering titan. What that thing is? The answer came swiftly, even without the need for translation. The ghoul above them leaned over, peering down at Trevor, strange hair dangling over their face and obscuring their features, but the glow of their eyes remained present. A word spoken with dread. A word spoken with reverence. A word belonging to royalty. Nagaraj. Nagaraj. A name seldom spoken aloud, shrouded in myth for as long as Trevor had been aware of. They had birthed a legend, all those decades ago, a legend that had been used by Kishao and Ito for their own ends, an end that had led to Trevor. Trevor stared into the immense, stony, shut eye of his predecessor, and couldn't help but feel small. If the deep ghouls were literal, then what could have pushed a ghoul to such an extreme? It went far beyond anything that had been heard of, so much so that it now felt silly to even consider Ito's Kakuja a kaiju. To Trevor, a man who had to accept a world he once felt too different to reconcile, the Nagaraj was perhaps the greatest, starkest reminder that this world had been strange, had been different, all along. It was fantasy. Trevor gazed upon fantasy. He found it both wondrous and dreadful. After all, if this was possible, what else could be? The ghoul standing atop the petrified beast leapt down from its perch, body-length stark white hair flowing around it as it landed. As it stood to its full height no taller than Tuka, how deprived this ghoul appeared became clear, looking more akin to a bundle of twigs in the approximation of human shape, covered in a fright white sheet of skin and a ragged poncho. An emotionless face, as youthful as Hinamai, regarded Trevor. Eyes of red within red, no black at all. He, maybe turned to Fusa, and spoke in that strange tongue of theirs, slowly and with a clear understanding of the difference in language. Fusa nodded along, letting out affirmative grunts. He asks, what we are here for. If we are lost, they will help us leave. I think, Fusa translated, uncertainly. The rest of their group had their backs to Trevor, cautious of the several ghouls surrounding them on the edges of darkness, beasts of rolling lights moving about behind them. A hydra dressed in shadow. Trevor looked from Fusa to the strange, underground ghoul before him. He then looked up at Nagaraj, a pressure radiating from the titan and bearing down on his shoulders. After a few moments, he returned his gaze to the ghoul. It all felt so close to answers he'd wanted for so long. We are not here to fight, Trevor said slowly. We are here to learn about this place. To learn about the people who live here. And, if they know about Nagaraj, I wish to hear its story. The ghoul replied in a flat voice, making no effort to put any inflection into it. Approval or disapproval went completely missed in their tone. This seemed to make translation somewhat more difficult for Fusa. There is not much to learn, I am thinking, she said, rolling her fingers in and out of a gripped fist as she worked. They live in peace, and keep watch of this grave. That is all. Trevor exhaled. He didn't expect a great deal, disappointing though it may have been. Will they allow us to explore? He asked, instead of needling for more details. Fusa was incredibly capable, but it was evident how much she was struggling with parsing everything. Do what you will, Fusa translated. At that, several of the ghouls began to slink back into shadow, their strobing lights fading back into darkness, eyes shutting. The one speaking on their behalf simply moved to sit with crossed legs, their own eyes closing as they did so. At the very least, they were not aggressive sorts. Territorial, if their initial response to surround Trevor and his team was anything to go back, but not necessarily malicious. The skinny ghoul almost seemed to enter a state of perfect stillness, as if not even breathing. Trevor watched the other ghouls vanish. He didn't pause to say anything to the others, instead approaching Nagaraj and stopping just before its hulking mass. Tilting his head upward, all he could see was the stony surface vanish into the darkness above. He lifted his hand, his human hand, and rested it against Nagaraj. It could not have been alive, cold and pulseless as it was, no different from touching a boulder in the wilderness. Whatever the Nagaraj had been, it was no longer that. A monument, at best an epitaph to itself. It seemed to extend to either side of Trevor, and the top of it could not be seen, a serpent of stone that could have crushed whole buildings by simply moving. Nothing like this had ever been recorded by the CCG. If the CCG had even seen it was up for debate. So, Tuka began, hands on her hips as she breathed out slowly, looking up. This is supposed to be something we can turn into. Not sure I buy it. Is it that unbelievable? Ayato said, his own arms tucked away beneath his cloak. Kakuja come in all shapes and sizes. This is, an extreme. A bit more than that, but you know. What pushed you this far? Trevor murmured, running his hand along the Nagaraj. As insane as it all seems, the evidence is right here. My predecessor, and if it is to be believed, a member of the Washiyu family, had been a one-eye Kakuja that went further than any of us had ever been. He frowned heavily. Something this massive, just lying here beneath our feet all this time. Incredible, he uttered, awe in his voice. I did not think the stories were so literal, Fusa said quietly, her small frame seeming that much more so. Nor had I expected the king to quite blatantly be a serpent. Though I see the reasoning now. I do not think all should know that this is here. I can't imagine many people would take to it well, Tuka muttered, joining Trevor in resting a hand on the long-dead slumbering beast. If anything, it just gives humans a reason to hate us even more, if we can become this. Trevor hummed. Agreed. This isn't something we can go public over. We'll have to keep it a closely guarded secret. He glanced over to the still ghoul, his eyes firmly shut. And the more people know, the more likely those with bad intent would come. These ghouls' lives would be disturbed, if not outright ruined. We were lucky to have you here with us, Fuza. It is my honor, King. I had not expected to be the one to be sent to this place, Fuza replied, trying her best to hide how pleased she was with the praise. I admit, I had to get creative with the translation. I do not yet understand completely what these humans view themselves as. Guardians, yes, but I feel there's a context I am missing there. Children, maybe. Guardians of, and children of the previous king, maybe. Could be a metaphor. Though if that was more literal. Trevor trailed off, looking down the impossible length of the behemoth. Their Kagun. They all had the exact same Kagun. That's nigh unheard of in ghouls, even within families, he added. Tuka and Ayato's Kagun were similar to an extent, but that was only when it came to certain aesthetics. Ayato had proper wings while Tuka had a singular, fractured wing that encompassed her left arm. The same Kagun that looked just like cobras. I'd hold off on the theory crafting, Chief, Ayato said, looking down at the sitting ghoul. These things could do anything with their Kagun, and we'd be none the wiser. Who's to say they can't just change it to whatever they want? They're already different enough. Their eyes, for starters. Straight red with a lighter red on the outside. Never seen anything like it. Me neither. Same with the hair, Trevor grunted. His hand fell from the Nagaraj, hanging at his side. A subspecies, perhaps. He hummed and looked around. And that's before we unpack why there's an entire city down here. It's basically ruins, but it doesn't even look ancient. No record of this in the CCG either. Least from what I saw. It must have started construction around the turn of the century, if a bit after, Hinamai added, reaching down to swipe away some dust and rubble from the ground. It was a road, for certain paved with techniques that were not at all ancient. So, these ghouls must have been here for about a century. What do they eat? Do they even reproduce? There's not many of them, that I can feel. We saw all of them. What on earth? Trevor muttered. He'd assumed they were cannibals, but if Hinamai was right, then what could they eat? Not like anyone was wandering down here, and they lacked the context to even know what Trevor and his group were. No food. No knowledge of the differences between ghouls and humans. And guarding an honest-to-God Kaijo corpse. He let out a breath. You know, every time I think I'm going to get answers, I just get 100 more questions. Starting to envy all those people who won't get to see how weird things re-getting. Died early, dodged the hard part, Ayato joked morbidly, shaking his head. You reckon these guys will help us out? They can't be weak, right? I'm hesitant to offer. They consider themselves the guardians of this place, right? Can't imagine they'd be eager to leave, Trevor admitted. And there's no telling how they'll react to everything up there, if they did agree to help. An excellent point, Fuza said, nodding her disproportionately large helmet. Even to us, ghouls who live underground but are passingly aware of the surface, it is a strange place. Very soft and airy. But if we fail, it's probably only a matter of time before the CCG or whoever make their way down here too. Not today, or tomorrow, but eventually, Tuka observed, frowning. I'd hate for them to lose their way of life, but they may not have an option. That is true. It is why we fight, after all, Fuza said, looking down for a few moments. I felt no hostility from them. I do not think they are fighters, at the end of the day. It may be best to leave them. Trevor mulled it over. One of those difficult questions that ultimately fell on his shoulders to answer. He understood the practical side all too well. After all, Oak had strength, but they were ultimately the underdogs, which was why they had come this deep in the first place. Resources and manpower would always be a concern, unless all of ghoul kind united. Whether or not the deep ghouls considered themselves such, they were still ghouls, as far as the CCG would be concerned. They would have the same struggle. But he couldn't deny the troubled feeling he got at the idea of bringing these ghouls to the surface. Would it only introduce them to suffering, to take them from their peaceful lives, as Fuza had put it? If Trevor was supposed to be their king, he was supposed to look out for their interests too. Conscription didn't sit right with him. Not to mention if they became exposed to the troubles of the surface, to malign actors, to canoe. All of which would come to them anyway, eventually. Reality was staring them all in the face. The matter is moot if they refuse to leave in the first place, Trevor said. Fuza. Please ask them if they wish to see what is beyond their home. As you say, King. Though, She cleared her throat, looking down at the sitting ghoul once again. She tried to get his attention with some words spoken in a familiar language, but it took a few tries before his attention was roused. Eyelids snapped open, and those red eyes looked up at them blankly. His attention moved to Fuza as she spoke, the question taking a bit of time to come across as he tilted his head and she reiterated a few points, gesturing to try and get the idea through. He nodded, and then spoke back to her. They do not. Not until the time is right. They are waiting for something. That was a tad ominous. What are they waiting for? Trevor asked. Once the meaning of Trevor's words were conveyed, the ghoul looked at him, and then smiled. It was a slight thing, sickly almost. He says that is a good question, King. Somehow, Trevor was not comforted in the least by any of that. Not by the ghoul's words, his smile, any of it. These guardians, or children of the Nagaraj, felt like they were across a gulch of understanding that went beyond just language. No need for food, tiny numbers, left alone with the dead king that they called their parent and god. No. It was for the best that they stayed here. They unsettled Trevor, he realized. An alarm bell rang in his head, one that sounded like a phrase he had heard what felt ages ago in a certain someone's apartment. Ghoul plus. Then we're leaving them be, Trevor said with finality. Thank them for their time, Fusa. We'll be going. Fusa swallowed loudly, seeming very much in agreement with Trevor. Yes. Yes, of course. A farewell was given to the pale ghoul, to which he simply dipped his head to them. No ceremony, no words of wisdom, just an acknowledgement. After a moment, he shut his eyes and returned to his unsettling state of near-perfect stasis. Inhuman. That was the word. Inhuman in a way beyond ghouls, even beyond the Nuknasa that skittered about in the dark. At least a mad Kakuja had understandable desires for food and survival, but these did not. They had nothing. Nothing but a purpose not even they knew of, only to wait for. And if Trevor's worries were true, these specific individuals had been waiting for a long time. For all that he'd joked about stumbling upon a Balrog, it no longer felt so funny. Let's go, Trevor said. There was not a sound of disagreement from anyone. They emerged from their ascent not too long after, the climb long but easily managed for a group of ghouls. With Fuse's light guiding them, it proved no issue compared to the open, overbearing shadow of the underground's lowest level that which seemed to be there naturally, rather than carved out. Waiting for them on the other side, sat down and playing with a piece of scrap metal by rolling it between his fingers, was none other than Rokuroku. The leader of the Black Marks let out a surprised noise as they returned, pushing himself to his feet with a bit of trouble. You're back. So soon, too. I had figured you would be ours yet. Trevor shook his head. We saw enough, Rokuroku. More than enough. It's best that the door remains shut. Rokuroku rubbed the chin of his mask. MMH. As I had always suspected, then. Locked doors are often locked for a reason, I find. I'll arrange for a few to seal it shut. What did you find, if you do not mind me asking? An old ruin of a city. The old king's tomb, Trevor answered, stepping out into the light of the Middle Kingdom. Its mystery no longer seemed so odd, compared to what lay just beneath it. And what could very well be a threat to our people, if it's disturbed. I'm still trying to understand it, myself. We live in a strange world, Ayato said, pulling his cloak tighter for whatever reason. Stranger than I thought. Rokuroku turned from them, facing the open space of the Middle Kingdom. There are many secrets to be found, if one seeks them out. However, you tend to live longer if you do not. I am sure the previous king's tomb is but the surface of many other secrets. We are done here then, yes. Yes. Yes we are, Trevor said, nodding. I think we've all found enough answers today. Ha. Now you're thinking like one of us. Leave well enough alone, and go along with your day. Very wise, Rokuroku praised, chuckling. The squat ghoul began to walk forward. Come along, then. We've got an exchange to discuss, and then we will be seeing you off. Underground air doesn't do surface types much good for extended periods, I find. You know, I'm starting to see the wisdom in that, Trevor replied, following after Rokuroku. You knew it had been a dreadful experience when Trevor would rather talk about logistics than mysteries. Only a few would be told the truth. A very select few. Beyond that, everyone needed to worry about the problems they understood, rather than the problems they couldn't properly fathom. The war between humans and ghouls was something they all understood, something that Trevor had to focus on. A war that would be fought by the unaware, all while a serpent god and its children waited. The mood on the way back to Oak's headquarters remained quiet, and even still when they returned. The building seemed quiet, likely due to everyone carrying out their assigned tasks, keeping their people safe through one way or another. Tsukiyama was the one to greet them. A whole day had passed them by, going into the next. My, I can tell that something happened. Are you all well? He asked them as they trudged in through one of the back entrances, leaving a trail of muck in their wake. Tsukiyama, polite as he was competent, opened the other doors for them, reading the mood well. I'm gonna go see about getting started on gathering the things for the black marks, Tuka said, completely ignoring Tsukiyama's question. That got an inhalation from Tsukiyama, picking up on exactly how much of a something it must have been to put Tuka in such a mood. Yeah, that sounds like a plan, Trevor sighed, wiping his face. He gave Tsukiyama a tired look. We have a lot to discuss, Shiyu. In private. Some good, some, not. Fusa, you're free to tell Miza. I'm sure she'll understand the need for secrecy on this, but tell her I don't want her talking to anyone about it before she sees me. Fusa moved into a steep bow. Of course, King. I shall inform her with haste, at your leave, she said, sounding the part of a loyal attendant. Miza and her group were true believers, if nothing else. Then go, and know that I'm truly grateful for your service. You've proven to be most capable today, Trevor praised, giving the woman a small smile. Fusa cleared her throat before speaking again, once again keeping her tone in check. You are too kind, King. The blades merely do what we can, in the name of the cause, as minimal as it may be. Farewell for now, King, commanders. She left them with haste, going to find Miza. The blades had only been the surface of how strange the underground truly was. Goodness. To the point of swearing people to secrecy. Is it something that can help us? Tsukiyama asked, arms crossed as he regarded the remaining three. Trevor licked his dried lips. I don't think it's help that we'd want, if we could have it. We went all the way down, past the Middle Kingdom, to the absolute depths of the underground. There we found the ruins of an old city, an industrial one. Nerima figured it was constructed around the turn of the century. But far stranger were its inhabitants. And so he described them to Xiu, the strange ghouls of the depths, their appearance, their uncanny demeanor, and the thing they protected. The behemoth serpent that was buried beneath the feet of all Tokyo, waiting for something that its children didn't know. This sounds made up, Tsukiyama said bluntly. This sounds like something from those dreadful books Banjo reads. Light novels. But as it comes from you, I must say, that is unusual. You are concerned that they could be a threat. I am. Not today, or tomorrow, but, eventually. I don't know what could possibly activate the Guardians, but I'd rather not leave it up to chance. It's too strange, Trevor said, shaking his head. Best that we keep that door locked shut, and have only a very small few know what lies beyond it. I don't want people poking around down there. Understood. While I cannot say that puts me at ease, it is at least a stance to take. Let sleeping dogs lie, and whatnot, and we have other problems on our plate. Naki is insisting on a duel, for example. Trevor exhaled, entirely unconcerned. Ah, of course. That's far more palatable anyway. Figured he'd need to vent properly at some point. Wow, poor Naki, Ayato said, sounding actually sympathetic for once. He's stronger than he looks, you know, Hinamai said in Naki's defense. Apparently punching down was not in the tolerated list of things today. I don't doubt that, Trevor said honestly. He didn't hate Naki, or anything like that. He just had messed up standards when it came to certain kinds of problems. And Trevor had honestly never lost any sleep agonizing over whether killing Yamurai had been the right thing or not. I'll accept that duel and meet him seriously, if that's what he wants. It will, at the very least, put the matter of the white suits to rest. Then we're one big happy organization, which is useful, as Naki has quite a few subordinates. Tsukiyama said positively, adding a nice little spin to the impending ass whooping. Can't wait to get a good OL Kumbaya going, Trevor snorted. Better sooner than later, so let's make it happen. And we got logistical stuff to go over regarding the Black Marks and the Middle Kingdom, but first, I'm gonna shower. I got dirt on me that hasn't moved since the 60s. Trevor clubbed Naki. There wasn't anything refined about the duel, or the technique Trevor used to defeat Naki. It was a simple matter of the overwhelming force of a Kakuja against a, quite frankly, regular ghoul. Naki was strong. But not strong enough to cross that gap. And so, Trevor stood above Naki and the vaguely Naki-shaped crater he had made, looking down at the white suit. How we feeling? He asked Naki. Naki let out a wheeze, his Kagun still admirably in place. The long aquamarine blade arm shifted as he moved to push himself up, stabbing the ground as a means of supporting himself. His usually neat pale blonde hair had fallen into a mess over the course of his beating, white suit marked by dust and scuffed in areas. Peachy. Naki replied, doing his best to grin at Trevor, drawing his Kagun out from the floor, only to stumble as he tried to move out of the him-shaped indent in the ground, falling down onto a hand and knees. Just fine, he reiterated, his grin gone. I'm not done yet. Naki. Miza said from the side of the temporary HQ's main hall, frowning at the young man as he struggled to stand. That's enough. You've made your point, and it's time to fall in line. Naki swiped his arm to the side, silencing Miza and glaring at the others on the side, the other executives and their immediate lieutenants, even his own. Shut up. There's no point to this. He killed the only person who ever gave a shit about people like Geiji, Goog, and me. You Aojirai assholes would have just left us to rot if it weren't for Yamurai. I'm stupid, I know I am, but that's why I can't just fall in line. He yelled not at Miza, but everyone, voice raw. I'm gonna fight for that person. It's the only thing someone like me can do. Naki tried to get back into something of a stance, and succeeded, but it wouldn't last. Though he'd not been punched through anywhere, his insides were likely bleeding from the impact of Trevor hitting him. He glared at Trevor, eyes red not with the light of a ghoul, but the stinging sore red of tears flowing freely. I don't care how much of a monster he was. He was still my brother. Trevor met Naki's eyes, frown etched in place on his face. He didn't like it when Yamurai came up in any capacity. He'd dealt with those demons, and he could talk about the man now without devolving into a bitter wreck, but that didn't mean he enjoyed thinking about Yamurai. Even after the strange partnership and understanding he'd reached with the shadow of Yamurai in his mind. He'd never forget that pain. So dealing with Yamurai even now, through Naki, was getting frustrating. But Trevor supposed he had no choice but to own up to the decisions he'd made since coming to Tokyo, even if killing Yamurai hadn't felt like much of a choice at all. Trevor decided he wouldn't lecture Naki about just how evil of a man Yamurai was. It sounded like he knew, and didn't give a shit. Trevor was willing to bet Naki had been put in the same chair Trevor had too, before. There comes a point when loving someone too much stops helping you, and starts ruining you, Trevor said, frown in place. He hadn't moved into his own stance. Naki. If this keeps going, will it really help you? What would you know about love, hey? You left your people to come to us, and I know you had people who cared for you. Is you Bane King or what the fuck ever helping them? Don't talk down to me about love, when you're barely able to keep your loyalties straight, ghoul killer. Naki retorted in a surprisingly cutting manner, a few winces coming from the gathered. I don't know what the hell that Ito was thinking, and the fact we were dancing to the tune of that Nerima bastard, pisses me off. It should piss you all off. Trevor narrowed his eyes, jaw set. How the fuck had Naki learned about Nerima? And looking at the others, they seemed confused. It hadn't been spreading around. Had an enemy said that to Naki, seeing a weak point in Oak? Some clown, or member of V. That didn't matter at the moment. Nor did the more personal attack, attempting to make Trevor regret what he was doing. The reminder of the Quinks hurt, but he knew he was doing this for their sake just as much for Ghoul kind. There was no point throwing a fit over it. Not when he had a particular blabbermouth, who could ruin everything if he wasn't made to shut up, to contend with. Naki. You're done, Trevor told the white suit. I gave you the duel that you asked for, and you lost. Spouting off all that nonsense is only making you out to be even more of a sore loser. I've been very patient with you, because they, he pointed in the direction of Miza and Ayato, keep telling me you are, in fact, a good man to have around, and I trust their opinions. Don't make me doubt them. Naki went to open his mouth, but as he did so his words were snuffed out by a firm tone from Miza. Enough, she stated, staring at Naki with a look that bore no animosity but a clear thinning of patience. Will the white suits adhere, Naki? He snapped his head around to her, appearing almost betrayed, and looking to Ayato for some sort of backup. Ayato simply stood with his arms crossed, giving nothing away, no backup. Naki nearly outright crumpled, instead falling to his knees, Kagun retreating sluggishly. He stared down at the ground, and after several moments of utter silence, spoke again. In the 13th ward, the strongest is always in charge. Guess it's only right that Yamurai got killed like that, the young man said quietly. You're the new boss. Trevor stared down at Naki, not speaking for a few moments and letting the silence hang. He remembered all too clearly about how Yamurai never shut up about the right of the strongest. It was a lesson Trevor had hated learning, but one he never, not once, forgot. Yes, I am. Trevor half turned away, still looking down at Naki. And your first order from me is to focus on healing yourself back up. After that, it's time for work. Understood. Hoguro, the more slender of Naki's lieutenants with a strange black mark running down one side of his face, stepped forward to help Naki up, sliding the wounded ghoul's arm over his shoulders and lifting. Naki nodded. Right. I'll get right on it, boss, he said with no contest, sounding about as beaten down as he looked. As Hoguro moved to take Naki away, the white suit leader spoke out once more. Is he with you, boss? Trevor tilted his head. Who? Naki sniffed, rubbing at his bloodied nose with his sleeve. Big brother. Trevor closed his eyes, inhaling. At the exhale, his eyes opened once more. Always, he told Naki, utterly transparent. Then I suppose it ain't all that bad, Naki almost seemed to concede. With that, he allowed himself to be taken away, hobbling along beside Hoguro. That left Trevor with his executives. He turned to face them all properly, hands folded behind his back. A question lingered in Naki's absence, supported by the fleeting expressions of curiosity and confusion on their faces. Trevor sighed. I don't know where or how Naki got it in his head that we're dancing to Nerima's tune, Trevor addressed the executives, looking between them all. As far as everyone in the room was concerned, as far as he was concerned, there was nothing ambiguous about what led to Oak's creation. Though it sounds like an awfully nice thing to tell someone who hates me in order to undermine us. Does anyone know if Naki's been seeing particular people outside Oak? Ayato spoke up first, shaking his head and letting out a huff through his nostrils. Not that I know. But it's not like we've been keeping much of an eye on him, either. Plenty of opportunity for someone with a bad idea to slip something his way. Take looked over to Trevor, a knowing look going between them. I doubt it was CCG. A ghoul like Naki would sooner attack than listen to someone who even gave the impression of being one of them. Then who? Miza asked, lips pursing in mild concern. Which enemy would Naki not attack? The same enemy who had us framed for those branch office attacks, Trevor said, eyes narrowing. It fits their MO of subversion and spreading misinformation. The clowns. An organization which we know very little about. That's troubling, Fuka said, scratching his oddly marked cheek. I doubt they'll go for it again, if that is the case. If nothing comes of it, no point in repeating the same tactic. That's my thought, at the very least. I don't think the rest of us are likely to fall for something like that, either. I don't think so either, Trevor said, allowing a small smile to show his confidence in them. The smile faded after a couple moments, however. That said, there are at least a couple known haunts of their members we can look into. There's Helter Skelter, the bar run by Idari, as well as Yuda's studio. I've encountered several members at particular nightclubs as well. The mention of Yuda put a sour mood on the faces of a few gathered, Tuka and Jukiyama in particular. The fact he worked with their enemy was not something they had really prepared for. Might be worth playing it careful. As much as I want to shove my foot into Yuda's taint, we never really figured out how strong he really was. Only one who can really give us a good measure there is Mr. Yamo, Tuka said, sucking in air between her clenched teeth. Lady did not look happy in the slightest. No face is a double S rate, with no room for a lower consideration based purely on strength alone, Take said, filling in the gap Tuka pointed out with a calm, clinical tone. This is based on several confrontations with this particular ghoul, and the assessment of Kishao Nerima, the latter point being when the ghoul in question was much younger. Standard operating procedure would have an entire team move in for elimination, if that were the goal, as opposed to a standard investigator duo. That doesn't mean much to us, Fuka said, tilting his head. The rates, and such. Just tell us straight who's the strongest, and where does this Yuta guy fall compared to them? Take nodded, blinking as understanding came over him, as if forgetting that not everybody had dedicated their life to the way of Duff speak. Oh. Sorry. The owl and priest Donato, you may know him as were the strongest, though for vastly different reasons. The owl had Romite and the most developed Kagun, while priest often had the tactical advantage. His Kagun, while developed in its own right, was secondary to his cruelty. No face falls somewhere between them in terms of his quality, while overall threat puts him close to priest. So we're playing it very careful, when it comes to Yuta, Trevor said, shoulders falling a touch. Aside from Itari, there are only a couple others that I know about, Suda, Nico, a familiar name to many here, no doubt, as well as Gypsy. Don't know her real name. Roma. Roma Hoito, Tuka said. That's her real name. Or, the name she gave us, at the very least. Working with beasts the entire time. Who would have guessed? Tsukiyama said, smirking to himself. He ran his hand through his hair, seeming to come to a conclusion. We do not need to approach them. The clowns, I mean. We simply need to find an opportune time to respond, when the outcome would cast us in a favorable light. We do not need to be loved by people, be they ghoul or human. But we can be the better option, Fuka finished, picking up on what Tsukiyama was putting down. If the clowns are the one behind this, and the attacks on the doves, then it's only a matter of time before they get bolder. Start dragging regular humans in, start going after non-viable targets. The kind of thing that'd get you called a terrorist. Quite so, monsieur. Trevor nodded along. Sound logic. In this case, a reactive stance may be wise, therefore, we'll keep our ears to the ground. We already have people always ready in the case of emergencies, but they can also be utilized for rapid response if necessary. In the meantime, we have our own non-combatants to look out for. Our trip to the underground proved to be a wise choice, he said leadingly, tilting his head to Tuka, the one who had come up with the idea in the first place. Thanks to some help from Misa's people, we've managed to make a sort of alliance with another one of the underground tribes, and they showed us to a place they called the Middle Kingdom. Tuka smiled at the gathered, happy to have found some good news in such strange times. There's plenty of room down there for us. We haven't figured out the particulars, but that's where we'll go if things fall through up here before we can sort out those details. It's also not a place the CCG are likely to find anytime soon, not without over-dedicating to scouring the underground, Misa added, bobbing her head along. Excellent. Most excellent. Were the black marks amicable enough? Very much so. We arranged for an exchange with them, they're craftsmen by trade, so we promised to bring them fresh materials from the surface so they may continue their craft, Trevor said, smiling. I look forward to working with them in the future, and they appeared optimistic about working with us as well. Mutual benefit. Good to hear. Hopefully it'll lead to more cooperation in the future, Fuka said. Odd for him to sound as pleased as he was, but maybe he saw something there. And I suppose that is being left to Tsukiyama. Tuka, you mentioned earlier you were looking into it already. Trevor recalled. A thumbs up from Tuka. Already on it. Bit of theft from human businesses never hurt nobody. Ah, memories, Ayato recalled wistfully. Trevor gestured to Tuka, looking at Fuka. There you go. Good to hear. If you need any assistance, then I don't think any one of us former prisoners would need convincing. Petty crime is vastly more normal than what we're used to. Fuka returned the thumbs up, and there was a spark there between them, a mutual understanding in robbing franchise stores baron. Bonding over shared interests. You love to see it, Trevor chuckled, shaking his head. If that's the case, then I have nothing further, unless anyone else wishes to bring something forward. Tsukiyama raised his hand gently, ever polite. You can expect the first prototypes of our uniform in the next couple of days. After that, it's a matter of measurements for the executives. Misa cringed. Oh. Wonderful. You'll look great, Ayato assured her. But I suppose you would give us our own unique suits, wouldn't you, he said, rolling his eyes. Tsukiyama flicked his hair, chest puffed out and nose to the sky, a peacock in human form. Leaders should stand out. If you can gain nothing else from me, then simply take in my impeccable style, if you would be so kind. Ayato looked at his sister, and they both shared a nod. That was what she had been putting up with. I'm honestly a bit curious to see what you are cooking up for the unique suits, Trevor replied easily and happily. He'd gotten a bit used to always wearing a suit, to the point that it felt odd not wearing one while in work mode. I'm looking forward to it, Shiyu. Please do. After all, the heroes of a story should look suitably dashing, and what are we if not exactly that? Tsukiyama asked rhetorically to the room, smirking with an absolute confidence. After the incident with my family, I can think of us being nothing but... well, that or terrorists, Ayato added, eyes lidded. But I'm a bit tired of being called that, so I suppose I can play at being a hero. In perhaps a fated match-up, Kurona and Takaizawa had taken to training with one another. Being half-ghouls in Kakuja both, finding people who could keep up with them proved to be difficult, outside of the executives themselves, and even then Takaizawa stood above most of them without a doubt. Even without their Kakuja in play, the two of them moved like bullets with the mass of a train, though careful not to do too much damage to the floor or walls of the hall in their movements. They both fought similarly, though inverted in their natures. Takaizawa fought like a beast guided by the discipline born of his time as an investigator, seemingly swinging and bounding at Kurona without much concern for himself, but there being an underlying predatory strategy to it all, trying to force her into making a somewhat disadvantageous step, but nothing as blunt as trying to force it. Blunt and powerful, he was nonetheless patient. Kurona, in a distinct difference from how she fought Trevor when she was younger, did so as a half-ghoul and potential investigator. Her form was remarkably human, not relying on the extravagance of ghoul movement, and instead grounding herself and waiting for Takaizawa to come to her. He'd bound an attack, she'd counter by lodging her fist into his face, and sending him flying backwards. Aiming right straight. It probably hurt to be on the other end of it, and fortunately Trevor was not. But after several attempts by Takaizawa, she eventually made the misstep he had been setting her up for. Not something she would have noticed, understandably, but Takaizawa had been leaving bits of his Kagun around after each strike of hers. Enough so that, as they steadily moved around the room in their little dance, she finally stepped on a piece. It captured her ankle like a fly trap. Only then did Kurona's Kagun come out, a relatively slim tail with a raptor-like claw at the end. By no means the fiercest looking, it still moved quickly, creating a barrage of hook strikes in the air before her, clawing up Takaizawa's body before he could take advantage of her opening, and eventually latching onto him like a flesh hook and tossing him aside. Kurona exhaled, pulling her foot free as Takaizawa tumbled into a collection of stacked chairs with a noof with each landing. Trevor clapped from where he was seated off to the other side of the main hall. Considering their familial relationship on top of being the only 3 Kakuja in Oak at present, it was only natural for him to take an interest in seeing their sparring sessions for himself. He'd had some first-hand experience with Takaizawa, of course, but Kurona was an unknown as far as recent years went. Point to Kurona, Trevor called out. They weren't really doing points. You've come a long way since the last time we slapped each other around, he noted. Gotta learn how to throw hands at some point, Kurona said, blowing off her knuckles. It was a back-to-basics thing. Believe it or not, but Kotaru Aman taught my sister and I how to fight back when we were in the academy. He did his work placement there, or something. Freak of a man. Takaizawa began pulling himself out of the pile of plastic chairs, groaning and looking about like a mole out of the dirt. He then spotted the mess his collision had caused, and cussed, knowing all too well who would have to clean it up. No kidding? Who hasn't met each other at this point? Trevor muttered, shaking his head. Trust me, I'm all too aware of how nuts he is. We kept running into each other back in the day. Being on the business end of Aman is no joke. The world of investigators and ghouls is fundamentally small. Thousands of CCG, thousands of ghouls. The ones who mean business are bound to run into each other, at some point, in some form or another, she explained, looking over to Takaizawa. Stop holding back, you fucking weirdo. I can't, or I'll destroy something. He retorted from the pile of chairs, trying to figure out where to start in cleaning up. And then everyone would bitch and moan at me, like you are. Oh, boo-hoo. Stay mad, pussy. Kurona looked back at Trevor as if nothing had happened there. Anyway, you looking to go around? Or you too busy? Trevor hummed, looking down at his work. It wasn't work, but rather the assorted notes and chapters of his book in the making. Downtime was a rare commodity for him, but what little he could grab went to the book. He'd made that promise to Ito all that time ago, and he did intend to keep that promise. Even if she wasn't around. Just what the hell had happened to her? It'd been about a week since Cochlea. He had his worries, but he'd put a tighter lid on it since Ayato chided him earlier. Besides, there wasn't a lot Trevor could do, with Running Oak taking absolute precedence over everything else. After a moment, Trevor shrugged, closing a notebook and getting to his feet. I haven't really stretched my legs since Nerima, so he could have sworn he heard Takaizawa calling him a show-off in the background, but there was no way that was the case, so I should probably go around anyway. About time, too. I've been looking for a rematch since that other time. Leaves a bad taste to get beat by one guy when there's 2 of you. Kurona moved down into a squat before jumping up, bouncing on the spot to warm herself back up. She smiled in a confident manner, the strange layer of Kagun musculature along her arms shifting. Gotta give you a punch or 5 for Nashiro. How could I refuse such a sweet request from my little sister? Trevor snorted, rolling his shoulders as he stepped into the ring. His saurian legs sharpened with each step, typically with drawn talons extending outward. Don't worry, I'll make sure we're done by bedtime, just like last time, he added, smirking at her. Kurona cracked her knuckles, her smile turning into a grin, and a vein of anger throbbed on her forehead. All right. I see how it is. Let's see how sweet you find it when we're done, big brother, she said, her tone exactly as saccharine as it needed to be in order to be unsettling. Looking forward to it, fam. Following the death of Yoshitoki Washiyu during an operation on Bay Island of Rushima, the untimely loss of Tsuneyoshi Washiyu has left a question in the air among counselor and representative alike, who is suitable to take the reins of an organization like the CCG and should its autonomy even be preserved in the face of rising concern over the ghoul problem. There is no doubt that this will be a topic for the days to come, but until then, the CCG is without its leaders. Take stared at the television screen. He blinked slowly, betraying no emotion at the news of Tsuneyoshi's death, or even that of Yoshitoki. Nobody among Oak had heard of either before the news report, which meant that Tsuneyoshi's death in the morning old age, they reported, was one bit of bad news too many. Something had to be said. One thing after another, Yamo said from behind the counter, sniffing. The squeak of cloth against ceramic cup filled in the background of the news channel. It's not looking good for them. This is unfortunate, Take muttered, throwing back his tea and then exhaling. Tsunyoshi and Yoshitoki both were very much their own men, at the end of the day. Sometimes they even went against what the wider Washiya family desired. I recall. It was his endorsement that ultimately paved the way for the Quinks in the first place, despite a lot of protests, Trevor mused, frowning slightly. The news was shocking to him as well, and even a bit sad. Trevor had never tried to connect with Yoshitoki, maintaining some distance due to an underlying unease, but he at least earned genuine respect and goodwill among many CCG members. That couldn't be denied. You think this could be a move on their part? Or Furuta's? Take lowered his gaze from the television, lips pressing together for a few moments before responding. I do not doubt it. You already know how deep it goes, and frankly I would not trust any report of old age at this point. Though given that nobody who was present at Rushima even saw Yoshitoki. You think somebody is positioning themselves to take control of the CCG, Yamo said, setting the cup down and folding his arms. We'll find out in time. By all means, Matsuri is well positioned, but he needn't go through all of this. He was bound to become the director at some point, so if this is some sort of stroke, then it would be someone other than Matsuri, Take said. If Furuta, or Kichimura, I suppose, made a claim for Washiya legitimacy at this point, and it stuck, he could be put in the running, Trevor mused. He tapped a finger against the rim of his coffee mug. That said, he was at Kaguya that night, so he wouldn't have been the one to kill Yoshitoki anyway. The methods don't really suit any of the CCG's other upper management, either. We should probably consider a potential change in tactics from the CCG. If this is some sort of move, then it is clearly a means of doing what they previously could not. Whatever that may look like. What that could be eludes me. Take shook his head, and then moved to stand from the stool. Unfamiliar territory for all of us, I think. No kidding. For all sides of the problem, it seems like. Trevor shook his head and finished the last of his drink. Don't even want to imagine what it's like over in the CCG right now. They've taken a lot more blows than they're used to. It's enough to make them even more desperate, he muttered, thoughts drifting back to the Quinks in particular. For not the first time, he wondered how Jinchi, Seiko, and Toru were doing. If they were still keeping together, even after losing Juyo, Akira, and Nerima, in one way or another, in a single night. No time to consider it, I would say. We're going to be busy setting up the underground in the coming days. If the CCG cannot keep it together, then all the better. It allows us to keep moving. With that in mind, have we heard anything from the 6th Ward's leader? Banjo, was it? Take asked, taking his white coat from the back of one of the empty chairs, throwing it on. Trevor moved to stand as well. Considering it was still in the height of summer, he forewent any kind of coat or jacket. Yamo blinked, as if remembering something. I believe he contacted Toka yesterday. Something about a doctor, I think. I can only imagine that it has something to do with the investigator. For all his ability, he is not exactly familiar with human physiology, Yamo said, rubbing at his stubble. Really, if it is about getting a doctor, then we probably should have done that from the start. It's a matter of finding one you can trust. If he has found one, then I believe he'd want to run it by you, Trevor. Lest he unintentionally cooperate with some unsavory sort. Take nodded to Trevor as he adjusted his collar, still looking the part of the proper investigator despite being cast from their ranks, outright jumping from them, even. Naturally. The only docs I really know are Kanu and Shiba, Trevor reflected, tilting his head to the side. Hard to be worse than Kanu, at least. Shiba was always good to me, though I doubt he's the one Banjo would have found. Guess we'll see when we see. Be careful out there. I don't doubt that things will be happening soon. Call it instinct. Yamo smiled across at the two of them, before nodding to the door. Give Banjo my regards. You bet, bud. Take it as easy as you can, Trevor said, smiling back as he waved Yamo goodbye and made his exit. Night fell over the city, the last remaining time when it felt like Trevor could do anything in Tokyo. Even then, it did not take much of an eye to see the raised security, from police officers to the occasional bureau staff on patrol. Nonetheless, there were still parts of the city that went somewhat disregarded, and Nishiki's safe house fell nicely within one of those areas. Stone that hadn't been cleaned in years was a defining feature of the overpass and its surrounding environment, along with the odd tent for a homeless person or two. Never rude, and only ever friendly, they were Nishiki's allies in a sense. While quid pro quo was in play, Nishiki assured Trevor that it was a formality. The fact Nishiki even stopped to talk with them was enough, sometimes. That night, there was a bit more than the forgotten of Tokyo. The Zero Squad, cloaked and in full operations mentality, lurked in areas unseen with hoods raised. Trevor's enhanced senses caught glimpses of their eyes, like that of a cat's caught by a flashlight, in little hideaways and even within trees. They saw their guests coming long before Trevor, Jukiyama, and Nishiki did. Two men, neither appearing overly athletic, and both wearing paper masks approached. A nervous energy radiated from the one who walked a step behind, while the one at the front pressed forward without concern. Indeed, even though his features were obscured, the man at the front looked familiar, but only passingly so. A face on a television, talking about how ghouls tasted things. As they drew near, the man at the front cleared his throat and began to pull down his paper mask, revealing a bulb-like nose and mustache. Ahem. Good evening. I am Ogura, of the Great Wheel Act. I presume you are associates of Nikko. He asked them, looking between them with an unperturbed expression. Dr. Ogura, was it? Jukiyama began, a brow raised. I believe I remember you. You've spread quite a bit of nonsense about ghouls on television, have you not? The man exhaled through his nose in mild frustration, but nodded along to Jukiyama's words nonetheless. That is correct, and I suppose it's only natural you would point it out. Best to clear the air here and now, I suppose. I've come to regret much of what I said back then, and I have since done away with any funds I received as a result of that work. It has all gone back into the Great Wheel Act since. It's an embarrassing past, really, and I am sorry. For the time being, I am the Vice Secretary of the Great Wheel Act, and we only intend to support ghouls where we can. Trevor hummed, regarding Oguro carefully. Somehow, Nico had become savvy to Akira's situation, and so approached Banjo with the contact information for the man before him. For old friends, Nico had apparently told Banjo. It was difficult to trust him, in light of everything. Unfortunately, Akira's situation was dire. If they didn't get her a proper human doctor soon, she'd die. A big risk, for a loved one. What prompted this change of heart? Trevor asked, hands folded behind his back. I understand the CCG was very kind to you back then. It was that discovery which prompted me to abandon that line of work. The CCG did not back me directly, but upon learning that they were, I saw what I was being used for, Ogura explained, looking about. Though with that in mind. Somewhere more convenient, yes, Jukiyama said, rolling his eyes. Time-old classic of karaoke to cover up a topic of conversation. How does that sound? It will do. We can pass as a university class and their professor celebrating, Ogura shrugged. Though forgive me for not knowing any such places nearby. Nishiki waved him off, already stepping away with an impatient hunch. Don't worry, I know a spot. We're not paying though. Not made a money over here. Not anymore, at least, Jukiyama sighed. Trevor gave Shiyu a pat on the shoulder and began to follow after Nishiki. We can wait to get into the nitty-gritty until we have some privacy. Though can I at least ask for your name? Trevor said, inclining his head to the second apparent member of the Great Wheel Act. Shy Guy has a ring to it, but I'm not sure how much you'd appreciate the nickname. The second human blinked, eyes wide. He pulled his mask down and cleared his throat. I'm Yamamoto. I'm just a student, he said, putting on a nervous smile. I'm also the one you contacted. It's my number on the card. I'm mostly just here to take notes. Mr. Ogura is the one with all the knowledge, I'm afraid. What's that supposed to mean? The doctor said, looking back at Yamamoto with a deadpan expression. Oh, nothing. Trevor tugged. Fair enough. He went quiet after that. He had his questions, but they could wait until they were behind closed doors. With a look that confirmed that there was nothing else pressing, Ogura and his assistant took after Nishiki. They ventured into the city with Nishiki and Jukiyama speaking as and playing the part of students, something they had both been, once upon a time, as not to draw too much attention. After but a few minutes, Nishiki found their place of secrecy. Paying as promised, they retreated into a booth, and Jukiyama closed the door behind them. Without missing a beat, he began to load up a song, microphone in hand. Perhaps unsurprisingly, he was a good singer. Right then, Ogura said, his voice a tad firmer to overcome the sound of the music in the background. Where were we? Motivation, was it? Understand, I have never been opposed to ghouls. The Great Wheel Act, a group which existed long before Sen put that book out to the world, has always held a single principle in how we act. Ogura looked directly at Trevor, expression stern. We just happen to be born human. Persecutor and persecuted. In this world, the circumstance of your birth determines which side of that particular war you are on, and it is no wonder it twists us so. If that system could be done away with, somehow, then both sides may begin to be able to understand one another and come to a mutual conclusion. One that does not entail the annihilation or subjugation of the other. By extending our hand as humans, we hope to make a small difference, in that way. The moral burden of helping those who predate upon your species is not lost upon us, but it is callous indolence to then suggest they deserve naught but death. Hard men making hard choices is an intuitive veil for childish chauvinists. Ogura cleared his throat. Is that satisfactory? Trevor scanned Ogura, searching for falsehood. Where once Trevor had been someone that trusted others far too easily, now it took him a few steps. After several years in Tokyo, and no small experience in reading people during investigations, Trevor could feel the weight of Ogura's seriousness. The words rang true. Trevor smiled. It is. That mutual conclusion is foundational to Oak. If you truly have the same goals as us, then I'm willing to foster the beginning of a relationship between us. Ogura's own smile had an age to it, that of a man in his 50s or so, who had been through the troubles that life often brought. Then we'll get to it. From what I understand, the patient is a human woman, one who has undergone RC-based treatment, correct? Trevor nodded, leaning back into his seat. Yes. She's been critically injured since the Rushima Island operation, with multiple quinqua stab wounds in her back. Ogura let out a rumble, steepling his fingers. The ghoul who kept her alive for so long has done well. That's an uncommon level of ability, if I've ever heard of it. On par with Nico, but that itself is a problem. Ogura sighed, shutting his eyes for a few moments. For the time being, we can treat her as a regular patient, but I can say with certainty that this will be complicated. RC-based treatment on humans can work in limited amounts, but an excess can result in onset ROS. There is, however, a way around this. Yamamoto spoke up, leaning forward and looking out from beyond his bull bangs. It's RC suppressant, You'd need that before we could operate safely. Treating a ghoul isn't much different from a human provided they've been dosed with sufficient RC suppressant, and it's true in this case too. Ogura raised a finger. But there's a problem. RC suppressor is only provided to CCG affiliate organizations, and is either quickly used or disposed of after a time. So, that is our roadblock in treating the patient. It is why we did not come here dressed to operate. Trevor blew out a breath and furrowed his brows. Unless there's some black market I'm unaware of, the only place making the stuff is the CCG's medical division lab, which would be a dicey prospect to raid. Doable, but that's first ward. Difficult to penetrate as we are now. Don't think that other owl fellow would be too pleased to hear any hesitation, there, Nishiki said, arms folded as he sat beside Trevor. But you're right. It's tricky. I don't think it'd be a raid, if we were to do something. Something more sneaky. It'd have to be a very small team that's highly mobile, Trevor mused, raising a clawed hand to rub his chin. The cats have experience with this sort of thing, but you raise a good point about Takaizawa. He'll want in the moment he hears about it. He looked back to Ogura. RC suppressor is absolutely necessary to save her. Ogura, regretful, nodded in response. The expected, an unfortunate answer. We could treat the wounds, but it would just make way for ROS. For long-term health, yes. Do not hold it against the one who tended to her. Trevor clicked his tongue. I would never. Banjo is a good man, and did everything he could to save her life. In that case. He nodded. We'll find a way to get it for you. Akira was family, as far as Trevor was concerned. He'd done more ridiculous things for loved ones in the past, he reasoned. I am sorry to burden you with such a thing. It is counterproductive to bid you do battle against humans. But it is what it is. In the meanwhile, we can see to her health and ensure it does not worsen, provided you are comfortable with that, Ogura said, looking between the two of them. That should be fine. Might even be good to have Banjo around for that, see if you can learn anything from each other, Trevor replied. What kind of timetable do we have to work with? The beginnings of ROS have likely already taken root. Part of the reason her condition has not improved, but if we can begin her on a course soon, we can quell the activity of RC in her body, and it will naturally beat the condition. If it were naturally occurring, it would be a different matter, but here we have the option of suppressing it. Ogura paused. A week. I wouldn't want to risk any further time. I see. In a sense, the quick turnaround might work in their favor. The CCG was without a singular leadership at present. While by no means did that make them toothless, it meant they had enough on their plate as it was. A week it is, then. I'll put together a team and get this rolling. Excellent. Well then. Ogura looked to Yamamoto, but before he could say anything, Tsukiyama's singing cut out. We still have time. No need to end it early. Trevor. He held the microphone out. Your turn. Trevor blinked, then grinned as he got to his feet, slapping his hands on his knees as he did so. I can't think of a better way to start our friendship with something rousing. Trevor declared, grabbing the microphone from Shiyu. Let's see. We got any My Chemical Romance fans in the audience? Doesn't matter, we're doing Black Parade. Nishiki, ever the supportive friend, rolled his eyes. The king, everyone. The array of clothing that had been laid out for Trevor in a way not even the most expensive clothes could. More than just a suit, Tsukiyama had pulled on what strings were available to him to have a whole set completed for every actionable member of Oak for anyone who would be doing the fighting. Styled in white, the executives each got their own unique designs upon the jackets and pants which embodied who they were in the artisan's mind. Where Tsukiyama had peacock feather patterns running along an arm and a leg of his uniform, Miza her sharp, gunmetal lines going down one half of the suit, and Ayato his distinctly opposite completely black suit, Trevor simply had a sewn-in emblem upon the shoulders. A crown on one, and a scorpion upon the other. Toka helped Ayato with his tie, much to the frustration of the younger sibling. You host, you, she teased, pulling up the tie. Shut up, Ayato muttered, trying his best to hold back the embarrassment and utterly failing, his cheeks alight. Positively adorable. Criminal, even. Such were Trevor's thoughts upon watching the siblings be honest-to-God normal siblings at each other for once. He was just elated to see how far they'd come, but he also knew better than to say anything at that exact time, lest he ruin the moment. It was a decent enough show while he helped Miza with her tie, at least. Something the underground clan leader was appreciative of, considering she'd had absolutely zero reason to even think about that kind of fashion sense for all of her life. Years of suits and ties were really paying off. Tsuchimura. Came the shrill cry of Naki from the other end of the atelier. The pale ghoul marched forward, pointing at Tsukiyama as he did so. In his other hand, he held one of the standard white suits produced for non-executives. Once he was closer, he began to wave it around in frustration. This design is all wrong. The hell is this hole for, hey? He displayed the suit, and indeed at the front and at one side of the collar was a seeming pocket of sorts, small and mostly useless. Easy to miss, but it appeared that Naki really gave a damn about his suits. With no pause, Tsukiyama answered. Flower holes allow you to accessorize your suit to your liking. With a flourish, Tsukiyama produced a rose. From where was anyone's guess? In a seamless motion, he bull's-eyed it into the pocket of Naki's own suit. See? You put a flower in. The next second, Naki had rammed the flower into Tsukiyama's skull. It stood tall, sticking out from the top of Tsukiyama's head as if it were a pot. Though probably a grievous injury in some manner or another, Jukiyama did not seem too bothered by it, and continued as if he had not just been assaulted with a rose. I had wanted to go over the final design with you before production, but I'm afraid the timescales did not align. Taiko is a busy human, and we are limited on time too. And how long will it take for you to remember my name? I swear, Jukiyama sighed, a hand on his hip. Hey? S easy. Yamamura, right. His name was, in fact, not Yamamura. Hey, Trevor. Shio, the youngest white-haired member of Zero's squad called out as he and the ever-quiet Yusa approached. Beaming in his manner, Shio waved even after being spotted. Are we gonna be with the lab group? Or should we stay with everyone else? We wanna be with you, Yusa said, stating as bland fact. I do have the layout of the lab memorized, Take added. He hadn't been given a uniform, none of the Zero squad had. Their own looks were distinct enough, and fit well with the overall appearance of Oak, apparently. It painted them as exactly what they were, elites unto themselves. It'd probably be a good idea for me to go with you. What do you think? Trevor hummed, mulling it over as he finished Misa's tie. He tightened it, then patted her shoulder. That should do it, he told her, straightening back up and turning to face the Zero squad members. I'm not certain. We're going to be moving fast through the lab, ideally too fast for the CCG to properly respond. What can we expect there? I've never been. It is generally well guarded, but that may very well be in a state of flux, depending on clown activity. Which is why I believe we should act at the same time as the clowns, Take said, getting a nod of agreement from Misa. Send a group to the lab, the rest make a showing against the clowns, she surmised. Though, we would need the king for the showing to have meaning. Just do both, Tuka said as she fussed over her brother's clothes, straightening it out. You don't need to be there for the entire time, with the clowns. Just long enough to let people see you, then you can meet up with the lab group. Easy enough, right? Isn't it always? Trevor joked, shaking his head. It's a good idea. We do have a deadline for the lab raid, though. About a week where we can keep our eyes peeled for clown activity. If they don't pull anything by that point, well, we'll need to go. Have we been picking up any rumblings of late? He wasn't going to push the risks when it came to Akira's health. Not to mention that Saito wouldn't exactly be keen on sitting on the news any longer than absolutely necessary. Kyode, the tall and ever-masked ghoul, spoke up from where he sat, his tie a loose mess and his shirt unbuttoned beneath his jacket. Take it with a grain of salt or whatever, given that it's coming from me, who is relaying the words of someone who is relaying something else, but the clowns probably going to be moving sooner rather than later. CCG analysis, apparently. Is that so? Take asked, tilting his head. CH yet? Don't ask me. Irimi has her ways. Sounds like it. After a pause, Trevor looked at Kyode, expression sober. Speaking of. Is she going to be making an appearance anytime soon? If she's working with us, I want to speak with her directly when we can. Couldn't tell you. Her prey is the same as yours, but she has been trying to set the ground for them to show up. If and when they do, you can expect her to show too, Kyode said, shrugging. It's the old MO of the Dobers. Another suggestion that Kaya had slid back into her old ways, before Antioku, before Kyuzan. It didn't exactly make Trevor happy to hear. But all he could do for now was trust that she knew what she was doing, and expect her at the right time. Even if he hated the feeling that they were avoiding each other. Trevor exhaled. Then I'll wait for that time. As for the lab team, he carried on, turning back to Take, Shio, and Yusa. It needs to be a small group that can quickly get in and out. Take, we'll rely on your guidance to get us where we need to be. Shio, Yusa, and the rest of Zero Squad, might put you on escape route duty, but I want to understand the area before making that decision. Understood. I can begin working on a basic layout, Take said. Ideally you would want to keep the team small. It may not be best to bring all of Zero Squad, unfortunately. Ah, Shio let out, slumping in defeat. Why do you get to have all the fun? It's not fun, it's life-threatening. Exactly. Shio replied, pumping a fist. It reminded Trevor of Shio's older sister. The thought of Hera was a melancholy one. One more tragic loss amidst all the rest, and hopefully one of the last. Take's right. As for the rest of the team, it'll at minimum include Saito, even if I didn't ask, he'd show up anyway, Trevor huffed. Kyode. You or one of your cats want to exercise that expertise of yours. Suppose I could. Just stealing some of that RC junk, right? Sounds simple enough. Kyode paused, and then groaned. I just jinxed it. Trevor snorted. Probably. We'll adapt anyway. If there are any volunteers, I'll consider them. Otherwise, like I said, keeping it small. The rest can be there to handle the clowns, since I severely doubt they'll be slouches in their own right and we'll need to show our strength. Saito, Kyode, Trevor. Jukiyama muttered, tapping his cheek with a finger. Why not the other half-ghoul? With 3 half-ghouls and a breaking and entry expert, you should be covered. Add in Take with knowledge of the layout. The odds'll be as stacked as they can be, Trevor agreed, smiling. Sure. I'll get Corona in on this. That'll cover all the bases, and if we run into nasty surprises, everyone there can handle themselves if need be. 3 Kakuja half-ghouls in one squad. Anyone on the receiving end of that equation would be in for a rough time, like fighting one of the most fucked up looking Sentai teams. And to think, but a few years ago I'd barely met one Kakuja, let alone 3 in one group, Jukiyama said, smiling. Times certainly do change. Such is the way. Long have we lived in a period of building anticipation and now we reach the cusp. As to what our world will look like when it spills over, we cannot say, Misa ruminated as she looked herself over in the mirror, humming. I will never understand the appeal of such excessive clothing, but it does fit well. You're on the road to getting it, and that's what matters, Naki said, rapidly nodding. That it is, Trevor agreed pleasantly. He looked himself over, humming. It was a great outfit, between the pure white suit, the black crown, and the black scorpion. A union of the different lives that Trevor and Juyo had led and brought him to his current status. After a moment, he realized something, grunting to himself. His hands went into his pockets, fishing out a pair of tiny, silver items he'd held onto for months now. Slowly, Trevor put them on. The silver tiger cufflinks, Byakko the king of beasts, shone under the light, capturing the frozen snarl of an apex predator. The last gift he'd received from his children before stepping down as their leader. Yes. Now he felt like his appearance was complete. As Kyodai said, the clowns moved sooner rather than later. In the pattern of their previous activity, an attack on several wards at once followed, all specifically targeting the CCG facilities present within them. Innocents had, however, been caught up in a series of balloon bombings, suicidal ones. Everything the clowns did had a suitably twisted aesthetic flair to it. The 22nd ward, somewhat apart from the first ward, had the misfortune of being subject to something far less discriminate than a mere attack on the CCG. People dressed like extras out of a comic book villain's minion squad terrorized the streets quite blatantly, their violence contrasted against the smile of their masks. It seemed that there were far more clowns than even the CCG suspected, leaving the question of where they were getting their manpower from. Nor did the 22nd ward have any significant names present within the CCG to assist them, spread out as they were. A perfect stage, truly. Stood upon the edge of a building, looking down at a street in chaos, Nishio slicked his hair back. I suppose it's time for the big debut. Dressed to the nines, about to ruin it with blood and battle only way it could go for us ghouls. Such is the way, Trevor agreed soberly, watching the proceedings with a heavy frown. Such pointless, reckless carnage, to what end, he neither knew nor cared. There was no excuse the clowns could give that Trevor would be content with, if they even bothered to explain their actions. Innocent people were being dragged into hell with no one to defend them. That was all Trevor needed to know. At his back, the rest of Oak was assembled, barring Take, Saidu, Kyodai, and Kurona. His movement was ready to declare themselves to the world, to declare their intent, not through words but through their actions. You all know the mission, protect the innocent, and wipe out the clowns, Trevor told them, stepping up to the edge. He stopped right there, ready to leap. Show them that we're not the monsters they think we are. Are you ready to show your true colors, Oak? Behind Trevor, and across several other rooftops, a legion of white-suited, guised faces. At the head of each group, the executives who did not stand directly with Trevor. Fuka, completely unmasked and standing at the head of the largest number, threw a hand out, and called out. Protect the humans. Assist the doves. This is the king's command, and our desire. For Ghoulkind and our future, fight. A chorus of agreement in the form of a single word, fight, called out at once across the soldiers of Oak. The tide of white fell from its elevated ground, washing around Trevor as they moved to do exactly as they said fight. It did not take long thereafter for red to stain white, the soldiers of Oak moving from clown to clown, cutting them down with kagun of all shapes and sizes. Jukiyama, Nishiki, and Trevor remained. The former affixed a new mask, a crescent that went across the top of his face, with pure white lenses over his eyes. Well then. I believe it's time for you to leave your impression, King. That it is. Luckily, I've picked up a flair or two for showmanship thanks to a friend of mine, Trevor replied, giving the two a small smile. I'll make my mark, then get going. See you two on the other side. He turned, then jumped off the building. Mid-descent, his saurian legs turned fierce, talons extending outward. When he landed, the concrete cracked and groaned beneath his weight. Despite the earth-shattering impact, Trevor neither felt it nor took damage. He appraised the many clowns surrounding him and raised his claw. If they knew fear, they could not display it. They spoke, but without a hint of sense, speaking of fun and something about Vancouver. The smiling ghouls instead ran towards him with absolutely no hesitation, somewhat unimpressive in their speed by Trevor's standards. They did not even reach him. Several white-coated figures descended on them from on high, ramming quinqua blades through the top of their skulls and crumpling the form of each clown they landed on. With a slick sound of metal through fleshy matter, Shio withdrew his blade from the body and let out a black. Small fry. Head up the road. There's several investigators holding their own. It is best if you assist them first, sir, Yusa said, pointing down to where the investigators would have been. We will follow and assist any citizens in danger. Trevor nodded. Good. I'll see you there. With that, he bounded in the direction Yusa had pointed with great leaps, each step leaving a tri-digit crater in its wake. At an intersection in a main road, 5 investigators fought for their lives, with 2 additional downed and bleeding. The clowns, faster and stronger for sure, were by no means strong or fast enough to overwhelm them individually, instead throwing themselves against the ad hoc blockade, hoping to drown them in bodies. The road itself had started to turn red, and yet none of the clowns revealed their kagun. Could they even do so? Were they ghouls of such a low class? The fighting had not been going on for long, but it did not have to. The investigators were running out of energy. They would fall shortly. Would, if Trevor hadn't been there. An obsidian hydra bloomed from Trevor's spine as he grew closer, immense tails lined with hooked spines. Each tail struck out at blinding speeds, swiping around and through the mass of clowns that were overwhelming the investigators. Even the ghouls that were bare inches from their quarry were grasped by darting talons and ripped away, smashing them against the streets and surrounding buildings and away from the humans. 2 seconds. It had taken 2 seconds for Trevor to wipe out the clown battle line. The grisly work done, his tails pulled back and hovered behind him, coiling in languid, smooth motions through the air. Where fear had been absent in the clowns, the investigators knew better. Armed and at the ready, they turned their focus to Trevor only for a raised thin quinqua blade to halt them. Their leader, doused in red and with matted hair, spoke for them with an adrenaline-spiked voice. Jenna, Naoto Hayashimura Jinshi's ally began, a smile absent but relief evident. CCG's most wanted man. What are you doing here? Hayashimura, Trevor greeted, hands at his sides and palms open. Exactly what it looks like. Stopping madmen from hurting innocent people, and those who are trying to protect them. My people, the ones in the white suits, will only attack the clowns and do not wish you harm. Hayashimura considered Trevor's words for several whole seconds, taking so long as to even discomfort his own subordinates. As they began to speak their concern, rightfully pointing out that Trevor should have been their target, he silenced them. In light of the current severity of the situation, the CCG present within the 22nd ward will cooperate with the ghouls in the white suits. Following that, I am afraid I cannot say. Out of my jurisdiction, first class or no. We'll spread the word. Trevor dipped his head. Thank you, first class, and I understand. Oak will do everything in our power to assist the CCG in keeping the peace. My people have already made headway deeper in town and began extracting civilians. Those in different suits are officers and in command wherever I am absent. Understood. You heard him, relay the information as necessary. Hayashimura barked to his subordinates, shocking the fear out of them with a drill instructor-like tone. They snapped to attention and, ignoring the declining adrenaline, moved to do as told. Once they were gone, Hayashimura looked back at Trevor, frowning. You picked the worst time to ditch, Jenna. I know. But I couldn't deny where I belonged anymore, Trevor said, frowning back but speaking with conviction. I, the one-eyed king, don't want the CCG to be destroyed. I just want them to listen. After a moment, he took a breath. And I have a selfish request. Please pass along to the Quinks that Akira is still alive. I will. But you should have been there for those kids. They needed you, after Rushima, Hayashimura sighed, exasperated. I'm not going to judge this whole one-eyed king thing. There's enough rumblings from the information that got passed around about what the Washa you are, and that we might just all be goddamn suckers. But Jinshi and Toru? They needed the closest thing they have to a father. Now. I don't know. Trevor gulped, feeling a tremor in his chest. He took in a shaky breath. It's something I'll spend the rest of my life trying to make up for. Even if they hate me. There was a good reason he'd left, but that didn't dull the pain of Hayashimura's words. The most he'd heard about his kids in a month, and none of it good. He gulped again and shook his head. There will be a time where I face them again, but now. Trevor looked back the way he'd come. For now we need to stop the current crisis. Hayashimura's expression eased, and he rubbed his brow. You're right. But, don't worry too much about them, for the time being. Despite how they feel, they're all strong. Jinshi's probably only second to Suzuya, at this point, and Toru's not far behind. So we'll deal with this, and then figure out what happens next. The one-eye nodded and exhaled. Good. Good. Let's hope it's something to look forward to. Trevor's tails pulled into his spine and his legs elongated, turning into spike-like springs as he began to turn away. Until then, stay alive, Hayashimura. Long night ahead of us. Stay alive, Jenna. All I can really ask of you. Hayashimura fell into a salute instinctively, apparently still seeing Trevor as his superior in some form or another. I'll let the kids know Akira's alive, and you're fine. Beyond that, it's on you to figure this mess out. Trevor smiled soberly. Thanks, Hayashimura. I'll do just that. Before Trevor could leave, bounding off into the night, something interrupted him quite suddenly. Something appeared in his periphery, a splotch of black and reflected light, close and without any warning, a silent and scentless approach. Trevor's eyes caught it just in time. But an arm's length away, blade ready to carve across Trevor, was a man in a black hat. A face as gaunt and edged as the blade that accompanied it stared straight into Trevor with wide yet unremarkable eyes. The blade, made from a dark metal, whispered through the air between the wielder and Trevor with a speed only one of the myriad freaks of the CCG could muster, becoming for but a fraction of a second more of a downward flash of reflected light than a sword. It was an automatic response from Trevor. A sidestep on distorted legs, followed by a cannon shot of a palm strike right into the man's side, sending him right back the direction he came. It hit, sinking into human flesh before his attacker's mass was shunted away from Trevor, creating a gap between them as the man in the black hat slid away, adjusting his posture. He took a hit well, despite not being a ghoul. A ghoul would not have felt that soft to a punch. The man in the black hat cleared his throat, and then corrected his clothing. All black with a hint of a white shirt beneath a jacket and coat, the slightest hint of color on a midnight canvas, and even that felt empty. Naoto Hayashimura appeared about as well informed as Trevor, baring his teeth at the sudden burst of activity, Quinqua brought to bear once again against who it was not clear. The man in the black hat peered at the two of them from beneath the rim, finally smiling at Hayashimura in an insincere manner. First class Hayashimura, the man began in a slightly fried voice, a hiss of sorts. You've done well to keep the command structure intact, but you are severely outclassed here. Please retreat to the branch building, and await further orders. On what authority? I don't recognize you, and Central hasn't mentioned any reinforcements, Hayashimura said, eyebrows set in defiance. The main branch special investigators. We have been sent to apprehend the CCG's most wanted, and you are an obstacle in that. The man lowered his blade, standing upright. Another man in black joined him, seemingly just wandering in from the street as if he had always been there, followed by another and more still. 7 men in black hats, all supposedly special investigators. Trevor exhaled, jaw clicking. His tails, many and eyed, curled outward and stared down the bastards that he knew to be their true enemy, not just his, but the enemy of everyone he gave a damn about. His people, including the CCG. Hayashimura, Trevor called out to the man, looking at him directly. Trevor didn't want Hayashimura to die. They don't care about you and they're not going to listen to you. I hate to agree with these bastards, but you need to get away from this. It was a plea. Hayashimura tutted, hesitating before lowering his quinqua. Understood, he said, acknowledging the order, though whether it was from Trevor or the other so-called investigator remained ambiguous. He flicked his eyes to Trevor briefly, a sort of confirmation he'd tell the kids Trevor and Akira were fine. He did not wait to begin jogging away from the scene and out into the rest of the chaotic scene, where more men in black hats could be spotted in the distance. They had come for Oak, or rather, they had been waiting for Oak. A meeting long overdue, Mr. Galina, said one of the men, stepping through the other 6 to stand at the forefront. With no hair to speak of, and an absolutely pallid look about him, he gave the impression of age despite the absence of wrinkles. A lack of constitution, maybe. He smiled in a far more genuine manner than the other had, his eyes pure white, lacking any semblance of iris or pupil. You have the commendations of V. You have done well, as an opponent. Kuzan and Ito, enemies as they were, both saw something in you, justifiably so, it seems. Past tense in reference to the Yashimuras. Trevor didn't let his concern show. Glad to hear it, Trevor said blandly. His Kagun became lined with fanged maws, snarling and barely containing the undeniable hatred he felt for V. Means I'm doing something right if all you minions are coming out of the woodwork. Tell me, are you feeling it yet? The one leading them gestured a hand to Trevor, begging him to continue in an almost polite manner. Trevor sneered, finally letting his absolute loathing for them show. The breaking of the wheel. All of his Kagun slammed downward, boring deep into the concrete all around them and, with a mighty heave, uprooted everything. All became a maelstrom of stone and metal, turning what had been a flat surface into a shattered chasm of a street. The air was filled with both massive chunks of debris and a cacophony of horrible noise, a terrible mixture of screeching metal, rumbling concrete, and howling Kagun mouths. Trevor's spring-like legs launched upward into the roof of a nearby building, itself caught in some of the chaos. The intersection became a scene of collateral damage, yet amid it the figures in black persisted, having moved out of the worst of it before it could really begin, their pursuit delayed by avoiding the debris that fell from the air seconds later. Still, they pursued though unable to jump the remarkable heights of a ghoul, they procured from beneath their coats hook and cable, and with practiced perfection, scaled the building almost as quickly as Trevor had ascended. With bladed tails, Trevor carved the corner of the building apart as they climbed higher, causing a clean slice of the structure to fall away after a half-second delay. Whatever they did in response went missed to Trevor, but eventually hooks went up on the surrounding buildings instead. Bar 1. Dramatic of you, breaking the wheel. But I cannot say that all in this small world of ours have a flair for theatre, the leader said from behind Trevor. Though his sword was at his side, sheathed, he had not drawn it the entire time he had been present. I am sure you think you are doing good, and that is admirable. In the long term, however, you will only bring more suffering unto the world you seek to liberate. I am willing to tell you, if you would listen. Trevor's jaw set and his Kagun kept watchful gazes on the men in black hats all around him. Annoying. Too much longer and it'd be too late for him to meet with the lab team. Take, Saidu, Corona, Kyode. Kyode. What was it the man had said? Trevor and a certain someone were hunting the same prey. Where they showed up. She would come. I'm listening, Trevor replied in a rumbling, wary tone. I sense an ulterior motive, but alas. The result is the same, the leader sighed, disappointed. He continued anyway, his smile returning. You and I stand in similar places. Like young Kishao, we are half human, and you are a half ghoul. Similarly, we both walk between the worlds of human and ghoul, though in different manners. Have you not found that an enlightening experience? Seeing both sides of the divide. No shit. We're both in a liminal space, and that gives us a great deal of perspective, Trevor replied coolly, eyes narrowing at the man. Despite that, we clearly reached very different conclusions. The man shook his head. Incorrect. We have reached similar conclusions with different methods. Unity between man and ghoul kind is vital for the flourishing of this planet. V has, for the longest time, attempted to maintain that divide not out of cruelty, but to ensure that humanity could continue to be with a degree of normality. Across the world, subsidiaries have labored to see that the course of history does not become one of perpetual conflict between two distinct peoples. You know of the tongue cutter, yes? Of the Qi Shilian. Hard to avoid hearing about them. Then do recall the scale of that event. That is an instance of what happens when normality is not maintained, and the scale of death that follows. Hundreds of thousands missing, most likely eaten as food and fuel for their march, more killed in direct conflict, and this is without taking into account deaths as a result of failed infrastructure in the aftermath, he continued, his smile steadily turning into a frown. What V does is cruel, especially to ghouls. It would be crueler still to simply allow ghoul kind to go without any semblance of control, for they and humanity will inevitably destroy, either each other, or themselves. V labors to end this divide, and our work is reaching a culmination. We have entered a vital stage, Mr. Galina. This need not be a war. Culmination, Trevor echoed. Vague words. Ominous words, Mr. Black Hat. I can't say a single thing you've done has inspired anything resembling faith in me, so you'll have to forgive me for thinking your idea of how to end this divide isn't something worth defending. Oh? Most curious answer. You have already seen it for yourself, in some sense. Come to love it, even. But alas, words delivered from a hated mouth will ever be soundless. Nonetheless, I can at least take joy in this. He raised his sheathed blade, smile returning. Fighting the student of my student shall surely be enlightening. Trevor huffed. Perhaps the man was talking about half-ghouls. About the Quinks. But the man's words were true, Trevor hated him, and what he fought for, and therefore did not trust his intentions in the slightest. So you're Kishao's teacher, then? Trevor rolled his shoulder. A familiar scent drifted in from the wind. He did not react. It explains a lot, honestly. Why he was the way he was. Maybe so. It is difficult to say what came first. As the older half-human, an apparently rare thing, lowered his sheathed blade to his hip, he went to draw. The sudden invasion of a bloody scent drew his attention only for him, it was visual. A torso flew between them, torn from its waist in a mess of entrails and fading life, landing between them and drawing a crimson line. No further for V. On one of the neighboring buildings, a woman in a black vest and scarred arms stood, holding the other half of the remaining investigator by the leg. Red eyes glared out through a near-featureless hound mask. Keiko, Irimi called out. You idiot. You actually showed yourself. She looked to Trevor before Keiko could respond, nodding to him. Her glare eased, a smile on the inflection of her eyes. Trevor felt his heart race, blinking rapidly. All the same, he couldn't restrain the smile on his face. It had been so long. Oh, bother. Keiko said, sighing. Dober. Do you not get tired of getting in the way for no reason? I have my reasons, she called out as she cleared the gap between the buildings, dropping the remains of the other investigator in the divide. She landed on all fours, dual kagun already protruding from her back. Long time, Trevor. Looking good, but you have somewhere to be. Don't you? Too long, Kaya. Trevor breathed, warmth leaking into his voice. He regarded Keiko like a piece of half-human trash. But you're right. Catch up later. If we have time. There should be a train passing by the tracks in a minute or two. Hop onto the top and these things won't be able to follow you, and you'll make good time, she replied, her own voice not absent of a familiar gentleness. It had been years since they last saw each other, and though they had both been alive, circumstances had conspired against them. To put it mildly. Sounds Gucci. I'll get going then, Trevor said, turning away. It was an okay speech, Keiko, but your delivery sucked. Guess drama doesn't suit you after all. Trevor didn't bother waiting for VS Mook to respond. Trusting Irimi to handle the rest, trusting Oak to carry on with their mission despite the interference of the Black Hats, Trevor launched himself away, heading for the train and his exit of the 22nd Ward. The chaos of the 22nd Ward shifted into a peaceful quiet as Trevor rode the top of the train, night sky clear and air warm despite the sun's absence, though pleasantly so. A sudden reprieve from the tension of conflict, only to lead into a completely different kind of tension. Once Trevor had hopped off from his stop, he made his way to the meeting spot. Amid a patch of greenery on a hill, two allies awaited him, the outsiders Kurona and Takaizawa, the latter squatting on a wooden fencing post like his owl namesake, looking out at the lights of the industrial facility below. Kurona leaned on the fence, turning to face Trevor once he was near, tutting. What time do you call this? I call this fashionably late. Also V jumped me, so I had to shake them off, Trevor huffed, shaking his head. Where are the other two? Lanky fuck's gone to check for a gap in patrols. If not, he's gonna knock out a couple A guards, quiet like. Takes taking stock of the surroundings, checking if there's anyone waiting for us. Doesn't want us walking into a trap, Takaizawa said, picking his ear beneath his hood. Oh, there. Kyode's at the entrance. He pointed down some distance, enhanced vision doing the legwork. Indeed, Kyode was there, just beneath the vision of a camera, with the guard's unconscious body slung over his shoulder. He used the biometrics of the unconscious guard to open the facility door. Once done, he tossed the fellow inside, and then looked over to where the others were, beckoning them with a wave, followed by a point to the camera. He made a snaking gesture with his hand. Movement instructions? No fucking clue what that means, Takaizawa muttered. It means the camera's got blind spots. It's not on a pivot, but look, Kurona pointed, though it was hard to tell at what. At either corner there's an opening. If you hug the wall, you can get beneath it. How the hell did you get all that from this? Takaizawa wiggled his hand in demonstration, squinting. Rather than answer, Kurona rolled her eyes. Trevor sighed, already moving for the direction Kurona had pointed to. Take will keep doing his work out here, we'll be moving too fast for him to keep up directly anyway. Let's hop to it, team. They moved down the side of the hill at an angle, gunning straight for the wall. All the while, Kyodai waited by the door, holding it open even as it tried to close itself. Once they slipped in silently, he allowed it to shut behind him. The masked ghoul exhaled, clapping off his hands. Easy enough. Before we go any further, I'll need you to stay here for a moment. We're going to need disguises. Kyodai looked about for a few moments, before finally spotting something on the ceiling. Though there was no sign of a vent or any such thing, he did poke his sword at one of the panels of the ceiling. It was loose, just enough for him to force the issue and move it aside entirely. That'll do. 5 minutes. If I'm not back by then, feel free to do what you want. The leader of the cats, true to that name, deftly hopped up and into the opening in the ceiling, slinking in effortlessly and without as much as the ruffling of his clothes for sound. Hey, Takaizawa said. Around them was a hallway leading to another door. Beside them, an unconscious guard. 5 minutes. He is the expert, I suppose, Kurona said, almost in agreement with Takaizawa's bit of bewilderment. That he be. Trevor looked around the area, entirely normal for a CCG facility. At least for now. Never had a reason to visit here while I still worked for the Doves. What about you, Saidu? Nah, never been. It's always just been a den of research weirdos, to me. I never really got to the point in my career where coming here was on the table, if you get what I mean, Takaizawa said, looking about and sniffing. These V guys, something we can deal with you reckon? Or are they a secret cabal of freaks? They're freaks. Half humans, like Nerima and Zero Squad, Trevor said, lips pursing. One of them took a direct hit from me in the chest, but rolled with it. Hardly invincible though. Irimi was able to rip at least one apart before I left. Just not something to be treated lightly. Fun. Can never just be one thing, can it? Kurona said, sounding amused nonetheless. But I suppose it's on brand. It sounds like you're forcing the hands behind it all. Progress, right? Trevor snorted, just as amused. Means we're doing something right, far as I'm concerned. I was wondering when those spooks would finally try to off me, anyway. Did a shit job at it, Takaizawa muttered. If they can't even do that when they get the drop on you, then you've got this in the bag. Can retire and, I dunno, have little quarter ghoulings, or 3/4 depending on your tastes. But, I don't even know any more on that front. My love life is such a hot mess that it's not even worth unpacking, Trevor groaned, shaking his head. One bite at a time, I guess. Oh no, a complicated love life, Kurona said, putting on a nasally voice. Whatever shall I do? Kman, we don't even have one. He's a brain-busted sicko, and I have a face on my stomach. I just wait, what? Trevor did a double take, squinting at her. Since when? You didn't show him. Takaizawa said, grinning like a fool. Holy shit. That's great. No, I didn't. And I'm not going to. It's a lot, all right. Kurona said, folding her arms and leaning against the wall. Trevor frowned, but the pieces clicked together all the same. She had mentioned that she thought Nashiro was dead, but never elaborated. The face on her stomach, could it be Nashiro's, for some reason? Or related to her? All the same, Trevor let out a breath and nodded in understanding. If Kurona wanted her room, he'd give it to her. Fair enough. If you don't want to get into it, that's your call. He glanced down the hall. Middle of a job isn't exactly the best place for that kind of stuff anyway. That's no fun. Whatever. Takaizawa's grin faded, and he turned his nose up to the air, sniffing. Incoming, anyway. A light at the side of the door at the other end of the hall blinked, turning green. It hissed to the side, and a tall man stepped through dressed in a drab grey maintenance uniform, a cap on his head, long hair tied up beneath it. Green eyes peered out from under the rim of the cap, taking in the three, and then approaching. Under his arm, several bundles of grey. He tossed them on the floor. Quick. We've got an hour at best, much less at worst, Kyodai said with a pinched urgency. Here. Kurona hissed. Where else did you expect? We're all adults here. Get changed. We won't look, Trevor assured her, reaching down and grabbing a set for himself. He tossed the other to her. So don't worry about it. The clothes barely fit, more in the baggy sense for everyone else, but for Trevor it seemed even worse. The top was more of a sweater, to the point where Kyodai and Kurona had to conduct some ad hoc surgery on it to pin the back of it together. There's plenty of people past that door. Moment we're going. Game faces on. We're CCG staff. Got it, Takaizawa. Kyodai asked the group. Takaizawa blinked, standing hunched like a little freak of a man. Wah. Got it. We're hard-working citizens employed by the CCG. Right up until we're not, and this all goes ass up, Kurona said with faux joy, patting Trevor on the back once she was done making his uniform less of a baggy mess. That's the right of it. We're looking for a logbook, or something. Anything that can point us in the right direction of the area where they deal with the suppressant. Not going to bother asking people, given the fact we're not the most inconspicuous bunch. Kyodai sighed, stepping towards the door. He took a pass from his pocket, getting ready to wave it over a reader. Ready. As we'll ever be. Let's get this heist rolling, Trevor told him. The clothes were really annoying, but at least it was a temporary thing. Hopefully no one looked too hard at his feet. He had shoes on, but claws were poking out of the front. Small, but blatantly obvious if you looked at them. Between that, his regrettably recognizable face, and the gathered weirdos that made up the rest of the team, it was a very transparent disguise. If it could buy them even a couple seconds, however, it would have served its purpose. Kyodai seemed confident, and an optimistic person may think that spoke to how well it was going to go. However, these were ghouls, and they thrived when everything was on fire. Walk fast and look confident. That was Kyodai's advice. Even Trevor, as fucked as his feet were, could pass as somebody who should be there if he did not move in a way that was out of place. Kurona had it down, hands in her pockets and her dismissive gaze otherwise unchanged. She looked natural. Unfortunately, so did Takaizawa. The other half-ghoul walked with his perpetual slouch, and the sleeves of his uniform were a touch too long on him. As natural as they played it, they drew their fair few looks, but Kyodai played off of them, offering polite nods and words as he passed. Good work today and evening, all the while quickly scanning whatever identification he could find to drop a name in there. The man carried the unusual gaggle of ghouls upon his back through the halls. Takaizawa leaned over to Trevor, cupping his mouth to whisper. How often does this guy break into places? You'd think this was his day job, Trevor muttered back, impressed with Kyodai's ability. He'd known the man's expertise only through second hand, but seeing it for himself was something else entirely. Where had Irimi found this guy? Dude's a real pro. At least one of us is, Kurona added quietly from her part of the column. Indeed, it was difficult to avoid the fact they looked like three new weird recruits being led by their supervisor. The research facility had no shortage of doors they could have entered, most going unused if the darkness through the glass was anything to go by, but Kyodai was looking for something very specific. Take had not been able to tell them where exactly they needed to go, but he had informed them of a place where they could find out the records. The right researcher logbook could tell them where to go. He stopped by a door labeled A17, holding mid-step before moving back. With no glass to look in, there was a measure of privacy to be found, most likely due to the fact it was not a lab or any other sort of facility. Play it cool and cover for me. Kurona, stand there. He thumped discreetly to a very precise point to his side directly in front of a camera. Give me a few seconds. Kyodai grabbed the rim of his cap, looking about with a puckered expression, and then looked to the lock on the door. Once Kurona was in place, arms folded and bored, he allowed his kagun to grow out from his lower back. Though he never used it in combat, other uses were apparently acceptable. It was kept slim intentionally so as it moved around beneath his clothes, coming out through a sleeve as he went to grab the door handle. The glowing green, vine-like kagun entered the lock, riding into the nooks of the lock, and with a click, undid it. Kyodai opened the door with no fanfare. He stepped in and urged them to do the same, closing the door behind them once they were clear. The record room, a series of drawer racks, all labeled according to some arcane filing system, something of a combination of numerical and alphabetical. They were alone, for the time being. Kyodai clapped off his hands. Right. Next step. Split up and start looking for something that gets us to this RC research place. How are we feeling? Like I'm back at work for the first day, Takaizawa grumbled. He was already slinking off to get to work, lacking the grace of Kyodai in his investigations. Metal wrenched, screeched and snapped, simply ripping a drawer out of its holder, paper logbooks and stray sheets falling out around him, getting a win CE from Kyodai. That works, I suppose. It was certainly a method. Trevor didn't imitate Takaizawa as he began his own search. He claimed a few rows for himself, tendrils sliding out from his sleeves that were lined with eyes and hands. Each kagun tendril quickly inspected a drawer, searching for keywords as they moved about. You know, I'd thought my return to the workplace would have more fires initially, Trevor admitted. But hey, I'll take it. Good work, Kyodai. Don't praise me yet. Still have to get us to wherever this trail leads us, Kyodai half chuckled. Kurona played her part by leaning on the door, just in case, while Kyodai moved to help Trevor. They combed over a series of logbooks, scheming for anything that could at all point to research involving the suppressant gas. This had never been a side of the CCG Trevor had ever been involved in, and the crash course was disorientating. Sensical in some ways, but some of the statements he came across were troubling. Synthesized advanced Ghoul chitin reaction to bursts of particle acceleration. Reaction to poisoned flesh. Reaction to coagulating agent. The CCG, at all times, was running the gamut on Ghoul physiology through one means or another, trying to find new ways to deal with their appointed foe. As single-minded as it was, at least there was no mention of living subjects. Authentic samples and recreations of what was required, apparently. Takaizawa tossed logbooks aside once he was done with them. His eyes glazed over, like a man living through a memory. Trevor frowned. The more he looked, the more he read. So much information, so data, all directed by the question of how can we hurt them. They were even resorting to particle accelerators in order to gain an edge over Ghoul kind. Somehow, the logbooks gave Trevor far more of an uneasy feeling than any Quinqua could. If it were feasible, Trevor said slowly, still carrying on with his search. I would have liked to take some of these with us for deeper reads. A lot of what I'm seeing here is troubling. This all seems pretty tame, Takaizawa said, a morbid point. Compared to us, it's nothing. Just the scrambling of prey to find new and unique ways to kill predators. We could, Kyodai began, placing a logbook back as he did so. But it really depends on how messy this gets. If it comes to it, I can carry some, but it'll be on you three to do the fighting. Don't worry your little head. The Kakuja Club will protect you, sword guy, Kurona said, smirking. Kyodai was, woefully, without said sword. Kyodai cringed. Thanks. Loath am I to be so unarmed. Alas, carrying your gear would have drawn even more looks, Trevor said, rubbing his chin. We can worry about grabbing some of this stuff out later if we have time. For now, priorities. Anyone having any luck so far? MMMH. I think. Takaizawa paused. He stepped over to Trevor and Kyodai, pointing at the line which had drawn his eye in his newest logbook. Suppression Testing Systems. Research Section 4. Sounds like our place. What's the date on that? Kyodai asked. Takaizawa grinned, as if he had foreseen the question coming. 2 weeks ago. It's contemporary evidence. Oh, how familiar that phrase is, Trevor said with a nod, recognizing it from investigator work. Most promising lead yet. Good find. Best if we get moving, then. We're on a timer, after all, Kurona said, kicking off from the door. You know the way. She asked Kyodai, brow raised. Kyodai allowed the logbook he was holding to fall to the ground as he stood upright, rolling his shoulders. The man groaned as something clicked. Please. I've got Take's layout memorized inside and out. Just don't make too much of a scene before we have what we came for, would you? Sure, sure. We've not messed up yet, have we? Kurona said. Kyodai stared at them, looking between each of the half-ghoul Kakuja. I'd say that by virtue of being a gaggle of monochromatic, pale freaks, your presence here is an ongoing mess-up. Trevor scratched his cheek. With his big black death claw of a hand. Dunno what you're talking about. That said, he was already heading for the door, inconspicuous as ever. The ongoing mess-up continued. Following Kyodai's lead, they made their way towards a wing of the large facility which steadily, bit by bit, began to acquire an odd smell. By no means pleasant, it had the hints of human food only more repugnant than it usually was. Even Trevor, who had lived with a group of people who cooked every day, could not quite fall back on that tolerance and ignore it completely. Kyodai sniffed the air. He looked back at them and nodded. Takaizawa looked like he was going to puke, going whiter than he already was, expression going gaunt. Not even Kurona was doing so great, by the look of it. How are you taking this so well? Trevor managed, expression contorting with disgust. Smells worse than roadkill dipped in puke broth. Is it that bad? Kyodai asked them, blinking. I'm not sure. If it is the suppressant, it could have something to do. Oh, we brought the wrong people, Kyodai realized, expression going blank. He sighed, looking about. All right, listen up. You three have too much RC going through your bodies, and it's already reacting to what's probably trace amounts in the air. Consider it a defense mechanism of the facility. Until we're face to face with the gas itself, you'll probably be fine, but until then, tough it out. You hear that, Kakuja Club? Trevor muttered, a pained smile on his face. We're too strong. Isn't that great? Oh, shut up, Kurona muttered. Through her scrunched up expression, she tried to hide the worst of her reaction to the trace suppressant in the air, arms tense at her sides. Hurry it up. It looks like Takaizawa's gonna spew. Takaizawa held his stomach. I'm gonna fucking puke my soul out. Kyodai could have been more impressed with them, that was for sure. Okay. Hustle it is. Kyodai instructed them to the point. Trevor was to use his Kagun to sever a power line running over them, which led into the room they were about to burst into. Once done, Kurona had the auspicious role of scaring the living lights out of whoever was inside. Takaizawa's job, on the other hand, was to simply not die. A simple plan, one time to the third click of Kyodai's fingers. On the third, they burst into motion. Trevor's tail carved through the ceiling, heralding the sound of something electrical discharging, and ahead of them just beneath the door Kurona was poised to bust through, any hint of light vanished, and the sound of surprised yells. Kurona busted in. Though the door was reinforced on some level, it was not reinforced enough. It swung open, and Kurona barreled in, all tendrils and crimson light, flailing about wildly as a series of misdirected eyes snapped about on her half-formed Kakuja mask. The reaction was delayed, right up until Kurona spoke, her words dry. Oh Agabuga. Panic. The door closed behind them, and Takaizawa sealed it. All the while, Kyodai did his part. He began collecting researchers, apprehending them swiftly. What struggle there was lasted as long as it took Kyodai to land a blow on them, punching the air and the fight right out of them. 8 researchers in total. Kyodai, after tying them with plastic cuffs he had somehow thought to bring along, clapped his hands off once again. There. Not so hard if you don't fight, is it? Just sit tight. How did you even get past security? A middle-aged woman with black hair and glasses asked, her gaze snapping between the 3 most egregious intruders. You don't even look human. Kyodai smirked. Ma'am, we're professionals. We don't need to look human to fool them. Ever seen one of those nature documentaries with the dummy animals? He squatted down in front of her, snatching her lanyard from her neck. I'll be needing this. The suppressor's through here, I suppose. He asked rhetorically, looking to a double-sealed door with a card reader beside it. He rose up to full height, beckoning the others over. It might get a bit smelly in here, you three. No clue how bad the suppressor'll be on you. Let's just get it over with, Trevor sighed, pinching his nose. Saidu, there's a trash bin over there. Takaizawa leaned up against a wall, head resting. The man looked positively gaunt. Oh god, I hate this. Eesh, Kurona let out, for once seeming sympathetic for the unhinged ghoul. Anyway. Kyodai ran the card down along the reader. A delay of 2 seconds, the clanking of unsealing bolts, and then the door slid open. The Declaration of Independence, my king. Yet, he was one of Irimi's people all right. The smell hit Trevor's nose like a fist. It wasn't a food-like smell anymore. It was the chemical burn of a skunk, seeping into the nasal cavity and making a wretched nest there. Kurona retched. Takaizawa, as he promised, spewed his soul from his mouth and nose. It wasn't killing them, at the very least. Kyodai planted a hand on Trevor's shoulder, his expression growing more dire as he took in the room beyond the doors. Lit on a separate grid, the large chamber held several blocky tanks connected to suppressor distributors at the top of them. Each distributor seemed to accommodate another tank, and they were themselves connected to a backup of the substance along the walls. They had their prize. It was just a matter of grabbing some of the stuff. Quite the setup, Kyodai muttered as he stepped in. Trevor followed after him, looking around. Before halting in his tracks. His eyes bulged into saucers. Along the wall were lit windows. Within them were figures. Children, floating in tanks, from which the RC fluid was being pumped in. Beneath each window was a label, upon was a name. A familiar name, along with a number corresponding to each window. RIZE-79. Trevor's breathing shuddered, the horrendous stench no longer foremost of his concerns. His eyes frantically darted to each window, confirming his worst fears. More RIZ, their numbers going down, all while more and more RC was being fed to them. He didn't get it. He didn't understand. Far, far from what any of them had been expecting. Riz. Trevor whispered. What the fuck is going on here? Oi. Shit. Takaizawa yelled from behind them, and the sound of a scuffle ensued. How do you bitch? One of the researchers had been hiding. Whatever it was she had been doing, just out of sight, she pulled it off. A high-toned whine came from within the chamber, a warning to anyone in the way of whatever was about to happen. A recorded, computerized voice elaborated. Please be clear of, Tank 001. Draining underway. Activating subject. Owl 001. The tank at the center of them all began to rumble, bubbles filling the red-tinted liquid through the glass at the front of it. A shadow drifted towards it, eventually taking on the shape of a man. Covered in strange, vascular vessels running through his body and the telltale signs of a ghoul who had been through extensive repaired damage, was a man Trevor had not seen in a long time. A man he had, for good reason, thought very much dead. Kotaru Amon, for a moment, appeared to be at peace. Then his eyes opened, and he was not. I have no idea who that is, Kyodai said blandly. He was already lowering himself into a stance, able to put 2 and 2 together. Any clue? Kotaru Amon, Trevor uttered, in shock. He's like us. Kakuja half ghoul. He shook his head, throwing off the shock by the need to get his head in the game. Shit. Saidu. Amon's here. What? Saidu barked, abandoning the woman he was grappling to run over to the door, staring through it with a gaping expression. But, no. No. No time to panic, he hit himself in the head a few times, gritting his teeth. The illness that had been distracting him was pounded away with his blow. We can bring him with us. We just need to. With a single punch, Amon fell through the glass holding him. Falling onto his hands and knees, the man remained there for a few moments, eyes squeezed shut. The large man, as muscular as Banjo but with the means to use it, began to stand, head twitching from side to side, teeth grit as if trying to fight something off. Black Kagun began to coat his skin. A perfect sheet of armor, a second skin. Not the horrific additions that had become the common image of a Kakuja, but a refined, bullet-like entity. Eyes snapped open to reveal a pure white. Lips parted into a wild grin, and a pair of arms burst from Amon's back, large and with clawed digits at the ends. They corrected his posture, before coming to rest, hands joined together above his head like a halo of muscle and promised violence. Commence, commence, commence. A voice from somewhere on Amon's body repeated mechanically, not coming from the wide grinning visage which regarded Trevor and Kyodai with steadily multiplying irises. Commence operation. I'll get the suppressor, Kyodai said quite readily. Yeah, do that, Trevor agreed, sucking in a breath. His legs widened into a stance, fists coming up. He regarded Amon with a newfound clarity. Somehow, this situation felt incredibly familiar, yet from the opposite end. Lost in the depths of a lab, going mad, while someone else beat some sense into him. Saidu, Kurona. We're kicking his ass and taking him with us. Sound like a plan. A pause. The sound of clothes tearing came from just behind Trevor, along with clacking on the tiled floor, like talons. A plated hand came down on his shoulder. We. Takaizawa said, voice distorted by his Kakuja though it sounded like it was struggling. Incorrect. Academy student. He called out to Kurona, looking back at her. Taller and standing straighter, the armored, bird-like Takaizawa spoke with much more force. Do me a favor and go all out, would ye? I don't want to kill you if you get in the way. Pa, Corona said, her own Kakuja forming rapidly around her, her armor smoother. Lacking in bladed wings, she made up for it by having an ever-increasing number of tendrils behind her, each marked with eyes and toothy grins. They lengthened until they were not unlike the hair of the Medusa, enveloping her back. Don't talk down to me, you freak. Good. Listen, Trevor, you're not going to like this, but hear me out. Leave, and let us handle him. This fight isn't part of the operation. Saidu had been right. Trevor didn't like it. He was even falling back on investigator speak, yet another connecting thread between them, Corona, and Amin. In a way, all four of them were results of both Kano and the CCG. Why, Saidu? Trevor asked, fists faltering. I can help. What happens to a command structure if you lose the head? Saidu shot back quickly. 2 crimson points, obscured by the shadow of his grilled mask, stared down at Trevor. You don't have the privilege to choose where you get to die, if you're serious about this stuff. As a leader, you prioritize results. Haoji taught me that one. I killed him on the field. Don't make the same mistake. We'll bring Amin back. Have some faith, brother, Corona said, her own voice carrying a distorted growl, but she smirked with an absolute confidence. It's still 2 versus 1. And besides, I'd hate to see you get all sad because you had to beat this guy up again. That's one of your things, right? The form of Amin continued to shift steadily as they talked. More mass, a stronger frame, all adding onto each other. Eventually the grin just became bared teeth, the eye sockets completely circular as dozens of irises gazed forward with an unfeeling coldness. It began to approach with rigid steps. Trevor smacked his chops. You don't need to just put that out there, he sighed. He clicked his tongue and lowered his fists, taking a step away. Fine. You're right. I'll leave Amin to you two and focus on. His gaze went to RIZE-79, and then back to the researchers, results. Bring him home, cousin, sister. On my mark, then, Saidu said. Kyode, grab the suppressor. Trevor, keep him covered in case he gets past us. All clear. Clear, Kyode said, brow tense. He threw the hat of his disguise off to the side. Trevor patted Saidu's back plates. Clear. When you put it like that, it's almost like you've got your head on straight, Corona teased. But then again, I suppose we're all a bit crazy. We've all had to be, to make it this far, Trevor agreed. Clear. Saidu burst into movement with a humming vibration of air, his movement hauntingly familiar to the night of the auction, a burning red hummingbird that looked to be teleporting from spot to spot, accompanied by an eruption of sound with each dash. Amin, or the Kakuja that rode his instincts, stood perfectly still as it developed more and more with each passing second, adding mass atop of mass, the once grinning expression becoming a black face of bared teeth and circular lens eyes. The tiny red pinpricks for irises darted about as Saidu moved, tracking him perfectly. The 2 Kagun arms, held above Amin like a halo, parted their hands. Crimson arcs of energy sparked between them before dissipating entirely as they became fists. New vessels bulged down the length of the swollen arms as they tensed. Amin swung, the perfect tracking aiming to pay off by striking where Saidu would be. The former investigator, thinking ahead, already had his wings curl around him like a shield. The Kakuja's giant fist slammed into the metallic shield, but Saidu did not get sent back despite the fact the fist was as large as he was. The blades of his wings stuck into the fist, giving him purchase for a few moments, long enough for him to kick himself off from, and with the swipe of an arm, send a wave of crackling daggers down onto Amin. Quills like stalagmites rained down on Amin, peppering him, piercing him and pinning him down before detonating into crimson bursts. The giant staggered for but a moment. Kyode was not one to leave an opportunity like that rest. Lanky legs broke into a preternatural sprint, accompanied by Corona, but their intents were different. Kyode passed Amin, and Corona struck at him. Her Kakuja, resembling a gorgon of myth, changed shape. The serpent's forms became edged, becoming a series of blades lining up alongside one another. Mimicking the swing of her arm, the blades carved into Amin's side, but could not cut much deeper than what was a superficial wound for a Kakuja. She did not rest, for she could not. Amin's true arm, covered in black armor, moved to grab her like one would a child. Amin, the man who was famed as being one of the few investigators who could kill a ghoul with his bare hands, that ability would only be stronger now. Corona moved like her life depended on it, slinking away smoothly with a duck and swerve to the side, serpents reforming and changing again with a practiced precision. One half became a single dense club, slamming upwards into Amin's gut, while the others coiled around her left arm, forming layers of organic pneumatic design, like a fist with springs for an arm. She punched the giant, malformed fist landing on Amin's jaw and creating cavernous cracks with it, and with all the might her body could muster, sent him flying. Corona exhaled, her fist steaming. It unfurled back into the collection of tendrils. Sorry, sir. In this realm, you're the greenhorn, she said, her voice a coarse hiss through her transformation. Amin responded by sitting up. Whatever sense of victory that came was short-lived. Any damage dealt healed in an instant. Oh, crap, Saidu thought aloud. Trevor had been keeping a low profile, skittering along the walls and hovering near Kyode. His Kagun limbs had elongated, turning into spiked appendages that'd poke your eye out just to look at it. Still sure you don't want me to get some licks in while I'm still here? He called out. You're the damn boss. Do whatever you want. Saidu called back. In the time they had that small exchange, Amin had made his way into the air, descending on Corona with fist reared back both his true arm, and the Kagun facsimile it corresponded with. Using her tendrils as springs, she moved back in time to avoid the impact. The ground heaved, and the facility shook at its very foundations, tiles shattering and ensuring that there was no even ground in their ad hoc arena. Kyodai cussed, grabbing onto the apparatus containing the suppressant to keep his balance. Who is this guy? He asked Trevor, expression knitted up in burgeoning concern. Kakuja were of course bad news, but it was a different kind of bad news if it took two to respond to one. One of the strongest the CCG ever trained, Trevor told him, black carapace spreading from his spine and rapidly covering his own body. A featureless obsidian mask enveloped his face, on which a single, burning crimson eye emerged. Kotaru Aman. A freak even before becoming a Kakuja. Tails ending in the maws of tigers. Upturned arachnid legs that crackled with heat and red lightning. His legs bent backward, turning into bladed springs. Holler when you're done. I'm helping them. Trevor rocketed into the fracas, a black cannon shot directed right into the back of Aman's leg. He drove in, hard, throwing Aman's hulking mass off balance, while the arachnid spikes that lined his back raked against Kakuja flesh, searing off chunks with their superheat. Trevor winded around Aman like an eel, impossibly fluid as he carved at the former investigator, before kicking off Aman's face with a leg that had warped into a rectangular pillar to further drive Aman downward. Picking up on what Trevor was putting down, Sidhu swept in once again, driving a spike of a wing down into Aman's side as he faltered, sinking deep finally. Then, the bubbling began. Aman's teeth came down on Trevor's leg. Rapidly, it began to misshape beyond Trevor's intent, bulges starting to pop up like pox, the same for Sidhu's arm. The former investigator quickly looked to Trevor for a moment before back to his own arm. Sidhu's arm exploded into a mess of liquid RC. He fell back, letting out a howl as he held what was left of the limb. Aman's blank, instinctive eyes locked onto Trevor. His leg detonated. Trevor hissed in pain, hopping back on one leg and trailing steam and blood as he went. The white-haired foreigner put distance between himself and Aman, nostrils flaring while the Kakuja compensated with a brand new leg. That's a new trick. Even like this, you're still way more than some big brute, hey. Aman did not respond. Urchin spines protruded from his additional set of arms, and with two swipes he sent them wide, peppering the arena with them, learning from the assault Sidhu had conducted on him earlier. Corona spread her tendrils wide, using them to capture the ones which would have struck Trevor or Sidhu, becoming their shields. The price for the move came swiftly, as the tendrils began to distort, the mouths letting out uncomfortable pained noises and the eyes quivering. Corona cut them off herself, and they too exploded into a bloody mess. Aman prepared another set. That's the difference. A Kakuja without the mind already knows all its tricks. Us? We've got to figure this stuff out ourselves, Sidhu said, his damaged arm coming to be coated in another layer of Kagun, creating a curved sword from it. Got it. Kyodai called out, waving the canister he managed to retrieve. No sign of force needed. Trevor, Sidhu. Keep him distracted and get him to stay still. Corona, grab any one of the liquid suppressant containers and pierce it when he's down. Good a plan as any. Trevor hopped on his heels. Sidhu, you go left, I go right. Without waiting for confirmation, he darted to the right. His arms were already mid-transformation, contorting into unholy fusions of pincers and tiger fangs the size of sedans. Upon completion, Trevor slammed them down upon Aman's arms on his side, creating shockwaves with each hammer blow, while barbed hooks exploded from his chest, all of which slashed and dug into Aman's Kakuja with unnatural heat. Each attack didn't overstay its welcome, having learned his lesson from Aman's particular nasty habit. Rapid contact, dizzying speed accompanied by a freight train's force. The gore of Kagun coated Trevor's form, but the giant did not flinch. The giant arm at Aman's side came down on the ground rather than Trevor, kicking up a cloud of debris before Trevor. Through it, the giant hand shot through, clamping down on Trevor's head. Regenerates too fast. Sidhu called out. Once again, he had rammed a blade into Aman's side. And we can't hit deep without getting hit. So push as much as you can into it, make sure he gets blown up too. Pressure digging into Trevor's skull. His eyes, many and singular, bored down into Aman, or the mindless creature he'd become. I can do that, Trevor said through gritted teeth. Who knows, maybe this'll jog your memory, Aman. More and more pressure. Trevor's many tails became one, gargantuan and familiar in the way it curved. Rag boy's turn to wake you up. The scorpion tail did just as Sidhu instructed. A tremendous, sole point of absolute force that slammed and stabbed into Aman from above. Sidhu pressed. The bubbling began like a sickness, starting to appear both inside his arm and Trevor's tail. Sidhu's Kakuja began to shift, becoming more angular. Blood, not the RC of the Kagun, began to drip where it dug into Sidhu's body, devouring himself for sustenance for what was needed. They needed to create more RC than what was invading their bodies, and then push it back into Aman. To do this, Sidhu was willing to let his Kakuja go rampant. The giant began to struggle. Two vectors of invasion meant a split of resources. It could not keep up. Bubbles protruded along the giant's body, near where Trevor's tail and Sidhu's blade pierced, the flow reversing in their favor. Aman brought his fists up. With both Sidhu and Trevor distracted, it made them sitting ducks. Kyodai had other plans rather than leaving, as was the plan. The lanky ghoul darted down between Trevor and Sidhu, and with centrifugal force, planted his foot into Aman's face. His shoe fell apart from the blow, drawing Aman's attention for just long enough. From his back and side, the bulbs of pressure reached their zenith. Two gaping wounds appeared in the Kakuja with an eruption of sound, force and red fluid, destroying the end of Trevor's tail and Saidu's blade at the same time. Pain was expected and temporary. The remainder of Trevor's tail fell upon Amin, squeezing and pushing like a boa constrictor's death grip. With a last heave of effort, Saidu brought his other arm about, coated in solid red, and slammed it into Amin's mask with a yell deep from his core, mustering all the weight of attachment Saidu had to the man who had been his colleague. It shattered once again, exposing the face of the man within the beast. All the while, Saidu's own crackled and mutated, becoming crystal and piercing into the skull that wore it. A large canister thumped down a few steps away from them, rolling across the broken ground. Kyodai, wisely, leapt away before several spikes shot into it, causing the liquid within to shoot from it in spouts. The wounds of Saidu and Amin, and simply proximity to it for Trevor, served as vectors of weakness into their bodies. With each passing moment, their Kakuja and its maddening, nagging influence began to fade, the appendages growing softer than the steel they were superior to. The beasts in their backs, the Kakuhao, began to sleep under the ministrations of the suppressant, and the violence in their blood found peace. Only then, with his Kakuja in full retreat, did Saidu fall back onto the ground. Amin followed his lead, unconscious. Trevor exhaled, staggering backward and groaning as he braced his head. While not nearly as torn up as the other two, the suppressant had done its work on him as well. Thankfully, the effect was reduced in his case. His first few steps were stumbles, but that was enough to check on the conditions of the other two Kakuja. Amin, thoroughly clonked out and naked on the floor. Alive, most importantly. Hey, cousin. We did it. You awake? Trevor asked, holding his stump of an arm. Wish I wasn't, Saidu groaned. He lifted his arm weakly in a thumbs up. Shit, how are we supposed to get out like this? He croaked, eyes squeezed shut, limbs spread. Leave that to me, Kyodai said, carrying the canister he had retrieved on his shoulder. So take 10, you freak. You too, King. Kurona, take and me can handle the rest. Kurona approached. Hearing no protest, she wrapped her arms around Trevor, and then slung him over her shoulder like a sack of wheat. You'll be slow, all that suppressant in you three. I don't want you dragging us down, king or not, she said bluntly, already moving on to do the same with Amin to her other shoulder. Sweet as ever, Trevor muttered, hanging limply as he was. He looked up, squinting at the rows of windows that lined the walls of the lab. Behind them, children continued to drift in vats, each one marked by the name Riz. Weakened as they were, there wasn't much to be done with them, unfortunately. Still don't like anything that I'm seeing in here. All this obsession over our donor. Yeah, well. I see Kanu's work all over this, Kurona said, looking over her shoulder to what Trevor was seeing. I can kill them, if you want. Before it becomes trouble. We don't even know what they are. Clones? Kids they grabbed from somewhere. Trevor sighed, shaking his head. No. We're not killing them. If they become trouble, we'll just have to deal with it when the time comes. Kurona sighed at his answer, but she did not contest it. Being a half-ghoul herself, she probably understood that they were as unwilling as Trevor had been at one point. You got it. Kyodai, you got Takaizawa. I got the big baby, don't you worry. Leaves me without hands to use, though, Kyodai grunted as he hefted Takaizawa up. But, fortunately, a noise like this? I'm sure Take knows when it's time to start making some sound of his own. That in mind, lady, gentlemen. I think it's time we split. Just when I was starting to warm up to Mad Scientist Labs too, Trevor said dryly. Man. Let's blow this joint. They stepped through the research area, but Kyodai stopped just before they made a break for it, spinning on his heel to look at the bound researchers, smirking. Before we go, though. He said to Trevor, his focus still on the researchers. He addressed them directly. That brings an end to the first Oak-sponsored heist of the Black Cats, messy as it was. We're an egalitarian bunch, so if you ever need anything stolen, keep us in mind. Fair rates, and full discretion. Have a good evening. And stop experimenting on kids, you freaks. Trevor finished for him. His views do not reflect the views of the Black Cats. With that, Kyodai spun about and kicked open the very same door they had bust through earlier. Indeed, there was a lot of noise and flashing lights. The jig was up, but the job was done. It didn't matter. Luckily, they did not have to be careful from there on. They just had to be fast. Getting to Ri without rousing any suspicion was a heist in and of itself. All those half-ghouls and a ghoul, running about in various states of disrobed and battle-damaged, would undeniably draw the eye of any lingering late-night bystander, but fortunately Take had the foresight to bring a car with him. They only figured that out when he found them skulking through alleys, and honked at them. It was a quiet ride home. Take didn't ask why they had taken to the streets almost half-naked in various ways. Trevor needed no medicine, just rest and time for his body to process the RC suppressant out of his system, and indeed it felt like it was named. Yamurai had used the stuff in a very particular manner, targeting areas of the body, but from the amount of exposure Trevor had, it just made him feel like shit. Years living in a state superior to the average human, and suddenly he felt like he was back to his college self, poor diet and all. Going to bed felt appropriate. Sleep, however, had to come later. Trevor, Take said from the other side of the door. You've got a visitor. Can you walk? A late-night visitor after a heist and citywide kerfuffle. Thankfully, Trevor had become an expert at sleepless nights. Yeah, I'll be there, he called out, sliding back on a simple t-shirt with a graphic of a pair of sunglasses on the front. He shuffled his way to the door, opening it and flinching at the light. Gah. Who is it? Kaya Irimi. Trevor blinked a couple times, straightening his back. The drowsiness and general weakness of the suppressant was still present, but pushed to the wayside. He cleared his throat and opened the door wider so he could get through. Right. Please lead the way. The roof. I understand there's history there. I won't intrude, Take said, stepping aside for Trevor. I insisted on waiting until morning, but, evidently my insistence was not enough. Don't worry about it, man. It's appreciated. Trevor patted Take's shoulder as he passed him, making his way for the stairs. His movements were more weary than anything, feeling sluggish as he did. Just means it's another one of those long nights. Take let out a grunt of agreement. Unfortunately. Rest when you can, Trevor. The stairs up to the roof of the rebuilding were cold, the outside air seeping in from the door at the top of them. It created a perpetual and uncomfortable draft which only broke once one had stepped through the door. Irimi waited for him towards the edge of the roof. Though flanked by taller buildings, the rebuilding offered a decent view over a couple of roads quiet now, bar the drunks who missed the midnight train out to their homes. It'd be a rough morning for them. Her hair long, longer than before, and garbed in all black, she made for a dark figure. Her mask hung from the end of a finger, the damaged visage of a pitched Doberman. Trevor stared at her, transfixed for a few moments. His lips felt dry. It'd been a long, long time. Most of it spent thinking she was dead. He walked over to Irimi, joining her at the edge and sharing her view. After a moment, he regarded her. Hey, Trevor said, ineloquent and unsure of what to even say. For all that he'd thought he'd mentally prepped, none of it actually mattered when finally face to face with her. Becoming the king ultimately didn't change how he carried himself in the more intimate situations. I'm told, Irimi began, her voice husky. Appropriate, given the whole dog theme. That the other guy got off worse. She finally looked at him, smiling. She looked different. Those scars did not begin or end at her arms, but continued up her neck, and even to her mouth. Skin of a slightly different shade, as if she had been patched back together by her own healing ability. The beginnings of wear and tear on a ghoul came when they started getting scars. But he looks fine, from what I can see. Crown and all. Hello, Trevor. It was still Irimi. But all of that damage. I'm sorry, but I don't really get your meaning, Trevor admitted, somewhat abashed. He tried to scratch the back of his neck, but his right arm was still recovering from Amon's explosion. The stump lowered and he used his left instead, taking the dismemberment with the same mild inconvenience he'd grown accustomed to over the years. Don't worry about it. You're alive. I'm alive. It all worked out in the end. Stressful though, for the both of us, I imagine. I know you've not had it easy, the past few years, but you made something out of it, Irimi said. Steadily, she looked back to the city. I've done the same. For a while, I thought you had died. I let the feeling that came with that, whatever that feeling was, keep me going. Then I learned from someone in the CCG that you were still alive. Then I had a new goal. Trevor opened his mouth, then closed it. It took some time for him to find his words. A new goal. I thought you were dead too, for the last 4 years, until Tuka told me a couple weeks ago. During an episode, I'd almost convinced myself that I did something to you. He said quietly, voice hoarse. His arms fell to his sides. Even now, it almost doesn't feel real. Ignore that feeling. You've got everyone else saying I'm here, don't you? And I was there, at the auction. I saw. The one who turned on the tannoy was me to get your friends to find you and help you. I would have done it myself, but I was after the clowns, and I didn't want to get caught by Irima of all people. I'm sorry. Irimi dipped her head momentarily, looking back up with a steeled resolve. These past few years, I've spent them waiting for this, preparing. The day when we'd all be together again, fighting the ones behind it all. We've got more allies than you'd think. Trevor made an O at her admission, eyes widening. He'd resigned himself to that little mystery forever going unsolved, but it was Irimi, which meant she'd seen Trevor's Kakuja take on her visage as well. The comforting Dobers, her own mask covering his face. He couldn't help but smile warmly at her, a small huff of amusement on his lips. I'll have to hear all about them in short order. But I can't believe it. You protected me twice that day, and I was none the wiser. I'd say you've been working too hard, but that'd be a touch hypocritical. She snorted, smile becoming a smirk as she glanced at him. Wouldn't it just? But you should thank Irima, if you're going to thank anyone. He was the one who set me in the right direction. I'd not know half the things I do, were it not for him. Weird human. It always goes back to Kishao, Trevor sighed, shaking his head. But that just begs the question I've had since I heard you were alive, just what have you been up to all this time? I hear about underground work with Ryuko, you had Kyode and the cats infiltrate Aojirai, and you're hunting V-Mooks. It's quite the picture. Well, I suppose it's the right question to ask. I've been very secretive, up until now. Had to be. I've been working with the CCG for some time, in a sense. One investigator in particular, Irima aside. You might know him, Merid. She asked him, tilting her head and looking for recognition. Oh, yeah. Never met him though. Trevor's brows furrowed. Wait. Actually with him and Nerima? How'd you swing that? After your fight with Nerima, he found me. I was recovering. I thought that was it, untouched as he was, but instead he just squat down and said a few words to me. Black hats, half humans, married. I didn't know what it meant, Nerima said, tone going quiet. But it was like he knew me. How I'd react, that I'd go on this little crusade of mine. That I'd act to keep Aojirai in line by funneling information off from Kyo. It took a while, but I figured out that Merid was a person in the CCG, and I met him alone. It was a rocky start, but we both had the same goal, uncovering whoever was pulling the strings on our situation. Nerima couldn't do it himself for some reason, we agreed, so we'd do it ourselves. With him and this kid, Hyde, we've been working on quietly forcing V into a situation where they'd have to reveal themselves. So we could kill them in the sunlight. Hyde. Trevor muttered, squinting at nothing. Why does that name sound familiar? So many people in this city. He shook his head. Nerima had known you were alive this entire time, yet never said anything to me. Typical, and I get why, he admitted begrudgingly. And you had your chance tonight. How's Keiko? Nerima sighed, disappointed in herself. Keiko. Alive, unfortunately. They're all dangerous, and while he's old for a half-human, he knows his stuff. Slippery little toad, but we'll get him eventually. He's too comfortable now, with their own man set up to become the director. The one who even put you here, I'm told. Piece of work. Ah. Suda, or Nimura Furuta, or Kichimura Washiyu, Trevor groaned, lips curling in distaste. It only figures. I really should've, he cut himself off, shaking his head. Whatever. Too late to regret that. So, considering all that. What's your next step, Kaya? I wish I could tell you. Merid's gone to ground, after an incident during Rushima. I'm here. I'll need to convene so we can figure it out, but until then. I keep hunting. It's what this nose is good for. Steadily she raised her mask, planting it back onto her face. Whatever I do next, I'll have your back, Trevor. I always will. I don't know if we can ever go back to the way it was, but you'll always be someone dear to me, someone who had faith in me, just like the manager. That I could be more. For that, I'll help you until the day I die. The words penetrated Trevor, but it wasn't in a cutting manner. They were warmth, they were gentle, but they were strong, resounding inside him, the straightforward admittance to an effect he'd been unaware of. It affected him far more than the words of a true believer in the king ever could. So Trevor did the only thing he could. He hugged her, tightly, with all the meager strength of his reduced state. I'm glad, he managed to say, I'm just glad you're alive, Kaya. So please, take care of yourself. I mean it. It took a moment, hesitation maybe, but she eventually relented. She wrapped her arms around Trevor, resting her chin on his shoulder, and exhaled. They remained like that for a while, until she finally found her words. I'll try. And that's all anyone could ask from either of them. It was to no one's surprise that Kotaru Amon recovered quickly from having his body pumped with suppressant, at least not to anyone who knew him. Trevor hadn't caught him first thing in the morning, between his own exhaustion and the responsibilities that came with being king, but from what he had been told the man had not caused issue. If anything, he just wanted to be left alone. Another concern was Akira. The moment the suppressant had been delivered, the Great Wheel Act wasted no time in starting their work. By the time Trevor had a free moment later in the morning, the surgery was still ongoing. With the complications brought on by Banjo and the actual injuries themselves, it was going to be a long one. This is what you people do, isn't it? Meet on rooftops to discuss your plans. Kotaru said, arms folded. He wore a grey sweatshirt and pants, perfectly generic and throwaway, spare clothes found in, re. The half-ghoul had heard Trevor coming, and discerned him from sense alone. I see the appeal. It is better than a meeting room. It really is. Something about the open air and being up high tickles that old monkey brain of ours, I figure, Trevor said as he walked over to Kotaru. There was almost a giddy feel to his saurian steps, as though something truly fantastical was actually happening. Which, in a sense, it was. Trevor stopped just next to Kotaru, looking over the man. This feels weird. The only times I've ever been this close to you were when we were beating the soul out of each other. How are you feeling? He asked, unable to deny an initial awkwardness that was similar to how he'd felt seeing Kaya again. I'm pretty sure I've never felt worse in my life, and that's a high bar. Nonetheless, I'm fine. Better to feel how I do and be free than be drugged up and confined, Kotaru said, shrugging lightly. The man cut the image of an action hero, though one in rest. Even in the baggy clothes they had found him, the strength of his frame stood out like a fist pressing against rubber. I heard I gave you some trouble. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. We made the choice to stay and get you out of there, regardless of the trouble it would have been, Trevor sighed, shaking his head. It was the right thing to do. I'm just glad it all worked out. So it did. I'm afraid there's a gap in my memory. The last I saw, you were leading a group of young investigators, while I was the one on the run. A role reversal if there ever was one, Kotaru noted dully. Is the girl well? The squat one. Trevor blinked, tilting his head. It clicked with an awe and he smiled. So that was you that helped my kids out when they got jumped? Seiko was perfectly fine afterward, if anything she only came back stronger. As for how she is right now. The smile fell. I don't know. But the irony of it all isn't lost on me. How we met, how we ended up. The man let out a rumble, nodding along. MMH. You were the first ghoul to give me pause. It was all downhill from there, I think, a matter of time before I ended up rejecting the CCG, in some form or another. The fact Aojirai Tree and Kanu got their hands on my body merely accelerated it. As for you, I cannot say. Maybe you could have found a way to make the CCG work. At first, I didn't have much of a reason to care enough to make it work, Trevor admitted, hands in his pockets. After months in Cochlea, Nerima gave me a choice that wasn't really a choice. I spent those first few months just going through the motions with Akira. In a stroke of yet more irony, I became her new partner. But then, well, he tugged. I took the Quinks under my wing, and suddenly I had a great deal more investment. I would have probably left the CCG long before I actually did, if not for them. I'm told I was having a greater, positive influence in the CCG, but it reached a point where I simply couldn't take it anymore. I knew where I really belonged, and it wasn't as an investigator. And here we are. Half ghouls. Have you seen Takaizawa? I think he is avoiding me. Nope. Maybe I understand why, Trevor sighed. He went all out to save you, you know. Pushed himself harder than he probably had to kill Tatara. The man really does care a lot about you. Kotaru sighed, squeezing his eyes shut for a few moments. That idiot. Him and Akira are far too concerned about maintaining their perfect records. I have told him to leave me if the situation has ever demanded it, and not to risk it, but, it seems I have an insubordinate junior. He opened his eyes again, the beginnings of a smile tugging at his lips. Not that it is not appreciated. I've had more than enough of being someone's test subject. Welcome to the club, Chief. That's one of our bigger action items, of course. Getting Kanu to finally stop being all-around evil, for both very personal and objective reasons, Trevor said, snorting a little. And this is the part where I invite you in on that. I'd love to have you join Oak Proper, Kotaru. And well, he cleared his throat, shifting on his feet, if I'm truly honest, I'd like to, you know. Actually have a shot at being friends. It never sat right with me, how things went down between us. I need some time to think. Nothing to do with you, of course I have just lost my footing, and I need to recalibrate. Maybe talk to Akira first, Kotaru said with a hint of dread, his smile fading. I do not think she will appreciate not revealing myself to her. Probably not. But you're alive, which is much better than the alternative she's been living with for these past few years. I can't say exactly how she'll react, but I've practically lived with the woman for a while now. I think you two will be able to reconcile with time, Trevor assured him, lifting his hands. And take all the time you need. We live in exciting times these days, and Lord knows everyone needs to catch their breath whenever they can. How caught up are you on current events, anyway? Kotaru shook his head, arms unfolding. Barely. I know enough to know that I will support you, provided you let me deal with one man in particular. Beyond that? It's a new world to the one I last recall. Then we've got a bit to go over. Though I figure, that particular man. It's Donato, isn't it? Trevor guessed. Yes. He's too dangerous to be allowed to live, and nobody else knows him as well as I do. Anyone else is likely to be pulled into whatever game he is playing in that moment, Kotaru reasoned in a detached manner. Unfortunately, the only other person I would trust with the role is dead. As is the one I would want to do it. The man deflated, lips pursing. I was rather apart from young Yuri. We had met through his father, but I think I was always afraid of being a poor role model for him. I'd not want to be a Donato myself, is what I was probably thinking. Trevor shook his head. I understand that fear, but Donato's an incredibly low bar to clear. I think you would have been fine. He exhaled, features falling somewhat at the memory of Yuri. He was a good kid. I'd always worried I was doing something wrong with him, though I felt that way with all of them, so I think that's just a normal worry for a guardian to have. I still have a few of his paintings. You can have one, if you like, even though neither of us exactly have a place to hang them at present. We're not exactly at the retirement stage of our lives yet. Not sure if I ever will be, Kotaru let out breathily. He looked at Trevor, brow set. Listen to me. You need a plan, an idea. Something that, in the event of you actually, doing whatever it is you want to do, you can implement. Bringing people to the table is not enough. You need something to talk about beyond vague ideals and broad issues. The humans will defeat you in what is unclear if you win the physical battle, so you have to be precise. For Aojirai Tree, they simply wish to break things down. I know you want to do more than that. Trevor met Kotaru's look, hands coming out of his pockets. Yes, I do. I know what I want, but you're right. What comes after will be just as important as the present, if not more so. Tsukiyama's been thinking about that too, and talking about it with me to get me thinking on it more. Matters of policy and law, making them, is new ground for me. I need help on that front, to put those ideals into something actionable. Anyone would. I know law, but I would not be the best person to ask to make them. It's a long process, I am told. There's no easy way about it, but I think you are prepared for that. Kotaru turned about towards the door. I don't know what comes next. For the time being, I'm fine with that. I'll wait for Akira to wake up. Trevor hummed, his head dipping slightly. And I'll be doing the same, while working on all the other messes going on at once. He hesitated, words lost in his throat. Words that had sat and stewed in him for over 4 years. Eventually, he forced them out. Look, Kotaro. What happened in Nerima, that's never left me. I've always hated it. Still do. The thought that I'd killed you because I lost myself again, after you saved me in Kanu's lab. Trevor took a breath. It ate away at me. Made me go mad again, in Cochlea. I'd believed I'd snuffed out someone that was far more worthwhile than me, he confessed. While the nightmares had lessened of late, Trevor never stopped having them while living as Giuliana, no matter how much time had passed. Images of him and Kotaro, beasts clad in black and red, tearing each other apart in the streets of the 20th ward. The sight of Kotaro's body on the pavement, his blood mixing with the rain, while all Trevor could do was pitifully cry and crawl away like the wretch he'd become. Just, so you know where I'm coming from, when it comes to you. Kotaro waited, eyes going to the ground, as if seeking a response for Trevor there. When he spoke, it was quietly. Worthwhile? No such thing. Everyone is worthwhile, it's just a matter of if you live up to that worth. Even on the other side, you were doing what you could, and I was doing what I could. You may have strayed, if only briefly, but it has not made you an enemy of justice. It just means you're human. It's in the past, and we're moving on. He was right, of course. There was only so much anyone could regret the past, especially when it all turned out okay afterward. As for worth, Trevor had his own issues there, but he believed Kotaro when he said everyone was worthwhile. It was something they both agreed on. Trevor breathed, and a small smile appeared on his face. That we are, and we're all better for it. He strode on, up to Kotaro and resting a hand on his shoulder. So let's leave the past behind and worry about the present. Still need to hear about everything else that happened last night while we were lugging your bare butt out of some amoral scientist's basement. I don't doubt it. Cannot say I'm looking forward to it. No news is good news, and I have a lot of news to catch up on, Kotaro groused, nonetheless allowing Trevor that small gesture of camaraderie. Over coffee, preferably. Lucky for you, Toka makes the best in the business. Nishiki let out a hey, staring at the cover of the morning paper, one leg crossed over the other as he sat comfortably in the front of, Ri. Tsukiyama stood behind him, hand on the back of the chair, while a small goblin-like girl stood squat on the table, watching for his reaction. Says here that you're dead, Nishiki said. He lowered the paper, and then tossed it over to Trevor like a tube. Check it out. Trevor looked it over, brows raised. Dumped. The end of Oak, their leader, former investigator and terrorist known as Giuliana, was executed shortly before the inauguration of the CCG's new director. After finishing his dramatic reading, he looked up, tilting his head to the side. Hey, look at that. I died again. News to me. The king is dead. All hail the king, Corona said dryly. She wore a new coat with a high collar, patterned as camouflage. I will be inconsolable in this period of mourning. It's all over the internet, the goblin girl said, scratching the top of her messy brown bob. The new guy is trying to jazz up the system, make it appeal to a larger scale. The old CCG was exclusive in what it released, but this approach is the modern one. Release more and more information, so the truth actually becomes harder to discern. How clever and annoying. As expected of my very good friend Kichimura, specializing in being a pain in the ass for everyone, Trevor said blandly. Also, hi. I don't think we've been introduced before. The girl waddled about in her squat to face Trevor. Hey. I'm Jiehori, Tsukiyama's friend. I take pictures, and stuff. She brought up her pink camera, and snapped a picture of Trevor to prove the point. You're Trevor. I've known about you for a while. Did you ever notice that a set of Tsukiyama shot to his feet. His hand shot out, clamping down over Chie's mouth. Oh Chiet. You are a darling. She blinked. Trevor smacked his chops and sucked in a breath. Off to a great start already, he drawled. Chie wrangled herself free of Tsukiyama's hand. She took another picture. Hey, don't blame me. Your kids got M for me. The shark one and the asshole one. Needed M. Ass? Oh, Yuri. Why would anyone besides me need my underwear? Trevor pressed, seeking answers despite his better judgment, as was his way. Well, for a while Tsukiyama was like a corpse and half aware, so Kane had this great idea of jogging his spirits with your scent. We couldn't get your blood, so I made a deal with the kids. They wanted to know about something they were investigating off the books, I needed something that smelled like you. Business. Chia nodded as if it were the most normal thing on the planet. I hate how that actually explains a lot, Trevor sighed, wiping his face. Jinchi and Yuri had a habit of going off on their own, getting information somehow that Juyo had never been privy to. Apparently it was because they were stealing his damn underwear. Eventually, on some sunny day, I will give Jinchi shit for this. Did it help, at least? He asked. Would it make you feel more comfortable if it did? Chia asked. Tsukiyama, all the while, had his face covered with his hand, turned away with appropriate shame. Trevor was content to leave him to it. Because, come on. Yeah, I guess. This is just a bit more utility than I was expecting out of underwear theft. Somehow this is getting more of my attention than being told I'm dead, Trevor muttered. Standards, thoroughly ruined beyond repair. I mean, Corona began, eyes wide from the stool she sat at. That's pretty wild, even by our standards. A different kind of wild, I'd say. We're used to this whole death thing, but underwear heists? Come on now, Nishiki said, pointedly looking at Yukiyama. It was not my idea. I was barely even aware of what time of day it was at that point. I'll blame Jinchi. This is all very early Jinchi mindset, Trevor said as he ran a hand down on his face. It was a miracle Yuri had gone along with it, but then again, the boy D had few scruples when it came down to it. Even stealing his mentor's underwear was fair game, apparently. Okay, for Shiyu's sake, we can move along to much more normal things. Like my death in the news and one of the most vile bastards ever being put in charge of the CCG. Not heard much about him. He was just a mediocre investigator, a while back, but now he's a washayu and apparently a pretty good leader, Jia said absently, tapping the frame of her camera. I don't know. It's silly that a family gets to run an agency, but whatever. I suppose we can expect a change in tactics. We've been successfully getting around the doves up until now, but if that guy has been sent from the Ghoul-Illuminati, it's only a matter of time before some new stuff gets rolled out, Nishiki pointed out. We might have gotten a glimpse of that new stuff last night, Trevor said, jerking his head Kurona's way. They had kids in vats down there, all labeled as Riz. It looked like they were being pumped with suppressor, but we didn't have much chance for a deeper look. Could be the next step of that Quinks project of yours, Kurona suggested. One thing to make a few specialized half-ghouls, another to churn them out en masse. MH. And you'd mentioned before that Kanu had figured out how to mass-produce half-ghouls too. Trevor recalled. Troubling. Very troubling. I guess it's to be expected if we've been putting the pressure on them. On Rushima, we saw some shit, Nishiki began, leaning forward somewhat. Investigators, like Amin. They were kept in tanks too, half-ghouls. We managed to take out a lot of them, but it seemed like they were the guards of Kanu. Didn't seem too attached to the idea of killing us, though. He nodded to Kurona for confirmation, which she gave. Nothing personal. Kanu was the one keeping them alive. I think they were investigators killed in operations. Trevor worked his jaw. With Amin and Takaizawa as examples, that tracks. I'd also been told that Kanu got his hands on Yuri's body, he added, a rumble of anger in his tone. So that only sped things along, I bet. It was the clowns that extracted Kanu on Rushima, right? Yep. Unfortunately, Kurona huffed. Pricks. Agreed, Trevor said heartily. And that's a convenient segue to last night. How did things go after I left the 22nd ward? Messy, frantic, but well contained. Those investigators in black were an issue, until they were not. Irimi and Ryuko are, strong, to say the very least. Effective, Nishiki surmised, reaching out for his cup of coffee which was dangerously close to Jia's foot. He did not put it back after. Not what I expected from Ryuko, at the very least. Aside from that? A few casualties and wounded, but nothing to write home about. Mission successful. Cool. Glad to hear it, Trevor replied. How were the regular investigators? Before I left, I heard their CO tell them to coordinate with Oak. Cooperative to a point. I think the investigators in black stopped them from being more cooperative, but the confusion proved to be in our favor ultimately. The regulars did not impede us, and that was good enough. I would not, however, expect the same going forward. Not with this change of regime. Chukiyama gestured flippantly to the newspaper. Me neither. The CCG's period of disorganization is coming to an end, and I can only imagine they'll be much more hardline on us going forward. Especially once it comes out that I'm, not dead. Trevor wiggled the newspaper around for emphasis. Shame we can't exactly do a press conference. No. No you can't. But I can turn you into an urban legend, Jia said. Another picture. It wouldn't be hard. Any video or image of you on official channels will probably be taken down, but the internet is more than just what's on the surface. Trevor hummed, appraising Jia. That it is. The internet's a beast unto itself. What do you have in mind? Jia didn't smile. She did not seem like the smiling sort, in fact she did not seem like the visual emotion of any kind sort. But the way she spoke had a certain quality to them that could not be denied, a mischievous neutrality. You into cosplay at all?